welcome. Today we'll be doing CBS Radio Mystery Theater, starting from the year 1976. And the very first episode will be Tom Sawyer, Detective, which aired on 1/5/1976. Then it'll be a really good episode, as they all are, but this one was one of my favorites. It's a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Then we have an episode from January 9th, 1976, that is called The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg. Oh my. And then after that was also a really good episode too. Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, which aired January 28th, 1976. And we have Goodbye, Benjamin Flack from February 19th, 1976. Then Half a Life, Pandora, Stampede, Brain Drain, Extortion, The Saxon Curse. The Saxon Curse is a really good one. The Spit and Image, The White Ghost, 2 + 2 = Death. Oh my. What a Change in Hilda. The Corpse That Would Not Die. A Pension Plan, Blood Red Roses. The Men with Magic Fingers. Shotgun Wedding. Overnight of Freedom. And many, many more episodes of CBS Radio Mystery Theater. But let us begin with the first episode from 1976. And that is Tom Sawyer, Detective, which starts now. Enjoy. There we go. Now it's starting.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No writer knew America, loved America, or could write about America better than Samuel Clemens. Even his nom de plume was distinctly American. It was the shout of the leadsman on the Mississippi River steamers, "By the Mark Twain." And it meant that the boat had just passed over a shallow and treacherous place and was now in water deep enough, clear enough, and safe enough. One of Mark Twain's best-known and most beloved characters was Tom Sawyer, whose schoolboy adventures are still part of the schooling of every American boy and girl. But did you know that Tom Sawyer grew older and had more adventures and was called upon to solve a murder and save an innocent man from the noose?
Tom, listen.
What's that?
Look, through the window. All those men headed this way.
What do they want?
Tom, they say my father killed Jupiter Dunlap.
Well, now, there's no proof.
Well, sometimes people get so mad they don't need proof.
You stay inside. Stay with your father. Hand me his musket.
Yeah, but Tom, there's 15, maybe 20 of them.
You'd be surprised what one man with one gun can do.
Our mystery drama, Tom Sawyer, Detective, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If you read Mark Twain's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, you will recall that Tom and Huck had some rattling first-rate adventures at old Uncle Silas's farm in Arkansas. Well, it is now some years later, and Tom is much older, but Tom is still Tom, and Aunt Polly is still Aunt Polly. And when Aunt Polly calls, Tom Sawyer still jumps.
Tom? Yes, ma'am.
Tom, I reckon you gotta pack up and go down to Arkansas. Your Uncle Silas needs you.
Yes, ma'am.
There's in considerable trouble down there. They think you'll be a kind of diversion for 'em. Marry Anita. And she just said point blank she won't have 'em. So he soured on 'em, and they're worried about it. You remember the Dunlaps from when you was down there?
Oh, yes, Aunt Polly. As I recall, Brace Dunlap's the richest man in the county. About 36, a widower, and proud of his money, too.
That's right.
Everyone's a bit afraid of him. Is he the one Benita said no to?
And I guess it must have set him back some. Well, Silas is trying to soften the blow.
I don't follow you, Aunt Polly.
He feels he can't afford to have a powerful man like Brace Dunlap mad at him. So he's trying to curry favor by hiring Brace's brother Jupiter to do some work around the farm.
How can Uncle Silas afford to hire anybody? He's so hard-pushed and poor as it is.
What a name, Jupiter. From what Benita writes, he's sly, lazy, and sneaky.
That's right. I remember Jupiter. And I also recall he was a twin. The other brother was named Jake.
You mean there's 3 Dunlaps for your poor old Uncle Silas to contend with?
No, Aunt Polly. We don't have to worry about old Jake Dunlap. He got to robbing and killing, but he escaped from jail, went north somewhere, and nobody's heard from him in years. Everyone says he's probably dead by now.
That's a mercy. The thing that's mostly worrying your cousin Benita is the tempers that no-account Jupiter gets your Uncle Silas into.
Tempers? Aunt Polly, you must be joking. Dear old Uncle Silas? Why, he don't have any temper.
Well, he does now. She says your uncle's a changed man on account of all this quarreling. Everybody blames Silas, because after all, he's a preacher, and he got no call to quarrel in the first place. So he hates to go into the pulpit. He's so ashamed. And folks have begun to cool toward him. All on account of that Dunlap tribe. And the worst of it is...
You mean there's more?
Poor Benita feels it's her fault. So she's thinking maybe she better marry Brace Dunlap after all.
Oh, no, Aunt Polly. We can't let her do that. We just can't. I remember my cousin Benita as so sweet and kind. And I remembered Brace Dunlap as so hard and sour. I was sure he'd be cruel to her. I had to put a stop to this. How? Maybe when I'd get there, I'd figure out a plan. Well, the trip began lucky enough. I caught a steamer headed all the way down the lower Mississippi, so I wouldn't have to change at St. Louis. And it was a quiet enough trip, till we stopped at some little one-horse town just below the Arkansas line. And I seen these 2 men come aboard. One was very tall. The other was very short. But both looked powerful and mean. I noticed they stood by the rail and just stared at everybody on board. Now, they're looking for someone, I said to myself. And I believe that someone ain't going to be happy to see them. But it was clear they weren't looking for me. So I went below to my cabin, and I closed the door. I was about to strike a light when I heard a sound. There was no mistaking that sound. Nothing in this world sounds exactly like it. It was a pistol being cocked. Don't strike a light. You're holding the trump card in your hand, mister. What are you aiming on doing?
I'm aiming on staying in here.
For how long? But I don't have to ask. I know.
What do you know?
You're hiding from the 2 men on deck. The tall one and the...
How would you know?
I figured it out.
How?
Well, it's truth, ain't it? But I'm stumped.
Why?
I never forget a voice once I heard it. And I heard yours once before.
You could be mistaken.
And I never forget a face, neither. And now that my eyes are accustomed to the dark, I know yours.
Who do you think I am?
That's just the trouble. You can't be that person.
Why not?
Because right now that person's down on a farm in Arkansas.
What's that person's name?
That person's name is Jupiter Dunlap.
Jupiter Dunlap? I ain't Jupiter Dunlap.
Then if you ain't Jupiter, you gotta be the twin. Jake. Jake Dunlap. That's who you are.
Shh, don't talk so loud. don't mention that name. You want to get me killed?
Then you aren't dead.
No, I ain't dead. Not yet. Though I'm coming powerful close. You gotta help me out.
Why?
'Cause I'm in trouble.
I know that. But why should I help you? Your brother Brace lording it all over everybody.
Oh, that's Brace. That ain't me. I never done you no harm, nor your Uncle Silas neither. And I'll never do you none so long as God's in heaven. Now, give me a hand and save my life.
Why did those two want to kill you?
Well, you see, it was a confidence game. The three of us played it on a jewelry shop in St. Louis.
Jewel thieves.
Now, wait, now listen to what we done. We dressed up fine, and we ordered the diamonds sent around to the hotel for us to see if we wanted to buy.
And while you were examining them, you had paste counterfeits all ready, and it was the counterfeits that went back to the shop when you said the diamonds weren't quite fine enough.
Say, are you in the trade?
What were they worth?
$12,000.
And you got away with them?
Clean. Only trouble was, you see, we each had the same notion.
What notion?
To rob the others.
What? If that isn't the orniest, most low-down...
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. But the long and the short of it is that I was able to sneak off with the diamonds, and they've been hot on my trail.
And now that trail comes to an end.
No, it ain't. Now, you swore you'd help me get away.
I swore no such thing.
Oh, you gotta help me. Can't leave them two cutthroats to kill me.
Oh, that's no way to talk about your pal.
I'll do anything you say.
Give back them diamonds. You expect me to believe that?
You gotta believe it. I lost them.
Oh, sure.
It's true. Look, if I still had them diamonds, would I be running for my life like this? Oh, look, if you don't believe I'm telling the truth, search me. Go ahead. Go through all my clothes. Look at my bag.
All right. How can I help you?
All right, now go ashore. Get me some other clothes.
Okay. I'll get you one of those new stovepipe hats and a pair of plaid breeches, maybe green and black.
That'll do it.
A cotton velvet waistcoat, some goggles, some whiskers and goggles.
Now, that should get me off the boat.
Well, let's say it does. Where do you go then? Where could you hide?
I'll go home. They all think I'm dead. My brother Brace will take me in. I was close. Calm. I can never be calm again as long as I live. That's what a life of crime will do. Take my advice, son. Never get mixed up in it.
But I was mixed up in it, somehow. The steamboat was tied up at the dock for repairs, so I had plenty of time to go into the town and buy the clothes Jake Dunlap needed. The goggles and the whiskers weren't easily come by, but finally I had everything, and I headed back for the boat. I took my bundle and went down to my cabin.
Hey, these clothes will do me fine.
And see how they fit. Yeah. Why, you look just like a lecture on spiritualism.
I've done some of that in my time. I could even hold a seance when I was...
Wait a minute, you're supposed to be deaf and dumb, you remember?
Oh, yeah, so I am.
And I even got you these books.
I'm E.G. Marshall. This is our bicentennial year, a time to pause and count our blessings. And among the greatest of these are the men and women of letters who flourished in our native land, who created a literature that was both typically American and universally admired. After all, it was our own Edgar Allan Poe who invented the kind of stories you hear on this program, and our own Mark Twain, who carried them to the most sublime heights of fantasy and fun. At this time, we propose to give you an exhilarating taste of one of the most exciting stories of fantasy, mystery, and suspense the world has ever known.
Tell the king that if I am not released from this dungeon immediately, I shall cause a mighty calamity to befall this realm.
Oh, please, sir, have mercy.
Tell the king that I can call forth my magic powers and destroy the sun.
Destroy the sun? But
what?
Well, How can a man destroy the sun? It cannot be done.
Clarence, my boy, look at me. Do I look stupid?
Oh, no, sir.
Then, if it can't be done, why would I be willing to bet my life I can do it?
Our mystery drama, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Sam Dan, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Luden's Medicated Cough Drops. I'll be back.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Didn't Sophocles say, "The gods hate utterly the bray of bragging tongues"? And haven't we also been taught that pride goeth before destruction? Certainly, the prophets and the sages and the poets have had enough to say about the besetting sin of pride. Why, then, is pride so prevalent? The subject intrigued Mark Twain so deeply that he created one of the deadliest stories about pride ever written. Our mystery drama, The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hey, did the Tom Sawyer one go all the way through? That seemed to be awfully quick. I'm going to try replaying that Tom Sawyer one more time, I think. Let's see, how long have we been streaming? This only been 17 minutes. Yeah, it should not have been that quick. Sorry about that, everyone. Let's see if we can get this to play properly here.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No writer knew America, loved America, or could write about America better than Samuel Clemens. Even his nom de plume was distinctly American. It was the shout of the leadsman on the Mississippi River steamers, "By the Mark Twain." And it meant that the boat had just passed over a shallow and treacherous place and was now in water deep enough, clear enough, and safe enough. One of Mark Twain's best-known and most beloved characters was Tom Sawyer, whose schoolboy adventures are still part of the schooling of every American boy and girl. But did you know that Tom Sawyer grew older and had more adventures and was called upon to solve a murder and save an innocent man from the noose?
Tom, listen.
What's that?
Look, through the window. All those men headed this way.
What do they want?
Oh, Tom, they say my father killed Jupiter Dunlap.
Well, now, there's no proof.
Well, sometimes people get so mad they don't need proof.
You stay inside. Stay with your father. Hand me his musket.
Yeah, but Tom, there's 15, maybe 20 of them.
You'd be surprised what one man with one gun can do.
Our mystery drama, Tom Sawyer, Detective, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If you read Mark Twain's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, you will recall that Tom and Huck had some rattling first-rate adventures at old Uncle Silas's farm in Arkansas. Well, it is now some years later, and Tom is much older, but Tom is still Tom, And Aunt Polly is still Aunt Polly. And when Aunt Polly calls, Tom Sawyer still jumps.
Tom?
Yes, ma'am.
Tom? I reckon you gotta pack up and go down to Arkansas. Your Uncle Silas needs you.
Yes, ma'am.
There's in considerable trouble down there. They think you'll be a kind of diversion for 'em. Marry Anita. And she just said point blank she won't have 'em. So he soured on 'em, and they're worried about it. You remember the Dunlaps from when you was down there?
Oh, yes, Aunt Polly. As I recall, Brace Dunlap's the richest man in the county. About 36, a widower, and proud of his money,
That's
too.
right.
Everyone's a bit afraid of him. Is he the one Benita said no to?
And I guess it must have set him back some. Well, Silas is trying to soften the blow.
I don't follow you, Aunt Polly.
He feels he can't afford to have a powerful man like Brace Dunlap mad at him. So he's trying to curry favor by hiring Brace's brother Jupiter to do some work around the farm.
How can Uncle Silas afford to hire anybody? He's so hard-pushed and poor as it is.
What a name, Jupiter. From what Benita writes, he's sly, lazy, and sneaky.
That's right. I remember Jupiter. And I also recall he was a twin. The other brother was named Jake.
You mean there's 3 Dunlaps for your poor old Uncle Silas to contend with?
No, Aunt Polly. We don't have to worry about old Jake Dunlap. He got to robbing and killing, but he escaped from jail, went north somewhere, and nobody's heard from him in years. Everyone says he's probably dead by now.
That's a mercy. The thing that's mostly worrying your cousin Benita is the tempers that no-account Jupiter gets your Uncle Silas into.
Tempers? Aunt Polly, you must be joking. Dear old Uncle Silas? Why, he don't have any temper.
Well, he does now. She says your uncle's a changed man on account of all this quarreling. Everybody blames Silas, because after all, he's a preacher, and he got no call to quarrel in the first place. So he hates to go into the pulpit. He's so ashamed. And folks have begun to cool toward him. All on account of that Dunlap tribe. And the worst of it is...
You mean there's more?
Poor Benita feels it's her fault. So she's thinking maybe she better marry Brace Dunlap after all.
Oh, no, Aunt Polly. We can't let her do that. We just can't. I remember my cousin Benita as so sweet and kind. And I remembered Brace Dunlap as so hard and sour. I was sure he'd be cool to her. I had to put a stop to this. How? Maybe when I'd get there, I'd figure out a plan. Well, the trip began lucky enough. I caught a steamer headed all the way down the lower Mississippi, so I wouldn't have to change at St. Louis. And it was a quiet enough trip, till we stopped at some little one-horse town just below the Arkansas line. And I seen these 2 men come aboard. One was very tall. The other was very short. But both looked powerful and mean. I noticed they stood by the rail and just stared at everybody on board. Now, they're looking for someone, I said to myself. And I believe that someone ain't going to be happy to see them. But it was clear they weren't looking for me. So I went below to my cabin, and I closed the door. I was about to strike a light when I heard a sound. There was no mistaking that sound. Nothing in this world sounds exactly like it. It was a pistol being cocked. Don't strike a light. You're holding the trump card in your hand, mister. What are you aiming on doing?
I'm aiming on staying in here.
For how long? But I don't have to ask. I know.
What do you know?
You're hiding from the 2 men on deck. The tall one and the...
How would you know?
I figured it out.
How?
Well, it's truth, ain't it? But I'm stumped.
Why?
I never forget a voice once I heard it. And I heard yours once before.
You could be mistaken.
And I never forget a face, neither. And now that my eyes are accustomed to the dark, I know yours.
Who do you think I am?
That's just the trouble. You can't be that person.
Why not?
Because right now that person's down on a farm in Arkansas.
What's that person's name?
That person's name is Jupiter Dunlap.
Jupiter Dunlap? I ain't Jupiter Dunlap.
Then if you ain't Jupiter, you gotta be the twin. Jake. Jake Dunlap. That's who you are.
Shh, don't talk so loud. And don't mention that name. You want to get me killed?
Then you aren't dead.
No, I ain't dead. Not yet. Though I'm coming powerful close. You gotta help me out.
Why?
'Cause I'm in trouble.
I know that. But why should I help you? Your brother Brace lording it all over everybody.
Oh, that's Brace. That ain't me. I never done you no harm. Nor your Uncle Silas neither. And I'll never do you none so long as God's in heaven. Now, give me a hand and save my life.
Why did those two want to kill you?
Well, you see, it was a confidence game. The three of us played it on a jewelry shop in St. Louis.
Jewel thieves.
Now, wait, now listen to what we done. We dressed up fine, and we ordered the diamonds sent around to the hotel for us to see if we wanted to buy.
And while you were examining them, you had paste counterfeits all ready, and it was the counterfeits that went back to the shop when you said the diamonds weren't quite fine enough.
Say, are you in the trade?
What were they worth?
$12,000.
And you got away with them?
Clean. Only trouble was, you see, we each had the same notion.
What notion?
To rob the others.
What? If that isn't the orniest, most low-down...
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. But the long and the short of it is that I was able to sneak off with the diamonds, and they've been hot on my trail.
And now that trail comes to an end.
No, it ain't. Now, you swore you'd help me get away.
I swore no such thing.
Oh, you gotta help me. Can't leave them two cutthroats to kill me.
Oh, that's no way to talk about your pal.
I'll do anything you say.
Give back them diamonds. You expect me to believe that?
You gotta believe it. I lost them.
Oh, sure.
It's true. Look, if I still had them diamonds, would I be running for my life like this? Oh, look, if you don't believe I'm telling the truth, search me. Go ahead. Go through all my clothes. Look at my bag.
All right. How can I help you?
All right, now go ashore. Get me some other clothes.
Okay. I'll get you one of those new stovepipe hats and a pair of plaid breeches, maybe green and black.
That'll do it.
A cotton velvet waistcoat, some goggles, some whiskers and goggles.
Yeah, now, that should get me off the boat.
Well, let's say it does. Where do you go then? Where could you hide?
I'll go home. They all think I'm dead. My brother Brace will take me in. I was close. Calm. I can never be calm again as long as I live. That's what a life of crime will do. Take my advice, son. Never get mixed up in it.
But I was mixed up in it, somehow. The steamboat was tied up at the dock for repairs, so I had plenty of time to go into the town and buy the clothes Jake Dunlap needed. The goggles and the whiskers weren't easily come by, but finally I had everything, and I headed back for the boat. I took my bundle and went down to my cabin.
Hey, these clothes will do me fine.
And see how they fit. Yeah. Why, you look just like a lecture on spiritualism.
I've done some of that in my time. I could even hold a seance when
But wait a minute, you're supposed to be deaf and dumb, you remember?
Oh, yeah, so I am.
And I even got you these books.
I'm E.G. Marshall. This is our bicentennial year, a time to pause and count our blessings. And among the greatest of these are the men and women of letters who flourished in our native land, who created a literature that was both typically American and universally admired. After all, it was our own Edgar Allan Poe who invented the kind of stories you hear on this program, and our own Mark Twain, who carried them to the most sublime heights of fantasy and fun. At this time, we propose to give you an exhilarating taste of one of the most exciting stories of fantasy, mystery, and suspense the world has ever known.
Tell the king that if I am not released from this dungeon immediately, I shall cause a mighty calamity to befall this realm?
Oh, please, sir, have mercy.
Tell the king that I can call forth my magic powers and destroy the sun.
Destroy the sun, but...
But what?
Well, how can a man destroy the sun? It cannot be done.
Clarence, my boy, look at me. Do I look stupid?
Oh, no, sir.
Then, if it can't be done, why would I be willing to bet my life I can do it?
Our mystery drama, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Sam Dan, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Luden's Medicated Cough Drops. I'll be back.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Didn't Sophocles say, "The gods hate utterly the bray of bragging tongues"? And haven't we also been taught that pride goeth before destruction? Certainly, the prophets and the sages and the poets have had enough to say about the besetting sin of pride. Why, then, is pride so prevalent? The subject intrigued Mark Twain so deeply that he created one of the deadliest stories about pride ever written. Our mystery drama, The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. According to Mark Twain, you could cheat just about anybody. Back along the turn of the century, there was a town called Hadleyburg, which advertised itself as the most honest and upright place in the world. Incorruptible Hadleyburg, envied by its neighbors. And yet, one day, untainted, irreproachable Hadleyburg fell from grace. How did it happen? May I introduce you to Jack Halliday?
I knew it would happen one day, and I said so. But nobody listened to me. After all, I was only the editor of the Hadleyburg Gazette, and it was a paper that lost money. So what did I know about anything? Anyhow, putting the story together, here's what happened. One night, old man Richards, who works at the bank, he's one of the 19. I'll tell you who they are later. If I have to stop to explain everything at the beginning, I'll never get started. Well, old man Richards and his wife Mary are having supper.
Edward, I know you're tired, dear, but you must have your supper.
I'm not hungry. I'm so clear worn out. You know, Mary, it's hard to be poor at our time of life. Grinding away at a salary, another man's slave.
Oh, but Edward, we have our good name.
Yes. And that's everything. Don't mind my talk. It's just a moment's irritation. It doesn't mean anything. Who's that?
Someone's at the door.
Who would knock at this hour?
You sit, Edward, and finish your supper. I'll see who it is.
Who is it, Mary, dear?
What? That's strange. There's no one here.
But we distinctly heard someone knock.
Edward.
What is it?
Come here quickly. Edward, look.
Look at what?
On the doorstep, this bundle.
It's a sack.
Oh, what does it mean?
It means someone left a sack on our doorstep.
Yes, but for what reason?
Well, let's bring it inside and find out. Here, let me. Oh. Mary, I can't lift it.
Oh, well, now what do you suppose can be in it?
There's a piece of paper attached to it. Here, let me put on my spectacles.
Oh, Edward, what does it say?
It says, to be published or the right man to be sought out by private inquiry, either will answer. This sack contains gold coin weighing 160 pounds and 4 ounces.
Edward!
Help me. Help me drag it inside.
Oh, mercy on us.
Quickly. Shut the door, Mary. Lock it.
Oh, my. Oh, Edward. What do you suppose?
The paper. The paper. There's more written on it.
Oh?
I was a gambler. A ruined gambler.
Oh.
I arrived at Hadleyburg late at night, starving and in rags. I begged for help, and I luckily begged of the right man. He gave me $20. He also gave me life and hope. I returned to the gambling table.
Oh, Edward, who would have given a stranger $20?
I became rich, and I remembered a remark he made. It gave me the inspiration to reform, and I have. I don't know who that man was, but I want him found, and I want him to have the money in this sack.
Oh, Edward, can you imagine how much money there is in there?
I would find him myself, but I cannot remain here. But this is an honest, incorruptible town, and I can trust you folks to help me.
Well, how can we help?
The man can be identified by the remark he made to me when he gave me the $20.
Oh?
Please publish or reveal what I have told you so far to anyone who you think might be the right man. If he says, yes, I was that man, and the remark I made was such and such, open the sack, and inside you will find a sealed envelope with the remark. If he has made the correct statement, give him the gold.
Oh, can you imagine, Edward? All that gold.
You may publish what I have revealed to you in your local paper and add the following instructions. 30 days from now, let the candidate appear at the town hall and hand his remark in a sealed envelope to the Reverend Mr. Burgess, and have the Reverend Mr. Burgess destroy the seals, open the sack, and verify the remark.
Someone in this town befriended a stranger, gave him $20, and now... And now...
And now that man who set his bread afloat upon the waters shall become rich.
Oh, Edward, was it...
Was I that man? Was I that benefactor?
Yes.
No, Mary, no.
Oh, well, just as well. We could never accept that gold anyway. It was gambler's money.
We must make the inquiry public. All the other towns will be sick with envy, because no stranger would ever trust such a thing to any other town but Hadleyburg. Let me run over and tell Jack Halliday.
I didn't believe him till I came running back to the house with him. And there was the sack, and there was the letter, just as you've already heard it. Well, you remember I said Edward Richards was one of the 19? Sure. There are 19 leading citizens of Hadleyburg. Ed Richards is the least of them. The poorest, the most unimportant. He just about makes it under the wire. Well, these 19 set the tone and spirit of Hadleyburg. The 19 uncorruptibles. Just keep them in mind. Well, I said to Ed and Mary Richards, let's get this money right over to the bank and have old Pinkerton put it right in the vault. And we roused him out of bed, and he did it. And the whole town turned out. Everyone became so excited. You can imagine. Anyhow, poor old Edward Richards finally went home.
I think I know who that man was, Edward, who gave the stranger the $20. Barclay Goodson.
Yes. Yes, you may be right, Mary. It would have been like Barclay. May he rest in peace.
Do you remember what he said about this town? It may have been honest, but it was narrow and self-righteous and stingy.
And I remember how he was hated for it, too. I guess he was the best hated man around here, except for Reverend Burgess.
Former Reverend Burgess. Wait. Doesn't it seem odd that the stranger should have appointed Reverend Burgess to deliver the money?
Mary, Burgess isn't a bad man.
Oh, nonsense. He would still be a minister if he
It
hadn't...
was all because of the rumor of his being with that woman.
Well, he was guilty.
No. No, Mary, he wasn't. He was innocent.
Hey, but what are you saying?
Mary, I was the only man who knew he was innocent.
What?
I could have saved him, but... Well, you know how wrought up the whole town was. It would have turned everyone against me. I just didn't have the courage.
Oh, I see.
I have another confession, Mary. When there was talk of riding him out of town on a rail, I sneaked over to his house and warned him to leave until things cooled off.
Oh, Edward, if anyone had found out...
It scares me yet. Everybody thought it was Goodson who warned him. And when folks started to mumble about him, Goodson buckled on his .45 and invited them to state their case to his face.
Oh, that was just like Goodson. The way it was like Goodson to give that $20 to a tramp.
Why are we so sure it was Goodson?
It couldn't have been anyone else. Oh, why didn't we keep the gold?
Mary.
Why didn't you realize we could never find the right man because he's dead and buried in his grave?
Do you realize what
As long as the money would go to someone who needed it as badly as we do, who would have been hurt?
You know how we've been raised, how we've been shielded against all temptation, so it's absolutely second nature not to hesitate for a moment when an honest thing has to be done.
Oh, I know. But it's an artificial honesty and as weak as water when temptation really comes, as we have seen this night.
Mary, there's no use
Oh,
going...
Lord knows I never had any doubt about my indestructible honesty. Until this minute.
Now, dear, you mustn't go on this...
Edward, I know exactly what you're thinking right now.
You do?
You are thinking, if a body could only guess what the remark was that Goodson made to the stranger.
Yes. Then I feel ashamed about it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking myself.
If only we could guess.
Maybe we don't have to guess.
What?
We're all creatures of habit, Edward.
Yes, I suppose that's...
You can almost predict what a person would say in a given situation. Now, take Mr. Pinkerton, the banker. Suppose a beggar were to ask him for charity. What would he say?
Why isn't an able-bodied man like you gainfully employed?
Exactly. Now, think of Goodson. What were some of the things Goodson used to say?
But, Mary...
Think. Now, think. What were Goodson's best-known remarks about charity, for instance?
Mary, even if I could remember, that's no guarantee that Goodson would have made the exact same statement on this particular night. Would it do any good?
Yes. Because then you would write it down on a piece of paper, seal it in an envelope, and hand it over to the Reverend Mr. Burgess.
And suppose Mr. Burgess then breaks open the seal, and it comes out that what I claim he said wasn't the remark at all.
Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Do you realize the whole town will be there? The whole county, the whole state? I would be disgraced.
Oh, you could brazen it out.
Mary, I'd be terrified.
The money. Oh, the thought of all that money is driving us out of our minds.
Mary, why don't we just go to sleep?
Sleep? Oh, are you going to be able to sleep? You know what we're going to keep asking ourselves?
Yes. Yes. What could he have said?
Yes.
What could Goodson have said to the stranger?
What could he have said? I was also sure it was Goodson. Goodson had to be the benefactor. But what did he say to the stranger? Well, if you think that only Edward and Mary Richards were plagued with a question, let me tell you they had plenty of company. No one was getting any sleep in any of the houses of the incorruptible 19. For instance, Lawyer Wilson. What could he have said? Hay, feed, and grain merchant Bilson.
What could he have said?
Go down the list. Robert Titmarsh, Ella Fallett Weeks, Archibald Wilcox, Ingoldsby Sargent.
What could he have said? What did he say? What could he have said?
It was the only topic of conversation. The 19 incorruptibles, starting with Banker Pinkerton on top and ending with poor Edward Richards on bottom, walked about with whites and drawn faces, as if each of them was feverishly figuring out a way to get at that money. A head of steam was building higher and higher and fiercer. Sooner or later, it would have to bust.
And it did. You know perfectly well that what we have here is a situation where an irresistible force is about to encounter some highly movable objects. Incorruptible Hadleyburg is in for a workout. Is Mary Richards correct in her analysis? Will the town's reputation collapse under its first real test? It may. It may not. Just wait here till I return with Act 2. Why do you climb a mountain? Because it's there, is the usual answer. And in this case, the simplicity of the reply contains a universal truth. Nature abhors a vacuum. The very fact that something exists can motivate someone to do something about it. Here you have Mark Twain's town of Hadleyburg. It has a reputation for honesty. This fact by itself is enough to inspire someone to try to destroy the reputation. Jack Halliday continues our story.
I wish I could tell you what went on in Hadleyburg as the weeks went by and that fateful Friday drew near. Everybody from Hadleyburg was walking around with a long face. Everyone agreed that the benefactor had to be Goodson. But one thing kind of intrigued me. Why was Reverend Burgess named as the judge or referee or whatever? Burgess, who'd been treated so shabbily by the town. Could all this be a trick on Burgess's part to get even? Reverend, I think I've been your friend.
Yes, Jack, you have.
How do you figure in this sack of gold business?
I have no idea.
When Goodson was alive, you two were close.
Well, I suppose we were kindred spirits.
Reverend, you know more than you're telling. I'm convinced of it.
Why is everyone so sure the benefactor is Goodson?
Well, who but Goodson would give a stranger $20? Oh, now, wait. You would, Reverend Burgess. You would.
Well, for that matter, Jack, so would you.
Where would I ever get $20?
If you had it, you'd give it away. And for that matter, so would poor, timid little Edward Richards. Think about it.
I thought about it. And the more I thought, the less sure I was of anything. Meanwhile, as I found out later, the mailman had been to the Richards home and left behind a letter. And what a letter.
Dear Mr. Richards, I have just returned from Europe and heard about the event in your town of Hadleyburg. You don't know who made that remark, but I do. It was Goodson.
Oh, do you see, Edward?
We were old friends. That night I passed through your town, and Goodson waited with me at the railroad station. Some tramp approached him and asked for a handout. I saw him give the man the money, and I heard what he said.
Edward, why would this man write?
After the tramp left, Goodson and I talked till my train arrived. He mentioned practically all of his fellow townsmen, and I could tell he actively disliked most of them.
Oh, that does sound like Goodson.
He did mention your name as a rare exception.
Oh?
He said you had done him a good turn once, and that possibly you may not have realized the full value of it.
What was that, Edward?
He said he wished he had a fortune so that he could leave it to you. Well, then, in that case, if you really did him that service, you are his legitimate heir and are entitled to the gold.
Oh!
I trust to your honor and honesty as a citizen of Hadleyburg. I will reveal to you the remark that Goodson made. This is it. You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Very truly yours, Howard L. Stevens.
Oh, Edward, the money is ours.
Mary, do you realize I'll have to tell a lie?
What lie?
I'll have to claim that I was the one that gave the $20 to the stranger.
Oh, that's a technicality. Edward, you read what this Mr. Stevenson said. Well, you do deserve the gold, and so...
And why do I deserve the gold?
Why? Because, as Mr. Stevenson pointed out, you did Mr. Goodson a good turn once.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I don't remember ever having done Goodson a good turn.
Oh, come, you're always helping people.
No, I remember. I did Burgess a good turn, but not Goodson. I never had anything at all to do with Barclay Goodson. I was afraid to be seen with him.
Oh, think.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Mary, I know all this honesty Hadleyburg brags about is a fraud, but I'm too old, and I'm too tired, and maybe I'm too frightened to change my ways, and I just won't have anything to do with it anymore.
Edward!
No, it's my very last word on the subject.
Well, that's how it was at that point with Ed and Mary Richards. That letter bore an out-of-state postmark. But do you want to know something extremely interesting about that letter? It came in 19 copies. 19. And that letter was delivered to 19 homes in the village of Hadleyburg. Each and every one of the 19 incorruptibles received it.
Dear Mr. Wilson, I have just returned from Europe.
Dear Mr. Wilson, last night I passed through your town. You're far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Good morning, Jack. Well, Mr. Wilson.
Jack, I've been thinking. I don't advertise enough.
I agree.
I always held if you sell hay, feed, and grain, folks come and buy what they need anyhow.
But now you've changed your mind and you want to advertise.
Yeah, you guessed it, Jack.
What's gotten into you?
Well, we got all those strangers in town on account of, you know what.
Wilson, what's really on your mind?
Jack, the reporters keep asking me questions about myself, you know.
And,
well, I don't know what to tell them.
Well, just tell them the truth.
Well, I do. But it sounds kind of stuffy.
I guess it would.
Yes. So, what I was thinking, Jack, was that you might write me a kind of short autobiography.
Nelson, you're an old fraud.
Now, Jack, you know all about me, and I'm willing to pay you.
All right, Wilson, but I'm warning you. I intend to get to the bottom of this.
Jack.
Ah, it isn't old Lawyer Wilson himself. Your old rival Wilson was just here.
Really?
Now, what can I do for you?
Well,
do you want me to write your autobiography?
No, not at the moment, Jack. I want to arrange for some advertising.
Well, I believe it isn't ethical for lawyers to advertise in this state.
Oh, well, I wouldn't dream of advertising my law practice.
Oh, you wouldn't? Well, what would you advertise?
My intention of running for the state senate.
Say that again.
I said I intend to run for the state senate.
Oh, come on, Wilson. Who'd vote for you?
I have every prospect of victory.
You're the most unpopular man in town.
I don't know about that. I think people will be eager to vote for me.
Oh, do you? Well, why on earth should anyone even dream of voting for you?
Now, how much does a full page cost?
I've never seen such a change in the atmosphere. Everybody walked around with a smile. Everybody seemed to have a new lease on life. That is, everybody among the 19 Hadleyburg incorruptibles. Why, even Mrs. Inglesby Sargent, who came in to give me the full information on a church supper, seemed to be bursting.
And don't forget to write, Jack, that everyone is to bring a covered dish.
I never forget.
Jack, I'm thinking of ordering some special cards.
Oh, yes?
You know the Sheridan Mansion? Well, I think I finally convinced Inglesby to buy it.
Well, that would take a lot of money.
Oh, that's not going to be a problem very much longer.
Oh, it isn't? Why not?
Oh, that would be telling. Jack, a simple, tasteful engraved card to read Mr. and Mrs. Inglesby Sargent at home at number 1 Sheridan Place. Oh, do you suppose we could change the name of the square to Sargent Place if we own the property?
I know how much money it takes to buy that mansion, and if you've got all of it, you can afford to do anything. It made no sense at all. I couldn't account for it. What was the sudden outburst of sunshine and roses among all the 19? Bright plans, extravagant spending. Had all these people lost their minds? Only one person seemed unchanged. Edward Richards.
Mary, leave me in peace.
Edward, no, the money is rightfully ours.
But I keep telling you, I didn't do any service at all for Goodson.
And I keep telling you, it may have been some tiny, picayune thing that you can't even remember.
Don't weaken my resolve.
Goodson befriended a stranger in the presence of a witness.
Mary.
And in so doing, he made a remark. The witness, a friend of Goodson's, remembering that Goodson felt kindly to you, wants to do you a good turn. Now, that's all there is.
No, I could believe it. I could accept it if...
If what?
If I could ever remember doing Goodson a good turn.
Oh, Edward, you must have.
What? How?
Well, things are relative.
Oh, please, Mary.
Oh, did you ever say hello to Goodson on the street?
Well, of course.
Well, that's a good turn.
That's the...
Did most people ever greet Goodson? Smile, say hello, tip their hats, shake hands, or stop to chat?
Hardly anyone. No, I didn't either. I just...
Yes?
I just smiled and nodded.
And that was enough. Oh, don't you see, Edward, that little bit.
Mary.
As Goodson said, you wouldn't know the value of it. Now, who else would say hello to Goodson? Oh, Edward, can't you see the hand of Providence? Oh, come, dear. Right. Right. You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform.
Mary, do you think I should?
I think you should. And you think you should. Now, all we need is the paper, the pen, and an envelope.
Yes, indeed, that's all you need. People do become a bit erratic, not to mention unhinged, at the prospect of a fortune in gold, or anything else, for that matter. Well, here goes incorruptible Hadleyburg. Can we salvage anything? The cleanup begins when I bring you Act 3 in just a few moments. You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Such a phrase is worth in the neighborhood of $40,000, which may be small potatoes today, but it was certainly a bumper crop about 80 years ago. The question is, how many people know that phrase, and how many of them are willing to utter it? For this information, we need to hear from Jack Halliday, the local editor.
The town hall never looked finer. The place was festooned with all kinds of flags and bunting. You'd think it was the 4th of July. The sack of gold sat on a table in the center of the stage, and it made mouths water all over the house. Finally, Mr. Burgess was introduced. The Reverend Mr. Burgess. Everyone in town loved him now, and he spoke without rancor, as if nothing had happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have here in my pocket an envelope.
Mary, I'm scared.
What's to be scared
Which
about?
I shall open. And here is the letter inside.
Mary, that's on blue paper. We didn't use blue paper.
And it reads as follows. The remark which I made to the poor distressed stranger was, You are very far from being a very bad man. Go and reform. Signed, Jeremiah Bilson. What?
Mary, did you hear something?
Order, please, order. I see that Mr. Wilson is also on his feet. Why do you rise, Mr. Wilson?
Because you called my name.
No, sir, no. I read the name Bilson, which is signed here.
I, Jeremy Bilson, signed that letter. You, Wilson, are a liar and a fraud. I'm the one who befriended that poor stranger, Mr. Chairman. I wrote you a letter myself. I, William Wilson.
Just a moment. It seems I have another envelope in my pocket.
That's it. That's mine.
All right, then. I shall read it. The remark I made was, you are far from being a bad man. Go and reform. Signed, William Wilson. Order, please.
Mr. Burgess.
The chair recognizes Jack Halliday.
Both of them couldn't have made the same remark. Both of them didn't. Mr. Bilson said, you are very far from being a very bad man. Wilson said, you are far from being a bad man. No, very. Therefore, you should open the sack, sir, and read what the test remark is.
Very well, with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby break the seals and open the sack.
Mary, what have we done? Do you suppose he has our letter in his pocket?
I find here two envelopes. One is marked the test remark. On the other it says, not to be opened until all written communications addressed to the chair have been read.
Let's hear the test remark, Mr. Burgess.
This is what the benefactor claims he said. You are far from being a bad man. Go and reform.
That's exactly what I said. And Bilson is a liar and a fraud, and I'll tell you about it.
Mr. Wilson, you're out of order.
No, I insist. I am the man who befriended the stranger. I know what I said. I was in my office writing this note to you, Mr. Burgess, when Bilson came in on business, and he may have seen the note on my desk, and therefore...
That's an infamous lie.
Yes, and he couldn't even cover it correctly.
Order, gentlemen, order. Neither of you has quoted the remark correctly. Order, please. The full remark is, you are far from being a bad man. Go and reform, or mark my words, someday for your sins you will die and go to hell or Hadleyburg and try to make it the former.
Mr. Chairman, 2 out of 19 incorruptibles have succumbed to temptation, I think. Our fair town of Hadleyburg now has a new image. I won't sue any man who impugns my honesty. Yeah, sure. Mr. Chairman, I move we adjourn this meeting.
We cannot do so at this point, Mr. Halliday.
Why not?
Because we have other claimants for the prize. I have received a number of letters. Perhaps one of them can repeat the true remark.
Oh, Mary, we're doomed. We'll be disgraced.
Letter number 3. You are far from being a bad man. Signed, Inglesby Sergeant. You are far from being a very bad man.
What incredible is that?
Nicholas Whitworth. You are very far from being bad man.
Well, it became a picnic after that. The house was in hysterics. One by one, the Incorruptibles were stripped naked. Figuratively speaking, that is.
Mary, we're going to be disgraced. Oh, Mary, why did we do it?
I don't know whatever got into me, Edward. Oh, forgive me.
He's saving us for last. I know it. Oh, Mary. Oh, all I ever had was my good name. Now, I don't even have that.
Oh, pray. That's all we have left. Pray that Burgess will be merciful.
Yes, let us pray.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that's all.
Mr. Burgess, how many of those letters did you receive?
19.
Well, sir, I've been holding count, and you only read 18.
Oh, did I? Well, I must have been mistaken. I guess it was only 18.
18? We have 19 Incorruptibles in Hadleyburg. But only one of them is the genuine article. Only one is truly as advertised. I propose a cheer for the cleanest man in town. The only so-called important citizen who didn't try to steal that money. Edward Richards.
And now I shall read the other letter in the sack. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no test remark. Nobody ever made one. Order, please. Order. There was no beggar, no contribution. At one time, I passed through your town. I was offended by your lofty, snobbish pretensions. I was insulted by your overbearing vanity. I decided to discover if your vaunted integrity was genuine. And now you have seen that I have done. I'm sure I caught every last man to whom I wrote that letter tipping off the test remark.
That's right. He did, down to the last man.
Well, the contents of the sack belong to all who claimed it.
Now, wait a minute. You mean these sharpers get the gold after all?
Order, please, ladies and gentlemen. I must abide by the instructions. And so I shall now cut open the sack and distribute the contents among...
What is it, Mr. Burgess?
Friends, this isn't gold. These are just gilded pieces of lead. Yes, correct, Mr.
Chairman. I propose we auction off the sack and give the proceeds to the one honest, incorruptible left. Ed Richards.
Come on.
May I speak? My name is Stevenson. Mary, it's that Mr. Stevenson.
Stevenson?
Oh, do any of you gentlemen know me? I am a collector in rare coins and curiosities. And I think I might buy this collection. And on it, engrave the names of the 18 Incorruptibles.
Sir, I'm returning. I warn you, I will sue you to the inch of your life.
I beg you, sir, not to threaten me. I know my rights. You and anyone else can prevent me from gaining possession by outbidding me. $1,000.
Oh!
3.
Keep it up, gentlemen. Keep it up. Remember, the proceeds go to Ed and Mary Richards. Honest, most honest. Do I hear it? Do I hear it? 10,000. 10,000. 10,000.
I must confess.
I don't know what to tell you.
I won't be tempted again. I won't.
Listen, you're giving it so much money. We could be comfortable for the rest of our lives.
Mary, I should confess, but I can't. Burgess, why did he save me?
Maybe I lost the letter.
25. I'm going to confess.
$1,000.
during which time the 18 incorruptibles got together to pool their resources, and finally they bought the sack for $50,000.
Oh, Edward, I'm exhausted.
Well, finally we can go to bed.
Oh, but I won't be able to sleep.
I know. $50,000.
Oh.
Mary, I can't believe what happened.
We'll be given the check in the morning. You'll believe it then.
Suppose
Suppose what?
Suppose this is Mr. Burgess's way of getting revenge. He was accused of adultery, but I knew it was a lie. I could have saved his reputation. I didn't.
Edward.
No, Mary. Now he's waiting. Don't you see? He's toying with me. Let the town praise me, and then he'll produce that letter and destroy me.
Edward, you don't know that.
No, I'm going to confess everything.
Where are you going?
Out. I'm going to tell everyone I see that I tried to steal the money, too.
Edward!
We thought he was mad. He went through the streets bareheaded, without a coat, stopping people, knocking at doors. We thought the ordeal had been too much for him. But no, he convinced us. And then Hadleyburg really fell. Our last incorruptible was gone. Literally. Because that night he caught the fever that killed him. And I was with him at his last hour. The Reverend Burgess came to visit.
Edward, I would never have betrayed you.
You would. You would have.
I destroyed the letter you sent. I wanted to save you. You, after all, saved my life once by warning me.
No. You were angry with me because I could have cleared your name. But you see, I was afraid, and you hated me for it. You were waiting for revenge.
Poor Edward. You couldn't have cleared me. You had no real evidence to offer. You see, I was to blame. I was guilty. Like everyone else, I'm only human. Like everyone else, I, too, could be tempted. Hadleyburg is a well-corrupted village.
I guess there isn't an awful lot more to tell. Hadleyburg had its name changed by special permission of the legislature. And what its new one is, I won't say. But we're a town now, like other towns. Neither better or worse. But at least we're human, which is about as good or as bad a thing as you can say about anyone. Thank you kindly for your attention.
And thank you, Jack Halliday. This has been a visit into the Mark Twain country of Hadleyburg. And you can find a Hadleyburg almost anywhere you look, even in your own hometown.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Think. You are lying on your back. There's something above you, and it has blotches on it. Your head rolls to one side. A big shape is coming toward you. The shape makes strange little noises. For good or ill, it comes closer and closer. It hovers over you. It encircles you. It lifts you. It holds you. It thrusts something into your mouth. you are a baby, and you are 12 days old.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?
You are my darling. You.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all?
You, my angel. You.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the cleverest of them all?
You. You. You.
Our mystery drama, Mirror, Mirror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and all state insurance companies. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
How are you liking this old-time radio show so far?
Think how hard it is to be a very young baby. Helpless is the word for it. Unable to stand, sit, walk, or even turn over. Unable to distinguish one object from another. Only light from dark. Unable to comprehend what is said to you. Unable to convey your own feelings except with moans, gurgles, and crying. Unconscious of everything, really, except your own, your very own, very private person.
I was in Mozambique with my husband when I heard of Claire's death. The letter from my mother gave no details, and there was no question of my being able to return home for the funeral. But I was pregnant with my first child and had already decided to go back to the States for the birth. Being close to 40 years of age, I needed the nearness of my mother and the care of American doctors. I was barely settled into my mother's house when the phone rang. Yes? Hello?
Jessica, is that you?
Yes?
Well, it's Mrs. Connor, dear. Claire's mother.
Well, of course, Mrs. Connor. I was going to call you.
Well, your mother told me that you were coming back from that place.
Mozambique.
Yes, and I figured you might be home by now.
I got here the day before yesterday.
Well, Jessica, dear, I know you're going to have a baby.
Yes, I am.
But I wondered if you could find time to come by and see me.
Well, of course. I was planning to anyway, just as soon as I got
I want to have a little talk with you. After all, you were Claire's dearest friend.
Well, of course, Mrs. Connor. When would be convenient?
This afternoon. Would that be all right?
Perfectly all right.
5 o'clock? Come for tea. And we'll have a nice talk. And, well, there's something else. But never mind about that. I'll tell you when I see you.
The air was cool and the sun was warm when I set out to walk the mile or so to where Mrs. Connor lived in the house that had been Claire's. It was September, very like the day nearly 25 years before when I had originally met Claire. That was the first night at Stapleton Academy, finishing school as it was called in those days, and the main corridor was filled with laughing, chattering girls. Some of them were there for the second year, but it was my first experience away from home. I stood stiffly against the wall and envied those who seemed so relaxed, so easy in their ways.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I like your dress.
Thank you. I like yours.
My mother made it.
Oh.
My name's Claire Connor.
That's a pretty name.
What's yours?
Oh, Jessica Chapman.
Are you a boarder or a day pupil?
What?
Do you live in Stapleton?
Oh, no, Chicago. Just outside, that is.
Oh, you don't mean it. You can't. Where outside?
It's a suburb. Sugar Glen.
Sugar Glen. You don't mean it. You can't.
Where do you live?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to tell you, Merton.
But that's very near Sugar Glen.
It's the other side of the track.
But I go to Merton a lot when I'm home. I go there all the time to take
the elevated into Chicago. I know.
Well, it always seemed very nice, Merton.
Well, it's not. But I won't always live there. You see, someday I'll live in Sugar Glen or New York or Paris or Venice, one of those places. Listen, have you got a roommate or a room by yourself?
I don't know yet. They haven't told me.
Well, let's ask if we can room together. You want to?
Oh, yes.
Well, we'll have lots of fun. We'll be best friends. You want to? And we'll tell each other everything and not tell anybody else. It'll be just you and me. You want to?
Oh, yes, yes. And so it came about. That night, Claire and I sat up till daybreak, eating ginger snaps and zuzus and drinking orange squash and sucking on bullseyes. The next day, I broke out in hives and had to go to the infirmary. But Claire came to see me there and stayed as long as they'd let her.
Well, classes don't start till tomorrow, so you haven't missed anything. I bought some material for drapes. I hope you like it. You see, it's pink, which is my favorite color, and has blue flowers and stuff. Oh, how are your hives? Do they itch?
And so it was all year. Just Claire and me. I'd never had a best friend before, and I'd never known anyone like Claire. We'd go into town together and have chocolate fudge marshmallow sundaes with nuts. And sometimes we sneaked off to see a movie if it had Joan Crawford in it, because Joan was Claire's idol. One day we were in Stapleton, and we saw this little antique shop. And in the window, there was a mirror.
Oh, Jessica, look.
Look at what?
That mirror.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, I'd give my immortal soul. Look, it's got 3 panels. You could see yourself front, back, and sideways all at once, practically. Oh, I bet it cost $1 jillion.
Oh, that gold carving.
You want to go in?
You want to?
You bet.
Yes, young ladies?
Well, we wanted to ask you about that gold mirror in the window.
You're interested in the mirror?
Kind of.
You show good taste. It's very old, that mirror. My wife found it in Paris.
Oh.
Used to belong to Sarah Bernhardt.
The actress?
The great Bernhardt herself. That's what they told my wife in Paris.
Oh, well, is it, how much? Is it expensive?
Priceless.
That's what I thought.
How much do you think you could spend?
Well, not very much.
How much is it?
Well, I should get $500 for it.
Come on, Jess.
However, I'd take a little less. 400?
Oh, I'm afraid we don't have anywhere near that. Thank you, anyway.
Come back any time. We'll talk about it.
Jeepers. $500. That's all the money in the whole world.
You could save up for it.
Oh, you know what my allowance is. $20 a month. That's the smallest allowance of any girl in the school.
I felt awful for days after that. My family sent me $100 every month, and I never spent all of it. There weren't that many things to spend it on. Finally, it came to me that the thing that would make me happiest would be to give Claire the mirror.
Jessica! Oh, Jessica! I can't believe it! Oh, you are the dearest, the sweetest. You are my best friend. You are my only friend. It's you and me, Jessie. Just you and me against the whole world.
Say to Claire's mother. There's so little to say at such times, and so much had happened since the days at Stapleton Academy. I needn't have been concerned, though, because Mrs. Connor did most of the talking.
You and Claire were so close. Such dear friends, Jessica. You were her only friend, her only real friend. You understood her.
I was very fond of her.
Now, I've been going through her things. She had so many lovely things. 2 mink coats and a moleskin and jewelry. Oh, heavens. Later, when we've had our tea, I'll take you upstairs and show you, and you can pick out whatever you like as a remembrance.
Oh, well, I don't wear much jewelry anymore, Mrs. Connor. You see, I married an archaeologist last year, and we travel a lot to very out-of-the-way places.
Oh.
And...
But there must be something of Claire's you'd want.
Well, actually, Mrs. Connor, there is one thing I'd love to have. That big mirror. Claire had it at the academy.
You wouldn't want that mirror?
Oh, yes, I would. I gave it to her, actually. And I've never forgotten how she loved it. I could store it at my mother's house till my husband and I settled down enough to have a place of our own.
I don't know where it is.
Oh, maybe you don't know the one I mean. It's a 3-way mirror, full-length mirror. Claire loved it because she could see herself from every angle. It has a lovely gold frame. And the man who sold it to me said that it had belonged to Sarah Bernhardt. Though, of course, we never believed it.
I'll have to look around for it.
Well, she always kept it in her bedroom.
You are going to have a baby. Is that right?
Yes. Imagine, at my age.
Melisande came back for the funeral. At least she did that. Her father didn't.
Well, Stanley and Claire were divorced.
Oh, not divorced. Oh, never divorced. He just up and left her and took Melly with him.
But Melisande wanted to live with her father, Mrs. Connor.
Yes. And after all Claire did for her, from the instant the child was born, she raised her exactly the way she'd been raised herself, with all the care and attention. Melly was never very pretty, like Claire. Strange, because Claire was so lovely. And Stanley was a handsome man, whatever else he was or was not, but poor Melly. And Claire did everything for her. Clothes, lessons. The child could speak French at the age of 7. And Claire had her nose fixed. Gave her a cute little turned-up nose. And if Stanley hadn't snatched her off when he did, Claire was going to have her chin altered, shortened sort of to balance her nose, the way I had Claire's legs fixed.
Oh, Claire had beautiful legs.
Uh-huh. But she wouldn't have had if I hadn't had them broken and straightened.
You had her legs broken?
And straightened. It's a simple procedure. Claire was born with slightly bowed legs, unfortunately, but the operation made them absolutely perfect. Melly never had those advantages when she went to live with Stanley. When I saw her at the funeral, she had a certain chic, but it wasn't at all what Claire wanted for her. Stanley never did anything for her, not a thing.
He just let her grow up.
Precisely. Well, now, why don't we have our tea? I have oatmeal cookies I made myself. I just have to pop them in the oven. Remember how you and Claire loved oatmeal cookies? With lots and lots of raisins? Well...
While you're doing that, Mrs. Connor, could I go upstairs and look for the mirror?
I just remembered. It's broken.
Broken?
Yes. Yes, it broke.
Oh, well, I could have it fixed.
I think we threw it out.
Claire would never have thrown it out. Look, if it's just the glass that's broken, I could have it replaced, and that would be simple.
I really don't know what happened to it. Best forget about it. Now, you just sit there, Jessica, while I give the cookies 10 minutes in the oven and set up the tea tray. All right?
All right, Mrs. Connor.
And, forget about the mirror. Don't even think about it.
Have you ever tried not to think about something? Anything from immortality to a lavender mouse? You will find that in your striving to avoid thinking about certain things, you become totally unable to think about anything else. This is the impasse Jessica reached when Mrs. Connor said, "Forget about the mirror. Don't even think about it." We'll return shortly with Act 2. Has it ever bothered you, however slightly, that never, never will you see your own face? Anyone else can see it, and many do every day. By sunlight, by moonlight, by candlelight, or in the glare of searchlights. But you yourself have never seen it, nor will you ever see it, except in a mirror.
So I tried not to think about the mirror. I thought about Stanley. Good old Stanley. I'd known him all my life. Stanley was very handsome, with lovely manners, always had money to spend and spent it generously, and was consistently, everlastingly dull. Such a nice boy, my mother said, and I couldn't deny it. But I longed to know other boys, not so nice, maybe, but likewise not so dull. Like the boys Claire knew. How do you do it, Claire? All the boys are chasing after you all the time. You're so popular.
Oh, you've got Stanley.
Oh, Stanley? I want to know scads of boys the way you do. But they just don't know I'm alive.
It's easy. You really want to know?
Oh, I'll say the word.
There's only 2 things you have to learn how to make a boy notice you.
No fooling.
You won't tell anybody else?
Word of honor.
Well, the first is, I had a dream about you last night. And if that doesn't work, you say, I have a bone to pick with you.
I don't get it. Why would you say things like that?
Because they're intriguing. You tell a boy you had a dream about him, he can't wait to find out about what you dreamed. Now, the same thing if he thinks you're a little mad at him. Not really mad, just sort of miffed. Comprenez-vous?
I don't know if I do.
Try it. You'll see. It works.
Well, it didn't work for me. Maybe I didn't say it right. Most of the boys just gave me a blank stare. Once it worked, sort of, with Charlie Gale. He came up to me at the end of the dance and said, "Okay, what'd you dream about me?" And I said, "I forget." Because, of course, I hadn't ever dreamed about Charlie Gale, and I hadn't the forethought to think up some things. Charlie said, "Well, it couldn't have been much of a dream if you can't remember it," and he walked away. I never tried out "I have a bone to pick with you," because I was never really mad at anybody, not even miffed. I never got to know anybody that well. So I was stuck with Stanley, and he took me to dances and movies and parties, and everybody took it for granted that one day Stanley and I would get married. I started taking it for granted myself.
But he's so good-looking, Jessie. I think he looks like John Gilbert.
I guess so.
And rich.
I guess so.
And he graduated from Princeton.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want?
I don't know.
Oh, he's crazy mad for you. He's your slave.
I was very fond of Stanley. I'd always been fond of Stanley. And my mother kept telling me that I'd love him once we were married, and I started to believe that. One night at my house, Stanley had come for dinner, and my folks left us alone after dinner because they trusted Stanley implicitly. And he and I had been talking in the desultory way we always did about announcing our engagement, setting a date, and whether to buy a house or rent an apartment. All those topics that sounded to me more as though we were going to open a small business rather than get married. When all of a sudden, Stanley jumped up from his chair.
Guess what that nutty friend of yours said to me the other night?
Who?
Claire Connor.
What'd she say?
She said she had a dream about me. Can you tie that?
Did you ask her what the dream was about?
Well, sure. I was kind of, sort of...
Intrigued?
Yeah, sort of intrigued.
Well, what was the dream?
Some goofy stuff. You know how dreams are. Seems I was some kind of knight. Like Lancelot or Gawain, one of those. And she was Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat. And Merlin the magician was there, and he...
And this was all in Camelot?
No, it was right here in Sugar Glen. That's the intriguing part of it. Out on the golf course at the country club. Seems I rescued her from the sand trap on the 16th hole. I told you it was a nutty dream.
Well, how would Claire know there was a sand trap on the 16th hole? She doesn't play golf. The Connors don't even belong to the club.
Well, I know, but she walked around with me one day. Somebody stood her up for a date, and she didn't have anything to do. But wasn't that a nutty dream?
Claire's family didn't belong to the country club. Not many people from Merton did. But I'd invited her there lots of times. Actually, I was sort of showing off. She was so pretty, so peppy. And in those days, being peppy was about the most important thing to be. And I wasn't peppy. I was shy and introverted, and lots of girls and boys, too, considered me a drip. It was very depressing to be considered a drip. But Stanley didn't think of me as a drip. He thought of me as a peach of a girl. And this made me, if not more loving toward him, at least more grateful. But then...
Jessie, I've got to talk to you.
What about? What's the matter?
I think Claire's mad at me.
What about?
I don't know. That's just it. I saw her at the sweet shop this noon. She was with Charlie Gale, and they were right at the next table, and all of a sudden she leans over and she says, "I've got a bone to pick with you, Stanley Sherman." Naturally, I said, "Why? What have I done?" And she said, "Tell you later." I thought maybe she told you.
No, Stanley, she didn't tell me.
Not that I give a hoot, but I hate to have anybody mad at me. You know how it is.
Oh, sure. I know how it is. I knew how it was, all right. And I knew I was losing Stanley. Claire's line was working on Stanley. My Stanley. who didn't have a line any more than I did.
You know what Claire was mad at me about?
What?
Because I hadn't called her up for 2 weeks. I hardly ever call her up, except once in a while when you're busy. And I asked her a couple of times if she wanted to walk around the golf course with me, because I couldn't find anybody to play with. She wanted to carry my clubs, but of course I wouldn't let her do that.
Of course you wouldn't.
But she was awfully interested in the game. She said she'd take some lessons, only of course you can't do that unless you belong to the club. I may have said something about teaching her myself. She says I did. But if I did, I forgot.
Claire didn't forget.
No, and she's been feeling terrible about it. And that's what she meant when she said she had a bone to pick with me. Can you tie that?
I wasn't a bit surprised when Stanley called me a few weeks later and said he had to have a talk with me. A serious talk, he said. And I knew instantly what the serious talk would be about. It would be about Claire.
You're going to think I'm a heel, Jessica.
No, I'm not.
I don't know how it happened. I swear to you.
What happened, Stanley?
I fell for somebody.
Claire?
How did you know?
I just knew.
Your best friend. I'm an awful heel.
Are you in love with her?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to marry her?
Yes.
Well, then, do it.
You mean it's all right with you?
We were never really engaged.
Well, we talked about it.
That's all we ever did. Just talk.
Oh. I feel so much better. I thought maybe you'd... I was so afraid that
I just want you to be happy, Stanley. You should know that.
Oh, I'll be happy, all right.
You've already asked Claire to marry you?
Yeah. Anyway, I said something or other. I was telling her she was a wonderful girl, so much fun and pretty, too, and I couldn't imagine any man not being in love with her. And she said, does that mean you, too? And, well, I said, yes, me, too. And she said how happy she was and could we build a house in Sugar Glen, and I said I thought it was a neat idea. And the more I thought about it...
The neater it seemed.
Yeah. Oh, Jessie, you really are a peach. There's not many girls would be so understanding.
I told you. I just want you to be happy.
You know what Claire said after we got it all settled about the house and everything? You know what she said?
What did she say?
She said, it'll be just you and me, Stanley. You and me against the whole world till death do us part. And right then, I knew she was the girl for me.
I felt very little when Stanley married Claire. Ours had been such a tepid romance, if indeed it had ever been a romance at all. I was still friends with both Stanley and Claire. He built her a big house in Sugar Glen, and they had a Pierce Arrow and a Packard Roadster with wire wheels. They went to all the country club dances, and they gave wonderful parties in the big house. Suddenly, sitting in the drawing room of that very house, waiting for Claire's mother to serve tea, my mind jumped to the big bedroom just above me, Claire's bedroom. A big, square room with 6 windows all curtained with white silk net with ruffles. A chaise longue with a blue satin throw covered with real Duchess lace. A dressing table holding more than a dozen bottles of French perfume. A white bearskin rug beside the big canopied bed. All so different from anything she'd had before she married Stanley. Everything different. Except the mirror. And there I was, thinking about the mirror again.
Well, here we are now. I brought milk and sugar and lemon because I couldn't quite remember. Now, why don't you pour? And I'll go and get the cookies. I had to let them cool for a minute, but I'm sure they're ready now. I'll be right back.
The mirror. I couldn't get the mirror out of my mind. It was my strongest link with Claire. The thought of it took me back 20 years. Now, Claire was dead. I was married. I was about to have my first child. I was sitting in Claire's house, waiting for Claire's mother to serve me oatmeal cookies. And all I could think of was the 3-paneled, gold-frame mirror that I had given Claire when we were schoolgirls.
I have to give them another minute to cool. They're still sticking to the pan. Let's have a cup of tea, and then they'll be ready. You pour, will you?
If you want me to.
Just lemon for me.
All right. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Connor, about that mirror of Claire's. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do you keep talking about that mirror?
Did you burn yourself?
You keep going on and on about that mirror.
No, Mrs.
I told
Connor.
you to forget about it.
I'm so sorry.
That mirror. That cursed mirror. That mirror killed my precious Claire. That mirror killed my baby.
Are you wondering how an inanimate thing like a mirror could murder a living person? How a thing of gold and glass and quicksilver could bring death to a woman of flesh and blood? How a thing of ornamental beauty and some practical use could prove fatal to its owner? We'll tell you how when I bring you Act 3 in a moment. Jessica, paying a condolence call on the mother of her dead friend Claire, keeps returning to the subject of an antique gold-framed 3-panel mirror, which she had given to Claire when the two of them were best friends at Stapleton Academy for Young Ladies. Claire's mother became so agitated at the mere thought of the mirror that she dropped her cup of tea.
That mirror, that cursed mirror, that mirror killed my precious Claire.
Oh, Mrs. Connor, I didn't know.
Killed my baby.
Nobody told me.
Well, there were a lot of confused stories about it. None of them true.
But what was true? How could the mirror...
The mirror fell over on top of her.
Oh, no. But how could it?
I don't know. It was very old, of course, and I suppose it had got to be very rickety and unstable.
But it just doesn't seem possible.
There was glass all over the floor. Claire was cut horribly. She bled to death.
Oh, Mrs. Connor.
She was all alone in the house. I'll never forgive myself for not being there.
But you couldn't have known. Not possibly. You can't blame yourself in any way.
Well, I came here to live with her, you know, after Stanley deserted her and Melisande went to live with him. So I moved in and we tried to make some kind of a life. I remember Claire said to me, "It's just you and me now, Mummy. Just you and me. Like when I was little." And then not to be there when that terrible mirror killed her.
We won't talk any more about the mirror, Mrs. Connor. I am so sorry that I kept bringing it up, but I didn't know that it had any...
You won't want the mirror now, will you?
Well, we'll just forget all about it.
I think that would be best. Well, now, tell me about yourself. You're going to have a baby?
Yes, at my age.
I hope it's a little girl. A pretty little girl that you can dress up in lovely clothes and teach all sorts of things. How to get along in the world. It's not easy for a woman, you know, as I used to tell Claire.
Oh, I don't think it's easy for anybody.
Oh, maybe not, but especially a woman. Oh, heavens, I completely forgot about the cookies.
Never mind about the cookies. I ought to be getting on home.
Well, I could wrap some up for you to take with you.
No, never mind. I think you need to be alone right now. I'm afraid I've upset you.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. You didn't know.
I'll come back another time.
If you do that, dear. And we'll talk some more about Claire.
As I walked home, I thought about the last time I'd ever seen Claire. It was a very special visit because I had something very special to tell her. I found her in her big, airy bedroom, standing in front of the 3-way mirror. Oh, the mirror again. It wasn't going to be so easy to forget that mirror.
Jessie, come on in. How do you like this dress?
It's beautiful.
Well, Charlie Gale is taking me to the club dance Saturday night.
How is Charlie?
Oh, you know Charlie, sort of a goop. But he's better than nothing. Oh, you know, before I wouldn't have looked at him twice, but now...
Do you ever hear from Stanley?
Well, he writes me every month. First of every month. When he sends me the check. He doesn't write anything except how Mellie's doing. So I don't know how he is. Oh, well. I married a millionaire. And look how it turned out.
Claire, I've come over on purpose to tell you something.
Oh, what?
I'm getting married.
You what?
It's true. I'm getting married.
Who to?
Well, you don't know him. His name's Bob Orlovsky. He's an archaeologist.
Oh, what kind of name is that, Orlovsky?
We'll be traveling a lot. He goes on digs. That's what they call those expeditions where they dig up old ruins. And I'll go with him.
Is he good looking?
Well, not very. But he's a beautiful person, and I love him a lot.
Am I going to meet this beautiful person?
I'm afraid not. I'm going to meet him in New York, and we're going to get married there. And then we'll be leaving right away.
But you're not going to have a wedding?
Well, I'm a little old for that, don't you think? No, we'll just get a judge or somebody like that to marry us, and then we'll be off the next day.
Doesn't your mother want you to have a wedding?
She doesn't care. I think she's so happy to get me off her hands.
Aren't you ever coming back to Sugar Glen?
Well, eventually. Maybe. We don't know. Oh, well, we'll probably visit from time to time.
Well, what'll I do without you?
You'll be all right.
I suppose.
You always manage somehow. Look, I have to be going.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Jessie. Be happy.
I shall. I know I shall.
Yes. Well, write to me when you have time.
Well, of course I will. Goodbye, Claire. Best friend.
Bye.
I had gone only a few steps down the hall when I heard Claire's voice. I thought she'd remembered some last-minute message for me, so I'd gone back. The door of her room was still open. Claire stood before the three-way mirror, and she was speaking not to me, but to her own reflection, speaking softly, tenderly, lovingly.
It's just you and me now, sweetie. Just you and me against the world. It's you and me, honey. Just you and me.
From somewhere, and who knows where, had come other voices, soft, tender, loving.
My sweet baby. You're so wonderful, Claire.
Claire, you're so popular.
So peppy and everything. My beautiful, precious girl.
All those boys chasing you?
Darling child, adorable girl, dearest heart, so lovely, so wonderful.
Walking home, it all came back to me. But how much of it had really happened? I had seen Claire, dressed in her pretty ball gown, standing in front of the mirror. That much had been real. I was sure of that. And I had heard her talking to her reflection. I was pretty sure of that. But where had the other voices come from? Her mother's, Stanley's, my own. Had they drifted down the years to echo themselves at that particular moment? Or had they emerged from my own mind, so attuned to Claire for so long, so worshipful of her person, her ways, her personality, her whole self? I began to understand a little. Everyone who had known Claire intimately had adored her. First her mother, then me, then Stanley. All of us her devoted acolytes. Only Melisande, her own daughter, had refused to bow down. I wondered, had we, the three of us who worshipped her, been picked for that very reason? Or had it been some lack in us, some deficiency, that made us seek her out? Some feeling of incompleteness that made us need someone stronger, surer, someone who seemed so enviable in every way. Lost in my own reflections, I was not at all surprised when I reached home, and there, sitting on the front steps, was Stanley. It seemed very right that he should be there.
Hello, Jessie.
Stanley,
I heard you were in town.
I'm going to have a baby.
Yeah. I heard that, too. That's wonderful.
I think so. How are you, Stanley?
Oh, same as usual, I guess.
How's Melisande?
Great. Mellie's just great.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Could we sort of sit down on the steps, talk for a few minutes?
We can go inside.
No, this is all right. Unless you'd rather.
No, this is... Okay.
Swell. Well, you look wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
It's being pregnant, does it?
Really?
No. Being happily married is what does it, but being pregnant is extra.
Yeah. I sure missed the boat with you, Jessie.
Oh, we wouldn't necessarily have been happy, married to each other, Stanley.
Maybe not. I ever tell you why I left Claire?
No, you didn't.
I'm not very quick at catching on to things. Took me about a year to find out why Claire married me. It was to show me off.
Oh, Stanley.
Yep, to show me off. It wasn't the money. The money was important, but it wasn't just the money. It was other things. Now, you may not agree, but I'm not bad looking.
You're very handsome.
Well, I was.
You still are.
And that was important to Claire. She was always after me to get my suits made in London, Bond Street, that sort of dribble. And I wasn't allowed to wear the same suit 2 days in a row.
That's hard.
And it was important to Claire that I had, well, what you'd call good manners.
You always had good manners. I remember very well.
I was brought up that way. I didn't have anything to do with that. And she liked it that I could speak good French. But that was because I took French in school, 6 years of it. It wasn't my fault I could speak good French. Didn't have anything to do with me. And I knew a lot about food. Well, my mother knew a lot about food, so naturally
Claire didn't have a chance to learn all those things while she was growing up.
But those things didn't have anything to do with me. They were all learned things. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, Stanley, I do.
I got the feeling like some tailor's dummy ordering fancy food in perfect French.
Stanley, that's really very funny.
So, I left.
And Millie went with you?
Yes, because she was turning into a little dummy, too. I mean, a little mannequin with perfect clothes and perfect manners.
Yes, and a perfect French accent.
Yeah. And she couldn't stand it either.
Do you know where I've just come from, Stanley?
No, where?
Your old house. The one you built for Claire. I went to see Mrs. Connor. She wanted to talk about Claire.
I ought to go see her, I know. But I didn't even go to the funeral. Mellie went.
Mrs. Connor told me. And she told me the awful way Claire died.
Yeah, that was pretty awful, all right.
And it was especially awful for me, because I gave her that mirror.
I know. When you were in school together. She loved that mirror.
It's so hard to see how it could have fallen on her. I mean, it was very sturdy, you know, even if it was old.
What do you mean, fell on her?
The mirror fell over on her and cut her. Oh, didn't you know? You must have. She bled to death.
It didn't fall on her.
Mrs. Connor told me.
She smashed it. She put her fist through it.
You can't mean that. How do you know?
Well, Mellie told me. Mellie saw the mirror. 3 big holes, one in each panel.
But she was cut all over.
No, she wasn't. Just the main artery in her right wrist. The mirror was still standing when they found her.
Why? Why would she do a thing like that?
I don't know. I'm not much good at figuring out things like that. But I know what I think.
What do you think, Stanley?
I think she just got tired of looking at herself in the mirror and nobody looking back at her.
And so we come back to the very young baby, the one we mentioned at the beginning of our story. 12 days old and unconscious of everything but his own small self. Perhaps by now he has discovered his fist. Later on, he will discover his toes and other interesting parts of his body. But it will take a long time before he discovers things outside his own person, people other than himself, and an even longer time before he learns to love them. I'll be back shortly. What we have tried to tell you is the story of a narcissist, someone eternally in love with himself. In this instance, herself. All of us are susceptible to this affliction. We all continue to dote on ourselves long past the age when we should be turning our interest elsewhere. But we never do completely. And the result is that the world is largely populated by very large babies, by children grown old. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Carmen Matthews, Marion Haley, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Good Lord.
Oh, no. Not again. Our room's been ransacked.
What a mess. Every drawer open. Look what they've done to our clothes.
Oh. Well, at least they've left us something. Not like before when I lost everything I owned.
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out what they did take.
Let's see. Not interested in my jewelry or the pocket radio. You'd think someone might take that.
They busted open this suitcase, but the traveler's checks are still here.
Peter, I haven't missed anything yet. Whew, but it's a nasty feeling to have someone paw through your personal things.
Oh, you know what they were looking for. Now, where did you hide it?
What, Peter?
Our most important piece of evidence, your photograph of the painting.
I told you it's in a very safe place. You have the photograph.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a strange and evil story for you. A story of intrigue and murder. A story of brilliant scheming and double-cross. And finally, a shocking surprise. Sound interesting? Philosophers have told us that the desire that remains in the human mind and heart, long after all other desires have turned to ashes, is the lust for money, for gold, for the power it gives.
How do you do, sir? May I help you?
I wish to arrange for a funeral.
I see. This coffin is $5,000.
Bigger, better, more expensive. Money is no object.
No object. And for the funeral?
Big. 20 cars, flowers, music.
Oh, very good, sir. Now, may I ask the name of the deceased?
Yes, you may ask. But he is not the deceased.
Not the deceased?
Not yet. You see, I am to be the corpse.
Our mystery drama, Goodbye, Benjamin Flack, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Howard Da Silva.
It is sponsored in part by all state insurance companies and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Guthrie Flack took no pleasure in his luncheon meeting with his attorney, Ramsay Powell, at the expensive restaurant which had been his favorite eating place for many years. He wondered if they would still accept his signature on the check. He was stone broke, and everyone knew it. All his charge accounts had been canceled. His bank had warned him of the dire consequences of writing any more rubber checks. In short, Guthrie Flack had discovered that life was anything but pleasant. How different it had been, he thought, just a few short months before. He worked his way through the diners, ignoring the cold stare of the maitre d', toward the table occupied by Ramsay Powell.
Oh, there you are. Sit down, Guthrie. Sit down.
Thanks, Ramsay. I'm sorry I'm late.
I thought you might not come at all.
That had occurred to me. Rather unpleasant to have the welcome mat pulled out from under your feet. The look I got from the maitre d' froze the blood in my veins.
Well, you do owe them quite a tab.
Over 4,000, isn't it?
Over 5. They carried you for a long time.
When I had it, I spent a lot here.
You spent a lot everywhere. I was going over your accounts this morning. The corporation, of course, is bankrupt. Have you any idea what you owe besides that?
I know I can't stop you from telling me.
Well, your personal indebtedness runs into a neat 6 digits. $105,074.31.
That much, huh?
And that doesn't include my fee. Or what your ex-wife ran up on farewell presents for herself just before she left the sinking ship.
Sinking ship is right. You're the only friend I've got left. No wife, kids, relatives. Not even a dog. Dora took the poodle with her. Good thing. Couldn't even afford the dog food.
Tell me what you're going to do, Guthrie.
Well, my resume. I'm almost 45. I've been a big shot, a wheeler and dealer since I was 23. I made and lost $12 million. And I'm washed up.
Nonsense. Utter nonsense. You're still a young and clever man. You can make a comeback.
How? With what? I haven't a dime.
Oh, that reminds me. Now that the divorce is final, we'll have to change the beneficiary on that life insurance of yours.
See, I forgot about that. $2 million, isn't it? Huh. Any cash value there? I've been paying the premium for years.
Well, I checked into that for you. Let's see. I have the figures here with me. Yes. Cash value to you, $107,000 and some change.
Just about bail me out of my debts.
Well, it's too bad you can't collect on the policy as beneficiary.
Yeah, $2 million. That'd give me the kind of stake I need to make a comeback.
Well, stop dreaming. Oh, here comes the waiter to take our order. Too bad you can't collect on the policy as beneficiary.
I made and lost $12 million. $12 million.
$2 million to the beneficiary. $2 million.
I would collect the money if I were dead.
How do you do, sir? May I help you?
I wish to arrange for a funeral.
I see. Now, this coffin is $5,000.
Bigger, better, more expensive. Money is no object.
No object? May I ask the name of the deceased?
Yes, you may. But he is not yet deceased.
Not yet? I don't understand.
I am to be the corpse. I am preparing for my own funeral. Preparing for my own funeral. Hello?
Guthrie?
Who is this?
Guthrie, are you all right? This is Ramsay Powell.
Oh, Ramsay. Why are you trying to sell me a casket?
What? What are you saying? Well, you sound groggy.
I don't know quite what I'm saying. I took a couple of sleeping pills, and I had the strangest dream.
I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I've been trying to reach you all day.
I've been out.
We've got to do something about the life insurance.
Yes. Yes, I'd like to collect it myself.
You're not making any sense, Guthrie.
Or maybe I am. I had this dream. I was going to die. I was preparing for my own funeral. But don't you see, Ramsey? I can collect my own life insurance. I can be my own beneficiary.
What do you want?
I'm looking for a Benjamin Flack.
No one here by the name.
Hey, wait.
Get your foot out of the door.
Wait, please. You're Ben, aren't you?
He ain't here left.
Ben, I've got to speak to you. I'm your cousin.
No.
Your cousin Guthrie.
No.
The last time I heard from you was 6 years ago. You called me and asked me for money, right?
You didn't give it to me. I needed it.
Look, open the door. I want to talk to you.
You got any money with you?
Plenty, but not with me.
Come here. You got something to drink, Annie?
No.
I'm dying for a drink. I got the shakes.
I'll buy you what you want, but you got to listen first.
I'll make it fast.
How would you like to split $2 million?
You crazy? I'm a wino, a drunk, a black sheep of the family, but I ain't a thief.
If you inherited it, would you call that stealing?
Who's going to leave me that kind of cash? That's almost funny. Me inherit. Family wouldn't even admit I existed for the last 10, 15 years.
I'm going to leave it to you, Ben. I have a big policy. You're going to be my heir. $2 million. You're the only relative I've got.
What kind of game are you playing with me? You're a lot healthier than I am. You'll outlive me by 20 years.
I don't intend to. I'm going to let them think I'm dead. You, as my heir, will collect $2 million, which we will split 50-50.
You figure you're going to disappear, play dead, and I'm going to get the big bread, huh?
That's right.
Well, maybe I'm not very smart, but I know that you've got to be gone for 7 years before you are legally dead.
Right.
And we'd have to wait 7 years.
I've got plans to take care of that long wait. Plans to shorten it considerably. But first, we're going to put you back on your feet. Get you straightened out, some decent clothing, medical attention. And, by the way, you need a dentist.
What?
You need a lot of work on your teeth.
Yeah. Give me a lot of trouble.
Well, that'll be our first step, to get your teeth taken care of. You don't realize how important that is.
Hello?
Hello, Ramsey.
Guthrie. Good Lord, where have you been? I've been trying to reach you. The phone at your apartment was cut off.
I had to give up the apartment. Too much rent.
Oh, well, where are you?
I'm calling from Ferndale. I'm staying in the little shack in the woods.
But that belongs to Dora. You gave it to her as an anniversary present the first year you were married.
Well, Dora's in Europe. I have a key.
She won't like that when she finds out.
We won't be here when she gets back.
We?
My cousin Benjamin is staying with me here.
I never knew you had a cousin. You said you had no relatives.
Well, family didn't like to talk about it. Ben never brought much honor to the family name.
I see.
No, you don't see. I can tell by the way you said that you're puzzled.
Well, as a matter of fact, I am, but having known you all these years, I've come to expect...
The unexpected.
Yes.
Well, you said I needed a new beneficiary for my $2 million insurance policy. I have one. My cousin, Benjamin Flack. I just signed the form, put it in the mail. Any objections?
No, none. Just what have you got on your mind, Guthrie?
On my mind? I don't understand.
I think you do. I must warn you that fraud is a very serious crime.
Just remember, Ramsey, you are my attorney, and the conversation between attorney and client is privileged, confidential, not to be repeated.
What about the attorney's personal thoughts?
I can't keep you from thinking, Ramsey, but your thinking had better not be put into words.
Oh, dear Cousin Guthrie. Beautiful day, isn't it?
You took your time about getting back here.
Well, after the dentist, I felt rotten. I thought he was going to drill right through my jaw.
So after you left him, you went looking for a little liquid refreshment.
Right. I even had 1 or 2 nips to brace me for the pain before I went in.
I see. What else you do in town?
Say, that reminds me. Why did I have to give your name to the dentist? Pretend I was you?
Did you give him my name?
Yeah, because you told me to. Why?
Well, you see, my credit is still good out here. They don't know how broke I am.
So?
Well, I figured if you used my name, they wouldn't know you and ask for cash. We're a little short of cash, as you know.
What about the old car? Why don't we sell that? We need cash.
It isn't mine, it's Dora's.
Uh-huh. Say, you want to know something?
What?
I just thought of it. You and me look very much alike. Look in the mirror. Come on. Stand next to me. Look. Don't we?
Yeah, well, we're about the same age.
Oh, 6 months. I'm almost 6 months older than you are.
Yeah, I remember.
Hair the same color?
I've got a little more than you.
No, you haven't. Say, I just remember something. Your mother and my mother, they used to call us the twin cousins when we were kids.
I don't remember that.
Oh, sure. My mother used to say to me, we're going to visit your twin cousins. She always called you that.
Yeah, well, maybe she did. I don't remember.
Oh, she did. They're dead now. All of them dead. Except us.
You're getting too gloomy. Stop talking about the dead.
Yeah, you're right, Cousin Guthrie. I'm going to cheer me up with a drink. Yep. You and me look very much alike. I notice you're even parting your hair on the right side now.
I always parted it on the right.
Oh, no. You wore it straight back.
Maybe I did. I don't remember.
Well, I do.
By the way, I've been having a little trouble with a filling in one of my back teeth. A dentist any good?
Oh, great. Just great. Grate. Going to see him yourself?
Yeah, I think I'll go tomorrow.
Who are you going to tell him you are? Me?
Not a bad idea. I'll be Benjamin Flack, recommended by my cousin Guthrie Flack.
Yeah. Somehow or other, I don't like the sound of that.
No. It's all part of the plan, Ben. You're going to collect $2 million.
When you're dead?
When they think I'm dead.
How are you going to make them think you're dead?
I don't know yet. You still have to work that out.
You got to find a body to have real proof. You know what I think?
No, what do you think?
I think you already have that all worked out.
I wish I did.
What if you became me? Like you're trying already. Changing the way you comb your hair.
No. Don't talk nonsense.
Nonsense, huh? Look, you become me, Ben Flack. I become you. Now I'm Guthrie Flack. And I died. So you're now Ben Flack. You collect your own insurance, and I get nothing. You know why? I'm dead. You killed me.
Do you think I'd...
For $2 million? Oh, yeah. So would I.
You got it all figured out.
And I should have guessed it from the beginning. Cousin, I was slated to become the corpse to get you the insurance money.
That's very clever of you to work it all out. What are you going to do now? Yell for the police?
Oh, no, cousin. We're going to go ahead with your plan. But with different results. You are going to be the dead one. Ben, stop. I'll kill you. No, you won't.
Ben, good Lord. I killed him.
So Guthrie Flack's diabolic plan succeeded. The one item in his deliberations that had made him hesitate was now accomplished. He had to murder his cousin so he could assume his cousin's identity and collect his own insurance. But is the road ahead open and clear of all obstacles? What will Guthrie Flack discover when he tries to put his hands on his insurance money? I will return in a moment with Act Two. Guthrie Flack, in a cool, orderly way, set about establishing the accident that was to be reported to the police. He exchanged clothes with his dead cousin, careful to leave all of his, Guthrie's, identification in the pockets of the dead man. Then, putting Ben's body in the old car, he drove to a spot on the edge of a steep embankment, set the car in drive with the dead man at the wheel. With a stick, he jammed the gas, sent the car crashing.
Hello, police. I just witnessed an accident. I was driving on Route 43B about 10 minutes ago. I saw this car ahead of me weaving all over the road. Man must have been sick or drunk. Then he crashed through the guardrail. Car went down an embankment, exploded. I couldn't do anything for him. I called as soon as I could get to a phone. Just a minute.
Police.
Anything wrong, officer?
Well, there's been a bad accident. A man killed. The car was traced...
Killed?
Burned in the crash. We were able to find some identification. Do you know a Guthrie Flack?
Guthrie? He's my cousin.
Your name?
Benjamin Flack. I was staying with him here.
I see. Well, would you mind coming with me to make identification?
No. So as soon as I get my clothes on here, I've been asleep. Mr. Ramsey Powell?
Yes. Come in, Mr.
Flack. Benjamin Flack.
Sit down. Sit down, Mr. Flack. Pardon me for staring. You look so much like your late cousin.
Yeah. We used to be called the twin cousins. Actually, I'm somewhat older than my cousin was.
Unbelievable. You're so much like him.
Oh, yeah? You wrote that you wanted to see me, Mr. Ramsey.
Powell. My first name is Ramsey.
Oh.
Yes, I am the executor of your late cousin's estate. You're his only heir.
Estate? I thought he was broke. That's what he told me. He said he lost everything and he owed money.
That is correct. His estate owes over $100,000.
I sure don't want to inherit his debts. So if you don't mind, I'll be going.
Well, there is an insurance policy. You are the beneficiary.
Oh, how much?
$2 million.
$2 million?
My congratulations. You're a very lucky man, Benjamin Flack.
Mr. Flack, Mr. Benjamin Flack.
Yeah, that's right.
May I introduce myself? I'm Gloria Danners. I'm an investigator for 50 States Insurance Company.
Oh, yeah. You're the young lady who called yesterday, aren't you?
Yes. May I come in?
Please. Sit down, won't you?
I prefer to stand, thank you. I don't have much to ask you. The late Guthrie Flack was your cousin?
Yeah, the first cousin on my father's side, yeah.
I understand you'd not seen each other for many years.
That's right.
He wasn't very friendly to you.
No. As a matter of fact, no one in the family cared for me. I was the black sheep, so to speak. Something of a drunk, I suppose.
Well, I didn't intend to...
Embarrass me? I'm sure you knew all about me.
Well, you must understand that the questions I'm asking are just routine.
Well, why are you asking them then, Miss...
Danners, Gloria Danners.
I've got a great idea, Miss Danners. Why don't we go out, find a nice quiet place where the food is good, and there you can ask me all about the unsavory story of my life. What do you say?
Well,
If you don't come, the interview ends right now. Well, now that we've ordered our dinner, I'll give you just 30 seconds to ask me the rest of your routine questions.
30 seconds? Did I show you the list requested by the company?
No, and don't do it now and spoil my appetite.
You must answer them, Mr. Flack. You want to collect the money, don't you?
Very badly. I'm tired of rubbing a nickel and a dime together in my pocket.
Perhaps it was a mistake taking me to a place like this. It must be very expensive.
I had a little money stashed away, hidden from my creditors, I mean.
Creditors?
Oh, well, everyone has creditors, especially heavy drinkers like me.
I think your drinking is quite moderate, Mr. Flack. One cocktail since we've been here?
Well, I've decided that since I'm going to be a very rich man, I'd stop trying to ruin my liver.
Oh?
Well, now that I have something to live for.
The inheritance?
Yeah. Any question? Am I not getting it?
No, none that I can think of. But if you didn't get it...
Why should I not get it? My cousin Guthrie died. I was his beneficiary, so his insurance goes to me.
No, you misunderstand. I was merely asking what would happen to you if you didn't get it.
Happen? It would be the end of the world for me, Mrs. Danners.
My married name isn't Danners, Mr. Flack. I took my maiden name back.
Oh. Well, I've got a good idea now how we can avoid the formality of this insurance business of yours. My name is Benjamin. My friends call me Ben. According to your card, your name is Gloria. May I call you that?
Of course, Ben.
Well, come in, Mr. Flack. Sit down, won't you?
Sure, Ramsey. I mean, Mr. Powell. Confusing when you got a name like that. First name and last name sounding like the last name. You know what I mean?
Yes. Common mistake. You may call me Ramsey if you like. Your late cousin Guthrie did.
You worked for... you know Guthrie for quite a while, huh?
Period of over 20 years. He was more than a client to me. I thought of him as my friend.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I miss him, Mr. Flack. Your cousin was a very interesting man with a very exciting imagination.
Yeah? I didn't know him too well when he was way up there. I only got to know him the last few weeks of his life.
Do you know why he sought you out, Mr. Flack?
No. I hadn't seen him for 5-6 years, and then...
Please. Why don't we drop all this nonsense? This play acting, Guthrie?
What? What'd you call me?
I called you Guthrie.
Oh, yeah. We do look alike, huh?
Yes, I know. Twin cousins. Well, let's drop all that, Guthrie. You told me too much about your plans to think you can fool me now.
I don't understand you, Mr. Powell. I think I'll go now.
Very well, if you're intent on continuing this charade...
A good day, Mr. Powell.
Wait. Shut that door unless you want my secretary to hear what I'm going to say.
Go on.
I want you to know that the insurance company is not going to be too easy to manage. $2 million is a lot of money. They're not going to hand over that kind of money without an investigation in depth.
Well?
They've had an autopsy performed on the body of the victim.
What did they find?
Not very much. When the car crashed over the embankment and burned, most identifiable characteristics of the dead man were obliterated.
Then they can't prove who the dead man was.
They have one solid proof. Only the man's teeth gave any clue to his identity. Don't you think that fortunate?
And it was Guthrie Flack.
It was Guthrie Flack. Or so the dentist who had worked on the victim just the day before the accident testified at the coroner's inquest.
Well?
I don't believe the dentist was correct.
You think he was bought off?
No, I think he was deceived by a very clever man. You.
Mr. Powell, I'm doing my best to control my temper and answer your accusations. First, I would like to point out that Guthrie owed you a considerable amount of money, right?
Yes. What's that got to do with the question in hand?
A great deal. If I am really Guthrie, then the dead man is Ben. Do you follow?
Go on.
Guthrie, if he is alive, has no market value. He's broke. He owes over $100,000, right?
That's correct.
I am Benjamin Flack, Mr. Powell. I, as the beneficiary of my cousin's policy, intend to pay all his debts in full. All his legal fees and obligations.
Is this in the nature of a bribe?
Just a statement of my intentions, Mr. Powell.
Yes. I'm an old man. I've done very well in my profession. I don't need any more money. I have no use for it. If you think you can influence me...
Damn it, Powell. I'm still young. I want to live. I want the things money can buy, and I want the money. And no one is going to stop me.
It's truly amazing, Mr. Flack.
What is?
The way you resemble the late Guthrie Flack. You've even taken over his manner, his drive, his arrogance, his ego. If you are in truth Benjamin Flack, there's been the most incredible transference of character.
And what are you going to do, Mr. Powell?
I don't quite know. I shall have to take the matter up with my conscience. I would advise you to do the same.
Conscience? Does a man like Guthrie Flack have a conscience? There can be no doubt in his mind that Ramsey Powell sees through the deception. What does a man in his dilemma do? Does he confess? Does he run? Be assured Guthrie will not confess, and he will not run. It isn't in his nature to surrender. I'll be back in a moment with Act 3. Guthrie Flack's well-laid plans are beginning to come apart. He is still relying on his old friendship with Ramsey Powell to keep him from talking. Also, he has another ace up his sleeve, the rule of confidentiality between attorney and client. He is also depending on this ancient law to protect him, to prevent Ramsey from going to the police.
Penny for your thoughts, Ben.
Hmm?
Well, ever since I got into the car, you've dropped into a deep hole. Not a word.
I'm sorry, Gloria. I don't mean to be rude.
When you called me and asked me to go out with you, you sounded worried. Is something bothering you?
No. Well, yes. I had a little argument this afternoon with my attorney.
Something to do with the insurance?
Well, yes, in a way. You see, I'm getting a bit strapped for funds. I've been living a little higher than I should since I found out about the inheritance.
Then your argument was about money, hmm?
Well, not quite an argument, but it was about money.
Perhaps I can help.
How?
Perhaps I can persuade the company to advance you some on account.
You could?
Well, I can try.
If they would be willing to do that, it'd mean that they were satisfied that everything was okay with my claim.
Not exactly.
What does that mean?
Well, they were trying to contact Guthrie Flack's wife.
Ex-wife? They were divorced. She has no claim on the policy. She was dropped as beneficiary at the time, replaced by me.
The company thinks she may want to contest it in the courts. Say that you put undue stress on Guthrie Flack to get him to name you as his heir.
Oh, that's a lot of malarkey, Gloria. The divorce was final.
She can still go to the law.
Well, let her. She hasn't got a leg to stand on.
No, I agree with you.
You do?
Mm-hmm. The form to change the beneficiary is in perfect order, notarized, and the signature attested to by Mr. Powell.
So they're dropping that idea of bringing her back, huh?
Well, I haven't definitely said so, but I think they will.
Then the road is clear. No obstacles. And I have you to thank for it, Gloria.
Oh, I was only doing my job then. It's my duty as an employee of 50 States Insurance to see that claims get processed quickly and economically. It would cost quite a bit to bring Guthrie Flack's ex-wife back. And actually, what she wants to do about the matter legally is her own personal problem.
Not the company's.
Definitely. However, there is something else they want from you. More proof that you really are the man you say you are.
Proof? I've produced papers, documents. Not much, but it's all I've got.
They want Benjamin Flack's fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
Well, surely you must have some official record of your fingerprints.
No, I don't. I was never in the service, refused for medical reasons, never in a government job, never arrested for anything more serious than drunkenness.
Well, you might have difficulty in establishing your identity. Mr. Powell, your attorney, assured the company that you could produce fingerprints.
How could he say that? He doesn't know.
Well, don't be angry with me, Ben.
I'm not. I'm sorry, Gloria.
There's something else you should know.
What?
Your wife, Mrs. Benjamin Flack, has been found. Your estranged wife.
Wife?
She is coming back here to identify you.
Coming back? Whose idea was that? Yours?
Oh, it was your attorney who suggested it. Ramsey Powell. He said he thought it would be the quickest way to bring matters to a conclusion. And I think he's right. Don't you, Ben?
I've been on this phone trying to reach him for 2 days. When will he be back? Well, how ill is he? This is important. I'm a client of his. A serious matter has come up, and I must... Yes, I've tried him at home, but his servant or nurse or whatever tells me that he can't speak to me. Well, I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your valuable time.
Henry. Oh, dear, he said he was going out for a while. All right. I'm coming.
I've been trying to reach you for 2 days, Ramsey.
Oh, Mr. Flack, I'm sorry, but I'm not well enough to talk to you.
You damn well better make the effort. I've got to talk to you.
I've been ill, quite ill, my heart.
You've really decided to cut me down, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean.
It was your suggestion to have Mrs. Benjamin Flack brought here to identify me.
I thought it would expedite matters.
You thought it would put the finish to my plans. That's what you wanted to do. As my attorney, you couldn't accuse me. You couldn't violate the confidentiality of client and attorney. But you could get me by bringing her here to identify me.
Mr. Flack, why should having your estranged wife here upset your plans?
Okay, Ramsey, let's cut out the pretense. You know I'm Guthrie. You've known it all along.
Yes.
You know what'll happen when Ben Flack's wife sees me?
Yes. What is the old expression? The jig will be up.
You're going to keep that from happening.
How? They've already sent for her.
You're going to say that I am really Ben Flack, no matter what she says.
I can't help you, Guthrie. You've committed murder. Cold-blooded, premeditated murder. And for what? For money.
No, you got it wrong. It was self-defense.
Well, however it happened, you committed murder. You planned to kill him. And you succeeded.
If you turn away from me, Ramsey, I'm finished. What can I do?
If you can pray, if you have a God, pray for forgiveness.
No, listen, Ramsey, please. You've got to help me. For all the years we've known each other.
For all the years. But actually, Guthrie, I haven't really known you at all. Not at all. You're not the man oh, my heart. Guthrie, the pills. In the top drawer of that desk. Get them quickly.
This what you mean?
Yes. Give them to me.
If I do...
Guthrie, please. I can't bargain with you. I'm dying. Please give me the pills.
Get them yourself.
Come in, Ben.
Your secretary told me to go right in.
Yes. She's here. Your wife.
So she's here?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care. Well, I mean, it's going to be a bit awkward.
Oh, not at all. It's a simple matter. She identifies you as Benjamin Flack, and the company pays you the money.
Well, what if she doesn't make positive identification?
Well, why shouldn't she, Ben? A wife should be able to say almost immediately.
Well, it's been 5 years, Gloria. A person changes in 5 years. Ages, hair turns.
Well, I'm going to send her in alone. You two must have a lot to say to each other after all that time. If you still want to stay together, all well and good. If not, you must make arrangements. When you're ready for me, I'll come back and we can get the business end finalized in minutes. Okay?
I guess so.
I'll send her in. Hello, Ben.
Gloria, you back? What happened? Where is she?
Well, she's here. Look at me, Ben. Don't you recognize me?
No, you're Gloria Danners from the... Well, what is this, a game?
I didn't tell you my married name, did I? It's Mrs. Benjamin Flack.
No. It's a lie, a trick. This has all been set up to trap me.
You trapped yourself. You never really knew Ben's wife. And that's who I am.
I'm getting out of here. I'll see my lawyer.
Your lawyer is dead, Guthrie. Didn't you see the papers this morning?
Okay, Gloria. You outfoxed me. You're a clever woman, very clever. but I would like to point out a few facts that I think will make sense to you.
Does this concern me?
It does.
Let's have it.
Ben is dead.
You killed him.
In self-defense. But what difference does that make? I couldn't prove it. Now I am Ben Flack. I have assumed his identity and will get the $2 million insurance money.
You said it concerned me.
Half of that is yours, Gloria. I will give you a paper assigning half to you. If you definitely identify me as Benjamin Flack.
And if I say no, that you are Guthrie Flack, masquerading as my husband, whom you have murdered.
Then I shall go to trial for his murder, be convicted, it's an open and shut case, and spend the rest of my life behind bars.
Well?
But you're too smart to do that, Gloria.
Why?
Because the entire $2 million will be lost to me and to you. Now, here's the deal. If you say I am Ben, if you identify me as Ben, you will get $1 million. Just a simple, direct sentence. Yes, that is my husband, Benjamin Flack, the beneficiary of the late Guthrie Flack.
You have it all worked out, and quickly, too. I can see how you made all your money.
And lost it, Gloria. This is my last chance to get back. And it means a life of ease, of luxury for you. $1 million for you.
No deal, Guthrie.
You'd throw away $1 million?
Yes. Because I want it all. I won't share.
But you can't get it. If you refuse me, if you intend to expose me as a fraud, a murderer, you won't get anything. Guthrie Flack will still be alive. Therefore, no beneficiary.
No, you are wrong. I will identify you as Ben. And you will give me all the inheritance. And do you know why?
You'll turn me in if I don't. So what? It's your word against mine.
No, my side is stronger. The insurance company knows I am Mrs. Benjamin Flack. That's why they hired me. To find out if you were an imposter. And what's more, I've just recorded our entire conversation, just for my own protection. Very incriminating.
Recorded?
So, if I use the tape, you will stand trial for murder. I shall not use the tape unless you force me to.
I see.
Just one more thing before I positively identify you as Ben Flack. This paper. It turns the entire inheritance over to me. Would you please sign it?
Do I have a choice now?
None. And now, goodbye, Benjamin Flack.
The tables have been turned. The cheaters have been cheated. Guthrie's punishment is to him even greater than if a court of law had sentenced him to life imprisonment. It is not in his nature to accept defeat and poverty, and that is all he has. In the final analysis, Guthrie Flack actually killed himself. Guthrie is officially dead, and a Ben Flack in his body haunts the streets of Skid Row asking for a handout. I'll be back in a moment. One last word about our story. What now happens to Gloria? Is the $2 million she will receive free from sweaty sordidness? After all, she was also guilty of perpetrating a fraud. Ramsey Powell told Guthrie to consult his conscience. Perhaps a bit of soul-searching might change Gloria. But that is another story. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Joan Lovejoy, Court Benson, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
With envy and anger, an evil spirit endured the din of revel until the fiend of hell, Grendel the monster mighty, in moorland living, in fen and fastness, stirred.
Who is Grendel, Dash?
A monster child of the sea hag, hater of Beowulf and his thanes.
I know. But who is Grendel now? Who is the monster you dream of?
He is a demon, full of hate, waiting to spring upon the innocent.
Who is he in your life?
He is no one.
He cannot be. He is... No!
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Luden's Medicated Cough Drops. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Something one may learn, or do you just have to be born lucky? Hopefully, we shall be the wiser some 52 minutes from now.
Winnie.
What are you doing here, Paul?
Please, Winnie, you've got to help me.
Why?
My life depends on it.
I'm sorry.
Don't turn me down, Winnie. They'll kill me.
I can't help that, Paul.
But you love me.
That has nothing to do with it.
How can you love me and stand by and do nothing?
It's because I love you, Paul, that I can't help you.
Our mystery drama, Half a Life, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tammy Grimes.
It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and all state insurance companies. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
H.L. Mencken, who was probably the crustiest old curmudgeon of them all, once made a most touching statement. He said, "If, after I depart this vale, you ever remember me, and have thought to please my ghost, forgive some poor sinner, and wink your eye at some homely girl." Homely girls. Well, perhaps no girl is really homely, but so many girls are lonely. And when it comes to men, they just don't seem to have any luck. As they were growing up into young ladyhood, if I may use that old-fashioned term, they were very rarely asked out. And as the years went by, they dated less and less frequently until that point arrives when a woman realizes she had better make the best of the life that exists in reality and give up on the one that can only exist in her dreams, if she can.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Mossman?
Sit down, Dr. Prentice. Now, how to begin?
How to begin what?
Dr. Prentice, what's wrong?
Wrong?
Yes, doctor. Are you having a problem?
A problem?
Oh, hang it all, Winnie. Something is wrong.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Something's come over you these past several months, and I...
Really?
Yes, that's what I mean. You're even fighting me.
I'm not aware that I'm fighting.
Look, now, just look at the mood you're in right now. You've got a chip on your shoulder, you're on the defensive.
Well, why not? I've just been summoned to the present.
Oh, cut it out, will you, Winnie? Now, something's wrong. Do you want to talk about it?
Talk about what?
All right. I won't try. Your personal life is your personal life, but we do have a problem. A serious problem. Thanks to you.
To me?
Yes. The last person in the whole world who antagonized is Senator Faraday.
How did I antagonize?
All right. I've received the following letter. Dear Mr. Mossman, and so on. As you know, I have long questioned the value of the services your agency performs for our government.
Oh, that.
Yes, that. And he goes on to say that in order to evaluate it, he had his assistant request certain sociological data.
I remember.
And the senator now says, quote, "My assistant spoke with a certain Dr. Winifred Prentice, who is very officious, uncooperative."
That assistant of his is an idiot.
Who flatly refused...
I didn't flatly refuse anything.
To make any effort at all to furnish the required...
All I told him was to clarify in his own mind exactly what it was he needed.
Did you use the word harebrained?
No. I said pea-brained.
Oh, Winnie.
All right. Maybe I lost my temper.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
Because it was my birthday.
Your birthday. I don't understand.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't ask.
No. Well, what would your birthday have to do with it?
I suddenly realized I was 40 years old. 40 years old.
40. You're upset because you're 40? I wish I was 40 again. I'd be happy as a lark.
I'll write a letter of apology.
No. Here, let me handle it. I'll get us off the hook. And, Winnie, I almost forgot. Do you know the forecast project you're working on? Well, that's suddenly become secret.
Secret?
Top secret.
Why?
That's the word that's come down from the powers that be. So you're not to discuss it outside the office.
Are you serious? With whom would I possibly discuss the economic forecast?
Well, I am only handing down the order, Doctor.
Oh, that's stupid.
See, that is what I mean. Lately, you seem to let every little thing irritate you. Now, why?
You wouldn't understand.
Oh, try me.
It's because I'm 40.
You can't be serious. Why, I remember when I was 40. I was the most even-tempered person in the world.
Good night, Mr. Mossman.
Winnie?
Yeah, it's Winnie.
Oh, my, but we're in a cheerful mood tonight.
Oh, shut up. This is all I need to come home to little Mary Sunshine. Any mail?
What a question. It's September 1.
Which means?
We have to renew the lease. It's funny.
Why is it funny?
Well, remember the day we first looked at this apartment? 15 years ago.
No, I don't remember. Maybe I don't want to remember.
Well, I can recall exactly what old Hupnickel said.
That's because you have a fantastic memory for trivia.
Well, he said, 9, I cannot rent a single girl. If one gets married, and the other has to break the lease. Forget it. Well, Winnie, but you charmed him into changing his mind.
See? I charmed one man in my entire life. And who is it? Old Hufnagel.
Well, where's all the acid coming from tonight?
There was a collection for a girl at the office. She's getting engaged.
Well, why take it out on me?
I've been there 13 years. At lunch, I sat down and I figured out how many engagement showers I've contributed to.
13 years, I'd say 52.
38. How'd you get 52?
Well, in my office, we average one every 3 months. That's 4 a year times 13.
I guess my office is more conducive to spinsterhood.
You want to go on a cruise?
Why? Who did we meet last time?
Well, how about romantic Costa del Sol?
Does it matter where we go? We never get to meet anybody anyhow.
Now, who can that be?
Maybe it's Prince Charming.
Yeah, yours or mine. Hello? Oh, hi. Hold on. It's Marge.
And she's at Louise's.
Yeah, right.
With Barbara Joe, Louise, and Janet.
Well, you're hot tonight.
And we'll join him for dinner.
Do you want to?
No.
Okay, Marge. Winnie and I'll be along in a few minutes.
I said I didn't want to go.
Yeah, I know you did.
Sue Ann, I just can't stand those girls.
Well, none of us can really stand each other, but what can we do? We're all we've got.
When unmarried men get together, are they as boring as we are?
Probably.
Are they as mean, as petty, as vindictive?
More?
I'm so fed up. The same silly people every night, the same pointless, stupid chatter.
Winnie, this isn't like you.
But it's getting to be like me. It's getting to be more and more like me every day. Soon I'll be like this all the time. Sour, nasty, nervous.
Winnie.
It's even beginning to show in the job. Old Mossman had me on the carpet this afternoon.
Well, you've got to learn to make the best of things.
Don't preach.
Well, let's be off. The group is waiting dinner for us.
The group? How about the bunch?
Well, I prefer the crowd.
How about the gang?
What do you think of Crick?
Why don't we just call ourselves by our right name? The Leftovers.
Well, Winnie, it wasn't such a bad dinner, was it?
Oh, if I have to listen to Barbara Joe's problems with her mother one more time.
Well, you have to learn how to tune her out.
Or Louise's allergy. Or Janet's ungrateful niece.
Now, why don't you just become resigned to it?
Resigned to what?
To it. The fact that nothing is going to happen.
You're a great morale builder.
Well, I'm an even greater realist.
Who needed you? You want to take in a movie?
Yeah.
Or do we go home and watch TV?
Winnie, I want to talk with you.
I tell you what.
Now, you see, you're going through a very bad time.
I've got an idea.
But you see...
Now, just listen.
You simply have to accept
What do you say? We go to Halloran's.
You see, you simply try to do the best you can with...
Did you say Halloran's? Why not?
Why not? It's a singles bar.
Well, aren't we single? Oh, but Winnie, we don't belong in a...
What do you mean we don't belong?
Well, we're not airline stewardesses or fashion models.
That means we can't go? It's a place to meet men.
Oh, Winnie, it's a place to be picked up by men.
I'll settle for that.
Oh, what are you saying?
I'm saying I want some excitement. I'm sick of dinner with the girls and vacations with the girls and movies and bridge and shopping with the girls. I'm fed up with TV every night at home and sitting through a third-rate movie because it's the only place I can go to get away from the house.
Winnie, listen.
Yes? You were going to say?
Oh, I guess I really just don't know what to tell you.
Tell me you'll come to Halloran's with me.
Oh, I can't.
Why not?
Because I just can't sit there on display like merchandise on a shelf hoping someone will pick me out or pick me up.
Well, I can.
But Halloran's, what when you're a Ph.D.?
I'm also a woman. You coming?
Oh, why don't we go home?
I'll drop you off at the house and go by myself.
All right. Let's go to Halloran's. Nothing else has ever worked.
Oh, we shouldn't have come here. Just remember, the old rules apply.
Yeah.
If either of us scores, the other doesn't get in the way.
Score? From the looks of this place, I don't see one of us even getting into the game.
How long have we been there?
Oh, about an hour.
Want to go home?
Well, I didn't want to come here in the first place.
You were right. This isn't for us.
But the truth is, we're a bit too old, a bit too plain, and the competition is much too keen.
I was thinking about what you said. We are like merchandise displayed in a shelf, waiting to be selected. To any woman with self-respect and awareness, it's simply too demeaning.
Well, finish your drink anyhow.
Miss.
Oh, no, thank you, bartender. I don't think we'll have another round.
The gentleman standing at the end of the bar, to your left, Mr. Jones, would like to know if he might buy you a drink.
Me?
Yes, miss.
You sure he means me?
Penny, he's the one who looks like Spencer Tracy. A youngish Spencer Tracy.
What does he want with me?
Well, go ahead. I've got the car key. See you later.
But every girl in the place has been giving him the eye. What does he want with me?
Do you want to find out, or do you want to go home?
Will you have a drink with the gentleman, miss?
Well, this was all your idea, Winnie.
The merchandise has been picked from the shelf. Thank you, gentlemen, and I will have a drink with him.
Very well. In these days of X-rated movies, R-rated movies, even PG-rated movies, in these days of freedom, frankness, and license, it might be considered that a pickup in a bar is hardly an eyebrow-raising event. But forget the eyebrow. You should know by now that there's always more to our stories than meets the eye. Therefore, you are already assuming that this will be no ordinary encounter, and I shall bring proof of it in Act 2 in just a few moments. Wasn't it Henry Thoreau who remarked that so many of us live lives of quiet desperation? And here we have Winifred Prentice, Dr. Winifred Prentice, if you please, a Ph.D. in sociology, and 40 years old. And where do we find her tonight? In a library? At a lecture? Oh, no. At Paddy Halloran's, a notorious singles bar. And why? Well, didn't Thoreau just say something about quiet desperation?
Hello.
Thanks for the drink.
That's the least I could do.
The least?
Well, when you fall in love with a girl, head over heels.
Is that the standard line in a place like this?
I wouldn't know.
Somehow I would assume you come here often.
Oh, how can you tell?
You must be a regular. The bartender knows your name.
As it happens, I do come here quite often. Do you know why?
No.
I was looking for you.
For me?
I came to the right place. Here you are.
Yes, here I am.
May I tell you something? I'm really very shy where women are concerned.
Yes. Just like your famous namesake, John Paul Jones, suffered from seasickness.
Well, why did you say that?
I think you're the most handsome man I ever met.
Oh? And what does that mean?
It means women are attracted to you.
No, not women. Girls.
I don't follow that.
Girls. Girls for fun and girls for frolic and girls to pass the time. But a man reaches a certain point where he realizes he doesn't have a woman. A real woman. Well, tonight I looked for a real woman, and there you were.
Am I supposed to believe this?
Oh, whether you do or don't, it doesn't change the fact. After all, nobody believed Columbus when he said the world was round. Did that mean the earth was flat?
Continue, Mr. Jones.
And so, I fell in love with you.
Really?
That's all I have to say.
You don't even know my name.
What is your name?
Winnie. Winifred Prentice.
Winifred Prentice. I love you.
It's the first time in my entire life that anyone has ever said, I love you. I wondered who would ever say it and where. And it turns out to be just a ritualistic slogan for a pickup in a bar.
Oh, is that what you think this is?
What else is it?
It's love.
Love? No. Love requires time and a maturing process.
Really? What do you know about it? I mean, who says so? Love is love. And when it happens at first sight.
I don't believe that.
No. Life is crazy. Maybe I should have waited. But why waste time? So much time has passed us by already. I'm not 18 or even 25. I'm 37.
And I'm 32.
Every day is important.
The truth is, I'm really 35.
It doesn't matter.
Actually, I'm 40.
I said it doesn't matter. I love you.
What do you want me to say?
Right now, you don't have to say anything. I realize you're very conservative. You weigh, you balance every word. That's fine. We'll be good for each other. Because I'm a crazy kind of a guy. I say whatever I think.
I wish I knew what I was thinking right now.
Okay. The timing is different for different people. I fell in love with you. Look at me. Do you think you could fall in love with me?
Oh, tell me. I just told you. He's in love with you. That's what he said. He's in love with you. I can't believe it.
Well, why can't you believe it? Why should he be in love with me? No one ever fell in love with me before. What's wrong with him? I'm not pretty.
Well, you're not bad looking.
And he could have his pick of... Well, maybe he's a peacock.
What?
Think about it. Stunning looking girls. Do you ever see them with really great looking men? No. They choose plain fellows.
Yeah, but what has this have to do?
They want to be the center of attraction. Men, too. Maybe he's attracted to me because I'm plain, and therefore no threat to his ego.
Winnie, please, don't destroy this thing with your 10-cent psychiatry.
Even my name, Winifred Prentice. It sounds as if you're swallowing vinegar.
We'll change it to Mrs. Paul Jones. That sounds as if you're gargling with honey.
It can't be happening.
Well, it is happening.
It's a dream. I'll wake up.
So, will you be any the worse for it?
Oh, why don't we just drift for a while?
Where'd you go to school?
State.
We have so many questions to ask each other.
Where did you go?
Northeast Tech.
You're kidding.
Why do you say that?
It's an engineering school.
Well, among other things, I'm an engineer.
An engineer?
Is that grounds for breaking our engagement? That is, assuming we're really engaged.
Oh, but we are really engaged. Why did you become an engineer?
Because I wanted to become a sociologist.
Wait a minute, you just lost me.
Sociology is the study of society. And since ours is a highly technological society, I wanted to understand the machinery that makes it go. Then I went on to take my Ph.D.
Now, where did you find the time to do all that studying?
Oh, I had plenty of time. The truth is, I had nothing else to do. I wasn't exactly besieged by boys who wanted to date me.
No, they must have been crazy to let you go by.
You were very good for my morale.
Winnie, I love you.
What do you do, Paul?
And I'm in sales.
I bet you're good at it.
Yes, I'm great.
Who do you sell for?
Right now, nobody. I've got a few things lined up.
Who are you with?
I was a salesman for national distributors.
And you left them?
I had to.
What do you mean?
No future. The VP in charge of marketing was my age.
Do you think you'll be able to find...
No problem at all. Listen, I need something from you.
You do? What?
Well, we've known each other for a month. We've seen each other every day. And every day I tell you I love you. Do you have anything to say to me?
Yes.
Say it.
Paul, I love you.
Well, when did you know?
The minute I saw you at Halloran.
Winnie?
Oh, yes, indeed. It's Winnie.
Oh, I can't get over how marvelous you look.
I'm not. I feel marvelous.
How's Paul?
Divine. Oh, Suhan.
Dinner?
No, Paul's picking me up. Have you set a date? He's willing to get married tomorrow. But I want my folks to come from the West Coast.
Well, I'm off to you-know-where to have dinner with you-know-whom.
Suhan, I hope something like this will happen to you.
Well, maybe it will.
I just can't tell you how it feels to be in love, just to be part of something with someone. And I've given up. You must always hope.
Sure. Well,
you don't know what I'm talking about. But maybe one day you will.
Yeah. Well, I better not keep the girls waiting. I envy you so much, Winnie.
Who would have dreamed it could happen to me? The most wonderful thing about him is his absolute sincerity. You just know that everything he says comes from the heart. Whatever did I do to get so lucky? Everything a girl ever dreams of. Handsome, intelligent, and such a wonderful human being.
You're good for me, Winnie. So good.
And you were worth waiting for. Will I see you tomorrow?
You will see me every day for the rest of your life. Now, I'd better be getting along.
It's still early.
Well, I have an appointment the first thing in the morning.
With whom? Oh, I shouldn't have asked.
What do you mean you shouldn't have asked?
Well, it isn't any of my business.
You know what? Business? Winnie, I have no secrets from you. And you should have no secrets from me.
Well, it's just that, well, I'm not used to...
You are not used to sharing with another person.
Give me time. I'll learn. I've come to love a little bit late in life.
It's never too late.
With whom do you have an appointment tomorrow morning?
As a matter of fact, I think I'll cancel it.
Why?
Well, it's a long story.
I have nothing else to do but listen.
Well, these fellows want to open a buying office.
Is it a good idea?
Yes, it's a great idea. But it doesn't look as if I could be a part of it.
Why not?
Well, I would have to make an investment.
Would it be a wise investment?
Yes, I think so.
Why don't you do it?
I can't. I don't have the money.
Paul, is it a lot of money?
Well, it is to me. I don't have it. Darling, we will have lunch together tomorrow.
How much money?
$10,000.
10,000?
Well, it's for an initial startup expense.
Paul, I have $10,000.
Oh, no, I wouldn't touch your money.
My money? Paul, there's nothing I own that isn't yours.
But I couldn't.
You're not used to sharing with another person either.
But I could lose this money.
Take me out for breakfast, and we'll go to the bank.
But
I don't want to hear another word. Just tell me you love me.
Winnie, are you sure you really want to?
I want to do this, Paul.
Yes, but it's such a lot of
With
money.
all my worldly goods, I thee endow.
That's something I should say to you.
No. Today, it's something men and women should say to each other.
Yes, but we're not married yet.
We are, in the sight of each other.
But Winnie...
Now, darling, not another word. Wait for me. I'll only be a minute. Well, hi. Suhan, I picked your window because I'm in a hurry. Here's my book, my withdrawal slip.
$10,000.
Get me a cashier's check.
Okay.
To Mr. Paul Jones.
Winnie, are you lending Paul $10,000?
No, I'm not lending. I'm giving.
You're giving Paul $10,000?
And I am in a hurry.
Oh, but Winnie...
Sue-Ann, will you please?
Winnie, are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
But you hardly know him.
I know him well enough to know I love him.
You know him well enough to give him $10,000. I mean, love is one thing, but money.
There you have it. You can fall in love with anyone, anywhere, anytime. But when it comes to lending money, that calls for prudence. There are those of you out there who have just been waiting for something like this so you can say, aha. That's what he was after all along. While others take a more charitable view. Well, the third act is where all the linen gets hung on the line. And I'll be back with that in a moment. Some girls are left over. As we all know, the very mathematics of the human population makes it certain that there won't be enough men to go around. And why do some girls get their share, and some more than their share, and some no share at all? Well, this is one of the great mysteries of life, which is why we pose it to you.
But Winnie, think about what you're doing.
Sue-Ann, make the withdrawal and write the check, or I'll go to another window.
Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you.
Warn me about what?
Nothing. I'll complete your transaction in just a few minutes. And that check is to be made out to
Mr. Paul Jones.
Yes?
Oh,
It's, That's Mr. Starlight. May I come in?
well, I'm,
And I understand you were at George's place the other night. You had $10,000?
yes. Well,
Well, no need to go into any long-winded explanation.
I know I owe you people a lot of money, so I raised $10,000 so I could...
To see if you could run it up and pay it back, huh?
Yeah. That's it.
That's rather foolish, isn't it? Considering that your lack of luck or skill at gambling got you into this hole in the first place.
I was only trying to make...
Yeah, I know. You're a rather nice, harmless enough young man. And your strongest point is your attraction to women, huh?
Look, I can get a hold of some more money.
Not enough. She doesn't have it.
She?
We know all about Dr. Winfred Prentice.
You do?
Sure. When a man borrows our money, we make it a practice to turn his life inside out. What are your plans concerning Dr. Prentice, huh?
I got some money out of her, but, look, it'll have to be a little while before...
We are not interested in money from Dr. Prentice. She does, on the other hand, have something we think we can sell.
What do you mean?
I understand Dr. Prentice is involved in a top-secret project for the government.
Well, I don't know anything about that.
Naturally. But such information always has value in certain markets, eh? Get it for us.
Get what for you? Some secret. I'd be a traitor to my country.
If you prefer to be a dead patriot.
Take
a few days. Talk yourself into it. I'll be calling on you again before too long.
Oh, hi. Hello. What are you doing home? I thought you'd be out with Paul.
He has a business appointment.
Did you have dinner?
Yes. Did you?
Yeah. I ate with the girls.
How is everyone?
The same.
You want to watch some TV?
I suppose we better.
What does that mean?
That means if we don't, we'll have to talk.
All right. Let's talk.
No. Our friendship is strained enough as it is.
If it has to break, let it break.
No. You're going to need a friend. Afterward.
After what?
After he walks out on you.
What makes you think that
How is his business venture coming, Winnie?
Fine.
How do you know?
He told me.
He told you a lot of things.
You're right. We'd better watch TV.
Winnie, he's a liar.
I don't want to talk about it.
Don't want to? Or afraid?
What have I got to be afraid of?
Well, as you know, I work in a bank.
What does all this have to do?
Well, I use some of our facilities to gather some data.
Yes.
Well, didn't Paul tell you he's been salesman for national distributors?
Well?
Well, they have no record of anyone by that name ever having worked there. What do you say to that?
What do I say to that? Well, he was trying to impress me. You know the way a fellow will with a girl.
Yeah, except he's not a fellow, and you're not a girl. He's a man, you're a woman, and both of you should be above playing such games.
Is it a crime for a man to want to appear important in the eyes of a woman?
Well, the point is, he told you a lie. It was a lie, wasn't it?
What are you, a prosecuting attorney?
Well, he told you something to get $10,000 from you. How do you know that wasn't a lie, too?
And if it was?
If it was.
So? He's a man who has to tell lies.
Oh, Winnie, you'd marry a man like that?
He's better than no man at all.
I wouldn't say so.
Oh, you're better off, aren't you? You and Marge and Louise and Janet. You're willing to settle for half a life. You can be lonely and love it. I can't. I need a man to love me.
Any kind of man?
He's not any kind of man. He's a very special man. He's my man. And I know it. I feel it.
Winnie.
Misery loves company.
What does that mean?
It means that the longer you remain an old maid, the more bitter, the more sour you become. Believe me, I know. I was one of you just a few weeks ago. If any of you had suddenly found a man, I would have died of jealousy. And that's where you are now, Sue Ann. You can't tolerate my happiness. None of you can. With all his faults, Paul is better than anything any one of you has. And any one of you would take him from me. If you could.
Oh, Winnie, I'm only trying.
You had your chance. You were with me in Halloran's that night. He could have picked you. But he chose me.
Oh, you're crazy.
And you'll never forgive me for it, will you? You'd love to see us break up.
For your own good.
But we won't. We love each other. Do you understand?
I always love to have lunch in the park.
I hate to go back to my office.
Winnie, I have something to tell you.
You sound grim.
I want you to listen, Winnie, and don't interrupt. And when I'm through, I know you're going to get up, and you're going to walk away from me, and you'll never talk to me again.
How could I?
I want you to know that I love you. Let's begin with that.
Let's begin and end with that.
The night we met.
In Halloran. Could I ever forget?
You gotta let me finish, Winnie, without interrupting. Well, look, you were right. I was a regular. I haunted the place. I was looking for a woman, a certain kind of woman. One who was no longer young, one who was vulnerable, one who would be willing to settle for almost anybody, a guy like me. Now, look, I know I've got the looks. I could knock her off her feet. I wanted a woman who had a good job because, let's face it, Winnie, I hate to work. And she would have to support me. Now, you look just like that kind of a woman, so I made a play for you. I also made a sucker out of you. I needed $10,000 to cover a gambling debt, and I gave you a song and dance about needing it for a business venture. Wait a minute, Winnie. Wait, there's more. Anyhow, look, something went wrong somewhere because I just found out the joke is on me, Winnie. I have just discovered it isn't a game anymore. I am in love with you. And there it is. That's all I have to say. Winnie? Winnie, wait a minute. Don't go.
I saw it all. I heard it all. I was even touched by it all.
What are you doing here, Mr. Starlight?
Protecting my investment. You know, I must say, you handle that rather awkwardly.
Really? What makes you say that?
Obviously, it's the last you'll ever see her.
Oh, you think so, do you?
Mm-hmm.
That shows you what you know about women, Mr. Starlight. I'll bet I'll have her knocking on my door with tears in her eyes by tomorrow morning.
I hope you win the wager, Mr. Jones. After all, you just bet your life. Come in, Winnie, come in. What can I do for you?
I want to arrange for some time off.
Well, you've got plenty coming.
I want to go away.
Take a nice, long honeymoon.
Honeymoon?
Me invite me. Well, I forgot. We're not supposed to know.
Know what?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, your friend Sue Ann called and said you were getting engaged.
She what?
Well, you didn't say anything.
she thought it was time the office chipped in and threw an engagement party for you.
Oh, well, that's...
Now, let me tell you. We took up a collection that will knock your eye out.
But, listen, Mr. Mossman.
You know there were people in this place who said, "Who? Winnie the Iceberg? You're kidding. Who'd marry her?" Oh. Are they eating their words?
But
Winnie...
I decided not to.
Winnie, this is the greatest news I ever had. You don't know how happy we are for you. Oh.
May I come in?
Well, sure.
Well, here we are.
Winnie, at least I told you the truth.
Did you, Paul?
Yes, Winnie, I wouldn't hurt you. I couldn't.
Paul, I love you. You know that.
Yes.
What's to become of us, Paul?
We'll get married.
What about you?
I'll change.
Can you?
By myself, I wouldn't have a chance. But with you to help me, guide me, it could happen.
Just hold me.
Darling, I'll never let go of you. Never.
We'll be happy. I know we'll be happy. I never thought I'd see this day.
Which day, darling?
The day they'd be holding one of these parties for me.
You have such wonderful friends.
I do.
Winnie, Mr. Mossman wants to know if you want to open your gift soon.
Anytime he's ready.
Okay, I'll tell him.
Is it my imagination, or do I detect a little coldness between you and Sue Ann?
It's your imagination.
Darling, look, before we open the gifts and sort of make this thing official, I want you to do something for me.
Sure, what is it?
I want you to get your notes on the technological forecast project.
How do you know this is...
I want your notes, darling.
But this is top secret.
Well, that's why they're valuable.
But I can...
Unless you get me those notes, I'll walk out on you.
What?
I'll embarrass you in front of all your friends, in front of everyone you know.
But I don't understand why.
I want us to get our marriage off on the right foot. I'm calling the shots.
What do you say?
Our marriage is a bargain, darling. Now, I'll keep my end of it. I'll be your handsome, devoted husband, so you can be the envy of all your friends. In return, I ask very little. But the few times that I do ask for something, I want it. And this is what I want right now.
You told me you loved me. That was a lie, too.
Yes, and you told me you loved me. That was a lie, too.
I meant it.
You don't love me. You love the idea of me. The idea of a good-looking guy. And you've got him. I'm the guy that takes you out of the class of all your old-maid friends. Well, let's just say you have to pay for me.
No, I won't do it. Giving you money is one thing. Betraying my oath to my own country.
I am your country.
No.
You'll do as I tell you. You need me for your vanity, and I need you to save my life.
No. Walk out on me. Walk out on me right now. I don't care.
You do care. They'll laugh at you. Can you imagine how everyone will laugh?
Let them.
All right, Winnie, think of me then. If I don't come across with your notes, certain people might even kill me.
You're a big boy.
Please, Winnie.
Swan? What is it, Winnie? I have a headache.
What?
I have to go home.
Winnie, what is it?
I'm afraid the party's over.
Sue Ann, look, you're her best friend. Talk some sense into her. She wants to throw me over. She wants to make a fool of herself in front of everyone she knows. Stop her.
Winnie, what is it? Swan? Later on, do you want to have dinner? You and me, and Janet, and Marge, and Barbara Jo. The crowd?
Listen to me, Winnie, listen to me. I love you.
Truth is, I don't love you. Not enough. Tell the clique I'll be there tonight, Swan. How about the group? Why don't we use the right name? The leftovers. What a pity. We're the best part there is. And so few people know it.
Half a life. So many are willing to settle for it. So many do. And either way, it was to be half a life for Winnie Prentice. But at least she decided which half she intended to live. But We never do things by halves on this show, which is something I plan to discuss with you all in just a few moments. Whether you were aware of it or not, the story you have just heard was a true mystery. And why? Because love is the greatest mystery of all. Think of some of the loves you know. What does he see in her? Why does she love him? We shrug our shoulders and say, who knows? It passes all understanding. Love is subject to neither rhyme nor reason. But we have both rhyme and reason for your attendance here 7 times each week. Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Tony Roberts, Marion Haley, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
My car's out of gas, and I wondered if I might
This is my house, and no one can come in here unless invited. By me.
I know, but
I invite no one.
I'm sorry.
Hush.
I
I
didn't
said
mean
be
to...
quiet.
It's just a horse.
It's his horse.
Oh, I can see it.
Move away from that window.
What?
Don't stand in that window. Move away.
Oh, all right.
You might think it was I, standing there.
Oh?
On the other hand, no one could mistake you for me.
No, not very likely.
But he might think I'd invited you here.
Well, I could explain
He's
that.
very jealous, though he has no reason to be. But he loves me desperately.
Well, I don't want to make any trouble for you.
Oh, you won't. We all make our own trouble, don't you think?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, procurator of this mystic province located in the Shadowland between reality and illusion. It has been said, nature can often be hidden, sometimes overcome, but never extinguished. And what is nature? Do not leave me to run to Mr. Webster for the answer. The dictionary will not help you. You will only be told that nature is the essence, the innate quality, the inborn tendency, the vital function, force, or disposition. Quite so. But what is it? We may have an insight.
But what's wrong with her, Melisande?
She has the most dread disease in the world.
Surely it can't be that bad.
It's worse. She has the one disease for which there is neither remedy nor antidote. The one disease that can wipe out our society. And so it must be nipped in the bud, choked off at the source.
But what can we do, Melisande?
Cure her or kill her?
What is the name of this disease?
You know it as well as I do, Willis. She's suffering from a severe case of unhappiness.
Our mystery drama, Pandora, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Patricia Elliott and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. At one time, according to Greek mythology, mankind dwelt in a perfect paradise. And then a young lady named Pandora permitted her curiosity to get the better of her, opened a forbidden box, and thus loosed upon the world all manner of suffering and sorrow.
And ever since, all men look back upon a paradise lost. What must it have been like to live in a world without conflict, sorrow?
Excellent contrast of light and shadow.
I wished for the style of an almost prehistoric Dutch painter. The particular painter is named Rembrandt. And after a time, I shall adopt the styles of some of his contemporaries. You know, they were a most unusually talented group. Roland, what have you been doing with yourself lately?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
It makes me happy.
Well, then, by all means, continue.
But not happy enough.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything you need?
Rather ask who.
Very well, then. Who?
Mara.
Mara? Of course. Come, we'll go to her.
What is she doing?
She decided she wanted to play the violin.
I never cared much for music, but she could make me change my mind. That sounds glorious.
She wished to be able to play in the style of an ancient musician named Paganini. Or was it Heifetz? I'm not sure.
I could listen to that all day.
Please, will you both let me alone?
Mara!
Come back! Willis, did you hear what she said?
Yes, I heard.
She had no right to say that.
Of course not.
Something will have to be done.
Certainly. Roland, why don't you go home?
Go home?
Just for a little while. You see, she may be ill.
Well, then all she has to do is drink some elixir of...
She will, Roland, she will.
Then have her do it now.
On the other hand, she may not be ill. She's unusually sensitive. Look into my eyes and answer truthfully. Are you happy?
Well,
The truth. Are you happy?
No.
Therefore, you are unhappy.
Well,
Dearest Mara, you are unhappy, aren't you?
Yes.
And, as you very well know, that is not permitted.
Is it convenient for you to see me now, dear Mara?
Who are you?
My name is Melisande.
Do I know you? Yes, I know you. When I was here before, when I was here at the rest house.
Now, you're becoming excited. Please drink this.
No.
Dear Mara, you are here to be helped. Now, this feverish excitement is doing you damage.
What is it that you want me to drink?
Only something to calm you, that's all. There, now you see? I'm sure you're feeling better. More at ease.
What do you want?
I want us to have a little talk.
About what?
Everything. All of us. The entire rest home is dedicated to your welfare.
I know you. I remember you now. You're the one who said I couldn't have the baby.
That's true.
Why did you say that?
Dear Mara, surely you understand the necessity.
I only understand that you said that I couldn't have my baby.
Oh, let us stop for a moment so I can play back to you what you just said to me. Because that was the most unbelievable statement I have ever heard. Listen.
You said I couldn't have my baby.
Did you hear what you just said? My baby. Dear Mara, the baby does not belong to you.
Well, I meant that it was mine in the sense that I...
Yes?
Mine in the sense that I... Oh, I don't know what I meant.
A baby belongs to the world. Isn't that so?
Yes.
If people wish to create children, these children become part of the world. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And therefore the world must determine if the potential newcomers possess sufficient...
Oh, please, I don't want to hear any more.
You seem to have a great many archaic notions, dear Mara. Would you rather we did things in the archaic way?
Please stop.
And permitted children to be born, hit or miss, diseased, deformed, lacking in...
Must we talk about it?
When we have the science, the technology to determine far in advance whether or not...
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, you're upset.
Yes, I am upset.
And we must determine what is upsetting you. Can't you tell me?
I don't know.
Try to think.
Everything upsets
But
me.
why?
I don't know. Oh, please. Why can't everyone just let me alone?
How long has she been this way, Willis?
Well, the first I knew something was wrong was this morning.
This morning. But had she manifested any signs some months ago when she was told she was not to be permitted the baby?
No. No signs at that time.
And what occurred this morning?
Well, this morning, Roland arrived and told her he needed her. And that's when I saw the signs.
Please describe them.
She became acutely uncomfortable, emotional.
And refused to go with Roland.
Oh, yes. And, well, the rest you know.
Do I? Or are you withholding anything, dear Willis?
Why would I do that?
What else should I know?
Well, I can't think. Oh, a disturbing factor was when she became emotional over the fact that I still have a continuing relationship with Joanna.
That disturbed her? Do you mean she doesn't know or pretends not to know about continuing relationships?
Yes. Would it help her if we asked Roland to cancel his request that she go with him?
No.
But surely Roland is reasonable.
Oh, of course. But the problem goes deeper. She will not go with him because, obviously, she is unhappy. Her refusal must make him unhappy. His unhappiness must, in turn, be transferred to someone else. Thus, a disease is created and spread. The disease of unhappiness. The one disease for which there is neither remedy nor antidote. The only disease that can wipe out our society. It's a disease that must be nipped in the bud, choked off at the source.
What are you going to do with her, Melisande?
Well, surely you know the answer to that as well as I do. We shall have to cure her or kill her.
Happiness seems to be a rather serious business in the social order of the future. You better be happy or else. But in a paradise where you can have anything you want just for the wanting, why should anybody be even remotely unhappy? Why? You're dealing with human beings, aren't you? Doesn't that answer the question? We'll have a great many more questions and answers when I return with Act 2 in just a few moments. Men of goodwill have always struggled to create a better world. And the best of all worlds, of course, would be paradise. And what would paradise be? A place of unbroken happiness, where there would be no such things as sorrow, suffering, or disappointment. Could such bliss, such unrelieved bliss, become a bore after a while?
How long do I have to stay here, Willis?
You can leave anytime you're ready, dear Mara.
I'm ready right now.
No.
Why do you say no?
Because you're unhappy. You are unhappy, aren't you?
But I don't want to stay here.
Dear Mara.
Don't call me dear Mara.
But
if anybody calls me dear Mara, I'll scream.
You're screaming now. Mara, you are in trouble.
Why should I be in trouble?
Because you're unhappy.
That's my affair, isn't it?
No, dear. Unhappiness is an infection.
I'm sorry. I can't help the way I feel.
You will have to.
I don't care.
Dear Mara.
Don't call me
please.
dear.
Do you know how many hundreds, how many thousands of years it has taken the world to become happy?
Willis, take me home.
If you insist on being unhappy, this will become your home.
No.
Mara, look at yourself. You're beautiful.
It means nothing. Anyone can be beautiful.
Talented.
It doesn't matter. Anyone can have any talent they want. Just by wishing.
What do you want, Mara? What do you want?
I want you.
But, Mara, you got me.
So does Joanna. And so does anyone else who wants you.
Mara, do you realize what you're driving at?
Yes.
What you want is for one person to own another. In ancient times, that actually existed. It was called slavery.
I didn't mean it that way exactly. I only meant that you and I shouldn't share each other with others.
Why not?
Why not? Because I love you.
And I love you, too. But do we have the right to be selfish and keep others from sharing this love?
Oh, please, Willis, I don't know what to say. I only know how I feel.
If another person wants me and you refuse to share, do you know what happens to that other person? She becomes jealous.
But if I do share you, I become jealous.
But no one is supposed to be jealous, ever. Because jealousy creates unhappiness, and we can't have any of that.
I've always been unhappy. And I guess I'll remain unhappy.
Mara, if you talk like that, then there is absolutely no hope.
Shall I tell you why I've always been unhappy? Shall I tell you why there always seems to be an ache in my heart? Why nothing gladdens me, why no one can comfort me, and why there's no joy, no rest, no peace? Shall I tell you why? Something's missing. Something isn't here inside of me. Something is lacking, and it's something I need.
Dear Mara.
What do you want now?
I just want to talk to you about yourself.
You know everything there is to know about me.
Oh, no, dear Mara. We know very little about you.
You've taken hundreds of your tests. What else is there to know about me?
Why are you unhappy?
I don't know. You keep asking, I keep answering.
Do you know how many people live in the city?
No, and
100,000. And do you know you are the only unhappy person here?
I'm sorry, I can't help it.
Shouldn't it bother you that you're the only unhappy person? We must cure you.
Why?
Because we can't have you destroy the world.
What?
Look, Mara, look at the wall. You see?
Those pictures.
Pictures of a city.
I've never seen such pictures, such a city.
It's an ancient city.
So many people. What's wrong with them?
Nothing. That's the way they were.
That's the way they were?
Yes. See how many are old and tired, ugly, dirty. See how few people are smiling? Listen to the noise. All right, I stopped it. Now would you like the smells, the choking pollution?
Please, just let me alone.
Is this the world you want us to have all over again? Brawling, filthy, murderous.
I didn't say I wanted anything like
that. That world, look at it again. Look at those children.
No.
It will do you no good to close your eyes. We can expose you to the picture electronically. Do you want us to do that?
No.
See the children? Condemned to a future of neglect, misery, despair. Is that the world you want us to go back to?
Oh, please, I can't help it if I don't feel happy.
Would you be happier with this?
What's that?
War? What's war? A madness, a special madness of mankind. Only man knows how to arrange it. Do you want us to go back to the time where it was arranged with nightmare regularity?
Why do you make me look at all this?
Because all this comes from unhappiness.
I don't believe it.
Unhappy people who are deprived, people who are envious, people who want something that belongs to someone else.
But I don't want anything that belongs to anyone else. I only want what belongs to me.
Nothing belongs to you. Don't you understand? None of us can own anything. For in that ownership lies the seeds of envy. You want Willis. Why?
Because I love him.
You can't own love. Love belongs to us all. Therefore, any of us can love all of us.
But it's not right.
Would it be better the old way? When men and women killed for each other, even started wars for each other. Was it better when love was just another mask for jealousy and hatred? Was it?
I only know that I love Willis.
Love. Talent. Everything belongs to each of us. The ability to play the violin, the ability to paint a picture, compose a symphony, write a play. Why should this great ability be doled out, hit and missed to a random, fortunate few? Why shouldn't it be all within the reach of everyone?
So much of what you're saying I don't understand, and I don't even care about. I only know that every day I feel more and more sad. Something is missing.
Nothing I have said has made any impression.
Nothing you have said has made me feel any differently.
Perhaps you are one of our very few mistakes.
Mistakes?
Something inside you has not been able to develop. Or perhaps something was missing from the very beginning. Or perhaps it may have been warped. Yes, it's quite possible you are a mistake.
What does that mean, a mistake?
Occasionally, someone is born who had no right to be.
Well, what are you going to do with me?
That will be up to you.
What is it that you want me to do?
We only want you to be happy.
But I keep telling you and telling you and telling you I don't know how to be happy.
Well, in that case...
Yes?
Well, we haven't arrived there yet.
Dear Mara.
Roland?
Yes, I came to tell you how sorry I am.
Sorry?
Well, I caused you all this trouble.
No.
Oh, I'm sure of it. After all, if I hadn't come to ask you to go with me...
I don't know, Roland. It would have been something else, someone else, sooner or later.
What's wrong, dear Mara?
I suppose that's what's wrong. Everybody calls everybody else dear. We all can't love each other.
But we must. You know what happens when there's no love? There's war.
Oh, have you seen those pictures, too?
Yes. That's why I hate history. I hate it because it's so bloody and brutal. But that isn't important. Come away with me.
No, they won't let me out of here.
They will, if you come with me. Actually, it's the only way you could ever get out of here.
Oh, please, Roland, I like you, and you're very...
It will be very serious for you.
I can't go with you, Roland.
Why?
Because I don't love you. I'm sorry. I know we're all supposed to love each other, but I don't love you. I would like to love you, but I don't. I can't.
Mara, suppose you were just to say you love me.
But I don't love you.
I know, but couldn't you just say so?
But that would be a lie.
Yes, I suppose.
I can't do that. I just can't lie.
You're such an unlikely martyr.
What do you mean?
If you go back through history, everyone who died for a principle...
Roland.
You're just a slip of a girl. You can't be more than 200 or 300 years old. I doubt that you're even aware of the implications of what you're doing.
What do you mean I am going to die?
Did I say that?
Yes. You said it, and you know you said it.
Mara, let's end this nonsense. Just smile and say you'd be happy to come with me.
Do you mean that they would kill me if I don't?
Oh, that's not the way it really is. It's just... Oh, look, before it's too late, please. It doesn't matter. That's what you have to do to live. Now tell them. Tell them you're willing to come with me.
Ah. Dear Roland and Mara.
I've brought Mara here because there's no longer any difficulty.
There isn't?
No. Mara is quite happy.
Are you, dear Mara?
Oh, yes.
Wonderful news. Mara wishes to go with me.
There's wonderful news, if true.
Oh, of course, it's true. Tell her. Tell her, Mara. Mara agrees to go with me.
That is not what you just said, dear Roland. Let me play it back for you. Listen.
Wonderful news. Mara wishes to go with me.
You said originally, Mara wishes to go with me. What you said just now is, Mara agrees to go with me.
Oh, what's the difference?
The difference is one of life and death. You see, Mara, if you wish to go with Roland, that is a sign that you are happy and therefore fit to live in our world. If, however, you merely agree, it means you are only making the best of a bad bargain, and you are still unhappy.
But
I'm afraid we've arrived at the point of judgment. Do you wish to go with Roland? Or do you agree to go with Roland?
Which is it indeed? A life hangs on a single word. When you think of what words have meant in history, why, our own catastrophic Civil War was basically caused by a single word, wasn't it? Didn't the South say, the United States are? And didn't the North say, the United States is? We'll have a few provocative words in Act 3, which I shall bring you in just a few moments. And what is paradise? What was paradise? Obviously, a place where one was completely free to gratify every desire, to know joy, and to live forever. At one time or another, man enjoyed this particular situation, or so we are told, and yet paradise has always been lost. Is there something within the human condition that rejects perfection?
Willis, she loves you. Talk to her. Convince her.
What can I say to her, Roland?
There is nothing anyone can say to Mara any longer. From now on, Mara must speak for herself.
Do I agree to go with Roland, or do I wish to go with Roland? No. No, I shall make it even more definite than that. I refuse to consider it. I will not go with Roland.
Mara.
I must ask all of you to be silent.
But she's obviously ill. She needs the rest home.
She has already been in a rest home. No. Mara can no longer live among us.
And what are you going to do with me?
The problem has never arisen before. Obviously, you cannot live here.
But there is no other place. There is only here.
We shall have to ask for a council to decide. My friends, dear people, you have heard dear Mara tell us how unhappy she is and how impossible it is for her to be happy among us. This being so, how can we possibly permit her to remain free to contaminate our society?
Why do you insist Mara will contaminate us?
Must we review the entire history of the world? I must ask Mara to answer this question. Is there any way you can be happy here? Well?
No.
In that case, since we have failed to make you happy, we must regretfully terminate your life. You will therefore return to the rest home, where you shall be pleasantly and painlessly...
No.
Dear Willis, can you suggest an alternative? Mara?
What have you got there?
A drink.
The drink?
Oh, you'll find it very pleasant.
Oh, it will kill me.
There is no other way.
Why do I have to die? Why can't everyone just leave me alone?
You have an illness.
What illness?
Is it possible you still don't understand what we have been talking about? You are unhappy. You cannot be permitted to live. Take the cup.
No.
I told you from the beginning. There is no other way.
No!
Mara!
Let me out of here.
You can't go anywhere. You struck me.
Let me out of here.
Mara, come back. There's no place you can go. Mara!
Willis?
Mara.
Be quiet. Someone will hear you. Are you alone?
Mara, everyone is looking for you.
I know. Can you hide me?
It's impossible. Sooner or later, you'll be found.
I don't want to die.
You should have thought of that before.
Is that how you talk to me?
It's the truth.
I thought you loved me, Willis.
I do.
But no more than anyone else.
I'll tell you what we can do. We'll go back to Melisande and the council.
No.
We'll say that you will make every possible effort to be happy.
I can't be happy here.
You must try.
Oh, don't you think I have? Don't you think I've been trying all my life?
What is it, Mara? Why are you the only one who can't be happy in our world?
I don't know. I feel as if I were dead.
Dead?
As if there's no life in me.
Perhaps something physical.
No, they say I'm in perfect health.
But why do you feel dead?
Because there's no suspense.
Suspense? Mara, what do you mean by suspense?
I mean, I never have to wonder if I'll ever get what I want.
Of course not. All you have to do is wish.
That's the trouble. It just happens, and I don't have to do anything. I want to play beautifully on the violin. I just wish for it.
And that's bad?
I read that the person who I wanted to play like, whose style I admired, worked and studied and practiced every day of his life to be able to do it. Is that right? That I should just wish for it?
Of course it's right.
And your painting, the man you pattern yourself after, he's a genius. Is that fair?
Was it fair for only a few people to have talent? Shouldn't everyone be able to paint or perform or write if he wants to?
What do I have to look forward to? If only I could just feel alive like those people.
Which people?
Well, the people Melisande showed me in the pictures.
Who?
The ones who lived thousands of years ago, the ones who had wars and
Mara,
poverty.
how can you say that?
I looked at their world and it frightened me. It was filled with strife and anger and danger, but I envied them. At the same time they were killing themselves and destroying themselves, I envied them.
Mara.
Because they knew what life was like.
Life? That was a world of death.
I suddenly saw it. I saw the whole thing. Roland was right. I am just an ordinary young woman. There's nothing remarkable about me, but suddenly I saw what it all meant. You can't know the wonder and value of life unless death is always near at hand. You can't know love unless there is hate. There's no pleasure without pain. Oh, don't you see, Willis? Don't you understand? All of us here, we only lead half lives. We're only half people.
Maybe we can make you happy.
No, Willis. I can never be happy here.
Here? Who said anything about here?
But where else is there, Willis?
Where? Why, the past, of course.
The past?
Yes, the past. What is our only duty in this world? To make ourselves and others happy. Why don't we make you happy, Mara? Send you back to a time when people, as you put it, lived.
Can it be done? Can you do it?
Mara, would you want to go back there to a time when things might be happier for you?
Oh, yes, yes.
I shall wish for the type of technology that can take you back. You must realize that you don't know how to do anything. And in those days, people had to have some sort of skill.
But I do know how to do something. I can play the violin.
No, my dear. You create the illusion that you can play.
Illusion? Well, that's what I wish to be free of. I want reality.
In a more primitive world, you would actually have to learn to play. You would have to work hard at it.
Oh, I don't mind.
And you could work day and night, and yet, if you didn't possess talent...
Talent?
Yes, talent. That inexplicable, mysterious spark. Without it, you could never learn at all.
Talent? Well, how does one get talent?
Do you still want to leave here, Mara?
Yes.
Very well. Where would you like to go?
I would like to go back to a time when there was conflict and people had to fight for what they wanted.
How about the latter part of the 20th century?
Yes?
It was very turbulent. Wars, violence, but...
But what?
But it was the beginning of civilization. If you got sick, medicine had advanced far enough to give you a chance. Yes, that's the time. What do you think?
Yes, all right.
Your name is Mara. Your father's name was Philip. Therefore,
Your new name will be Mara Phillips. You are 200 years old here, which would be the equivalent of, say, 20 back there.
20?
Close your eyes, Mara. When you open them again, you'll be a 20-year-old girl living sometime in the 1970s.
1970s.
I see you now. You work in a diner.
What's a diner?
You're a student of the violin.
Am I good?
You love a boy named Tom.
Does he love me?
This is the meaning of suspense. Close your eyes. When you open them again, you'll be living in another world at another time.
Well, do I sound better, Tom?
Honey, you sound like $1,000,000.
Am I improving?
Yeah, I think so. But what do I know about it?
Oh, Tom, there are times when I think you're a barbarian.
Come over here. I'll show you.
Tom, I haven't finished practicing.
When does the professor think you'll be ready for the concert?
Oh, 5 years, maybe 6.
5 years?
Well, it takes work. Do you want me to give it up?
Hey, baby, don't get so all uptight. I mean, it's your thing. You got to stay with it.
Well, just be patient and try to understand. What do you have, sir?
I'll have a small date with the waitress.
Give me one good reason why I should go out with a fat, bald, ugly creep like you.
Hey, Myra. Wait a minute. Listen, kid. Let me set you straight. That old character's a pal of Jerry's.
Does that mean I have to go out with him?
No, you don't have to go out with him, but just don't insult him, that's all. Excuse me, I gotta answer. Jerry's Diner. Oh, yeah, hold on. See you, Mara.
Hello? Yes, Mr. Allenby. Certainly. At once. I have to go. I've got an audition.
But you can't leave. It's the lunch rush.
It's my big chance. Cover for me, will you please, Sally? I'll make it up for you.
Okay, but if Jerry comes in and doesn't see you, kiss the job goodbye.
Okay. Now what do you do?
What do I do?
I mean, you're going to a dance? What's the act?
The act?
You mean all you do is just stand there and play the fiddle?
Oh, Mr. Allenby, I'm training to be a concert violinist.
You don't have a bad-looking figure at all. Yeah, I could find a spot for you.
Mr. Allenby.
It would be sensational. How about if you just stood and played the violin without any clothes on?
I don't know what to do. I'll never find a job.
And you're still years away from becoming a concert artist.
Willis, what are you doing here?
I thought I'd visit you, dear Mara.
Where's Tom?
Tom? The man you're in love with? The man who loves you?
Well, what happened to him? Where is he?
I found this note. Read it.
Dearest Mara, it was fun while it lasted, but it was starting to drag. So the best breaks are the clean, quick ones. He's left me.
I would imagine so.
Oh, Willis, what am I going to do?
Yes, suspense, adventure, struggle. This is what you wanted?
How could he leave me? He said he loved me.
Back in our world, he'd be required to stay with you. See how it's all gone wrong? No success as a violinist.
I'm still learning. I'm studying.
The man you love has left you, and you don't even know if you still have your job in that miserable diner.
Willis.
Do you want to come back, Mara?
Back? Back to what?
Utopia. Paradise, where you can have everything your heart desires.
Willis, I can't.
You can't what? Go back or stay? Answer me quickly before it's too late. Don't say the words that are forming on your lips. Don't say come in. Answer me. Tell me if you want to come back.
But it's Tom. It must be Tom.
Tell me before it's too late if you want to come back to a life of ease, of success in whatever your heart desires. How can you even think about it? Answer me before it's too late.
Come in. Hi, Mara.
It's too late, Mara. Too late.
Oh, Sally. Sally, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Willis.
Who?
Willis.
Hey, you okay? Who's Willis? Where is Willis?
Well, Willis.
It was... Oh, I knew it. I knew one day you'd finally flip. Listen, kid, I squared it with Jerry. I said you was sick.
It must have been a dream.
What?
That I lived in a place where everyone could have his heart's desire.
Hey, that must have been okay.
No, it wasn't. Instead of staying there, I chose to live here.
Oh, you're crazy. Why?
Well, because I'm human, I guess.
Oh, I wish I could have dreams like that. You ought to see some of the things I dream about.
Willis, Melisande, Roland. Are they the dream? Or Sally, Jerry, Tom, this place? This struggle, this suspense. Is this the dream?
You'd be surprised how many people have that kind of problem. They simply do not know where they are. Dreams and reality blend until you can't tell one from the other. If you have that problem, our advice to you is don't fight it. Relax and enjoy both your worlds. I'll be back shortly. What is there about paradise that makes it impractical and impossible for humans to live there? Why do they all fail? All those gardens of Eden, from the ones created by the gods to the utopias created by men and women. Is it because man can never really be happy on a constant level of happiness? Do we always require a trial or two to give savor to life? Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Norman Rose, Joan Lovejoy, and Don Scardino. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is the tale of a phenomenon that has disappeared from our lives. The cattle drive. The great migration of Texas herds north to Colorado and Wyoming. And the stockyards that fed the railroads who brought the meat east to feed the bulk of our population. The drum of 12,000 hooves will mark a trail through the open wilderness as smooth and hard as a concrete highway. Our story is dedicated to the tough men we know as cowboys. Our mystery drama, Stampede, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Chris Tabori and Fred Gwynn. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Carrier Air Conditioning. I'll be back shortly with Act One. By 1865, the armies were dispersing. The men were winding their way home, tired, dispirited, and shattered at killing their brothers. The Union soldier may have had some uplift in the belief that his side was victorious, if in a bloody family conflict there can be any victors. But for the men of the Confederate armies, the return home was a long, weary road, with no hope left and very little joy. So Ned Parsons, volunteered at 17 and not yet 21, found his return to the Texas farm he had left with his father some 4 years ago.
Who is it?
I ain't surprised you wouldn't remember me. You forgot my father soon enough, I hear.
Ned? Ned, is that you?
I reckon I can't say no.
Ned! Ned, boy! Oh, we've been searching how to find you out and no news. Some was ready to give you up for dead like my Harry, but I never did.
Daddy's dead enough. But I guess you could say I'm still alive.
Oh, Ned, boy. What's the matter with you? Oh, you look so fine, just so good to me. Oh, a bit thin, maybe, but we'll soon put some fat on you now you're home.
I ain't home, Mother.
But the war's over.
A lot of things are over.
What is it, son? You look so bleak. Ain't you glad to be home?
All the long way, I thought how good it'd be to see you and Sammy and Jenny and Sue. I thought about how Daddy was gone. But I figure I'd done a heap of growing up these past years, and I was most about ready to take his place. Till I got to town and found that somebody else had already taken over you, my sisters and brothers, my dad's place, and my whole family.
Oh, Ned, you gotta understand.
Mom, you can't ask anyone who lived through Vicksburg or any campaign to accept some copper John who moves in while the rest of us was bleeding like Dad, dying for a cause.
Stop it! Stop it! What good did this war do but split us all, a whole country apart? What sense did it make? I lost your father. I thought I'd lost you. I don't fault you for answering the colors, but fighting isn't the only way that makes a man. Give yourself a chance to meet Jim.
No, sir. No, sir, not anyway.
But now you're home.
I'm home, just long enough to pick up old Baldy. I reckon he's still my horse. My daddy gave him to me.
Of course he's your horse, Ned, but this is also your home and the rest of the family.
No, I'm sorry, Mom. I just don't have the stomach.
Now, you listen to me, Ned Parsons. I got a right to say my piece. I got 5 young'uns beside you, and for 4 long years I tried to hold his farm together. With your father dead and the 4 other young'uns' sake, I had to have a man to keep it going.
Well, you could have hired one.
What would I have paid him with?
You made your choice. Now, I'm making mine. I ain't here to argue, just to haul on out. Baldy in the corral?
Yeah, but...
Well, I got to return this horse I borrowed. I'll just saddle up old Baldy and leave the other back to town.
Then what are you going to do?
I hear tell Mr. Brenner's taking a big cattle drive north. I figured to sign on with him, if he'll have me.
Well, that means you'll be gone over 6 months. Then what?
I don't rightly know. Maybe I'm wrong to be bitter, but it's the way I feel. I don't ever expect to find my way home again.
Now, can I let her go, Mr. Brenner?
Yeah, it's sharp and clean. Yep, the Circle C. Okay, let her up. We're on our way. Only 2,999 to go. We got to work. Mike, you break out some coffee and keep that fire going. There'll be more cooking there than branding iron.
Muy bien, Senor Brenner. You want some prairie oysters when we got them to cook?
Well, I wouldn't turn one down. Okay, boys, let's keep moving. We got a date up Cheyenne way before that trail gets too hot for a man to want to follow. Hey, Pecos, who you got over there?
Young fella just rode in looking to sign on for the drive. Name of Ned.
Ned Parsons, Mr. Brenner. Yeah. Do I know you? You might not remember me. I growed some since I seen you. I reckon you wouldn't forget my father, though. Will Parsons, by damn. You Will Parsons' son? Yes, sir. I ain't seen Will since he took off to war. Oh, say, didn't I hear... Yes, sir. My daddy was killed at Chickamauga. Oh, gee, I'm mighty sorry to hear that, son. He was a fine man. Yes, sir, he was. All of that. You wouldn't think anyone could forget that. No, I wouldn't. Pecos. Huh? You say something about Ned here wanting to sign up for the drive?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
I was hoping that you could use an extra hand, sir. Well, if I did, I don't think it ought to be you, son. Oh, now, if you was thinking of me as too young, I'd just like to say I'm home from near 3 years of soldiering. My daddy died in my arms at Chickamauga. Well, man grows up fast in the war. What I was figuring was I got no right to take a man like you away from a woman who must need you a sight more than either the Army or me ever could. You mean my mother? Yeah. Don't you think your first duty ought to be to her? No, sir. My ma don't need me. My daddy was out dying for his country. She found some old copper John to sneak in and take my dad's place. Now, boy, I'm going to warn you. I won't listen to one slight against Martha. Well, I ain't slighting her. She's married decent enough for sure. All I'm doing is faulting her. And that's the last I'm saying, except, well, she don't need me. Could you find a place for me? Well, it's a long haul to a far country. That's what I'm looking for. It's almighty lonely. And all work. That suits me fine. Coming out of the war between the states, you ought to have time to, maybe see some gals. Let down a bit. I got some long thinking to do, sir. And women don't set right good with me at the moment.
We could use them, Mr. Brenner.
Well, yeah, that's just what we're going to do. We'll start them off on left drag. You'll be eating dust all the way north. But once we get moving, I'll rotate. Now make sure he's got a good gun and bedroll. Now all we're waiting on is finishing the branding. And we're ready to roll.
Hey, 4 days. Man, I am glad that branding is over and done with. I am dog-tired and hog-weary. How's that burn of yours, Ned?
Oh, it'll heal fine, Pickles. Rather have it on my arm than across my face.
I swear that was no accident the way DeVine come around with that branding iron.
I wonder.
He's a mean cuss, Ned boy. Now, you watch Snake DeVine. He's worse than a rattler they named him after, 'cause he don't sound no warning.
You think he burned me on purpose?
Well, I didn't see what happened, but I wouldn't put it past him. You two run foul of each other some way.
When we were choosing ponies in the Remuda, there was a pinter he wanted, and it was my turn to pick. He took it amiss that I wouldn't give him that pony.
Well, why should you? Mr. Brenner give orders, and anyway, it was your turn.
That's sure enough the way I felt.
Well, you was in the right. Mr. Brenner is a trail boss, not Snake DeVine.
I don't understand why I'd hire a man like him.
Because, son, he's the best point man this side of the Pecos. Now, he may be ugly and ornery, but someday when them dumb loco cows take it into their minds to stampede, you might just be glad to have someone tough as Snake to turn them back. Now, I seen him ride into a herd and face him up eyeball to eyeball with a lead steer and drop him with a shot through the skull that stopped them cattle before they tore up half the territory. Boy, that takes guts.
All right, he's got guts. That don't mean I have to like him.
Yeah, don't go looking for quarrels unless they're forced on you, Ned. The drive is a long time, and a man's got to keep a level head.
Morning, Miss Brenner. Morning, Ned. I'm about ready to move out, so I thought I'd cut me out of workhorse. Yeah. How's that burn? Oh, it'll do. Well, I brought you some grease from a chuck wagon. Now, you spread that on and keep your arm open to the air. Figures to feel better. Thank you. That's right nice of you, Mr. Brenner. Better saddle up, Ned. Snake's fixing to do just that.
What are you, sonny boy? Doctor, soldier, horse thief, all rolled up into one?
Why don't you back off, Snake? I don't want no trouble.
Well, now, is that a fact? Appears to me like you've been kind of spoiling for it ever since we met up. What pony you riding now?
I reckon I'll take the pinto.
Yeah. You want to look out for him, Greenhorn. He don't like the cinch.
I can handle my own horse.
Wise up, tenderfoot. Let a man who knows horses handle him. Now, I told you, you should have let me pick Apache there. Now, why don't we face to it and make a deal, huh? You let me have him in my strength.
No.
Now, we don't want to start out on the drive with bad feelings, do we?
As far as I'm concerned, we already have. Well, what's that?
Oh, that's Cookie's bell, but this time it isn't for us to eat. We're ready to pull out.
Men, a couple of things I want to say. You're all cowboys. And to me, that means hands to 10 cows. Nothing else. You got any whiskey? Better drink it now. It's the last you'll have for months. Now, I find any man on the trail drinking, he gets paid off right there and turned loose with his own horse and one other. We got 8 spots to control the herd. The points will be Duveen and Dago Red. They got the most experience. The other 6 are the 2 flanks, points, and drags, who are going to eat a lot of dust. So they'll rotate, morning and afternoon clockwise. Now, keep your guns in your belts, even in stampedes. And a hat or a bandana wave is just as effective. And remember one thing.
It's a long trip. You got to depend on the man next to you, or behind you, or ahead. Maybe you got to swallow something your gut don't want to take, here and there. It's a long trail. Just face on up to it. The chuck wagon and the remuda are already rolling. So here we go. Straighten up, boys. Move around.
It's a vanished tradition, of course. But in the days when it existed, the cattle drive was of enormous importance to the economy of our country. And the men who contributed to it were the pioneers of the 19th century. They had one advantage over our pioneers of the 20th. They were concerned in construction. So much of this century is centered on destruction. I will return shortly with Act Two. The first 3 or 4 days of a cattle drive are of special importance. The instinct of every separate steer or cow is to want to return from where it came. The thing to do is to keep the cattle content, to let nothing frighten them from outside, to assure them they are safe. Out of this grew 1,000 cowboy songs, a soft, soothing singing to the cattle lying down at dusk is what developed the whole literature of Western music. And the cowboy who loved you so true.
Everything quiet, Ned?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Brennan.
Good. You keep it that way. You move out at least 50 yards if you even want to spit. Anything, a coyote, howl, sneeze, spurs jangling could bring them critters to their feet and start them heading off for home. Yeah, 3,000 of them. Once they get set, they're mighty hard to stop.
I know it, sir.
Well, I'll see you.
Yes, sir. This valley, they say you are leaving. I shall miss your bright face and fond smile.
No, Corclad! Sangrano parte!
Holy shit. Now, easy there, boy. Easy, boy.
What happened?
I don't know.
Try and hold them. They've started milling. I'll get the rest of the boys. On your feet, boys. The cattle are moving. Get between them and our back trail. Don't let them head back. What the hell is going on here?
There's a matter out there by the chuck wagon. Got the herd all riled up.
Oh, that damn Mexican coffee bean. I'll teach him a lesson. Oh, no, señor negro sapiente. You don't blame on me, señor. Get your tongue off of me, Max, or I'll take my rope to your back. You keep quiet, Ringo, or I got my initials on yours. That's all I was looking for, a good excuse. Now, hold it. What's up, Max? Damn you. Now you've done it for sure.
You plain out of your head. That herd was fixing to stampede before you topped it off. Now ride, all of you. We don't stop now. By tomorrow night, we'll be back where we began. Dish the coffee out all around, Mike. Then put the pot back in the wagon, huh?
Si, Senor Brandon.
But listen, now don't none of you get any idea this here is any party. It's more in the nature of a court. Now, we're just lucky we headed off that route, but it cost us 5 head. 2 we had to shoot, 3 got trampled. And on top of that, we're going to lose a full day while the cattle rest up, and the hands. Now, I want to know how come there was all that clatter of pots.
Well, ask Mike. Came from his wagon. Sure, but you make it.
Duveen? How?
He was looking for my whiskey. There's a bare-faced lie.
Mike, you got whiskey in your wagon?
Sure. Always I carry it.
In spite of what I said before we moved out.
It's not for drinking. It's for, what you say, medicine if someone is hurt. Will you listen to that? Senor Brenner, you can smell my breath. And why if I go for my whiskey when I know where it is, I am so clumsy, knock down my own pots and pans?
Well, what do you got to say to that, Duveen?
Well, you going to take the word of a white man over some lousy Mex? I wasn't near his wagon.
Ned, you were closest. What do you think?
Well, it was dark, Mr. Brenner. I only heard the noise. I didn't see who caused it.
But what, son?
Well, when Snake Devine here rode up, he come from the direction of the chuck wagon. I put my money on Mike's word against his.
Why, you lily-livered hag.
You can stop right there, Devine.
I know if it hadn't been for you last night, we'd have never got them cattle there stopped. And we sure as hell can't head for Cheyenne without a cook. So let's write this one off, huh? Except for one thing. You're coming with me right now, Mike, and get that whiskey and empty it out on the ground. That way, no one's going to be tempted in any more accidents. Now, come on.
Si, Senor Brenner. I'm going to tell you something there, soldier boy.
What's that?
I ain't got no forgiving nature like Mr. Brenner there. You got a big mouth. It's a long trail, and I got a long memory. So next time I burn you, it won't be with no branding iron. It'll be just plain hot lead.
Pecos, man, you're a sight for anyone. What's news? I ain't seen hide in a hair of you for 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, that's right. Ever since we reached Colorado territory, how's the drive?
It's settled down, moving along. More than halfway there.
Cattle look pretty good.
Yeah, tolerable. They could use some water. Been a long, dry spell the last 60 miles. You're going to tell me there's none up ahead, huh?
No water you got. Now, you can fetch that by tomorrow.
Well, the herd's restless. They can smell it. Which pass do I take?
Well, now, there's 2 rocks you can just see sticking up ahead there now. Call them the Twin Owls. Now, the draw to the right looks real dandy. Only trouble is, it ends in a bluff, drops away 500 to 600 feet. It's a dead end. That's a mighty fine name for it.
And the other pass?
Yes, it's crawling with Comanches. That's what held me up getting back to you. And now there's some settlements in there, and, well, God help the folks in them. Just scattered farms.
Is that a full war party?
Oh, yes, sir.
Headed our way?
I'm afraid so, and not far off my trail. Now, I'd get set up for an attack at sundown.
Twin Rocks. Right, Mr. Brenner? How's it going, Mike?
I think I got one, but...
I got him, Mike. That one's for you.
Unless you look down that old longhorn, now if old Whiteface be here first, we've saved the herd. Don't keep that nose running.
Yes, sir, hard as I can.
I said he did it. Oh, and the herd will follow that old lead steer. All right, shape him up, boys. Shape him up. We're going by the left fork.
Mr. Brenner sent me back to see what you wanted, Pecos. What is it?
There's something I don't rightly know how to handle, boy. How's Mike?
Well, the shoulder's pretty bad. Can't get the arrowhead out.
Oh, them Injuns. The only reason they had no heart for battle and took off once we turned the herd is Right back up the hill there.
The settler's farmhouse burned. All the outbuildings.
Yeah, and the settler himself, dead and scalped. Just his young wife left alive behind. We finished it all off. Beet farmer. Stampede went straight across his fields. What the engine left behind, we wiped out. Except that girl.
She's the only one left alive?
Yeah, she real shook up. You know, maybe you could get her to talk, being more of her age.
Ma'am?
Yes?
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ned Parsons.
My name is Ellie Tate. I mean Ellie Gottschalk. Those savages, they killed my husband.
Well, not more savage than us. Our cattle sure killed off your beet crop. You look like you could use something to eat, ma'am. Or at least some coffee.
I should be asking you in for that, but there's nothing left. Oh, what am I going to do now?
Oh, now, don't you worry about it none, ma'am. We'll help somehow. Oh, here comes our trail boss now. Mr. Brenner, this here is Mrs. Ellie Gottschalk.
Just make it Ellie Tate. I guess the Gottschalk part doesn't signify anymore.
I do, ma'am. I'm sincerely sorry for the damage our herd has done and for everything else you've gone through.
I thank you kindly.
How did you escape?
Well, I was by the barn when the Indians came. They killed my husband right off, and then they had torches they were setting to everything. While they were driving off the animals and the horses, I got away to the river and hid under a ledge where I do my washing.
Oh, I see. What do you figure you do now, Mrs. Tate?
Oh, well, we could make it, Ellie. First off, I got to bury my husband.
Oh, now, we're going to take care of that, ma'am.
Oh, you're right kind. And then I have a sister in Denver. If I could get there somehow.
Catch her now.
Yeah, I have her, sir. Oh, she's just wore out and starved. Can't we take her with us, sir?
Well, we owe her something for that crop of steers flattened. Besides.
Yes, sir?
Well, with Mike hurt, he's going to need some help with the cooking. So, consign we Aunt Gottschalk to peace and eternal rest, into the care and mercy of our Lord God. Amen.
Amen.
Well, we'll leave you alone to make your goodbyes, ma'am.
If you'll just give me a minute.
Sure, ma'am. Come on, boys.
Hey, I ain't so sure this is such a good idea, Mr. Brenner.
Why not, Pecos?
Well, I don't know. It's a hunch. Superstition, maybe. Cattle drive is some like ship. And you know how sailors believe a woman brings bad luck.
Well, the way I see it, she could be more of a help than a hindrance.
The way I see it, too, huh, Tenderfoot?
Name is Ned Parsons, Devine.
Oh, a little riled up, huh? Maybe you're looking forward, like me, to having a little gal around? Especially now, when the night seems so much longer after so many weeks on the trail, and with the spring coming on, a man kind of hankers after a woman, huh?
She's a widow lady, and you stay away from her.
Why? You stayed out of claim already?
Oh, now, you know that's not what I mean.
You keep your nose clean, sonny boy, and just stay out of my way. You let a man handle this. Takes a whole lot more than you to hold me back.
Strangely prophetic words from Snake Duvine's lips, if he only knew it. For a lot more than he bargains for stands in Duvine's way to Ellie. And when Ned and he finally tangle, the same strange force will stand allied with Ned. I shall return shortly with Act 3. During the first week on the drive, Ellie Tate moved like a woman in a daze, in another world, as indeed she was. But as the bitter memories faded a little, and she started to eat again, she became alive once more. particularly since with Mike's open festering arrow wound, there was more and more need for her to cook the food for the hands. Now at the end of the day, with the evening meal over and the night riders out, Ellie threads her way past the campfire through the shadows of a small clump of aspen just coming in leaf.
Well, now what'd I do? Scare you, Miss Ellie?
You sure did. Hiding out like that.
Well, I wasn't hiding. Well, maybe just kind of staked out, waiting to get you by yourself once.
You better take your hands off me or I'll scream.
Now, come on. You ain't no little girl. You growed woman.
A married one. At least I was.
And don't tell me you ain't glad to be out of it. Now, I saw him. Fat old man, ain't old enough to be your father.
Don't you talk about hands that way, you filthy animal.
Ouch! Oh, you struck me.
You're lucky it was only in the hand.
All right, Miss Fancy. I'll remember that. And so will you next time.
There won't be a next time.
You like to make any odds on that?
Everything all right, Miss Tate?
I was looking for Mr. Brenner.
You spoiling for trouble, Parsons?
Not right at the moment. Mr. Brenner is right behind me.
Brother, one of these days, I'm coming looking for you, boy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring trouble.
Well, I reckon you can't help it, just being a woman and all.
Well, I'm sorry. I was trying to thank you.
I reckon I'm sorry, too. I was just... Well, I mean, you gotta understand that...
Ned, boy, I just wanted to... Oh, why, hello, Miss Tate. I sure hope I ain't butting in on anything.
Oh, of course not. I was looking to tell you something. It's about Miss Aiel.
Who?
He's running a...
Miss Aiel Lugos, the cook?
Oh, you mean Mike?
Yeah, he's running a high fever. The wound is very bad. Someone has to take out that arrowhead or amputate the arm. Otherwise, he'll die of blood poisoning.
Well, ma'am, I don't rightly know. I wouldn't have the first idea how if Pecos were here, but you see, he's off scouting, and I don't know who else.
Well, if it has to come out, I think maybe I could do it.
Enough hot water and cloth?
Yes, fine. The knife red hot yet?
Just about.
Hand me that bridle strap.
Oh, here, Mr. Parsons.
Thank you, Mrs. Gottschalk. Okay, Miss Aiel. You bite hard on that leather.
I have strong teeth.
Good. Then we'll double it. Okay, Mrs. Gottschalk. Mr. Brenner, hold him while I get the knife. You should get some sleep.
Oh, I can't sleep after that. You were magnificent.
I only did what had to be done.
Oh, you were still magnificent. Oh, I'm embarrassing you.
No, ma'am.
Well, then what? You don't like me? Oh, you don't like women.
I didn't say that.
You don't have to. You're polite and you'd protect us, but you don't like us. I've known that since we first met.
I don't like women who forget the marriage vows.
But you... Oh, no. You can't seriously think I was being a coquette. Well, nothing was further from... Well, I assure you I cannot in any way forget my marriage vows for a moment.
Oh, forgive me if I... Oh, I don't know what I thought, or meant, or think. We're pretty far from camp. I better walk you back.
I can find my own way back.
Oh, yeah, but...
I'd prefer it if you'd leave me alone.
All right. Maybe it's better for both of us if I do.
Well, that's what you get for playing around with boys, Miss Tate.
I told you before the name is Mrs. Gottschalk, Duveen.
Oh, hell, I can't handle them foreign names. When it come to handling a woman...
Now, I warned you before. I'd swing my head off.
This far out? You could be a screech owl, a coyote, a coney caught by an eagle. Besides, you ain't gonna make a sound. Not before or after I'm through with you.
I'm warning you, if you touch me, you're playing with death.
You think you can scare me?
No, but perhaps I can.
Who the hell are you?
My name is Hans Gottschalk, or was. You will take your hands off my wife.
seeing things. You're dead. You've been scalped by the Indians.
As you can see, I have no scalp, and I am dead. But I cannot rest in the grave, because I promised the little one. Well, I will not rest till she is safe. You will go now, and never come near her again. Near her.
Holy snakes. Did you see what
I warned you to leave me alone. I'm haunted. Do you want to be too?
No, Mrs. Gottschalk. You don't have to worry none about me. From here in, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
So, you think we got no problems up ahead, Pecos?
No, sir. Now, you should roll right into Cheyenne about 10, 12 days from now.
Fine. I reckon we're near abreast of Denver by now. I can send Miss Gottschalk on in there tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Mike back to his shelf again?
It appears to be. He's mended over fine the last month.
Yeah.
He looks good.
More than I can say for little Miss Ellie. She looked kind of peaked to me. That snake giving her any trouble?
No. For some reason, Duveen avoids her like the plague. She put the fear of God in him somehow.
Well, that takes a heap of doing.
You sure know.
Yeah, she's a lot of woman. You know, I always had a notion that her and Ned,
Yeah, I think they both had more than a notion. I think they're both eating their hearts out for each other.
Then why in tarnation don't they get together? I like that boy.
Yeah. I love him like he was my own son.
And we owe the woman something after what we did to what was left of the farm when the cattle stampeded over it.
Now, that's a fact. Let's see. All right. You talk to the boy, and I'll take the girl.
Mr. Brenner, I know you mean to be kind, but please, just let it be.
Now, look, it's only because I feel you're fond of the boy.
I love him. I admire him. I don't expect ever to meet anyone like him. For me. There. Will that satisfy you?
No. Now, why do you want to pick up your skirts and run from them, Mrs. Gottschalk?
Because that's who I am.
You were.
Wilt thou love him, comfort him, and honor, and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee unto him?
So long as ye both shall live.
He didn't seek his death. You got to understand, Mr. Brenner. My father was killed in the war. My mother died. I was alone. No money, nowhere to go. Hance came to me. He was older, much older, but kind and gentle and lonely. So I went with him gladly. Only for his sake I had to tell a lie. I said I loved him. I couldn't. Not that way. One lie is enough. I won't live another. At least I can honor his memory.
It's just no use, Pecos. It just ain't in the cards.
Now, come on, boy. Just listen to reason.
This ain't a thing that has to do with reason. It comes from the gut. If I was to make any move towards Ellie, I'd be putting myself in the same class as that copper John my ma betrayed my father with. And nothing you can say will change my mind. Nothing on earth. Now leave me alone, Pecos.
My name is Hans Gottschalk.
His husband?
Yeah, we have not really met before.
But you're dead.
Yeah, but not at rest.
Now look, Mr. Gottschalk. If you got any idea Ellie and me is...
If I said so?
No. Why else would you come to haunt me?
Listen a moment. I was an old man, and I was lonely. Since the death of my first wife so many years ago, I was lonely. We were without children. And then, one day, I went to town to buy supplies, and I saw this pale, pinched, half-starved child woman. I could not take her home with me as a servant. First, because I did not wish her to be read, and second, because you know the name she would have been given.
Like my mother.
Not like your mother. She had children to protect. Your mother had to do what she did. And no doubt he is a good man she found, willing to take on such responsibilities. I hoped to find in you so good a man.
I don't understand.
Throw away your prejudices, your old values. It is a new and awakening world. I beg you, since you love her, to marry Ellie and be happy ever afterwards, as much as the good Lord allows you to be. My time is come, and I can rest. It is up to you how well I may.
All right, boys, ride on out and get them bunched up. Round them up.
Excuse me, Mr. Brenner, sir.
What is it, Ned?
I was just figuring to myself, with Pecos back, you could easy drop an extra hand like me for the last week. Could you consider paying me off?
Why? Where are you headed?
Well, you see, Ellie and me here...
Mr. Brenner, the only lie I ever told in my life was that I have a sister in Denver. I just said that so maybe you'd bring me on north.
Oh, well, right glad I did. But what are you going to do in Denver, a lone woman?
I don't figure to be.
Now, that's why I want to get paid off, sir. I got a big notion, Mr. Brenner. You know the last weeks how we've seen what good grazing land this is for cattle?
Yeah. Colorado sorghum. Can't be beat.
Here's my idea. You leave me one good bull and some cows, pay me off, and I'll file me for some land. By the time you go south again and come back with your next drive, we'll have the beginnings of a herd right here.
You did say Ellie and you.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, that's part of the thinking and part of... Well, I wouldn't know what to call it. Would you, honey?
Best way I know how to say it is the best marriages are made in heaven.
You're going to be married
as soon as we hit Denver. Only one thing, Mr. Brenner.
Yeah.
You, heading back for Texas after this drive?
Yes, son. By rail to St. Joe and then south on the river fast the boat can carry me.
Would you take a message from me?
Sure enough.
Could you just look up Mama and say, I was wrong and I understand? I'm like the country. I'm just learning to grow up.
Again, I leave all of you who follow our stories to decide. Was there the ghost of a kindly and simple man who met a terrible death, restless in the grave until he saw justice come to his young wife? Or, as Mr. Shakespeare's Hamlet said, are these things all in the mind? Are decisions arrived at in moments of crisis natural or supernatural? I'll be back shortly. Our cast included Chris Tabori, Fred Gwynn, Catherine Byers, Gilbert Mack, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your guide as we embark on a journey through a dark labyrinth of horror. But do not be afraid. All that you see and hear takes place in your imagination. You cannot lose your life. You can only lose your mind. Our mystery drama, Brain Drain, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Ralph Goodman and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Most tales of terror begin just before a gruesome murder is about to take place. Our story begins after the fact. Space scientist Carl von Linden is already dead. His murder...
Yeah, he showed them to me. There's one picture there that still baffles me, though.
Which one?
This one, here. Of von Linden standing at the entrance of a large pyramid. You see, look, he's standing at one side, looking to his left, smiling, as though he was being photographed with someone else. But there's no one else in the photo, huh?
Well, now that you mention it, that is rather strange. Did you ever ask him about it?
No. He didn't seem to want to talk about that trip. There was this girl, Tara, I believe her name was, a young woman with a strange, hypnotic quality. He was glad to return home to escape her spell.
Well, you don't think this Tara could have had any connection with his death?
That's not likely. She was in Egypt when he died. She called him just before he had that fatal stroke. No, unless there's some way you can kill a man through hypnotic suggestion, we'll have to rule Tara out as a suspect. Here, have a look at her.
Among these photos?
No, on this easel. There's a painting von Linden made from memory when those nightmares began.
Nightmares?
Yeah. Look at this face, huh? Hard to believe someone as beautiful as this could give you nightmares.
Oh, fascinating green eyes.
Even more startling when contrasted with raven black hair. Who was she, Boggs?
Inspector Warren. The Pentagon call? Yes, I'll take it now. Hello. Yes, General. I know. Carl van Linden was an extremely gifted scientist. No, I'm completely satisfied that the death was a result of perfectly natural causes. Yes, come in. What you've heard, General, are just rumors. Yes, I see. Well, the Bureau will make that decision. Goodbye. Meddling old fool. Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Carey.
Oh, that's all right, Inspector. No, I'm sorry, but I'm here to give you as much trouble as the General.
Oh, about what?
The death of Carl von Linden.
Oh, look, Carey, I know von Linden was a close friend of yours. But there's no mystery here. I've been going over your file. You've done an amazing job for the Bureau, and we're grateful.
Inspector.
I've also noticed you hadn't had a day off since last November.
Are you suggesting I take a vacation?
Oh, there's nothing unusual here. Many men...
If you say so, sir.
Good. And why not start by coming to my home tonight? I'm giving a small dinner to introduce a young lady I've been seeing. Someone I'm rather serious about.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd...
Oh, you have a date? Fine, bring her. I'm sure Tara would love to meet her.
Tara?
Well, you've heard me mention her before.
No. I mean, yeah, I guess so. There'd be no other reason the name would sound familiar to me.
Yes. Well, then you will be there. 8 o'clock?
Yes, Inspector. Yeah, I'll be there.
I'll get that, Charles. Carey.
Ah, Inspector.
Come in. I'm so glad you could come.
Thank you.
My guests are out on the patio. Here, let me take your coat.
Thanks.
I imagine you're anxious to meet Tara, the young woman I told you about.
Yeah, very.
She's quite a bit younger than I am. I don't know her age, really.
Her beauty seems timeless, and I find her fascinating.
Well, you've been a bachelor all your life. I'm sure she must be fascinating.
You'll find her exactly as I described her to you.
Oh, you never did?
I beg your pardon?
Describe her. But if I may, let me describe her to you.
Well, how can you? You've never met her.
Well, I'd still like to try. You say she's fascinating.
Yes.
Therefore, her eyes are probably cat-like in quality. I'd say they were green, emerald green.
Well, go on.
And since her beauty, as you put it, is timeless, she has the translucent Egyptian skin tone, pale by comparison to most women. Milk white. Her hair. Black. Raven black.
Agent, you were telling me about the friend of that gifted scientist who had that unfortunate heart attack? Oh, my sympathies, Mr. Carey.
It was a great personal loss.
I understand. And yet the dead are gone. What purpose would it serve to exhume the body and perform an autopsy?
You told her of my request for an autopsy, sir?
Well, we were discussing the incident briefly.
We have no secrets.
Well.
If we're going to have silly bureau talk, I'll return to our guests. I was amused, Mr. Carey, when I entered the room, but if you insist on being intense...
No, Tara. Control that temper of yours. Don't leave. I was just trying to explain.
Yes, stay, Tara. As a favor to me.
Oh, Dr. Kadar, forgive the outburst. I did not know you had arrived.
I'm sure you did not mean to be impolite.
Mr. Carey, Inspector Warren, this is an old and dear friend of mine, Dr. Stefan Kadar.
Welcome to my home, Doctor. I don't believe Tara has mentioned you before.
I have been away. Investigating what, if I may ask?
Oh, nothing. At the moment, Doctor. I'm here as a guest, as you are. But I do find that pendant unusual, almost hypnotic. Can't seem to take my eyes off it.
Really?
He's right. It is fascinating.
It is getting rather late. I merely stopped by to extend my best wishes. By the way, Mr. Carey, what time do you have?
Huh? Time? Oh, that's 4:15.
4:15? In the evening, sir?
Oh. I'm afraid my watch has stopped.
Has it? I suggest you check his watch, Inspector. Mr. Carey seems confused.
Yes, of course. It has stopped. No, wait a minute. Good Lord, it's starting again. The hands are spinning. 5, 6, 7, 7:30. It's now exactly at the right time to the second.
Oh, darling, don't look so amazed. I should have warned you. Dr. Kadar is an unusual man with unusual powers.
Yes, I'll bet.
Mr. Carey is a source of exceedingly hostile vibrations. It is obvious he has little knowledge of the power of the mind.
Oh, you're wrong, Doctor. Just before you arrived, he performed an amazing feat of mental telepathy. He had never met Tara before, and yet without a single clue from me, he was able to describe her exactly.
Not nearly as impressive as your magnetic power.
Magnetic? How do you determine my power is magnetic?
To increase the forward speed of a watch, one would have to move metallic wheels and gears at an accelerated speed. To accomplish this, one would need electric or magnetic power.
Ah, clever, Mr. Carey, but entirely too logical.
Carey?
Aren't you going to suggest a walk in the garden?
You amaze me, Mr. Carey. You are not only a master of extrasensory perception, but a mind reader as well. If we leave by that door, we won't be seen. Coming?
I'm not sure.
Afraid?
Of what I can see, hear, and touch? No.
Take my hand. It is real, is it not? Alive, warm.
Who are you, Tara? Did my friend Carl von Linden ever truly know?
I know of no Carl von Linden.
There is a painting in his apartment, a portrait of a face he has seen many times in a dream.
Oh, surely not me.
Perhaps not. But one thing I do know for sure, the death of von Linden was an unnatural occurrence. I promise you his murder will not go unpunished. And those who have done the devil's bidding will spend an eternity in hell.
have a determined investigator in Lieutenant Charles Carey. Tara seems innocent enough, and yet her resemblance to the portrait in von Linden's apartment is too remarkable to be coincidence. Inspector Warren's fascination for the young woman could prove to be a stumbling block, unless Carey can come up with cold, hard evidence linking his suspicions to fact. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Three days have passed since the untimely death of gifted space scientist Carl von Linden. The night Lieutenant Carey met the beautiful, fascinating Tara, he returned home, troubled, unable to sleep. That unforgettable face, the same face that haunted his friend von Linden, now haunts the dark recesses of his mind. Try as he might, he cannot shake off the persistent, ghostly image. Early the next morning, he and his assistant, Boggs, continue their investigation.
I'll bet it was quite a shock to find that Tara is now Inspector Warren's playmate. How did she get here so quickly from Egypt? Didn't you say von Linden spoke to her by telephone that night before he collapsed?
Yeah, it could have been a fake call made by someone else or pre-taped by Tara. The possibilities are numerous.
Oh? Do they include flying across the ocean at supersonic speeds or, shall we say, on a witch's broom?
Not likely. All right, let's start with the file. See what you can dig up on a man named Kadar, Stefan Kadar.
Who's he?
A man I met at the party. Calls himself Dr. Kadar. Tall, wiry, high cheekbones, white hair.
An older man? How old would you say?
Sure, he looked ancient. And yet he moved like a young athlete in his early 20s.
You think he's mixed up in von Linden's death?
I have a feeling there's a connection.
Tara and this Dr. Kadar?
Yeah. They seemed strangely close. I got the impression she's afraid of him. I'm going to stop off at Inspector Warren's office, make one last attempt to get his okay for that autopsy.
That would help.
I'll see what you can find on Kadar. I'll meet you at the inspector's office in 1 hour.
Gotcha. Oh, and Carey.
Yeah?
From what you've told me, someone out there doesn't want any further digging into this affair, so be careful.
Inspector Warren speaking. Oh, it's you, darling. No, you're not interrupting anything. Lieutenant Carey? No. As far as I know, he's on vacation. Those were my orders. The von Linden case has been officially closed. Why are you so concerned, darling? A conflict between me and Carey? No. He and I are still good friends. It's just that he has a personal interest in this one. And he can be stubborn. Darling, don't worry. I won't upset myself and I won't overwork. Darling, someone's at the door. Yes. See you tomorrow night. Goodbye. Boggs, what are you doing here?
Looking for Lieutenant Carey, sir. Isn't he here?
Here? No, he's on vacation.
Oh, yes, that. Well, he's still disturbed about the von Linden matter. He said he'd stop by to see you again about that autopsy. He was headed over here an hour ago.
Well, that's strange. You're sure he was coming here, Boggs?
Positive. He's anxious to exhume von Linden's body, have it checked out at the lab.
I told him that was out of the question.
Well, you know how he is.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm concerned about his not arriving here. When did you say he left?
Over an hour ago.
Well, he may have changed his mind. I made myself very clear. There's to be no further investigation, no exhuming of bodies, no autopsies. The case is closed.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm busy, Boggs, if you don't mind.
Yeah, but I have a feeling something has happened to the lieutenant.
Nonsense.
He's always punctual. And he distinctly said I was to meet him here in an hour.
For what purpose?
I don't know. But he was definite about his instructions.
And I tell you, he hasn't been here. Now, I don't want any more about Lieutenant Carey or about the death of von Linden. The investigation is over and the case is closed.
The inspector is right, Boggs.
Carey.
Where have you been, Lieutenant?
Walking. Reconsidering the case. No need. No need for further investigation. I have been mistaken.
I'm glad to see you finally come to your senses, Carey.
Come to his senses, sir. Look at him. He's lost all sense of time or reality. Look at his eyes. Empty. Glazed. Lieutenant Carey has been drugged. How do you feel now, Lieutenant?
I'm better. Still a little shaky.
The inspector's with the doctor. You had a rough time for a while.
Yeah, my head sure feels like it.
Can you remember anything? Anything that might give us a lead on how you came to be in this condition?
Well, I do remember leaving the office, heading for the elevator. On the way, somebody I haven't seen before said there was a call for me in Major Carlson's office. He's been transferred, you remember, to Rhodesia. So I picked up the phone, and a voice. There was a voice that was so familiar. It said,
Yes?
Don't press so hard, Carey. It'll come to you.
But an hour completely dropped out of my life?
Not to mention the 6 hours following. What did the doctor say, Inspector?
You'll be all right. There's no official conclusion on what actually happened to him. The lab reports all look normal.
Normal. All because we're checking out a death that the Bureau refuses to classify as a murder case.
Perhaps I have been a bit stubborn about this. At first, things did look normal. But now, I just don't know.
You can find out.
How?
Okay, that autopsy.
You talked me into this, Carey. There better be some evidence coming out of this ghoulish matter of digging up a fresh corpse.
They've raised the coffin, Inspector. Yep. All right, man. Step to one side, huh?
The coffin's intact. What now? This is your show, Carey. Do you want it moved to the morgue for the autopsy?
Yeah, in a minute.
Well, why the delay? I thought you were eager for the report.
I am. But with your permission, I'd like them to open the coffin first.
Open it here?
That's right.
Carey, you've been seeing too many horror movies. Exactly what's to be gained by... All right. Gentlemen, if you please, open the coffin. Good Lord. It's empty.
Exactly.
But who? How?
Save the questions, Boggs. I think it's time we track down some answers. Our case is once again officially open.
After 2 days of digging into the files, we don't seem to be any further along than we were before.
Nothing on Kadar?
Not a thing. The man just doesn't exist.
Well, perhaps he doesn't.
What?
Strange creatures, Kadar and Tara. One seems able to travel at the speed of light, be in two places at once, here in Egypt, and the other, Dr. Kadar, untraceable. Vanishes into thin air after making a mysterious appearance at the inspector's house.
Have you spoken to the inspector about this?
No, he's so taken with the beautiful Tara, I'm sure he won't listen to reason. Even if we had some facts to reason with.
Well, what exactly do we have?
Well, Carl von Linden met with foul play, or else his body would not have been removed from that coffin.
Jack?
And a theory, only a theory, mind you, but the murder of von Linden is part of a pattern. A brain drain that began 6 months ago, according to some checking I've been doing on my own.
Brain drains?
Yeah, a series of unexplained deaths of talented scientists. Deaths that have taken place in various parts of the world.
I don't follow.
Here, these clippings from the files of the international press. Possibilities I had expected have turned out to be facts.
Which are?
Fact number one, von Linden, American space scientist, dies suddenly, cause unknown, and his body vanishes mysteriously.
Well, that's true,
Fact
but we...
number two, reported in this newspaper from Leningrad. Ivan Salkovich, Russian scientist, drowned in the Baltic Sea. Body never recovered. Fact number three, Pierre Chamois, working on top-secret biochemical experiments in Paris, trapped in a laboratory fire of unknown origin. Body never found, or never acknowledged to have been found by the French government.
Well, that's fascinating, but I fail to see the link.
In each newspaper, there is a mention of a theatrical performance being given that week by a psychic, a mentalist, if you will, in the same city where each tragedy has occurred. And his name? Dr. Kadar.
Kadar? What's the next step, sir?
We're going to follow the trail that's warmest, Boggs. We're going back to that grave site.
There's the entrance to the graveyard, sir.
Yeah.
Right up ahead.
You got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Storm is brewing. It's getting dark.
I have it right here, sir. I'll move on ahead. Just follow me.
Right.
Can you see all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Fine, Boggs.
I wish I could say the same. Graveyards are not exactly to my taste.
Keep your eyes peeled for that gravesite.
Yeah.
I believe it's up ahead, just to your left, huh? Just beyond that large crypt? Yeah, the gravesite should be directly ahead now.
Here it is, sir.
Yeah, there it is. There's the open grave. Well, nothing seems to be changed. What's that?
The door, sir. To that large crypt.
Oh, yeah.
It's loose on its hinges, swinging in the wind.
Oh, it startled me for a moment. Hey, hold the light on the ground here. Huh? What's this? Huh?
What?
A silver pendant. It was half buried here in the soft earth. Hey, I've seen that before. Those ancient Egyptian symbols. The cat's eye. It belongs to Dr. Kadar.
Are you sure?
Positive. He was wearing it when I met him. I remember looking into it, feeling strange, somewhat hypnotized.
Yeah, it does seem to have that quality. Turn away, Lieutenant.
What? I feel controlled by a sort of supernatural presence. Look. That strange ectoplasmic form. There, alongside the open grave.
Well, I don't see anything, sir.
It's moving towards the crypt. We gotta follow it, Boggs. There's something there, something the apparition wants us to see.
There's nothing there. Come back, Lieutenant. Come back!
Yes, the mind is a fragile thing. And when it is under pressure, it has been known to conjure up strange, frightening illusions. Did Lieutenant Carey actually see something hovering over the open grave? What strange force has taken control of his will? What lies waiting in that ominous crypt? We'll find out more about this deadly situation when I return shortly with Act 3. Lieutenant Carey's murder investigation has succeeded only too well. It now looks like it may also succeed in adding the names of both Carey and Boggs to the list of unfortunate souls who have suddenly vanished. The sound you hear is a bubbling brown liquid from which emanates a shower of multicolored sparks. Giant electric coils slither up toward a mirrored ceiling, which is about to reflect an unspeakable evil. We are in a secret underground laboratory located directly up. I've said enough. I am merely your guide. You must complete the journey yourself.
Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. You can wake up now.
What?
Mr. Carey.
Dr. Kadar.
Precisely. I'm flattered you remember me. You are most kind, particularly for returning my pendant. For that favor, I have spared your life and the life of your equally annoying and meddling friend, Mr. Boggs.
Boggs? Where is he?
Lying right beside you, Mr. Carey. Asleep as you were but a few moments ago. I assure you he is all right.
Wake him. Come on, bring him around as you did me.
Certainly, as a show of good faith. Here is my silver pendant. If you will merely press the eye to his forehead...
He looks so pale. Boggs, are you all right?
Yes, Lieutenant, I think so. Where are we?
In an underground lab of some sort.
Quite correct. Still in the graveyard, gentlemen, directly under the crypt. You both descended the hidden stairs inside the tomb at my bidding. I think it is time I let you in on my little secret and put an end to your curiosity.
Who are you? Why have you brought us here?
Please, Lieutenant, don't ask any more questions.
You smell the air? Acrid fumes. That's an acid of some sort bubbling in those tanks.
Aha, you are right, Mr. Carey. But they are not for you. Those tanks are much too small to encompass a full-grown man. If you will look more closely, you will see they're merely the size of your head. Besides, they are already filled.
Filled? With what?
That, gentlemen, is my secret. If you will both follow me to this electronic panel, I use it as a control board.
Control? To control what?
This way, if you please. As a friend of Dr. Karl von Linden, you will be interested in what I have to show you.
Von Linden?
Yes. And Pierre Chamois. And Professor Salkovich as well.
Are you implying that these 3 acid tanks have something to do with the 3 men who have been murdered?
Murdered? That's strong word, Mr. Carey. I have murdered no one. The men I have made reference to are still alive.
Alive? Von Linden, Chamois, and Salkovich alive?
In a medical sense, yes. When a man drowns or is horribly burned in a mysterious holocaust or merely collapses from sudden increase in heart rate, he is not necessarily dead. His body may be rigid, completely immobile, as these 3 you see here in this hermetically sealed glass case.
Von Linden. And the other 2 must be Chamois and Salkovich.
But as long as the brain continues to function, medically, a man is still alive.
These 3 gruesome corpses alive?
Come, gentlemen, you are looking in the wrong direction. Here are von Linden, Chamois, and Salkovich. Here, in these bubbling tanks, each containing one magnificent specimen of a superior brain. A living brain, if you will, kept alive by me.
You'll go...
Careful, Boggs. He's got his hand on that control panel. Electric charge. He's not...
No. Just stunned. He will be all right, but that was rather foolish.
But where did that bolt of power come from?
That? Oh, that was through the courtesy of Mr. Chamois. I merely pressed this button to activate his brain and direct the power surge. Mr. Chamois did the rest.
Unbelievable.
Yes. Considering only one brain was activated. Imagine, if you will, the deadly destruction that would ensue if all 3 were activated at once.
What hit me?
Brainwave, Boggs, from one of those tanks, the one containing the brain of Mr. Chamois.
I suggest you do not try anything foolish. I do not wish to harm you, gentlemen. As I told you, I am not a murderer, merely a man of science devoted to organic and biochemical experiments.
Yeah, you mean like the one you conducted in France? The explosive gas, one that causes laboratories to go up in flames?
One of my minor efforts. Actually, it's a refinement of the ancient Egyptian fire. The container need not be cumbersome. A small lead-encased perfume vial set to go off at the precise moment.
Yeah, we already know the way it worked on Professor Chamois.
The poor fool. He was too in love with my beautiful Tara. Her perfume spray left in his coat pocket. Tara has been most helpful. She has brought me 3 magnificent specimens.
But brains without bodies?
I have no need for bodies, Mr. Carey. I have accomplished my objective. Superior brain power. A living, thinking power.
celebrating at my command. It is I who control them, and with them I now have the power to build or destroy as I wish it, when I wish it, where I wish it.
I will admit that little experiment you just demonstrated was impressive. For a minor achievement.
Minor achievement?
Oh, come now. I've seen more exciting electrical displays at our own local Museum of Science and Industry. Haven't you, Boggs?
Yeah, sure. Much more exciting, sir.
I see. You're testing me, are you, Mr. Carey? Trying to discover just what sort of power I have under my control. If it is excitement you want, gentlemen, I will be most happy to oblige with a little help from my friends. Professor Sarkovich. A shower of white-hot sparks, if you please, blocking the door in case our visitors decide to make hasty exit in the middle of the show.
Good Lord. Will you look at that?
Keep back, Boggs.
Now you, Dr. von Linden, a needle-sharp laser beam, blue liquid fire, separating our two guests. Hold them prisoner, each to his own side of the room.
Watch it, Boggs. Jeez, that was too close for comfort.
And now, once again, I call on you, my good chamois. Repeat your past performance. Strike Mr. Boggs with a kinetic bolt of current. This time, increasing the power to killing equation.
No, wait. Stop. You've proven your point. Dr. Kadar, we've seen enough.
I hear you, Mr. Carey. And so it seems of Salkovich, Chamois, and von Linden. The electrical display, as you put it, is over.
I must admit, that was really something.
Thank you. It has not been easy to develop this violence. These men are peaceful by nature. At times they resist and are not easy to control.
You mean you shock them? That's how you control them?
With embedded, heated electrodes. They have no love for me, my three professors, but they obey. And soon I will have more corpses, more brains.
And that's where Tara comes in.
Yes. Most beautiful child. But like most beautiful women, she has an insatiable need for power.
Which you provide. But why has she bestowed her gifts on Inspector Warren, huh?
Inspector Warren was not chosen for his brain, but for his social contacts in your space program. He has had his uses.
Had?
At this very moment, Tara is placing a small vial in his coat pocket. The incendiary charge is set to go off at midnight, when she's safely out of range of the deadly Egyptian fire.
And the newspapers will report another unfortunate accident.
Exactly. It is just past 11:30. You're not thinking of anything heroic right now, are you, Mr. Carey?
No, I was thinking about your three captive professors, how they must hate you.
Hate me?
Yeah, well, they must know what you have done to them, how you torture them, and for what purpose. What if they were to make a concerted effort to fight back? How much damage do you think they could do? Huh?
The thought is too fearful to contemplate.
But what if they try, Doctor, and succeed in wresting control from you?
It's impossible. I am in full control.
Well, then there is no harm in my urging them on, is there? Carl, do you hear me? Join forces with your tortured colleagues. Combine your mental powers. Rid yourselves of this madman once and for all.
Stop! You are confusing
No,
them.
I don't think so, Doctor. I think they know exactly what they are doing.
The beam! The laser beam! No. Von Linden! Stop! He's turning that missile beam towards me!
Yes, that's it, Carl. One surge of power. Destroy it all, and you're free.
The fire! It's blinding! The vials, sir. They're all exploding.
Run for it, Boggs. Run for it, or we'll never get out of here alive.
I can't believe it, Lieutenant. That chamber of horrors, it was like a nightmare.
Keep your eyes on the road, Boggs.
Getting close to midnight.
Yeah. There's the house up ahead. Quick, pull into the driveway.
Yes, sir. And there's Tara, just coming out on the porch. We made it. Yeah. Inspector Warren is with us.
Okay, turn your lights off. We'll move in slowly.
Right, sir. It isn't likely that hidden vial will go off while she's still with us.
Well, I wouldn't bet on it. A madman like the late Dr. Kadar was capable of anything. Okay, stay in the shadows.
You've really been a delightful guest, darling. But really, you mustn't stay any longer.
I'd never bear to leave you.
But it's almost midnight. I'd love for you to stay, but...
Would you, Tara?
Carrie. And Boggs. What are you two doing here?
I'll explain in a minute, Inspector. Give me your coat.
My coat?
Yeah, that won't be necessary. I found what I want here in your pocket. Tara's perfume vial.
You're mistaken, Mr. Carey. That vial is not mine.
Oh, but it is, darling. I recognize the scent.
Please step back.
What are you doing?
I'm going to throw this vial as far as I can across the highway into that open field.
What was in that? It is the heat. It's suffocating. What chemical could cause that explosion?
We'll never know, sir. We'll never know.
They say Inspector Warren was quite devastated at the thought that his sweet, innocent Tara was fooling around behind his back. But you'll be happy to know he's forgiven her and sees her regularly, every Sunday, on Visitors' Day at the State Correctional Institution. I'll be back shortly. Most crime stories have a message. Ours do not. They are offered as pure entertainment. But for those who insist on a message, we offer you a choice of two. For the good guys, we have a word of caution. When it comes to a romantic liaison with a beautiful woman, look before you leap. It could be a matter of love or death. And to the bad guys, a word of advice from Oscar Wilde, who warns, murder is always a mistake. One should never do anything one cannot discuss after dinner. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, Stotts Cotsworth, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Carrier Air Conditioning. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater. Radio Mystery. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, bellwether of a fantastic flock that forms on these airwaves at this time and place. The presentiment of danger, the intimation of disaster, the uneasy, inexplicable feeling that something we cannot define is leading us into a catastrophe we cannot explain for a reason we cannot understand. A fragment of a dream that vanishes upon awakening. A wisp of an idea that eludes our comprehension and escapes our memory. Is this the way fate seems to warn us of our mortal peril? If so, it is like the warning of the rattlesnake. Too little and too late.
You will soon commit murder, Lord Arthur.
But this is monstrous. I have absolutely no intention. Look, I'm not a murderer.
Oh, no one is until he kills for the first time.
I tell you, I cannot commit murder.
And I tell you, you can, and you will.
I refuse to believe it.
You're all alike. You all want to pry into your future, which you have no business doing. And when you see what fate has in store for you, you refuse to believe it.
But murder?
Yes, murder. What's so special about murder? People do it every day.
Our mystery drama, The Saxon Curse, is based on the Oscar Wilde classic and was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Today, things are tough all over. Even the very rich complain. They protest their wealth is being eaten away by ruinous taxes. They lament that their once sacrosanct watering places have been invaded by common folk. And most of all, they bemoan the fact that it's virtually impossible to find a decent servant. They may have a point. Quite possibly, they may have been born at the wrong time. They should have lived, say, in England around 1905, when rank had its privileges, wealth had its license, and the common people knew their place. Our hero is the youthful Lord Arthur Savile, a golden boy who lives in a golden time.
Well, well, you naughty fellow, why haven't you been to see me all this time?
Dear Aunt Clem, I never have a moment to myself.
That's because you spend all your time with Sybil Merton. I cannot understand why people make such a fuss over getting married.
I assure you, I have not seen Sybil for 24 hours. As far as I can make out, she belongs entirely to her milliners. How are you feeling?
Dear boy, as you well know, doctors are of no use at all. They can't even cure my headache.
Unfortunately, these wretched headaches seem to run in the family. You know the legend. There's an old Saxon curse leveled against one of our ancient Norman ancestors.
Poppycock. You must come into the drawing room. I have a most interesting company.
Oh, I didn't know you were engaged. Well, you needn't try to fit me in.
I have Sir Matthew and Lady Reed.
Sir Matthew Reed? He's the president of the Royal College of Physicians.
Elected by mistake, I was told.
But surely so distinguished a physician could come up with a cure for your headache.
The more distinguished the physician, the more elevated the fee. And, of course, you must meet Professor Septimus Podgers.
Professor Septimus Rogers?
Podgers.
Well, now, who is...
You haven't heard of Septimus Podgers? But everyone knows Septimus.
Except me.
Professor Podgers is a celebrated chiromantist.
What is a chiromantist?
One who reads hands.
Oh, a gypsy.
Professor Podgers is a man of science.
Oh, really?
I must introduce you.
He tells fortunes, I suppose.
And misfortunes, too. Next year, for instance, I am in great danger. It's all written on my little finger. The palm of my hand. I forget which.
But aren't you tempting Providence, Aunt Clem?
My dear Arthur, surely Providence can resist temptation by this time. Now come. You must come in and meet my remarkable Mr. Podgers.
And so I entered my aunt's drawing room, where I was introduced to her Mr. Podgers. I must say there was nothing esoteric or mysterious or romantic looking about him at all. He was a stout little man with a funny bald head, and you might take him for something between a family doctor and a country solicitor. He was staring at the palm of Sir Matthew, and I was amazed to see how Sir Matthew and Lady Reed gazed at him with rapt attention.
And what do you claim to see in my hand, sir?
I see a man of adventurous nature. You have taken 4 long voyages in the past.
By George, so I have.
You were shipwrecked once.
Amazing.
You have a passion for collecting curiosities.
But everyone knows that. It's been in the paper.
Arthur, dear boy, do not interrupt.
I see in this line, the health line, a secret. Sir Matthew, you had a serious illness between the ages of 16 and 18.
Now, how the devil would you know?
Well, it's all written here.
Extraordinary. The man is uncanny.
And now, Professor Podgers, my nephew, Lord Arthur Savile, is anxious to have his palm read.
No, I'm not exactly.
Oh, have him do it, Arthur. It's like someone opening a window in your mind.
I'm not sure those windows shouldn't remain closed.
Perhaps the boy is afraid.
Oh, I'm not afraid.
Professor, as you can see, young Lord Savile is dying to have his hand read. Don't tell him he's engaged to the most beautiful girl in London, because that news has already been published in the Morning Punch.
May I examine your right hand, Lord Arthur?
Well, if you insist. He touched my hand, and it was as if a galvanic current ran through my body. Something happened. I don't know what, but I do know this. Suddenly, he no longer seemed to be a somewhat ludicrous, fat little man. I felt I was in the presence of great power, authority. A shudder passed through me, and I was frightened to see that the shudder also passed through him. Beads of perspiration broke out on his bald skull like a poisonous dew, and his fat sausage-like fingers grew cold and clammy. And I knew fear, real fear, for the first time in my life. My impulse was to run from the room, but I forced myself to stand still. I am waiting, Professor. Well, what do you see in my hand?
I see the hand of a charming young man. Within the next few months, Lord Arthur will go on a voyage.
Naturally, his honeymoon.
And lose a relative.
Well, we all lose relatives. Sometimes I think they were created for the purpose. Can you tell us any more?
No, Lady Clementine. That's all I can see.
I was furious with myself. What was this feeling of terror that had suddenly come over me? Why had I permitted myself to be frightened by some unwholesome charlatan? But was he a charlatan? Is it possible that written on my hand is some fearful secret of sin, some blood-red sign of crime? Is he gifted with a power to read it? Why do I feel now that some tragedy hangs over me? I waited for a chance to take the man aside for a moment.
What is it, Lord Arthur?
I must insist on your giving me a straightforward answer to my question.
What makes you think I saw anything in your hand, Lord Arthur?
I know you did.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
All right, how much do you want?
I saw nothing.
How much do you want?
How much do I want?
This is how you earn your living, isn't it?
Professor Podgers, I want...
Oh, no, please, Lord Arthur. Lady Clementine will be quite angry with me if I keep her...
Whatever it is you saw, Professor, I have a right to know.
But I didn't
I'll give you £50.
No, sir, I do
100.
not sell
£100. Now, listen, where can we discuss this?
You may find me at 30 West Moon Street. My hours are from 10 to 4.
What was wrong with me? Wasn't it obvious who he was? A preposterous trickster, a ridiculous quack. Yes, it was obvious. But it didn't matter, because he was an instrument designed to pierce through the fog of the unknown and reveal my destiny. What had he seen in my hand? I need not tell you there was no sleep for me that night. Promptly at 10, I presented myself at 30 West Moon Street, a thoroughly unimpressive house in a completely nondescript neighborhood. The professor himself looked even shabbier in the daylight. He took my hand in both of his, and once again that same electric shock charged through my body and through his body, too. His eyes closed. His teeth seemed to chatter. Suddenly he dropped my hand.
Murder.
What?
Murder. I see murder.
What do you mean, murder? Am I going to be murdered?
No. You will be the murderer.
Now, see here, Professor.
You asked me...
This is...
This is what?
This is monstrous. Murder? I'm not a murderer.
Oh, no one is until he kills.
Now, how can you sit there and tell me such...
Such what? It's the truth.
I'm not the kind of person who...
Why didn't you leave it alone? I tried to discourage you.
I tell you, I cannot commit murder.
And I tell you that you can, and you will.
Who am I going to kill?
I don't know. Your murder line stopped short.
Well, will I kill more than once?
No. There is only one murder in your hand.
And will I be caught?
No.
How can you be sure?
Because I see no line of retribution in your hand.
Then I'm to get away with it.
Yes. Because you will obviously have chosen your victim carefully and planned your murder skillfully and executed your killing flawlessly.
Carefully, skillfully, flawlessly. How? What do I know about murder?
Oh, you will learn. After all, Lord Arthur, necessity has always been the mother of invention.
Than which truer words were never spoken. Of course, to our hero, Lord Arthur Savile, murder was something that usually took place only in the sensational newspapers. It was neither the pastime nor the preoccupation of a gentleman. But now, suddenly, he himself is notified that he is not only about to commit murder, but he is to do it successfully. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Murder will out, said Chaucer. Murder cannot be hid, said Cervantes. And murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ, said Shakespeare. That is certainly a weighty consensus of extremely well-informed opinion. And yet, here we have young Lord Arthur Savile being cast by destiny in the role of a murderer, who will not only murder, but remain undetected.
But why, Professor Podgers, why am I about to commit murder?
That I cannot say.
I have no enemies. No one hates me. Why? There must be a reason.
I'm sorry, Sir Arthur. I can enlighten you no further.
Now, wait. You saw 3 things in my hand. 2 of them you told me last night. First, that I would go on a voyage. Do you still see that?
Yes.
Second, that I shall lose a relative. Is that still to occur?
Yes.
And that I shall commit murder. Well, does that complete the list?
It does, Sir Arthur.
Yes. And how many relatives am I to lose?
Just one.
Just one?
Quite so, sir.
But I only have 2 relatives.
2?
In all the world. There is just my twin sister, Pamela, and my aunt, Lady Clementine Beecham. Are you saying that one of them will die within the next few months?
I am saying that is what is written.
Well, which one?
I'm sorry it doesn't say.
But one will die.
Yes, Lord Arthur.
I looked at my hand, and suddenly it was no longer the familiar 5-fingered palm made of firm pink flesh and finely etched, delicate lines. It was white, dead white, corpse white, like the white paper on which the death sentence is written. And here the death sentence was written in blood-red letters. Lady Clementine Beecham. And I even knew why. She would die because it would be necessary to make sure that my sister, my dearest twin, Pamela, would live. And at that moment, I felt almost at peace, almost as if I was serving the ends of a just fate. For why should Pamela, lovely Pamela, newly married and about to know the joys of motherhood, die? Why shouldn't I make sure of her life? Aunt Clem. Surely a woman of 80 could have no complaints. I was able to smile. I was even able to assume a pose with Professor Podgers. Professor, I believe I owe you £100. May I write you a check?
If it's convenient, Lord Arthur.
Oh, here we are. Paid to the order of Septimus Podgers, and so forth. £100 is cheap enough for such capital amusement.
Amusement?
Yes, and quite ingenious. I enjoyed every moment of it.
But I assure you, Lord Arthur, what I saw in your hand is the absolute truth.
Yes, I dare say. Remarkably good show. I trust you're available for future entertainments, parties, and so forth?
I am always at your lordship's service.
And so I was committed to the killing of my Aunt Clem. But how to go about it? Direct physical violence was out of the question. I simply could not see myself assaulting my aunt. I would feel like a fool. That left one way. Poison. But what did I know about poisons? Nothing. But Sir Matthew Reed, the famous physician, was a family friend, a member of my club. He lunched there daily, as I did. It would be a simple matter to join him.
I say, Arthur, that cop seems a bit underdone. Well, it's what comes of having a French chef.
Yes, joining him for lunch was no problem. But how could I get him to talk about poisons? It was hardly a luncheon topic. But imagine my amazement when suddenly, after his second glass of port...
Speaking of poisons, Arthur...
What? I wasn't aware that we were speaking of poisons, Sir Matthew.
Well, I was thinking of poisons. So it's the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Remarkable case in the newspapers. Read about it?
No, sir.
Fella did away with his wife.
Yes, sir?
Botched it.
Is that so?
Chap was married 50 years, fell in love with a younger woman, had to get rid of the old one. Bounder deserves to be hanged.
For murdering his wife, sir?
No, for using arsenic. Messy, painful affair. Now, after 50 years of loyal service, the poor old lady deserves something like, well, aconitine.
Aconitine, sir?
Oh, yes. It's the creme de la creme of poisons. Swift. Takes almost immediate effect. Perfectly painless. It mixes well with food and drink. Quite palatable.
Is that so?
Arthur, you must promise me something. If after 50 years of wedded bliss with the divine Sybil, you should decide to, well, do her in, you shall by all means use aconitine.
I promise. Sir Matthew, suppose after 50 years I should wish to make a fool of myself, how could I come upon this aconitine?
Why, I expect there shall always be a Humbies and Pestle. They shall still be chemists by appointment to whomever the future monarch will be.
Humbies and Pestle. Of course. Yes, it was going along beautifully. It was as if I were following a track leading me to my sure destination. That afternoon, I strolled up St. James Street to Humby and Pestle's. Mr. Pestle, who always attended personally on the aristocracy, was a good deal surprised at the mention of the word aconitine, and in his usual deferential manner started to mumble something about...
I assume, of course, Sir Arthur, that you have a prescription.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Pestle.
The law requires...
Oh, I hope you are not assuming that I intend something illegal.
No. It's...
you see, it's for an absolutely humanitarian purpose. I have this huge Norwegian Mastiff. You're familiar with the breed, of course.
I believe so.
Yes, I am obliged to get rid of it since it insists on biting my Swedish chauffeur. The Norwegian Mastiff and the Swedish chauffeur seem to be sworn foes. There is no possibility of a peaceful solution. It's tragic.
Yes, sir.
Since Norwegian Mastiffs are plentiful, whereas Swedish chauffeurs are rare indeed.
I think I understand, Lord Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Pestle.
Powder form is best, and a pinch in the dog's lunch or beverage.
You are a man of great heart and understanding.
Always at your service, my lord. And may I compliment you on your remarkable knowledge of toxicology.
Was it only last night that I had met Septimus Podgers for the first time? Was it only this morning that he revealed the awful secret of my hand? Was it only this noon that I had lunch with Sir Matthew and discovered the aconitine? And has it been only 10 minutes since I walked out of Humby and Pestle's with the poison in my pocket? Yes. What did Podgers say? I would execute this murder carefully, skillfully, flawlessly. let me see. How shall I administer the aconitine to dear Aunt Clem? This could be a sticky business, and the entire project could founder. And it was remarkable how clearly I was thinking. How I was suddenly seized by the most happy inspiration.
Why haven't you been to see me all this time?
Dear Aunt Clem, I was here last night.
A likely story. You take advantage of my failing memory.
How are your headaches, dear Aunt Clem?
I would rather not discuss the wretched things.
I have brought you a cure for your headache.
There is no cure, dear boy. It's an ancient Saxon curse.
No, but you must try this cure, dear Aunt Clem. It's proof against Saxon curses.
Why do you say that?
Because it was invented by an American. I assure you it's a perfect cure. You must promise to try it. It comes in this little box.
The box is charming, Arthur. It's made of silver.
Open the box. Carefully. It contains a powder. Take a pinch in a little bit of wine.
Well, try it right now.
Oh, good heavens. No. You must do nothing of the kind. You see, this is a homeopathic medicine. If you take it without having a headache, it may do you no end of harm. Wait till you have one and then try it. You will be astonished at the result.
Oh, I should like to take it now. The fact is, though I despise doctors, I adore medicines. However, I shall wait for my next headache.
Oh, when shall that be?
Well, I hope not for a week. I never know.
But you're sure to have one soon.
Oh, how sympathetic you are today, Arthur. Really, Sybil has done you a great deal of good. But now you must run away. I am dining with some frightfully dull people. If I don't get my sleep now, I shall never be able to keep awake during dinner.
Well, goodbye, dear Aunt.
Goodbye, dear boy, and thank you so much for the American medicine. Give my love to Sybil.
Sybil. I must talk to Sybil. Since I should like to be as far away as possible when it happens. Of course. That's the voyage Podger saw in my hand. I must take my leave of Sybil. But it's a month before the wedding. What excuse can I make? My dearest, I have a confession to make.
A confession? Oh, no. Is it something serious? Oh, yes, it must be serious. Else why would it be a confession?
I am willing to release you from your vow.
Oh, this is...
I have not told you everything.
You haven't told me everything. What have you withheld?
My dearest, I am a victim.
A victim? A victim of fate? Of circumstance?
Neither. I am a victim of severe headaches.
Headaches? Oh, you poor boy.
It runs in the family. My Aunt Clementine...
Oh, I know. She told me. There's an ancient Saxon curse.
And so, you see, since you were unaware...
No, I love you despite your headaches. I accept you for what you are.
Yes, but I must take my leave of you, my darling.
Your leave? You're going? You're leaving? You will desert me?
I'm going to Vienna.
Vienna? But nobody ever goes to Vienna.
There is, in Vienna, a celebrated doctor.
A headache doctor?
Well, a head doctor.
Marvelous. And you're going to see him?
No, surely he can cure my headache.
Oh, my darling. Go to him. Fly to him.
You would not mind being neglected for 10 days, fortnight, perhaps a month.
My dearest, I have so many things to do to prepare for the wedding. I shan't even know you are gone.
There you are. See how quickly and efficiently the thing has been arranged. Step by careful step, my murder has been skillfully planned. And now, can there be any doubt that it shall be flawlessly executed?
And he's only an amateur. And this is only his very first attempt. So it only goes to prove that each of us has a hidden facet, an unknown talent, an ability that's kept secret even from ourselves. Does this mean that murderers are born, not made? Or does it prove that murderers are made, not born? Whatever it means, someone is going to be killed just as soon as I return with Act 3. The order of the act has been schemed and plotted, and nothing can avert the final curtain's fall. Or so said a Russian poet. And certainly it must be said that not only has Sir Arthur's scheming been careful, skillful, and flawless, we can even add a bonus word and say meticulous. And so the deadly aconitine waits with fateful readiness the very next headache of the Lady Clementine Beecham.
While I, of course, have made myself perfectly comfortable and happy in Vienna, a delightful, if somewhat socially backward city. And since I had announced to my beloved Sybil that I was here to consult a celebrated doctor, I decided, for the sake of the record, to do so.
Headaches?
Yes, Doctor. Fierce, relentless headaches, once or twice a month.
Tell me about your dreams.
Dreams? I never dream.
You never dream? Impossible.
Yeah, but it's true. I never had a dream in my life.
We have found it.
Found what, Doctor?
The cause of your headaches. You have the headaches because you do not dream. So, all the bad thoughts are still imprisoned inside the skull. You see?
I'm not sure. By George, there might have been something to what the fellow said. Lately, I noticed I had been starting to get headaches. Maybe the Saxon curse had come down to me. But this lack of dreaming... Well, all this was of minor concern. The crucial thing was, I had made sure of my story. I had said I came here to consult a doctor. I had consulted a doctor. I could now see where the execution of the perfect crime required superb intelligence, which is perhaps why it is beyond the capabilities of the lower classes. However, my visit was to end abruptly. That evening, there was a telegram from Sybil.
Aunt Clementine died suddenly.
So, she had taken the poison. She was dead. And now, I must return at once, like the proper grieving nephew. I didn't pause to pack. I caught the night express to Paris, and from thence the train to Le Havre. The following morning, I was back in London.
Oh, darling, you're home.
Tell me everything. Where is poor Aunt Clem?
In the hospital.
The hospital? I thought you said she was dead.
She is quite dead. You see, she complained of a severe headache, and so she drank a glass of wine, and in just a few moments she...
Yes?
Well, she seemed to be dead, but I couldn't be sure, and so I summoned James and Harris and Charles, and they carried her downstairs to her motor car, and we all rushed to the hospital.
Ah, at the hospital, they couldn't help her.
Oh, no, she was quite dead by the time we arrived. Even Sir Matthew Reed himself was unable to bring...
Sir Matthew?
Sir Matthew Reed.
He was there?
Of course, he's her personal physician.
Well, what did he say, Sir Matthew?
Oh, I remember quite distinctly what he said. If I didn't know young Arthur better, I'd suspect foul play.
He said that?
He smiled when he said that. Oh, dear Arthur, no one could possibly suspect you of doing the old girl in. Why, you were miles away at the time.
Yes, in Vienna. Did he say anything else? Sir Matthew?
No, Arthur. Well, but why are you so pale?
What? Oh, the diet. Viennese diet. It must... did he perform an autopsy?
Arthur! What a perfectly gruesome thing to say. Oh, I should hope not.
You don't know that?
Oh, my darling Arthur, you are upset. You're not yourself. I can see. Oh, I know how much poor Aunt Clem meant to you. She was dear to me also, always giving me little gifts.
Yes, darling, I should like to rest.
Of
course, my dearest. Rest. You must be brave. One does not lose an Aunt Clem every day.
Why was I frightened? I had been assured that all would go well. There would be no retribution, that the killing would be carefully, skillfully, flawlessly executed. It was, wasn't it? Why was I so apprehensive? Podgers had assured me. Podgers. I must see him again. I must hear it from his lips again. He must read my future again. He must tell me that I shall not be caught. I rushed to West Moon Street.
Here now. What you pounding on the door for?
I'm looking for Professor Podgers, Septimus Podgers. Is he in?
Oh, yeah. He's in.
Well, then why doesn't he answer?
Well, sir, you asked, is he in? And he's in, all right, but he ain't in there. He's in jail.
In jail?
Oh, yeah. They come and carted him off about a week ago.
Jail?
Yeah. He had a bit of a confidence game. He'd get people to do all sorts of things and swindle them out of their money. How much did he take you for? Well, kiss it goodbye. You'll never see it again.
I knew it. I knew he was just a common charlatan and thief. But he had the gift. The gift of what? Prophecy. But how did I know? Perhaps it was all designed to get me to murder my aunt so he could blackmail me for the rest of my life. What could I do now? I couldn't very well visit him in prison. Oh, yes, I poisoned Aunt Clem, thinking that the death of a very old lady would cause no suspicion. But I had reckoned without Sir Matthew Reed. Sir Matthew, the expert, the authority on poisons. Well, if he doesn't suspect, then I will be safe. But suppose he does suspect.
Sir Matthew said, if I didn't know young Arthur better, I'd suspect foul play. But he smiled when he said it.
Smiled? He must have meant it as a joke. Oh, does he or does he not suspect? Why didn't it occur to me that I would inherit Aunt Clem's entire estate? Oh, that could set tongues wagging. Did Sir Arthur perform an autopsy or didn't he? Does he intend to or doesn't he? How can I find out? I must find out. I'll corner him at the club.
You'd think a French chef would know what to do with veal.
I think it's the Italian chefs who specialize in veal, Sir Matthew. The French more or less concentrate on beef.
Comes of relying on foreigners. Damn shame about your Aunt Clem.
Yes. What do you suppose was the cause of her death?
I don't know. I can't be sure.
Do you contemplate doing an autopsy?
A lady of that age? Well, she can die for any number of reasons. Resistance low, heart not too strong. Old people die because they simply give out.
Yes, and she simply gave out.
That has been my initial diagnosis. However...
What is it, Sir Matthew?
Just talking to you has raised a rather interesting point. What did she die of, specifically?
Well, does it matter?
In science, everything matters. That was a good idea of yours.
Idea? What idea?
That I perform an autopsy?
I did. Sir Matthew, do you intend to perform an autopsy?
I don't know. It depends upon my schedule. If I've no surgery in the morning, I might just, and then again, my boy, I never make plans.
Did he know? Was he playing with me? Does a person who has been poisoned by aconitine show definite signs? Was this a game? If it was, then I have lost, for Mr. Petrel will certainly remember selling me... Or will he? After all, they are the busiest chemists in London. Mr. Pestle always struck me as an absent-minded type. Well, only one way to find out.
Lord Arthur.
Good day, Mr. Pestle. I was wondering if you might suggest a remedy for the gout.
The gout? Aren't you rather young to be troubled by the gout, Lord Arthur?
Well, yes, but it runs in the family, so when it attacks me in my turn, I intend to be ready for it.
Well, we have here a stool, and one elevates one's foot.
Excellent. Yes, thank you. I'll take it.
Well, I'll have it sent, Lord Arthur.
Thank you so much. It's so good seeing you again. It's been a long, long time.
So it has. No. Weren't you in here a fortnight past?
Was I?
Well, it seems to me you bought some, conitine. Yes. For your Swedish chauffeur. Oh, no. For your Norwegian mastiff. It must have been a fortnight. Well, I could look it up. It must be very careful, you know, to record the dates of all poison purchases. It's the law.
A most commendable statute. Well, good day, Mr. Pestle. I was lost. Only a miracle could save me. But the age of miracles is past, gone, vanished. I shall be charged with the murder of my aunt. I shall be tried, found guilty, and hanged. And my head, oh, my head. My poor head is splitting. Your Honor, I do not ask for mercy. I ask only for understanding. I killed my aunt to save my sister, my dearest twin sister, at present living in Canada, and order that she should continue to perpetuate.
Arthur, darling, wake up.
I only acted according to the command of fate.
Arthur!
Sybil, what? How did you get in here?
Hastings called me, said you were in a frightful shape. Nightmares and whatnot.
Oh, my head. My head is splitting.
Poor boy, the Saxon curse. The Austrian doctor was of little help.
Nothing can help.
Oh, you must never say that. Here, drink some coffee. A hot cup of black coffee.
No, I don't like coffee. Oh, it's black.
I know. I put in plenty of sugar.
Won't make me feel better.
It will, I promise you. Here, drink it.
All right.
Now, isn't that delicious?
Oh. Sybil, I must make a confession.
Oh, no, you're exciting yourself.
I poisoned my Aunt Clem.
Oh, you did nothing of the sort.
I did. I gave her poison.
Poor boy, you feel so badly about her death. You've been having nightmares.
I tell you, I poisoned her.
You did no such thing, and Sir Matthew can prove it.
Sir Matthew?
Of course. He performed an autopsy on poor Aunt Clem this morning.
What?
Death was due entirely to natural causes.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. I feel lightheaded, completely.
Oh, then it worked. The medicine worked.
What medicine?
Aunt Clementine's medicine, in this little silver box.
That box? That silver box?
It's the box you gave her.
Sybil, did you?
Which has the remedy, the American headache remedy.
Sybil, no.
Oh, how peaceful. Oh. How calm you look. It works. The remedy works.
Sybil, you didn't.
The day you left for Vienna, I told your aunt it was because of your headaches. And she said, well, my dear, take this American remedy he gave me for my headache. And I said, dear Aunt Clem, don't you need it? And she said, oh, I'm much too old to experiment with Americans. Just put a pinch of this powder in wine or coffee or tea.
Sybil.
And so I did. And now you feel better, don't you? Oh, you must tell me the name of this remedy. I shall suggest it to all my friends. Arthur? Oh, I see. It even puts one to sleep. Oh, this is wonderful. You rest now, Arthur, darling. And I'll wait for you to wake up.
As you might assume, she had a very long wait. Well,
Whatever you want to say about Professor Podger's prediction, his 3 basic forecasts did come true. Lord Arthur lost a relative. He did go on a voyage. And there was a murder. Not that Sybil was ever tried for it. I'll be back shortly. Consider the word written. For centuries, we have heard it used in all sorts of mystical context. It is written in the stars. It is written in the wind. It is written in our fate. It is written in our palm. It is easily dismissed as the meanderings of the imagination, but certainly something must be written somewhere. There must be some sort of written plan. Else, how do you account for the fact that we human beings make the same mistakes over and over and over again? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Catherine Byers, Court Benson, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You see it, too?
See what?
That face. That face. That face, which is not mine.
Oh, no, no.
The face I see always instead of my own.
My dear man, no. I see you. Only you. It was your face I described as I saw it, none other.
Look again. Look in the glass again. Tell me what you see. Whose face is there?
Why, yours, of course. Now tell me, whose face do you see?
His. Only his. Always his. Always his. His. Always his.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The top names: Broadway Joe Namath, O.J. Simpson, Johnny Unitas, Frank Gifford. All the glamour of the football world may be household words. But about the rest of the men who play this brutal game, one half the country doesn't know who they are or cares. And for the half that does, few of them know the names of most of the top players. This is the story of one such guy who became the center of a bigger game even than the Super Bowl.
I'm finally going to meet him?
Not exactly meet him, but you'll see him. We made arrangements so that we can keep an eye on him from this room.
Well, what is this machine?
A sophisticated sort of periscope. The view is startlingly frank, which is a well-chosen word.
What do you mean?
I suggest you prepare yourself to be startled, Mr. Stevens. There's really no way anyone could quite prepare you for what you are about to see.
Our mystery drama, The Spit and Image, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Toland. It is sponsored in part by Allstate Insurance Companies and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You know, I just thought of something.
Yeah? What's that?
Well, over 250,000 people have already bought 1976 Buicks.
Yeah?
That's a lot of people.
Yeah?
Well, if you got all those people together, they probably disagree on nearly everything. Religion, politics, sports. I mean, people disagree on all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet all those people, over 250,000 of them, agree on Buicks. I think that's really socially significant, don't you?
No.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, the sinus medicine that relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip.
You mean sign-off?
Exactly.
Compare sign-off tablets with anything you've ever taken for sinus. No sinus tablet you can buy relieves more symptoms. Sign-off gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a powerful sinus drainer. Sign-off works fast to help sinus pain while you drain.
Sineoff.
Sign-off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
Who's gonna help a child to walk? Make someone's dreams come true? Who's gonna help someone to talk? Easter seals and you, who will be working all year round. Someone to count on too, and who will never let them down.
Crippled children and adults push back the limitations of their handicaps. Helps them to enjoy the good life. Miracles still happen, and you make them.
Easter seals and you.
Give to Easter Seals.
Easter seals and you.
Give to Easter Seals.
Easter seals.
For crippled children and adults.
Easter seals and you.
Out of a small college in the Middle West. The pro scouts were all high on him as a prospect. Only 2 knocks against him. He was too light, 190. The other, he didn't have quite enough speed. For 8 years, he knocked around the leagues, waiting for the break, but somehow it never came. And one day he was 30, and Gil Stevens knew he had ridden the bench for his last season. It was time to look for a full-time job with a future. No more odd jobs. How could he have known that he was about to give his life to one of the oddest jobs anyone ever had?
Hey, man, don't you know you can get picked up for loitering?
What, in front of a precinct house? Oh, not me. I got a friend inside, name of Detective Sergeant Wagle.
Yeah, that's me. Say, aren't you Gil Stevens? Used to hang around kidding me he was a middle linebacker, huh?
No, I didn't hang. I sat on my duff most of the time. Knocked there by a big, ugly, gung-ho offensive guard supposed to be my buddy.
Those were the good old days, huh, Gil?
Yeah, the best.
Tell me, any luck today?
Nope.
Stockbroker deal didn't work out, huh?
Nope.
Something will turn up. Hey, come on, I'm off duty. Let's you and me go on home and grab a couple of beers. We can pick up some stuff at the deli, get home, take our shoes off, knock a few back, Gil.
No, I won't be staying, Deke. I'm moving out tomorrow.
What are you talking about? You can't cut out an old roomie that way.
Oh, come off it, Deke. This isn't the old days. You're married. You got a home, a kid, a job, a whole new life. I'm in the way.
Betty doesn't mind.
I know, but I got to split. I can't live off you.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, there's always welfare. Or digging ditches. Merchant Marine, Army, something. Somebody's got to be able to use a warm body somewhere. It was all my fault. When I got that good job last spring with the paper bag and container company, I should have hung in there and let football go. But then the Hornets had that rash of injuries in training, and they were hurting for linebackers, and they wanted to sign me as a free agent. I couldn't resist, and I was back with the Jocks again. Then the second exhibition game, I got the concussion, and they put me out on waivers, and nobody claimed me, and I ended up back on the bench again, with suddenly no jobs open.
Oh, all right. You knock it off. Now, we're going to get things cooking for you. Hey, you know something I was thinking? Why not TV or movies or acting or like that?
Are you kidding?
Well, other jocks make it.
Other jocks had big names, a good press. People knew them.
Well, yeah, but just the same, it's like Betty says. Show business is always looking for new names. Like this here. Cue to casting. Here, let's see this. Equity showcase, terrific opportunity. Star part for unknown and new play. Man of 30 or less in magnificent condition must sing, dance. Well, I guess not.
You gotta be kidding. I'm no actor. I don't have any talent like that.
Would you hold it? Now listen to this one. No previous show business experience required. Mature young man. Must be exactly 6 feet. Weight not over 190. Brown hair, light brown eyes, with Midwestern accent. This is a long-term contract, so he should be single and, if possible, unattached. This is the opportunity of a lifetime.
Knock it off. You know what that is? Some stud for a skin flick.
Would you listen for just a minute? Full bond will be posted. Object cannot be revealed, but this is a nationwide search which will make the winner secure for life. Write Post Office Box 240, Daily Journal, and include copy of birth certificate, photograph, address, and a short biography. Yeah, well, what do you think?
I think you're a good friend, and I thank you for your interest, Deke. But just let me work this out for myself, huh? I had my All-State ring. Pawning that gave me enough to move into the Somerset in the mid-40s off Times Square. I haunted all the part-time employment agencies in the neighborhood. Nothing. Till one day, by accident, I passed a newsstand and saw a copy of Cue to Casting. On an impulse, I bought it, putting in my last 4 bits. In a doorway, I leaped through it. And suddenly the ad leaped out at me again. No previous show business required. What the devil, I couldn't lose. I wrote Box 240 and waited for an answer. It came 2 days later. A message at the hotel desk and an appointment. If the sumptuous hotel and the office number, which turned out to be the penthouse suite, surprised me, my interviewer surprised me even more.
Yes?
I'm Gil Stevens.
Oh, please, come in. You can take your things off and leave them there.
My things?
I meant your coat, hat, whatever. That'll be sufficient for the moment.
Well, now, just a moment, Miss...
Ewell, not like the Christmas log, Ewell.
Oh, well, my name is Gil...
Yes, I know. I recognize you from the picture you sent. I could have picked you out anywhere in the crowd.
What does that mean?
Just my mordant sense of humor.
Mordant?
It means...
I know what it means. Caustic, sardonic, sarcastic. I only questioned it coming from you.
Why? You picture me as the wholesome, all-American girl.
Aren't you?
I'm a factotum, all-purpose gopher, a secretary, Girl Friday, okay? You got me pegged.
Hey, I didn't mean to get your back up.
You didn't. Don't flatter yourself. Are you ready to answer some questions?
I'm not sure. Maybe you're getting my back up.
No, please. I'm sorry. Don't go. Well, it's you couldn't know how important.
To you?
And you.
What's so special about me? What is this whole gig, anyway?
A perfectly legitimate business deal, if you're interested.
Interested? I wouldn't kid you. I'm on the ropes. A job is what I need.
I can tell you one thing, honestly. This is one you'll have the inside track on. Won't you sit down, Mr. Stevens, and let me ask you those questions?
As long as it's just between us girls. Shoot. I wouldn't have been so flip if I'd known that it wasn't just between us. I wouldn't have been flip at all. Even considering this was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. I would have taken off and run like I'd intercepted a pass and there was nothing between me and the goal line. The only difference is once I'd crossed it, I'd have kept on running. Right out of the stadium and the whole game. Rather than ever meet the two I didn't know then, were watching me through the one-way mirror on the wall beside the desk. Hubie the Hook and Nick Vados.
It's miraculous, Hubie. I found him. Don't strain your brain. Turn on the sound, please.
Sure, boys.
See your driver's license, please?
Suppose I don't have one.
I want to check your age. Do you carry a birth certificate?
No.
Wedding license?
What for? I never had the nerve. Here's the driver's license.
Thank you. Born April 29th, 1946. That's incredible.
That does it. Huh? The same sign as him.
What's incredible?
Oh, forgive me. I was just surprised. You're a Taurus, too.
A what?
A Taurus. The astrological sign that you were born under.
Oh, that's bad?
No, it's good.
Oh.
Do you have insurance?
Yes, so far.
What does that mean?
Well, if I don't make the next payment, I guess it's kaput.
I see. Who's the beneficiary?
My mother.
Where does she live?
In Nebraska. Look, is all this necessary? You put everyone through this?
No. So far, you're the only one.
Well, why me?
Because the moment I saw you, I knew you were going to be right for this job. And I think that my boss will be in complete agreement.
Yeah, she's right. Cut the switch, Hubie. Let's go meet the new Mr. Durwood Drake.
I couldn't figure it. Nothing made much sense. What job? What kind of job that depended on the way I looked? Whether I carried insurance? And the most far out of all, what astrological sign I was born under? But at least I might be about to learn something more. As an inner door opened and two men came in. One was short, squat, and fat. The other was huge, as tall as a basketball center and built as solid as a tackle. I estimated him at 285, with forearms pretty near as big as my thighs, except that on the end of the left one, instead of a hand, he wore a prosthetic device best described as a hook. It was the first time I knew for sure I was out of my depth, and I stood a good chance of drowning.
Oh, I'd like you to meet my employer and his associate. Hubie, this is Mr. Gil Stevens.
Yeah.
And my boss, Mr. Nicholas Vadas. Mr. Vadas, this is Mr. Gil Stevens.
No, he isn't.
What?
Or maybe you don't know it, but Karen, Hubie, and me already do. Starting as of now, you are the #1 mystery man in the world. And the richest. You, my friend, are Mr. Durwood Drake.
As Gil stares in astonishment at the fat little man, a cold trickle of fear runs down his backbone. He has no wish to give up his own identity, and some insistent warning tells him that if he did, the last person it should be for is Durwood Drake. Except that suddenly his mood changes. For there are few men in America who would not gladly exchange places with the legendary Durwood Drake. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Allstate asks, do you own a small business? Go over these questions with your present group health and life insurance agent. If your agent doesn't say yes to every one, then...
Talk to the good hands people.
First question. Does your present basic medical expense insurance pay the very first dollar? That means you pay no deductible. For expenses such as surgery, room and board, x-ray and lab, and in-hospital doctor fees? If not...
Talk to the good hands people.
Does your present plan provide coverage for maternity expenses? If not...
Talk to the good hands people. You're in good hands with Allstate.
See your Allstate agent to find out what an Allstate plan costs, what is and isn't covered, including benefit reductions and terms under which insurance continues in force. Allstate Insurance Companies. Available in most states to businesses that qualify.
Dreams. We all seek to understand the many ways in which God reveals His Word. The Bible tells of King Nebuchadnezzar, who dreamed dreams that troubled his sleep. One day he commanded his magicians, astrologers, and sorcerers to recreate a particular dream and to interpret it. Daniel, gifted by God with the ability to interpret dreams, told the king his dream and its meaning. Upon hearing Daniel, the king exclaimed, "Of truth it is, that your God is the God of gods, and the Lord of kings, and the revealer of secrets." Dreams and visions are ways in which God can speak to man. For your free booklet on dreams, write to the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. That's the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021.
Durward Drake. The name itself evokes mystery, romance. Heir to the Drake Machine Company, international playboy, headline maker as financier, lover, and sportsman. A man who was willing to lay his neck on the line for any risk. Automobile racing, powerboats, flying, skydiving, whatever was exciting and dangerous. And then, suddenly, mysteriously, he dropped out of the news and out of sight, only to become a new source of press interest. This time, speculation instead of reporting. Whatever happened to Durward Drake? Protected by his billions, where does he hide? Why did one of America's foremost playboys suddenly disappear? Is Durward Drake alive or dead?
Durward Drake? Why not? No one can tell you apart from him.
Well, what does that mean?
You look like him, sound like him. As well as I know him, if I didn't know that you were someone else, I'd swear that you would, what was the name again?
Mine? Gil Stevens.
Excellent, Mr. Stevens. Now, suppose we get down to business.
I'm not sure I want to.
Now, this is a straight business proposition. We need your services for, say, a month to 6 weeks. $1,000 a day. $15,000 up front for the first 2 weeks. Deposited in any bank you say in your name. The rest after you have delivered the service we require of you.
What service?
There's nothing very complicated. Just pretend to be someone else temporarily. It's time the press and the media stopped questioning where you are.
You're talking about Mr. Drake?
Yes, that's right.
You want me to take his place because I look like him?
It's taken a lot of money, time, advertising to dig you up.
Supposing I told you no.
I'd turn you over to Hubie. You'd be his problem. And I'd keep on advertising till I found someone else close enough to handle things.
What do you mean, turn me over to Hubie?
Well, you already know too much to let you go.
Hey, back off, man. You don't mean you'd have me,
killed? Why not?
You mean you'd have that gorilla shoot me in cold blood?
Oh, no. Hubie needs no guns. Show Mr. Stevens your eraser, Hubie.
Ain't so pretty, but it sure comes in handy.
Hubie has no qualms about using that hook. In fact, he rather enjoys it.
I don't imagine you suffer any pangs either.
Oh, none at all. I have no conscience.
You make a great pair. But I just can't figure what kind of girl would get involved.
Just stay out of my affairs.
I don't see where you could fit in.
Karen happens to be my daughter. And I've heard quite enough from you now, except what I want to hear. Do you accept my proposition?
I don't seem to have much choice. But I still don't see what you need me for as a stand-in for Mr. Drake, unless... Well, you killed him.
Don't be ridiculous.
Scarcely.
Don't be silly. My father is Durward's right-hand man. He couldn't run his empire without him.
I can hardly blame you for being suspicious, Mr. Stevens, but let me assure you one thing. In trying to hire you, all of us, are only acting as Mr. Drake's agents.
What's the matter with him? What's he hiding from?
He's a recluse. He prefers to keep away from other people.
Why?
Oh, come. You read the papers, Mr. Stevens. You know that he's a complex man with many idiosyncrasies, and he's rich enough to be able to indulge them. What are you hesitating for? Surely the pay is generous enough?
Oh, it's too generous. Too good to be true. Just exactly what would I have to do?
Very little, actually. Be seen a good deal in public. Escort Karen here to the races, theater. Meet the press. Give them statements we will prepare for you. Appear at some board meetings. Actually, it's a public relations job to restore confidence in Drake Enterprises.
Okay. What have I got to lose? When do I start?
As of now, we go straight to the plane.
Hey, wait a minute. What about all my stuff at the hotel? And I've got to check out.
Oh, very well. Hubie.
Yeah, boss.
Take Mr. Stevens to his hotel, let him check out, pick up his baggage, get him some dark glasses, and see he wears a muffler around his face, just in case some smart reporter got wind of the plane and us coming in. And no messages. No contacts.
Hey, now look, I don't...
You heard the boss, huh? Move. And just so you don't get any funny ideas, I'll give you a little hint of why you shouldn't.
The cold steel bit into my neck, stinging like the fangs of a serpent, drawing blood as I instinctively jerked away. Just as instinctively, a sheer reflex action, I swung at the giant. His reaction was fast. My fist slammed into the palm of his one huge hand. The punch stopped so abruptly, I nearly dislocated my shoulder. I might as well have hit a wall. Hubie grinned at me a moment, then closed his hand over my fist. It was like a vice. The pain was excruciating, till suddenly he let go.
Don't mess around, buddy. You could get hurt.
I went as obediently as a child. What the devil, I told myself. I could take it for 6 weeks, and $42,000 would put me back on my feet again. Besides, I reflected, despite all the strong-arm stuff, they'd never dare use it once I was on the job. I'd be too valuable to them. All in all, I decided, as long as I wasn't hurting anyone, this wouldn't hurt me. The only trouble was I was dead wrong on both counts. Only I didn't learn that till later.
He's not married?
No.
Lives alone?
Yes.
Any relatives?
One, his mother.
Where does she live?
Nebraska.
What town?
I don't know.
I'll find out.
Why?
I want it picked up.
What for?
I want to control. Make sure our new Derwood Drake does just as he's told.
Oh, no, please, leave her alone. Don't do that again to someone.
I've got to be able to keep him in line. You should understand that better than anyone. Come on, let's get to the plane.
I can't just drop out of sight like I fell off the earth, Mr. Ewell.
What'd you call me?
Mr. Ewell.
The name is Vados. Nicholas Vados.
But your daughter... Oh, is she married?
No, but her name is Ewell. It's quite correct. You see, she's my stepdaughter.
Oh.
Why can't you just drop out of sight? Who would miss you? Girlfriend?
No, but my friend Deke Wagle and his wife. I'm supposed to go there for dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, we can take care of that. Who else? Relatives, friends?
Well, no one here in New York, but... Well, my mother.
Didn't Karen say she lives in Nebraska?
Yes, but she's quite old and all alone. She'll be expecting to hear from me on Sunday.
Where in Nebraska?
A little town in the middle of the state, Albion.
Mm-hmm. You can get in touch with her on the U.S. coast.
Is that a promise?
Well, that is a definite promise.
What about the Deke?
You can call him from here on the plane before we take off. What's the number?
555-4246.
Simple. Weren't you a football player?
Yeah. One of the ones you couldn't tell without the scorecard.
Okay. So that's what the job is, sporting equipment.
What's the name of the firm?
It's a new firm, Hardnet's.
No, it won't wash. Deke will want to know how to get in touch with me.
Fine. He can reach you through the main office in Chicago. I'll have Karen get the address for you.
You mean there really is such a firm?
Yes. Mr. Drake picked it up a couple of months ago. Excuse me a moment. Come in, Hubie. I need you.
Yeah, sure, boss.
Oh, that'll be your call. You can pick up the phone. Just one warning first. Stick to the script I lay down, One false word, and Hubie here will drop the curtain on you.
Deke wasn't home, but I broke my news to Betty, who was delighted I'd gotten a job and wrote down the address Karen brought me. I kind of dragged out the call because somehow I felt that when I hung up, I was cutting my last link with the past, and in an oddball way, with myself. But finally I did, and within 15 minutes we were airborne. The plane was something else. A 707 laid out like a penthouse apartment with bedrooms, living room, office, kitchen, and dining room. While Vados worked in the office, I got Karen to mix me a drink and join me so I could ask some questions.
You might as well have a look at what's in the envelopes.
Oh, what is it?
Pictures of Mr. Drake.
Well, here's looking at you before I look at him. To better acquaintance.
Please, don't do that.
You're a funny girl. I can't figure you out.
Don't try. Stick to business. Open the envelope.
Okay. Is this the way he looks now?
Those were taken some time ago, before he went into hiding.
And you think I look that much like him?
Once you grow a mustache and we get your hair dyed darker.
I don't particularly see it.
I do.
Boy, when you talk and look at me like that, I could almost forget what a...
Go ahead. Finish it.
No, it doesn't matter. Where are we heading for?
Vegas.
Las Vegas? Oh, I thought Mr. Drake, was out of the country somewhere.
He was. He isn't anymore.
You sure he's alive?
Oh, yes. Quite sure.
Then what's the point of me? Who needs me?
He does.
Why?
That is something he'll have to tell you himself.
That was all I could get out of Karen, or Nick Vados, or Hubie. The man of mystery that I was hired to double for remained as much a man of mystery as ever. Till we got to Vegas. The plane landed, and a helicopter was waiting to lift us back into the hills to a cleverly concealed complex of building, masked from the air by trees and surrounded by an electrified fence. The security was tighter than Fort Knox. I got some notion of why from my introduction to Durward Drake.
All right, Mr. Stevens. You're about to find out the answer to many of your questions.
I'm going to meet Mr. Drake?
Not exactly meet him. He's not very sociable. But you may see him. I think that perhaps will explain a great deal.
Where are you taking me?
To the room next to his. We have found it advisable to make arrangements so that we can keep an eye on him. It's all right, Carl. Just me. Allow Mr. Stevens here to look through the viewer. Well, you are about to meet the man you resemble so closely.
I was looking through a viewer that fitted to my eyes like the mask on a periscope or an old stereopticon. By some trick of complementing mirrors, the entire room was revealed and somehow lighted at the same time, so that even though the drapes were drawn and the room shaded, every detail was as clear as bright daylight. Too clear. As I looked at the man sitting on a chair facing me, I could feel my stomach churn like I was going to be sick. I was literally frozen with horror as I finally saw why Durward Drake had chosen to become a recluse.
What is Gil seeing through that strange device that is revolting him? What had happened to the man whose disappearance from society had so intrigued and mystified not only his own countrymen, but half the world? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
If you went into a Buick dealer's between now and April 30th, do you know what would happen? Well, if you ordered one of 4 cars with a list of specially selected options, you'd get a vinyl top at no extra charge. Like that Skylark over in the corner. Order one with sport mirrors, a rally tilt steering wheel, body side stripes, and vinyl buckets. And Buick pops for the top. To find out about other cars, talk to your Buick dealer. He knows all that stuff.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Here are some statistics for people who aren't taking their high blood pressure seriously. If your blood pressure is 150/100, subtract 16 years from your life, and chances are 3 times greater you'll have a stroke, 5 times greater you'll have a heart attack. But your future can be normal and healthy if you do treat your high blood pressure seriously. See a doctor. Get back on your treatment. And this time, stick with it. Treat your high blood pressure and live. A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
Hi, this is Lloyd Bridges with a favor to ask of you.
Would you take a minute, just 60 seconds out of your busy day and listen? Really listen to the radio? I wouldn't intrude like this, except that I have an important message for you from the March of Dimes. Here it is. America's #1 child health problem is birth defects. Not measles, not mumps, not the common cold, but birth defects. And the speed with which science finds the answers to that problem depends on you, not someone else, you. Your generosity to the March of Dimes will add to the fund that supports the massive research needed to find those answers. And if you won't help, can you be sure anyone will? And if no one helps, can any of us ever hope that future generations will see the day when every child will be born free from the threat of birth defects? Please, before you go back to business as usual, show your support for this vital work. Give generously to the March of Dimes.
This was the picture Gil Stevens saw. A travesty of his own face, barely recognizable, like the distorted reflection in a carnival mirror. The forehead was thickened and distended by the overgrowth of the frontal sinuses. The nose and lips were thickened and coarsened. The whole head was gigantic in comparison with the body that supported it, as were the huge hands and feet. It was a sight at once so horrible and repellent that though he wanted to shut it out, he was held as though spellbound.
Good Lord. What happened to him?
The medical name is acromegaly, a form of giantism. It's caused by hyperfunction of the pituitary.
Can't anything be done about it?
With his money, don't you suppose everything has been tried? In his case, no.
No wonder the poor devil hides himself away. Is he sane?
If you mean are his mental processes impaired by the disease, not at all. Physically, his symptoms are all outward. Psychologically, well, that's another matter entirely.
What kind of future does he have?
He lives only for one thing. His, well, call it empire, which is getting shaky. We'll go in the other room. We can talk. After you, Mr. Drake.
That's not my name.
From now on, it is.
What exactly is it he wants me to do?
Be what he can't, or won't allow himself to be. His visible presence.
What difference will that make?
Oh, a great deal. Believe me. The flaw in the empire that Durwood Drake built is that it is a one-man show. None of his companies are public. There are no boards, no machinery of government except for him. He dictates all strategy, all direction, all finances. His system has worked because he is a prodigious genius and has the confidence of every top echelon member of all his staffs. Well, I should say, had.
He's lost their confidence?
He's losing it because he's hidden himself away so long. More and more people are becoming convinced that he's dead. And they're starting to desert.
Why?
Because of taxes. Under the present financial structure, the death taxes would be so colossal it would bring the whole conglomerate down like a house of cards. Everyone knows that. And they want to jump before it happens. The nervous ones are starting to bail out already.
And since he won't show himself as he is, he had to find a substitute. Me.
Correct.
Look, I'll never get away with it. I mean, even if people take me for him, I don't know the ones he knows. Or anything about business, or... I don't know 1,000 things.
While you're growing your mustache, you'll be instructed by me and Karen, and everywhere you go, one of us will accompany you. It'll work. Because it must.
The next week was a nightmare cram course. Charts, names, faces, thumbnail sketches, scrapbooks of old news stories, pictures, biographies written about him. The detailed personal history of his life, mostly told me by Karen. Where are we heading for? The summer house?
If you don't mind.
No. I just wondered why you always head for there when you talk about him.
Oh, just habit, I guess.
How come you know so much about him, Karen?
Because We were going to be married before.
Before he got sick.
Yes.
Do you still love him?
I don't know. It's hard to tell after all this time, particularly since... Oh, it's so unfair. You're so like him. Sometimes I'm afraid to look at you. What am I going to do?
Hey, hang in there, baby. Is there anything I can do to help?
Yes. Oh, I don't know. If only I could think of a... Oh, it's Hubie. Hide me for a minute so I can dry my eyes.
Sure.
I don't want him to know what I told you.
He won't.
Oh, hello, Hubie. Are you looking for us?
Yeah. The boss wants to see the geek.
The what?
The performer, Wonder Boy here. Oh, I gotta say one thing for you, fella. You're the spitting image of number one. Come on, you. We don't want to keep Mr. Vados waiting. You come too, Karen.
What does he want, Hubie?
Well, I think he wants to put Pretty Boy here to work. I think we're going to let him out on a leash and let the public look him over.
The next 2 weeks were a whirl. I spent most of them with Karen. But I was so busy meeting politicians, bank presidents, corporation men, trying to keep them straight and remember which I was supposed to know and which I didn't, that I had no chance to talk to Karen about what I really wanted to. What she'd been trying to say in the summer house when Hubie interrupted us. Even the few times I tried to get her alone, she avoided it. Apparently, she had decided against talking to me. And then late one afternoon, while she was instructing me on people I would meet the next day, she led me to the summer house.
This tall man with the heavy horn-rimmed glasses is chairman of the board of Roswell Refineries. You know him casually, as well as the other people in these pictures. Here, let's sit down. You look them over, and I'll identify them for you. Keep concentrating as if you were memorizing the pictures. I have to talk to you.
This is wife? I'm listening.
That's she. First name, Marjorie. He's dying. I just found out. It changes everything.
Mr. Drake?
Yes. Vados isn't trying to save the Empire. He's pirating it.
How can he do that?
Through you. He'll teach you to forge Durwood's signature. Durwood can't sign for himself anymore.
Why not?
The disease is spreading. He's almost blind. His heart is already affected. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to be a forger.
You'll have no choice.
I'm not committing any crimes. I have to take my chances.
It isn't yourself you'll have to worry about.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry, Gil, but they have your mother.
What?
Watch it. Don't think Hubie or someone doesn't have binoculars on us. At least I know this place isn't bugged.
Are you sure about my mother?
Yes. Now, there's only one way out.
How?
Only two people stand between us and freedom. Hubie and Vados.
What about the army of guards?
We don't have to worry about them if I can just get to see Durwood. He'll be our passport to freedom.
And see him?
That's the trouble. Since his illness, he's left orders he doesn't want to see me. Not that Vados would allow me to anyway.
Then we're back at the beginning.
How can we get rid of those two?
It would take a gun to stop that tank, Hubie. Can you get hold of one?
Not a chance.
How about when we're out? I got a friend who's a cop I could call in New York. Or we could go to the police here.
We could. And never see either of our mothers again.
Then it's got to be here. You keep Vados busy. And I'll have to figure a way to take Hubie.
How?
That's the big question, all right. How? The next couple of days, I studied Hubie as carefully as I ever crammed on pregame films. How he moved, his reactions, their speed and predictability, probing for a weakness. Whatever I did, if I went for him, I'd most likely have only one shot to take him out. I had to figure out what it would be. And then I thought I saw it. his hand. It was amazing in that big hulk, but it was as soft as a baby's. The nails always lovingly manicured by someone, clean as a woman's. And the care he took of it. It was his most precious possession. He didn't want anything to happen to that hand. But as it happened, it was my hand that triggered the climax.
Right. Damn you, Stevens. Right.
My hand is cramped, Vados. I got arrested.
Well, I suppose there's time.
How much are you planning to milk the conglomerate for?
Oh, 50 or 60 million. All the available liquid assets I can lay my hands on.
Well, that'll bankrupt everyone. Throw thousands of people out of jobs.
I told you I had no conscience.
And once you have your money, all the rest of us will become dispensable, too.
Well, we'll cross that bridge. Let's see how cooperative I find you.
Let Karen and her mother and mine go, and I'll cooperate all the way.
Even if I were disposed to, that'd be quite impossible. I need their cooperation, too. I'm quite sure I couldn't count on it if they were free. Now, come on, you're wasting time, Mr. Stevens. Well, I'm afraid you need a little more persuasion. I'll send Hubie upstairs to arrange that.
No sense in kidding myself. If I was going to make a move, this was the time. I had a glimmering of an idea. There was a heavy glass paperweight on the desk. I made a fist over it with my left hand. In the right, I had a pen. I opened the big, heavy teak desk drawer on my right and pushed some pens in there towards the back. I was as ready as I ever would be for Hubie.
I hear the boss wants you moved along a little faster, huh?
Well, no, honest, Hubie, I'm getting it.
You better.
It's just my hand is cramped and the pen's out of ink. You want to give me a new one out of the drawer?
Get it yourself.
As soon as I work the cramp out, my fingers won't open.
Yeah, that'll open. Here. I'll get the pen.
As soon as he reached his hand in, with all the power I could summon, I slammed the drawer shut.
My hand! Oh!
I could hear the bones grind and snap. And at the same time, I brought my left hand around with the paperweight in it to the pit of his stomach. It was like hitting a board.
I'm going to kill you for that. My hand! I'm going to cut you to ribbons.
He pulled open the drawer with his hook, freeing the mangled right hand. And then, his face twisted with rage and pain, he started to stalk me. I moved backwards lightly, waiting for an opening. At least I didn't have to be afraid of the right hand now. And I felt my reflexes would be quicker than his. Suddenly, the door was at my back. Now, and my timing had to be just right, I waited till he raised the hook. Then, pushing off from the door with all the strength in my leg, I went underneath and low for an ankle tackle. With a grunt, I took his feet right out from under him. And to save himself, the hook bit into the oak door like it was pine. As he struggled to free it, I hit him hard behind the ear with a paperweight. 3 times. Until he sagged limply, and the body fell heavily to the floor. The stump tearing out of the harness and leaving the hook impaled in the door. I dragged him away. Struggled for a moment till I freed the hook. At least it was some kind of weapon. I pulled open the door. Karen was just coming down the hall.
Look out, Gil! Nick, he's coming upstairs and he has a gun.
I turned. His head was just coming level with the landing. With an expression of utter fury, he lifted the gun he was carrying, aiming it at Karen.
Not you, but her. I warned you, Dad!
He never got the warning out, because reflexively, as he brought up the gun, I had hurled hook and harness at him. Turning and twisting in the air, the 2 razor-sharp prongs had dug deep into the jugular on each side of his fat neck. He fell like a stone all the way down the stairs. Well?
Everything is all right. Durwood knows everything. He'll be our safe conduct. Oh, Gil.
Take it easy. It's all over.
Vados, is he dead?
It was him or me.
And Hubie?
You couldn't crack that skull with a poleaxe. But he's trussed up tight, so if he comes to, he's not going anywhere.
Oh, but we are out of here I'll go get Durwood. You know, one thing I'm happy about.
We need at least one.
That he doesn't see so well. I wouldn't want him to look at you and see what he once was.
Under hospital care, Durward Drake's death was less imminent than it seemed. He lived long enough to reorganize his companies and save his empire. It was his genius that accomplished it, but the actual work was carried out by his new right-hand man. Gil Stevens simply carried out orders, including a personal one Durward insisted on. Gil resisted.
Reach a living creature. Isn't a reach part of nature, too?
Our mystery drama, The White Ghost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell and Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by Carrier Air Conditioning and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You want your house to be a home all year round. You can do it economically. No matter what the weather's like outside, you can change it so easily. So make summer a cooling thing. Turn winter into spring. It's the right time for Carrier. Carrier's right for the time.
The higher energy costs go, the more you need Carrier heat pump air conditioning. It cools your home in summer, heats it in winter for up to half the cost of electric heat and less than most oil systems. So before you replace your old furnace or put in air conditioning, talk to your Carrier dealer about heat pump air conditioning. He's the expert.
So make summer a cooling thing. Turn winter into spring. It's the right time for Carrier. Carrier's right for the time.
Today, more than ever, isn't it great to know scouting is still going strong?
Scouting's a lot of fun, and you get a lot out of it because you can camp and you can work on merit badges and you can work on skill
Still
awards.
helping our kids grow up to become good Americans, to be prepared.
You might even be able to work to Eagle Scout, and it helps you a lot when you grow up, and it's a lot of fun because you get to do lots of things.
Yes, thanks to the United Way and people everywhere, scouting is still teaching honesty, self-reliance, respect. All the ideals worth believing in, ideals worth supporting.
Well, this way you get to camp out in the woods and you get to cook your own food and find out what it's like to just be out in the wilderness seeing how you can do.
Get behind scouting. Become a sustaining member. Call the Boy Scouts of America, list it in your phone book, and make a contribution. Let's keep scouting going stronger than ever.
Get him to join, and then he can get another friend to join, and pretty soon everyone will be in scouting.
It was a gentleman named John Haywood who back in the Elizabethan era said, "You can't have your cake and eat it." Well, he may have been a fine poet, a perceptive observer of human comedy, but he blew this one. Because the fact is, you can have your cake and eat it. You can have it both ways. You can even have it always. You can have whatever you want and whenever you want it. That is, provided you know how to go about it. A gentleman who obviously knows how to go about it is Mr. Donald Taylor.
How lovely it is, Donald.
Yes. That is beautiful music, Phyllis, darling.
Not just the music, but everything.
Everything?
Oh, yes, everything. Does a woman have the right to be as happy as I am?
Well, darling, that sounds like a question that might be probably posed on some soap opera program.
And I feel guilty.
Oh, why?
There's so many people I know who are miserable.
Well, darling, that's not your fault.
I can't believe I'm so lucky.
You're not lucky. You work very hard.
I do? At what?
At being you. At being the most wonderful wife a man could ever dare to hope for. Oh, excuse me, dearest. Hello.
Darling.
Yes.
Oh, you're not alone.
No.
Have you told her yet?
No, Congressman.
But you promised. You promised you'd work it out.
Yes, well, of course.
With her.
Certainly.
When?
Well, you know what it says in the Bible, Congressman. To all things, there's a season.
Don, I must see you.
Uh-huh. Congressman, can't it wait?
Donald, if I don't see you tonight, I'll kill myself.
Well, that is a rather extreme position.
I mean it, Donald. I'll kill myself. And before I do, I'll send a letter to all the newspapers telling them about us.
Oh, I see.
You'd better get over here.
Well, Congressman, I think this does call for a meeting. I'll be there within the hour.
Is something wrong, dear?
Oh, it's just that if you elect a fool, you can expect him to behave according to form. It's a little political problem which requires my presence.
Oh, shall you be out late?
Yes, I'm afraid so. It'll be a long, boring evening, but the proposed legislation is of the utmost importance.
I'm so proud of you, Donald, darling.
My dear, I shall return just as soon as I possibly can.
I've stopped telling my friends about you.
Oh, have you?
They simply cannot believe that anyone could be so kind, so considerate, so gentle.
Donald. Oh, Donald. Donald. Donald, why did you strike me?
Don't you ever do that again. Don't you ever call my home again. Don't you ever threaten. And don't you ever forget it.
Donald, what's come over you?
You'll kill yourself and write a letter to the newspaper. Which paper would print it? Which paper is anxious to invite a libel suit?
I wouldn't write a letter to any paper. I just said that because I'm so frightened and miserable.
Trudy, we've come to the end.
The end? Of what?
The end of the affair.
Affair?
Every affair has a beginning, and whatever begins eventually ends. It's the law of nature.
But I love you. And you love me.
Oh, do I?
Well, you said so. Donald, you said you were unhappy, desperately unhappy at home. You said you wanted to leave her and marry me. Were you lying to me?
Yes.
Donald.
I paid generously for the privilege of telling you a lie. And you have quite a bit to show for it. The apartment, clothes, jewelry.
Why do you think I agreed to the apartment? Why do you think I agreed to everything? I believed you, Donald.
Oh, now sit down, Trudy. I know you come from a small town, a very small town, but surely no one is that naive.
I believed you.
Now, look, I want to do something for you. I have a friend. He's quite wealthy.
What are you saying, Donald?
Well, wouldn't you like to make another connection? A gentleman who would certainly take the very best care of you.
Don't you dare talk to me like that. I'm not that kind of a girl.
Oh, my dear, you are. You are now. And you should be grateful to me for seeing to it that you will be highly successful.
I was a good girl. I guess nobody ever talks like that anymore. Oh, go ahead, laugh at me.
Trudy, Jim Pendleton is absolutely wild over you. He saw us that night at the party.
Small town girls like me. We come to the big city. We think we're going to become somebody.
You know, he said to me the next day, Don, who's that absolutely smashing girl
and
you're
then
with?
This is what we become.
Everything always works out for the best, Trudy. Now, look, why don't we have a drink,
I never thought it would that it could ever happen to me.
Jim Pendleton's really a very lucky devil.
He is?
When I think of you and Jim, I know I'm going to be jealous.
Well, would Jim object to sharing me with you, Donald?
Jim is quite busy. He does go out of town a great deal at that. And, I guess what he doesn't know. You know, you're really a wonderful girl, Trudy.
Am I?
Oh, yes. Of course, you are understandably upset. When I walked in here, I must admit that I was, too, but you're basically a level-headed girl, you know. That's why I was attracted to you in the first place. Good girl. You're behaving admirably. Now, come here. Sit down. I've got a gift for you.
Have you?
I thought it'd be a kind of a going-away gift, but looks like you're not really going away.
That's a coincidence. I have a gift for you, too.
Oh, really? Well, that's wonderful. Huh? Where is it?
I've been keeping it in this drawer.
Oh, yes? What is it?
It's an ounce of lead.
Trudy. Now, Trudy, you're crazy.
Yes. I believed you. That should prove I was crazy.
I told you put down that revolver.
A gift from me to you.
Now, you can't get away with
I
this.
don't want to get away with anything, Donald. After I kill you, I'll turn the gun on myself.
Now, Trudy, listen to me.
There's nothing you can tell me, Donald. Not anymore.
Trudy.
I don't care anymore. Goodbye, Donald.
I can't be found here dead in your apartment.
I'll write a note. I'll explain it. Goodbye, Donald. It doesn't fire. Why doesn't it fire?
All right, give me that gun.
Let go of me.
You fool. Quit pulling that trigger. There might be a live round. Let go of the gun now.
Why doesn't it fire?
Let go. Let
go.
Trudy. Oh, no. No.
Good morning, darling. A delightful breakfast. English muffins and Mendelssohn. Pour you some coffee.
Thank you, Alistair.
What time did you get home last night?
Oh, very late.
How'd the meeting go?
The meeting? Oh, well, problems.
Have any trouble with the congressman?
Yes. Is there anything new in the paper?
Yes. There's been a murder.
Unfortunately, that happens too often.
We've become such a violent society.
Who was murdered?
Oh, her name was Gertrude Nelson. Well, you should know who she is.
Should I?
At first, the name didn't mean anything to me either. Then, as I read on, it said she worked at the Cloverdale Country Club.
Well, that's our club.
Yes. And it's Trudy.
Trudy?
Yes, Trudy. The stunning blonde-haired girl who was cashier in the coffee shop.
Oh, Trudy.
Someone broke into her apartment and shot her.
Broke in?
Yes. Well, there were signs of a struggle, as if she'd put up a fight. And a rear window was broken. Her empty purse was on the floor. Evidently, some money and jewels were taken.
Do the police have any leads?
Oh, the paper doesn't say.
Oh, poor girl. She was sweet.
The one that did this thing. Does he realize he snuffed out a beautiful young life? Or has murder become so ordinary, so commonplace?
Oh, now, darling, it doesn't do to let your thoughts dwell on morbid matters. Besides, there's nothing anyone can do for her now. I'm sorry you're so upset.
Oh, she was a poor girl trying to make something of herself. The world is so unfair.
My darling, you have to accept the world for what it is.
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Well, I must get to the office.
But you haven't had breakfast?
There's no time, dear. I'll see you this evening.
Is something wrong?
Oh, what could be wrong?
I don't know. It's just you seem so abrupt and so preoccupied. As if something's troubling you.
Oh, dearest. I look at you, and I don't have a worry in the world. Miss Powers, I have to concentrate on this report. I don't want to take any calls for the next half hour. Oh, didn't I just tell her? Oh, damn, it's a private line. Hello. Hello.
Donald.
Who?
Donald, darling. It's me.
What is this?
Me. Trudy.
You're dead.
I want you to know I'm very happy.
Who is this?
You would be happy here with me.
Now, listen.
With me. With me, Donald.
Now, look here.
We would be so happy together here, Donald.
It's a joke. It's a practical joke. But who knew about Trudy and me? I was careful. No one knew about us. If anyone knew, they'd tell the police. Wouldn't they? Well, the police haven't called on me. They would if they knew. So if it isn't a joke, but... Oh, no, it can't be. It can't be. The other thing either. It can't be Trudy.
It can. It can't. It is. It isn't. Life is filled with questions. True or false. Multiple choice. We're always being confronted and tested. particularly if we're involved with murder. But on this show, in addition to questions, you also get answers. A few will be delivered when I return with Act 2.
Right now, your True Value hardware store can show you 2 simple ways to save money by spending money. Hi, Pat Summerall to explain how. First, go to your True Value hardware store for Owens Corning Dust Stop Furnace filters. Install one in your furnace or in summer in your central cooling system. Change it when the fiberglass filtering material gets dirty, about once a month. Your furnace or cooling system won't have to work so hard, so it'll use less fuel to provide the same amount of heat or cooling, so you'll save money. And second, go to your True Value hardware store for General Electric Soft White Plus light bulbs in 75 and 100-watt sizes. They cost a little bit more, but they last twice as long as standard bulbs, so you'll save money again. Owens Corning Dust Stop Furnace filters and GE Soft White Plus light bulbs are 2 simple ways to save money by spending money. Find them at your participating True Value hardware store. And remember now, you can charge your purchases on Master Charge at many stores.
Dreams. We all seek to understand the many ways in which God reveals His Word. Throughout time, God has spoken to man in dreams. Jehovah said in the Old Testament, "Listen to my words. If a man be a prophet, I make myself known to him in visions. I speak to him in dreams." So pay attention to your own dreams. They might well reveal flashes of the future, predictions and warnings of things to come. They may give you a glimpse of God's guidance to lead you back to the peace and security of His way. For your free booklet on dreams, write to the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. That's the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021.
Murder will out. Who says so? Well, in a variety of statements, scores of poets and sages assure us that murder cannot be kept secret or hidden. Is that really true? How many murders remain unsolved? How many killers evade the law? Unfortunately, quite a few. Donald Taylor is doing a bit of soul searching. He didn't exactly kill Trudy. It was self-defense. They struggled for the gun. She actually killed herself. But can he afford to have even that much known? Of course not.
Dear Phyllis, this letter will serve to introduce Karen Hagstrom. You know how you complain it's so difficult to find an adequate maid? Well, Karen worked for Bert's mother. A lovely woman, perhaps a bit superstitious, but we all can't be perfect. From here, it's on to Singapore and India. See you in 6 months. Love, Lolly Smith. Well, Karen?
Yeah, ma'am?
I do need a maid. And if Mrs. Smith is so taken with you, I'm sure you must be wonderful.
I hope you will be pleased with me, Mrs. Taylor.
As you can see, I can't get around much.
Oh, I will take good care of you, Mrs. Taylor.
It's difficult to work for me. I have to be wheeled about constantly. I shouldn't say this, I suppose, but I do have difficulty in keeping servants.
Oh, you look like a lovely lady.
Lovely lady. I'm an old lady.
Oh, no. Oh, it's so sunny. Let me wheel you to the terrace, and I will brush your hair.
Oh, you seem to be a very nice person, Karen.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Smith is an excellent judge of character. And if you can start immediately...
Darling, you look magnificent.
I have a new maid.
Well, I hope you can keep this one.
Oh, yes, she's a perfect gem. Lolly Smith recommended her. She's worked for Bert's mother. She's so kind, so gentle.
Oh, excuse me, dear. Hello. Hello.
Donald, darling.
Who?
It's so wonderful here where I am. You'd love it.
Who was that, darling?
It's the wrong number.
You seem so upset.
Well, actually, it wasn't a wrong number. It's an obscene call.
Oh, it's a dreadful world, Donald. Sometimes I don't feel so badly being out of...
Oh, Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, Karen. Oh, Karen, this is Mr. Taylor.
Oh, pleased to know you, sir.
How do you do?
Will you want to wear the red sweater tomorrow? I'll wash it out.
Oh, don't bother. Mrs. Prentice does the laundry.
Oh, no. I'll do it myself. Ring when you want me to put you to bed.
I will, Karen. Thank you.
Well, she seems capable enough.
You know, as she stood here near the table in the candlelight, she seemed to remind me of someone.
Oh, yes? Who?
Oh, for just a moment. It was just the way the light reflected on her face. Oh, she reminded me of that poor girl.
Which poor girl?
The one who was murdered. Trudy.
Well, how can you say that? Well, this one is at least 10, perhaps 15 years older. Now, darling, for almost a month, ever since that poor girl was murdered, you keep bringing up her name.
I can't help it.
Well, why? You hardly knew her. I mean, it's a tragic thing.
Oh, but she was so beautiful. You know what I said to myself the first time I saw her at the club? For no reason at all. I said, if our little Madeline had lived, she might have looked like that.
Oh. I'm sorry.
It wasn't your fault.
Phyllis.
Don't say anything, darling. You don't have to.
Well, I think of the child dead and you in the wheelchair all these years.
We must accept fate and make the best of our lives. Oh, we have, haven't we, darling? You've been the most wonderful husband. Oh, let one of the servants answer, dear.
Oh, it's ringing on the private wire.
Donald, darling.
Was it the same?
Yes.
But, darling, who would know your private number?
Let's put it from our minds.
It upsets me.
Darling, you can't afford that.
I know. Perhaps I'd better get to my room.
Oh,
no, not again.
Hello.
Donald?
Oh. Hello, Jim.
Don, about that order we placed with you. You know, I've been thinking about it, and you could do a lot better. Just mull it over and get to me in the morning, huh? Regards to Phyllis.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, just between us, pal. What a shame about that Trudy. She sure was something, huh? You know, you're lucky nobody knew about you and her. That is, nobody except me. But I'm your pal. I'll keep my mouth shut.
I know you will, Jim.
Oh, and about the price. Now, I am positive you can do a little better if you really put your mind to it, huh? Night, pal.
Good night.
What was that all about, dear?
It was the obscene phone call.
Don, what are you saying? Wasn't that Jim Pendleton?
Yes, dear.
Donald, these past few days you've been so preoccupied.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have to look through some papers. Perhaps your maid had better help you to bed,
Oh, yeah, Mrs. Taylor. She was a witch.
Oh, now, Karen, surely you don't believe... You can't believe in witches.
Then why did the milk turn sour? Why did the horses take sick and die? Why did the barn burn down? Answer that, Mrs. Taylor.
Natural causes.
So, and a witch is part of nature, too. A witch is a living thing.
Oh, this is so comfortable, Karen.
I shall be back after midnight to help you turn around and fix the bed.
But, Karen, dear, you won't get very much rest.
Oh, I am not here to rest, Mrs. Taylor. I'm here to work. Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, Karen?
It's 2:00 in the morning. I came to see if you are awake.
Oh, I am. Would you open the window, please? It's stuffy in here.
Oh, yeah, Mrs. Taylor.
What is it, Karen?
Oh, it's a spooker. Karen? It's a ghost. A white ghost. Look. Look, it's coming here. No! Oh, I am so sorry. I bothered everyone.
Now, Karen, you know there's no such thing as a ghost.
Where was this ghost, Karen?
She came from the woods near the greenhouse and on the lawn.
Now, look, it's time we all got to bed. Good night, Karen. I'll see to Mrs. Taylor.
Yeah, good night.
Poor girl. She made it seem so real. Could it be true?
Could what be true?
She's convinced she actually saw a white ghost.
Darling, you do need your rest. Try to sleep.
Hello?
Jim, it's Don.
John, hey, do you know what time it is?
It's exactly 2:45.
Yeah, well, that's A.M., buddy. A.M.
I have to see you.
Yeah, sure. First thing in the morning.
It's morning now.
Look, it'll take at least an hour for me to get to your place or for you to get to mine.
It's only a half hour if we meet halfway.
Well, you sure you want to?
Well, you want that price reduction, don't you?
You're the doctor.
All right, take the shore road and pull over near the interstate sign near exit 4. Let's meet in exactly 30 minutes.
John?
Hello, Jim.
Hey, what's all this about?
Let's start at the beginning, Jimmy. For a long time, you've been trying to buy my company, haven't you?
Don, it is 3:20
It would solve a lot of your raw material headaches, wouldn't it?
Don, what are you driving at?
But as chairman of the board, I've blocked the sale, right?
Don, what?
So, how do you get me out, huh? By making me look bad. Forcing me to resign.
Forcing you to...
Or else putting me in the middle of a scandal.
Scandal?
Or even try to drive me out of my mind.
I don't know what you're in. I don't know what you're talking.
You don't know what I'm talking about, huh? Well, you're the only one who knows about Trudy and me. You could tell the police about our relationship, huh?
You are crazy.
Am I? You're applying the pressure on all three fronts, aren't you?
Don, I am not going to do any such thing.
It was you who hired an actress to pose on the phone as Trudy. And tonight you even had her get into some flimsy thing and float across my lawn as the ghost of Trudy. Now, Jim, you and I know there are no ghosts. That dead girls cannot speak on the phone.
Look, I've heard just about enough.
Oh, yes? Well, that's all there is. And so now...
What are you doing with that? What are you doing with that?
Oh, what do people usually do with a gun? Kill, huh?
No, Donald, we're friends.
Yes, we were. Until you saw a way to get ahead of me.
Donald, please don't kill me.
Well, Jim, I have no choice. You could always go to the police, and then the story gets out, and I'm through.
Don, I swear to you, I'll never...
I'm sorry, Jim, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have hired some girl.
I didn't. I swear to you, Jim, I never...
I said I was sorry.
But you just can't kill another human being.
Oh, yes, you can, Jim. You can even get used to it once you've been in on it.
No! Don, please, I didn't do anything. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Good morning, Phyllis Darling.
Morning, dear. I don't have any music playing this morning because I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate. I have very bad news for you. Jim Pendleton's been murdered.
What?
I heard it on the radio.
Jim? Now, wait a minute. You can't mean Jim Pendleton.
Poor Don. He was such a good friend.
How? Where?
Last night, on the shore highway. Someone shot him. Oh, these killings, the senseless violence. Oh, Donald, it's dreadful.
Oh, we played golf the other day.
Fortunately, he wasn't married. So there's no family that would be deprived?
Jim Pendleton? Why, he was one of the nicest human beings. Hello.
Hello, Donald. Darling, I'm so lonesome without you. Please, come to me.
No.
Donald, darling, what is it? What is it?
What is it indeed? Or more properly, who is it? Trudy, we know, is dead. And if Jim isn't paying someone to impersonate her on the phone or to behave as her shade, then with what are we dealing here? For this kind of answer, you have to be here for the third act, which I shall bring in just a few moments.
To the man who bought the Skyhawk, to the girl in the Century, we're glad you like your Buicks, glad you set your spirit free. And to the family from Ohio, to the folks up in St. Paul, nice to see you join us, nice to see you all.
Do you know that over 250,000 people have already bought 1976 Buicks?
No, we didn't know that.
You like your Buick, don't you?
Oh, yeah, sure.
A lot? A lot, yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably nothing you don't like about your Buick, right?
I can't think of a thing.
Well, we could probably even say you love your Buick, right?
Yeah.
We could say that I love my Buick. That's right. In fact, I'll bet you wouldn't trade that Buick for $1 million.
Oh, I wouldn't bet that.
Oh, he bet it, didn't he? Okay, it's a bet. Here's the Buick. Where is the cashola? Let me see it. I don't think he's coming across.
Nice to see you join us, we're glad it came to be. Nice to see you join us, glad your spirit's free.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. Have you ever watched a weaver at his trade? Shuttles weaving faster and faster on the loom, creating a design where none has been before. And come to think of it, life's pattern is woven in just the same way. Born of many different threads, meeting, merging, spinning out the small fabric of our existence. The March of Dimes is trying to create a better fabric of life, free from the tragedy of birth defects. A life which ensures every newborn the right to the most precious heritage of all, good health at birth. Medical service programs, scientific research, public education, all are part of the March of Dimes fight against this #1 health problem for our nation's children. But a weaver, any weaver, needs help along the way. And birth defects are forever unless you help. Help weave a tomorrow full of bright promise for our next generation. A tomorrow without handicaps at birth. Please, give to the March of Dimes. Thank you.
Grown men, intelligent men, do not believe in ghosts, especially in broad daylight, when all's well with the world. Yet there comes a time at night when no one is too sure, especially if it's a trying time, a time filled with fears and guilt. Then the veneer of a few thousand years of civilization is stripped away. Then we are all back there, in the caves, shuddering at shadows.
Yeah, Mrs. Taylor, the place is haunted.
Haunted?
Yeah, from the old country. The old people say the white ghost is the unmarried young girl that dies.
Oh, come, Carrie.
Yeah, and she dies for love.
Well, the only young girl we knew who died recently was poor Trudy Nelson. And she didn't die for love. She was murdered.
This is her ghost, and she did die for love.
Karen, could you bring in some fresh coffee, please?
Yeah.
I'll have some too, Karen.
No, not until dinner. That's what your doctor said.
Phyllis, darling, how can you listen to all that nonsense?
Well, it isn't nonsense if she believes it.
Well, don't you find it upsetting?
Why should I? I think it's rather charming. Besides, she's such a wonderful maid. Well, how could I do without her? So gentle, so understanding. How can I ever thank Lolly Smith for recommending her?
Hello?
Donald.
Oh, no.
Donald, come with me. Come with me.
listen.
Why do you avoid me? I come to the house to see you, and you avoid me.
No.
Donald,
It's all right, dear.
those obscene phone calls. You should report it to the police, now shouldn't you?
There's nothing anyone can do.
Oh, Don, you're not well.
I wish this maid of yours wasn't so superstitious. It's kind of getting to me.
What is?
Oh, this ghost she sees.
You know, that girl has been on our minds ever since... Why? I wonder why.
Mr. Taylor, someone to see you.
Oh, yes? Who is it, Karen?
Well, he said he was a policeman.
Police?
Yeah.
Why
Well, it probably has to do with Jim Pendleton's death.
But why would the police come here?
Well, why? Because we were close friends. That's why. That was a stupid question. Oh, darling. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I understand. Where is the police officer, Karen?
I put him in the library.
Thank you, Karen.
You were Mr. Pendleton's best friend, Mr. Taylor?
No. We were friends.
Mm-hmm. Did he have any enemies you knew of?
Well, what do you mean by enemies?
Well, people who felt he injured them. People who may have hated him enough to kill him.
Well, the truth is, Lieutenant, I didn't really know him very well. We belonged to the same club. We played golf together.
Mm-hmm.
My company sold raw materials to his company.
I see.
But although we were cordial, spent some time together, it was... well, now that I think of it, it was all on the surface. So, you see, I couldn't tell you very much.
Well, you both belong to the Cloverdale Country Club.
Yes, that's right.
And you knew a Miss Trudy Nelson.
Well, yes, she was the cashier in the coffee shop.
Yes, she was murdered a month ago.
I know that.
Both Miss Nelson and Mr. Pendleton were killed by bullets fired from the same gun.
Oh? Well, how is that possible?
Well, it's a fact. What it means or how it fits in, we don't know yet. How well did you know Trudy Nelson, Mr. Taylor?
How well?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was aware of her as the cashier at our club. She was extremely attractive. Well, that's about all.
Did you ever see Miss Nelson away from the club?
Meaning what?
I think the question is clear.
Well, so was my answer, no.
Now, Miss Nelson has a sister. She came in recently from the Midwest. She said that Trudy used to call her on the phone every week and chat about the people she met here. And she mentioned you.
Me?
Yes. The sister said that Trudy had told her that you and she were having an affair.
Now, that's a lie.
She really had no evidence to support it, so we weren't going to embarrass you. I just thought I'd let you know what her sister said.
Where is her sister?
Oh, probably gone back home. She looked like a big farm girl. Well, if you should...
Hello.
Darling, you're in danger. The police, they know something.
What could the police know?
The gun. Why did you use the same gun? Oh, poor Donald, you were not made to kill. You were made to love. Come with me. Join me. Join me.
Hello. Oh, I'm going mad. I've got to stop this. I can't let myself go. I can't.
Karen? Yeah, what is it, Mrs. Taylor? Do you hear something? No, Mrs. Taylor. What time is it?
It's 4:00 in the morning.
I was asleep and I heard the telephone ring in Mr. Taylor's room. I couldn't go back to sleep, and then I heard footsteps.
Oh, where?
Outside.
Or it might have been your husband walking.
No. The steps were too light. It was a woman's walk.
Are you sure?
I saw her.
You saw her?
It was the ghost.
The
white ghost.
But how could you see her?
Well,
if I lean all the way over, I can look out the window.
Oh.
And there she was, by the greenhouse.
I thought I heard voices in here. Phyllis, what are you doing out?
Oh, yes, I heard the phone ring in your bedroom. Who could have been calling so late?
Oh, it was nothing, dear. It's nothing at all.
But, Donald.
I'm sorry it woke you.
Well, I'm glad it woke me because I saw her.
You saw who?
Trudy.
Trudy?
The ghost of Trudy, the white ghost. The white ghost with the golden hair.
That's impossible.
The same ghost Karen saw out there. Oh, Don, tell her we understand.
But, Phyllis,
Darling, I'd go out there if I could. You must do this for me.
Well, why? Why?
Because I feel that if one of us told her we understand, she'd be able to rest. Finally.
Phyllis, do you realize what you...
Do it for me, Donald, for me.
But it's magic.
It's real. Donald, darling, it's real. I saw her. I saw the white ghost with my own eyes.
Well, I can't...
Are you afraid? Why? I mean, what's to fear? She was a fine young girl. How could she harm you?
But, Phyllis,
Karen. Yeah, ma'am. Karen, will you go outside with Mr. Taylor and help him find the white ghost? No, I couldn't. Karen. Besides, look, there's nothing to fear. She was such a lovely girl. I will go.
Karen, you've been around the other side of the greenhouse?
Yeah, Mr. Taylor.
Did you see anything?
I don't know, Mr. Taylor. Oh, what do you have there?
It's a gun.
A gun?
Well, what you saw, what my wife saw, was most likely a prowler.
Oh, a gun is of no use against a ghost.
Well, where is your ghost, Karen?
I don't know. Ghosts do not come and go when we ask them to. They do as they like. Oh, I had better go back inside to the missus. Good night, Mr. Taylor.
Good night. The thing to do is not to lose my head. Whatever is happening can be explained. Can be explained rationally. Explained somehow. What? What's that? Oh, no, it's nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing out there. And everything's all right.
Donald.
Who are you?
Trudy. You're Trudy.
Oh, no.
Donald, come with me. Escape with me.
Escape?
The police officer, he suspects. Why else would he ask about you and me?
Oh, I'm dreaming this.
No, you must come with me.
Where?
It's a lovely place. We'll be so happy.
I can't leave my wife.
She hasn't been your wife in 20 years. You've been pretending for 20 years. Come with me. Live with me. You know how wonderful it is with me, don't you?
Yes.
You want to come with me. That's why you brought the gun, isn't it?
Trudy, I didn't mean to kill you. It's just that sometimes I do things I can't control.
I know.
I didn't mean to kill you. I didn't mean it.
You didn't kill me. People who love each other never die. You and I, we will live forever. Now, look in my eyes and raise the gun slowly to your head. Don't look at the gun. Just look into my eyes. You won't feel anything. Just look into my eyes. Look, and...
Yes. Oh, yes, thank you, Lolly. Well, you knew how sensitive Donald was, how things disturbed him. I suppose he just... Well, Jim Pendleton, Don adored him, had been murdered. Oh, and I wanted to thank you so much for Karen. Although I couldn't keep her, she was so unnerved by Don's death. Said it was the white ghost that did it. She left. She was such a wonderful maid. Well, you know, Karen Hagstrom, who worked for Bert's mother. What? You don't know Karen Hagstrom? But, Molly, you gave me a letter of recommendation. You didn't. Oh, I simply can't believe it. You never heard of the woman in your life?
So, there you are. How do you want it? We are dealing with Trudy's ghost. Or Jim Pendleton did hire someone to pretend, and maybe no one told her to quit, so she just kept pretending. The police lieutenant said Trudy had a sister. Was that Karen Hagstrom? Well, that's what a properly told ghost story is supposed to do. Raise more questions than it answers. I may have more in just a few moments.
Tell me again. Okay. The Internal Revenue Service has over 80 free publications to help answer all those taxing questions you have on your mind.
Uh-huh.
What if I'm a flagpole sitter whose pole was attacked by termites? All right. Flagpole, termites. It's publications 547 and 584. An ant left me an elephant, under 12 years of age, for me to care for. Mm-hmm. Adolescent elephant, 501. People throw money when my 98-year-old uncle lifts weights at the beach. Is that income? Mm-hmm. 554 and 525. Oh. Does the IRS have an answer for everything? Well, just about. There are over 80 free publications for the asking at any IRS district office. You can write for them by using the order blank on your 1040 tax package. Yep, over 80 tax answering publications. Free from the IRS.
Who says there's no such thing as a perfect crime? If you analyze our story, you'll see we have no fewer than 3, which shows how prodigal we can be. The death of Trudy Nelson? The case is closed. The murder of Jim Pendleton? The case is closed. And how did Donald Taylor die? Was it suicide? Who knows? That case is closed. But we have plenty of open cases for you right here 7 times each week. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Ann Williams, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Door's locked. Oh, I got a pass key. There you are. You can go right in. Thank you. When he comes, I'll tell him you're in here. Here, what's this? Keys on the floor. Why, they're your keys, aren't they? It says KK on the holder. Well, they are my keys, but how did they get here? I thought I had them in my purse. That's why I had to ring for you. I couldn't find them. Well, no matter. Now you just make yourself comfortable.
Ray! Oh, my darling!
Oh, what is it? Oh. What's the matter with him?
He's been shot. Call a doctor, please. Hurry!
It may be too late for a doctor. Oh, he looks dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
news break for Thursday, April 29th, 1976. I'm Gary Shepard, CBS News.
For more than 2 years now, people have been trying to get you to slow down to 55 miles an hour. Down to the speed limit. They've told you that slowing down will save millions of gallons of gasoline. They've told you that slowing down saves thousands of lives, and they've got the figures to prove it. I think those are pretty good reasons. Some of you obviously do, too, because some of you have slowed down. But an awful lot of people, for one reason or another, haven't. They seem to think the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit is something they can take or leave. It isn't. It's a law, with tickets and fines and all the rest, just like any other law. And I should know. I'm a police officer. From where I sit, there's just no way around it. The 55-mile-an-hour speed limit can do a lot of positive things, and it's my job to make sure it gets a chance to work. Not just because it's a good idea, but because it's the law.
FAA, Dallas Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a very odd subject I'd like to talk over with you. It's been perplexing philosophers for centuries. What is really real? Now, don't laugh. I'm serious. Look, if a tree falls in a forest and nobody's around to hear it fall, has it made a sound? Must someone hear a sound to make it real? If you see something, does that make it real? Yes? Then what about a mirage? If you think something, does that make it real? What is reality? That question was asked 100 years ago in a third-rate European circus, and I wonder whether you will agree with the answer they found.
Can I help you with your costume, Francesca?
No, don't touch me.
But why are you talking like this, Francesca? You never sound... You are Francesca.
No, I'm Simone.
Oh, I can never tell you two apart.
Do you want me to give you fair warning?
Why can't we be civil to each other, Simone?
Because I hate you just as much as my sister loves you. And you hate me.
I don't hate you.
But you love Francesca.
Yes, I think I do.
Don't you know that love and hate can be twin sisters? Like Francesca and me.
No, I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Only one can be real.
Our mystery drama, 2 + 2 = Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Alfred Bester and stars William Redfield and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Allied Van Lines. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
To the man who bought the Skyhawk, to the girl in the Century, we're glad you like your Buicks, glad you set your spirit free. And to the family from Ohio, to the folks up in St. Paul, nice to see you join us, nice to see you all.
If you went into a Buick dealer's between now and April 30th, do you know what would happen? Well, if you ordered one of 4 cars with a list of specially selected options, you'd get a vinyl top at no extra charge. Like that Skylark over in the corner? Order one with sport mirrors, a rally tilt steering wheel, body side stripes, and vinyl buckets, and Buick pops for the top. To find out about other cars, talk to your Buick dealer. He knows all that stuff.
It's nice to see you join us. We're glad it came to be. Nice to see you join us. Glad your spirit's free.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Nightline, you're on the air.
About the caller who talks to her plants?
Yes.
She should plant her garden at the library.
Uh-huh.
Learning Swahili will not help her grow an African violet.
That's good advice.
And the caller who's looking for a new job?
Oh, yeah.
She should go to the library for job information.
The library?
She should have never lost her old one.
Well, I agree.
You just don't take off work for Robert Redford's birthday.
No.
I mean, that isn't a national holiday.
You're right.
The library could have told her that.
Absolutely.
And finally, the caller who botched up his vacation?
Oh, yes.
Always plan a trip at the library first.
That was a shame.
I mean, he should have been suspicious of any travel ad that reads 8 days and only 4 nights.
Oh, you're right, yes.
You know, the library has some great news services for everyone, from general information and referral to concerts and puppet shows.
Well, thank you for calling, Nightline.
No, I have a problem.
Oh.
You see, I'm at the library right now.
At 3 a.m.?
Well, they said it was closing time, but I started tracing my family tree, and I forgot to look at the clock.
The library. Come see what's new, besides books.
If there's a locksmith listening, I'd really appreciate
We'll see what we can do.
A public service message from the American Library Association.
No matter how third-rate it is, you have to feel sorry for Mario's one-ring circus this cold afternoon in Zurich. One of their stars died on stage in the middle of his performance. He was Gerard the Great, the unbelievable, the miraculous, the incredible mechanical man. And with him, the illusion died. Now Gerard is being buried in an obscure graveyard in Zurich, mourned by the clowns and freaks and dancers of the company who decorate the tombstone with mementos, props, bits of costume and makeup, all the real things that help create illusion. A young man, well-dressed, carrying a travel bag, joins the strange ceremony.
Aha. You must be Peter, the great Gerard's son. I recognize you, even after all these years. You are Gerard's image, Peter. Welcome on this sad occasion.
I took the first train from Paris.
You remember me?
I remember nothing.
But you must remember me.
No.
I understand. You think if you forget, it will go away. It will never have happened. But I am Mario Milan. When you were a piccolino, so high, I taught you what little your father forgot. The tightrope, the slack wire, the left foot take. You were my little genius, my wunderkind.
Ah, yes, Mario, of course. I see I came too late for the funeral.
Well, you couldn't help yourself, Peter. It was all over in a moment. The heart collapsed.
You couldn't wait a day for me?
My dear boy, we play Innsbruck Monday. These are your colleagues. Come and meet them.
My colleagues?
Ladies and gentlemen of the company, this is Gerard's son, Peter. Many years ago, a member of our troupe.
No, never.
Then retired to become a civilian. He entered the unreal world of business and education to become an engineer.
Not an engineer, an architect.
He designed the Eiffel Tower, also the Leaning Tower and the Tower of Babel, for which he was awarded a gold medal engraved in all languages.
Clown.
What, do you want us to cry? We love Gerard, your father.
I never knew him.
It was your misfortune. When I lost Gerard, I lost a little of my hold on life. Shall we return to the city? Matinee today. Come with me, Peter.
No, Mario. I'll stay a moment.
Of course. Come to your father's caravan when you are finished with grief. But don't take too long. First overture at 3 o'clock.
What?
Well, have you forgotten? Overture and beginners, please. 3 o'clock. Arrivederci.
I'm sorry.
What?
Excuse me. I said, I'm sorry about your father.
What are you waiting for?
It's not good to be alone with the dead.
I need no one, thank you.
My name is Francesca. I dance in the ballet. And I helped your father with the illusion. I brought him to life.
Huh. You brought him to life?
I wound him up with this key.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember that. Then he came out of the toy box.
I loved your father, too.
You and Mario?
Everybody loved him. He was the only gentle man I ever knew.
My father, gentle?
There was never any violence in him. He was all kindness.
What? Gerard, you believe that?
I know it.
It was his greatest illusion.
You sound as though you hate him.
He deserted my mother and me. How should I feel?
Is that why she didn't come here?
No. She died 3 years ago.
Excuse me. Gerard always said your mother took you and ran away from him.
He was a fraud, like the rest of you.
Why are you so angry with us?
If you could just stop acting for one moment.
Well, I'm not acting.
No? When are you never? All of you. Mario Milan clowning at the grave, and you.
Oh.
Are those supposed to be real tears?
What? I didn't know there were tears.
Oh, make-believe. Pretend, unreal. A scene must be played. Cue the tears, and the tears come on cue. Crocodile.
Well, they say you can always tell real tears from crocodile tears because they burn when you touch them. So try mine.
My dear friend...
Francesca.
Ah.
Give me your hand. Try my... Your hand is frozen. Oh, you're so cold and angry. That means you're lonely. Of course, that's why you're hating everything.
I never hated anything in my life.
Until you came here. And you saw how lonely you were for your father. And us.
Please, Francesca.
Let me warm your other hand. Give it to me. Ha! You know you said, please, Francesca, exactly like your father. You are so much like him. Will that make you my stepbrother?
Or your step-lover?
You said that to hurt me, didn't you? I've never had a lover.
I'm sorry, Francesca. I don't know what's got into me. This crazy world of illusion. You're all so strange, and you're the strangest. May I have my hand back, please?
You haven't tried my tears yet.
They've burned me already.
Well, we better get back to the... Oh, wait, I almost forgot. Have you a keepsake for your father? Something to put on his grave?
How can I? He gave me nothing.
Then give him this. It's the key I used to bring him to life.
Oh, his last illusion.
Who are you? What are you doing in Gerard's caravan?
What?
Don't you dare touch anything.
But is this a joke?
Get out. Do I have to call the stagehands? Get out. And I'll search you before you leave.
But I belong here. You know that. This caravan's mine now.
Since when?
Unless my father never owned it.
Your father? Then you are Peter Gerard?
This is altogether beyond me. Look, have I done anything to make you act this way?
How could you possibly?
Then what's happened? Is this revenge? I thought we were going to be friends.
Since when?
I give up. All right, it's a joke. A circus sort of joke on outsiders like me. But it isn't funny. Not to me. It's turning my hands cold again. Feel.
Don't touch me.
Dear heaven, what now?
Didn't your father tell you about me?
I told you I never knew my father. What was he supposed to tell me about you?
That this was my caravan, too.
You? And my father? But you said...
Yes, I said...
Attendez, cars. Second overture has started.
I'll move my things out after the matinee.
Oh. Aha, so... Very interesting girl.
Yes, fantastic. She took me for a thief.
So?
She caught me going through my father's things.
What were you looking for?
Money. My mother said he promised me.
Aha. See. To start that engineering office of your own, huh?
Architect.
Oh, you pardon.
I have a friend in Paris, Marcel Roger, a brilliant designer. We're going into business together.
And it will cost you 5,000. Gerard told me often, and with pride. What's the time? Time I had a look around backstage. The manager must see everything. You're coming.
Why not? There's nothing for me here. I might as well look at the animals.
You must not hate us this much, Peter.
I don't suppose my father managed to save the 5,000.
But of course he did. Gerard was man of his word.
He did? Do you know where it is?
Well, naturally. She loaned it to me.
To you?
Well, to our company. I explained. We had 3 very bad months. We would have folded. Your father saved us.
But my office...
The money will be repaid. We now show a profit again. Give me 3 months and...
3 months? What am I to do in the meantime?
Peter, I will tell you how you can spend your 3 months.
Yes?
With us. You will close the first act.
What?
Starting next Monday at Innsbruck.
You're mad.
Yes, I admit it. To trust a civilian with the finale of the first half is insanity. But then I remember Gerard taught the boy the act, detail by detail. He's half. I've tried all the others, and I know only the great illusion will do.
Mario, don't be ridiculous. I'm an architect.
But you began life as an artist. If you do not help us, you may never get your money. There must be an act to close the first half.
Hire an act.
Where will I find the time and the money? What will we do in the meantime?
Oh, damn it, Mario.
Help me, please, for 3 months. Then you can go back to Paris with your money. It will be easy. 2 whole days to remember and rehearse before we open. Francesca will help, and I, too. Now, go back to the caravan and look over your costume.
No, absolutely not. Find another animal.
Mario just told me. I think it's wonderful. I'm so excited.
Francesca?
I have a little time now so we could start going through the act with you. What's the matter? You're not nervous, are you?
No. Just flabbergasted.
Why? Mario says you know the act. I think you'll be even greater. What is the matter with you?
I meet you for the first time, and you're adorable. A half hour later, you burst into this caravan and behave like a devil. Now here you are, an angel again.
But I haven't been in here with you.
Not 20 minutes ago, calling me a thief and a ghoul and saying foul things about yourself and my father.
Me? Me?
Yes, you. In that same costume, wearing that same face.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it must have been Simone.
Who?
My sister, Simone. We both dance in the ballet. 12 ballerinas. 12.
Your sister? You mean twins?
Of course. It happens all the time with strangers.
How can twin sisters be so different?
Well, later. Now, rehearsal first. And we've got to find out how much of the illusion you remember.
Everything. That's what I was running away from.
Well, we'll start with after I open the toy box.
What's the matter?
We'll need a new key for the act. I'll have to go and tell the prop man.
Here's the old key, Francesca.
You didn't put it on your father's grave?
No. I kept it. I wanted something from my father. Take the key, Francesca. Wind me up into a wonderful illusion.
So here we have the equation. 2 girls named Francesca and Simone, identical twins, and 2 men, Peter Gerard, architect, and Peter the Great, the miraculous mechanical man. 2 plus 2. And they add up to death. How? Perhaps the arithmetic of the second act will tell us.
If you want the Mother's Day gift you give to be used, then you better give something useful. Hi, Pat Summerall with one of many Mother's Day gift ideas from your True Value hardware store. The Norelco Drip Coffee Maker. If she loves good coffee, it'll be used every day. The Norelco Drip Coffee Maker never boils the coffee, so the flavor stays in the coffee and the bitter oils stay in the grounds. That's just one reason to go to your True Value hardware store for a Norelco Drip Coffee Maker. A few more. It makes coffee fast, 12 cups in 9 minutes. It makes clear coffee, too, without sediment. And it's easy. Get a good coffee, measure it, and measure the water. It heats water to just the right temperature and makes sure that water and coffee contact each other for just the right amount of time. If you want the Mother's Day gift you give to be used, you better give something useful. The Norelco Drip Coffee Maker from your participating True Value hardware store. Just tell them Pat Summerall sent you. And now you can charge your purchases on Master Charge at many stores.
Parents, reading is educational. Reading is exciting. Reading is fun.
If you can read, you can help teach your child to read. Help your child create his own picture book. Join him or her in cutting out pictures you both like from magazines. Then paste the pictures on sheets of paper. Help arrange the pictures to form pages of different chapters. Some chapters might be called Daddy and Mommy, or Things I Like, or What I Want to Be, or Places I'd Like to Go. More than just being fun, putting the pictures where they belong will be teaching your child to organize and classify information. Listen for other New Approach method, Reading Hints to Parents, furnished as a public service announcement by this radio station. For further ways you can help your child, write the New Approach Method Incorporated, Post Office Box 1303, Trenton, New Jersey, 08607.
And so the deadly arithmetic of illusion continues in the form of Peter the Great, the miraculous mechanical man in Mario's giant variety show and one-ring circus. 1 week only in Innsbruck, 2 weeks in Verona, 10 days only in Lausanne, final week in Nancy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the unbelievable, the miraculous, the incredible mechanical man, Peter the Great. What have we here, ladies and gentlemen? It is the prettiest member of our giant corps de ballet wheeling in a gift box so beautifully tied with a ribbon. Is this a gift for me, Francesca?
No, Mario. It is a gift for our kind audience.
Our pretty Francesca opens the box, and what do we see inside? What is her gift to you? I tremble with suspense, ladies and gentlemen. Good heavens! It is a giant toy! It is Peter, the mechanical man!
I have this magic key, Mario. Peter must be wound up.
Bravo, bravo! Peter has come to life! The mechanical man is alive! See, ladies and gentlemen, how naturally he bows to you and to the lovely Francesca.
It's going very well.
What are you doing backstage?
I'm Marcel Roger, Peter's friend from Paris. Perhaps he has mentioned me?
No, excuse me, I must go on again.
Don't you ever relax?
I'm working.
You were splendid, Peter, as usual. Here is a surprise for you. I permitted him to wait backstage.
Marcel, what the devil are you doing here?
If you'll excuse me. Certainly, sir. Thank you. It's been an experience waiting back here. Peter, fantastic.
Yes, I suppose it is.
When I got your letter about the delay, I had to come and see for myself.
See what?
The real reason for the delay. 12 ballerinas. 12, yes?
No. What are you really doing here, Marcel? You didn't make a special trip.
I had a stopover between trains. Peter, you must come back to Paris.
There's no need until we can afford to take the office. I explained in my letter.
There's every need. There are people to be met and cultivated who can become clients.
You can do that.
I haven't the flair. We agreed that you'd be the contact man. This is no life for you.
All right, Marcel. When does your train leave?
In an hour.
And you'd better not miss it.
Huh?
I'll come to Paris as soon as I've collected my money.
Which is it? Does this bear costume shrink, or have I gained 10 kilos? Oh, help me with that, Peter.
I think it is the kilos, Mario. Your bicycle is having its problems, too.
What a disgrace for an impresario to ride a bicycle dressed as a bear.
With a red ribbon around his neck. Allow me.
Yeah, but we all must do everything. You too. Please, the ballet. Half the girls are not fully buttoned. I hear my cue.
Are you buttoned, Francesca? Can I help? Will a kiss help?
I'm buttoned.
Meet you right after. Francesca?
Simone.
I take back the kiss.
It was not received.
I can never tell you two apart.
Shall I give warning?
Why can't we be civil to each other, Simone?
Where are you meeting, Francesca? Up in the fly gallery, as usual?
Ah, have we been that obvious?
Transparent.
The fly gallery is the only private place we can find. High over the stage.
Private? For what? What do you talk about there, up above the stage? Yourself?
And Francesca.
And me? Simone?
Now and then. I wonder how you can be so like her on the outside and so different within.
Oh, you fool. What do you think my saintly sister is hiding from you? Every woman is like me inside.
No, Simone.
You want Francesca to love you? She despises you as I do. She's only nice to you to help Mario.
You're lying, Simone. And you lied about my father, too. Why do you always attack me?
You don't like that, huh? You want women to be magical illusions. But some of us are too honest.
You're not being honest. You're being vicious.
Then go up to the fly gallery and wait for her. She's all magic now. But when you meet the real woman behind it, will you be able to love her, Peter, the great illusionist?
Packed house tonight, Peter. Very good. I think I will report on finances to you.
Yes?
After I check the box office, I come to your caravan. Or are you up in the gallery tonight?
Oh, does everybody know?
No, not everybody. You have been wonderfully discreet, but as manager, I must know everything and say nothing. It will be interesting to see what happens.
What should happen?
You don't find Francesca interesting?
Mario, how can Francesca and Simone be sisters? They're so incredibly different.
The patineur is about to begin, and we need the snow. Since you are for the fly gallery, Peter, you will oblige by sprinkling the skaters. The snow is in a brown paper bag waiting on the scaffold. Sometimes I wonder whether all life is waiting in a brown paper bag.
Francesca. I'm coming. These stairs are harder than the dancing. I take my breath. Hello?
It is Francesca?
Of course. What's the matter?
I had an accident.
What? An accident? Oh, let me help you sprinkle the snow.
Yes.
What accident? How? When?
I kissed Simone by mistake. Now, don't laugh. I'd like a guarantee of identity, please.
You could kiss me and see.
Huh?
No. Wait, I've got better proof. See?
The key. What are you doing with that?
Oh, I keep it handy. Just in case you need winding up.
I suppose the rest of the company thinks I do. Simone said I avoid everybody.
Oh, honestly, she's impossible.
But it's true, isn't it?
You're getting to like us more and more.
It's still so strange. I'm being pulled two ways. Part of me loves this life, and part of me... Oh, why do you always start me talking about myself?
Because I want to know all about you.
Simone says I talk about myself too much.
Never listen to Simone. She read a book once about women being slaves, and she never got over it. Come. What were you going to tell me, Peter?
Francesca, in Paris, I know who I am and who everybody is. But here in Mario's show...
Are we so different?
Well, look at this stuff we're sprinkling. Is it real snow?
If I want it to be.
Ah, that's the difference between us. I never know where I stand with you people. I never know if something is real or you're just pretending it's real.
Well, anything's real, if you believe it. Show's over.
Francesca, do you despise me? Simone said...
Oh, never listen to her, Peter.
Have you been kind to me just as a favor to Mario?
How could you possibly think that?
Simone said...
Listen, you must be patient with her. She's afraid.
Of me?
No, of losing me. She needs me. She wants me to need her.
I need you, Francesca.
You don't mean that.
I do. I'm afraid to say it. Help me, Francesca.
You need the key, Peter. Here. Against your heart.
Come to me.
Oh. Say it.
I love you.
It took you long enough.
I ran down.
And what would happen if I lost the key?
I'd run down forever.
I'll never part with it.
Nor I.
Peter! Peter!
It's Mario.
He knows we're up here.
Come down from the gallery.
There's nobody up here.
Come to the stage, Peter. I want to talk to you.
You can't ask a man to leave heaven.
What is it like up there in heaven?
All magic.
Come down to earth for a moment. You took your time getting here, you know. Oh, alas, you look like angels recently arrived from heaven.
And you look like the devil.
It's all this snow. I can't stand cold weather. Here, Peter, a gift from the box office.
Huh? What gift?
Your 5,000, paid in full.
You don't mean 3 months have passed already?
2 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days. Now you can go back to Paris and build your bridges.
Oh, what about closing the first half?
I have some possibilities.
I can't desert you.
Will you go back to Paris?
Francesca, do you want me to go?
Francesca has nothing to do with it. I ask again, will you return to Paris and a safe life? This is your last chance.
I can leave any time.
You cannot. The poison is seeping into your soul. In another month, it will be too late.
Poison?
He means me.
Francesca, be quiet. Peter, will you go back to sanity and reality now or never?
Francesca, I'm not me anymore. I'm part of us. We add up to more. Is it the same with you?
Yes.
Mario, invest the money in the company for us, all except 100. I want you to spend that.
On what?
A dinner for the company. A wedding dinner.
Whose?
Ours.
Francesca, you want to marry him?
Yes.
And does Simone?
What about Simone?
Does she want this marriage? Does Peter know he will have to live with Simone, too?
No, she'll leave. She'll never come back.
Can you promise?
I swear it, Mario.
What is all this? Family squabbles? I can learn to get along with Simone.
I don't want you to, Peter. I don't want to share you with her. She'll leave the company. I know it, Mario. I swear it.
You have honor, Francesca. I take your word. So, a kiss for a bride-to-be, a handshake for the groom-to-be. You have a hand of iron, Peter. The impresario blesses you. Go, be married.
Oh, Mario, ciao. Arrivederci.
Thank you.
Simone, can you hear me? I know you are listening somewhere. I know you heard her. In heaven's name, Simone, go forever.
Francesca once told Peter that when she and her twin sister Simone were children and used to play make-believe, their mother would say, "Why can't you be yourselves?" And they would answer, "We want to be all ourselves." And their mother always replied, "Only one self to a person." Is that true? Must all of us be limited to one self? Or can we be many people? And what happens if we are? What do all the different selves add up to in Act 3?
Moving on with the Allied spirit, going to a brand new town. You're leaving the past miles behind you. With Allied band lines, you're homeward bound. Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I got the Allied spirit, and it feels like I'm going home. New friends to make, new seeds to sow. With Allied band lines, I'm raring to go. Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I've got the Allied spirit, and it feels like I'm going home. Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I've got the Allied spirit.
Let the Allied spirit move you. See the yellow pages for the nearest Allied Van Lines agent.
Hi, this is Andre Fisher with Rufus. Today, many high school graduates who want to go to college find they can't meet the high cost of higher education. If college money is a problem for you, then I'd like to talk to you for a moment about a plan that will not only pay your tuition, but also pay you a monthly allowance while you're in school. What's the plan? It's the Naval Reserve Officers Training Corps program. If you can qualify, NROTC will pay the cost of your college tuition plus $100 monthly cash allowance. And when you graduate, you'll join the finest of America's land, sea, and air team as a Navy ensign or a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps. It's never too early to plan for a future with an exciting career. And you can start today by talking to your high school counselor or local Navy recruiter about NROTC. Call the Navy toll-free 800-841-8000.
It was an amusing custom 100 years ago to serenade newlyweds with a chivalry, a noisy concert of banging pots and pans, shouts, whistles, anything that would make a racket. And the members of Mario's little circus are outside Peter's caravan, serenading the brand new Mr. and Mrs. Peter Gerard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you. We thank you for the concert. We also thank you for refraining from the bad jokes and platitudes customary at this time. Now, I remind you that we have a performance this evening at 9 o'clock, and that a champagne supper will be served on stage immediately after the show. So, do you remember the first words we heard when we were apprentices in variety? It was overture and beginners, please. Thank you for the overture. Now, give the beginners a chance. Oh, I got rid of them, Francesca. 3 hours to curtain time. We can relax and rest. A kiss for the groom? Well, thank you, but take off your veil, darling. I'm being kissed through a colander. You hardly spoke a word to me all afternoon. That's not like the real you.
Isn't it?
Well, don't be cryptic. That isn't like you. What's the matter?
Nothing.
You don't have to be frightened of love, darling.
I wasn't with your father. Why should I be with you?
Francesca?
Simone.
Oh, no. No, this is a practical joke. Yes? They put you up to it as a... Please, don't, Francesca.
Simone.
Oh. Stop it. Please, dearest, don't tease. Not now. Show me the key.
What key?
You remember. In the gallery. You said it was a test to tell you apart. You would always carry it so I would know it was you. The key that winds the mechanical man. You're Francesca. I can't be mistaken.
Even that time you kissed me.
I've been tricked. She couldn't.
How tricked? You can't tell us apart. What's the difference?
Tricked by both of you.
You wanted her. You'll have to take both of us now. Peter and Francesca, Peter and Simone.
No. Let me out of here.
Simone, you swore you'd get out of my life. You promised I'd never see you again.
And you believe me, Francesca. You are so deliciously naive. You'll believe anything.
Please, Simone, don't do this to us. Keep your promise. It's not too late. Go away.
And leave you two to live happily ever after. What a sweet dream. No, Francesca. You go away. I've got your man. Don't try to fight me.
I'll tell him, Simone. I'll tell him everything about you and me. And he'll drive you out.
If he believes you. If he understands you. Could anybody understand and believe?
You devil. You devil. Peter, are you up in the gallery?
I'm up in hell.
I hope you'd be here. I looked everywhere else first. What's that you've got?
Souvenir of the box office. The cashier's pistol.
Oh, no.
You sound like Francesca. Are you?
I brought the key. See?
You should have brought the music box. The miraculous mechanical man blows his brains out to music. If he can't pull the trigger, wind him up.
It's her fault. Simone broke her word. She promised she'd go away. She swore we'd never see her again.
But she didn't. Why?
Because I love you and she hates it.
How did she do it?
She tricked me. Tricked both of us. Oh, what difference does it make? It's done.
Francesca, look at me. There's got to be a way out of this. We've got to help each other. You've been concealing something. Tell me the truth about Simone.
You know her. My twin. She's a part of me. Oh, Peter, there's no way out of this.
I can't believe that.
You're saddled with Simone for the rest of your life.
No.
We can't help each other.
We've got to, Francesca, or she'll destroy us.
She has already. You belong to Simone, Peter.
She can't hold me. Give me a chance to work something out. I'll talk to Simone. Will you wait here for me?
She won't listen.
Just let me try. Will you wait here?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I won't fail.
Echo the groom. 4 cases of champagne. There was not room enough in my caravan to store all the bottles, so I took the liberty of using yours.
Where's Simone?
Gone forever, no?
She wasn't here when you came in?
No.
Mario, that 5,000. I need it in cash.
It's your money.
I want it now, as soon as possible.
Am I permitted to ask for what?
No.
So be it. One must always obey the creditor. It is in the box office. I will get it. Ah, the bride at last, with her luggage.
Hello, Mario. I'm moving in.
And I am moving out.
It's all yours, Simone. I also am moving out.
I love Paris.
Don't try to follow me.
I won't have to try. It will be easy.
Simone, I don't know what kind of hold you have over Francesca. I don't know what you want to do to me. But if you want to humble me, I'm begging. Please, don't hurt us.
You crawl like your father.
Damn you. All right, listen. Mario's bringing my money over. 5,000. It's yours if you'll let us go.
You can't buy me out.
You haven't got me.
I've got what Francesca wanted.
I won't go near you. I'll never touch you.
Am I so hideous? You didn't think that the time you kissed me by mistake.
Shut up.
How many other times did you make the same mistake? Up in the gallery, in other places. Did you ever stop to think about that?
It never happened again.
Yes, you need Francesca for that.
For what?
For lust. Oh, you call it love. Go right ahead. Francesca is willing, and I am an understanding wife. Francesca is always willing. She's all magic and illusion for every man. Your father was only one of them. Your father...
Damn you. Damn you.
Peter. No. Please. The key.
What?
The key.
Simone.
Francesca.
No. Simone. You're Simone.
Yes. Francesca.
You understand that everything you have told me is evidence and must be sworn to. Now, you have no idea why he killed her.
None that you could understand, Inspector Feldman.
No motive to suggest money, jealousy, deceit?
Yes, he was deceived, but only by himself.
How do you mean? Was there another man?
There was another woman, Inspector, but only in both their imaginations.
Huh?
She was an illusion of both.
That is not proper evidence. Now, this clock key. Can you explain why it was found in the hand of the deceased?
But I have told you. It was the prop in the illusion act, along with the music box. She wound him up with that key. He came to life.
Yes, the mechanical man. But that was on the stage.
Oui.
Then why was it found in this caravan, in her hand?
I don't know.
I ask you again. Where is the accused?
I don't know.
He will be found and arrested. What's that music?
Ah, Joe. It is the music box that accompanies the mechanical illusion. Peter, you fool. Why did you come back?
This is the accused, carrying that music box?
Peter, be careful. This is Inspector Feldman of the police. He is...
Peter Gerard, I arrest you on suspicion of the premeditated murder of your wife, Francesca Gerard.
Not Francesca. Simone.
What?
Not Francesca. Simone. I killed Simone.
What does he say? What is he doing?
He is leaving us, Inspector.
Huh?
Leaving this world and retreating into the mechanical man.
Not Francesca. Simone.
Who is this Simone? The alleged name of the deceased was Francesca.
They were one and the same. Two women in one poor, unhappy mind. She called herself by different names.
But which did he murder?
Both, Inspector. And now himself as well. You will never try him for murder, Inspector. You have lost your man, and I have lost a friend.
Francesca, wind me up.
This is his last illusion. May I have the key, please, Inspector?
This key is evidence.
What will it do? Wind up your case? The key for a moment. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. But the mechanical man does not move. We must not disappoint our gracious audience. Francesca, wind him up to pay his respects. Bravo, Francesca, bravo. Peter Gerard has come to life. The mechanical man is alive. See, ladies and gentlemen, how naturally he bows to you. And now he bows to the lovely Francesca. And now he...
Mechanical man has run down for the last time. But tell me this, if the illusion dies, must the man die too? Is reality a separate thing from dreams, or are both equal parts of the whole? Living and dying together as they did in Peter Gerard and the miraculous mechanical man, and Francesca and Simone, the two girls in one. I'll be back shortly.
While you're doing the things you like, Sears can be doing the dirty work for you. Because now you can save $60 on Sears' most popular Kenmore dishwasher, built-in or portable. This best-selling Kenmore includes a pot and pan cycle, plus a power miser switch that helps conserve electricity. Get Sears' best-selling Kenmore with the pot and pan cycle on sale and save $60. Sears does the dirty work for you, so you can do the things you like.
From Maine to Mauna Loa, all across this great big land, there's a neighbor who is ready to lend a helping hand. When a hurricane is brewing, when an old man needs a friend, Red Cross is the good neighbor is
It's an odd story, isn't it? Peter Gerard never found the key to the mystery of the twin sisters in one, Francesca and Simone. And so he died too, because the two of him loved and hated the two of them. 2 plus 2 equaled death. Our cast included Marion Seldes, William Redfield, Robert Dryden, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Mr. Morrison, on time. Good sign. Join me? And now then, in just a few moments, your client, Mr. Everett Marshall, will emerge from that building across the street. He's a tall, stout gentleman. There he is.
He has that blonde girl on his arm. See them?
Yes.
They're headed for the cafe just up the block. And take this key. It will let you into the building. Walk up the stairs. Do not take the elevator to the second floor. First on your right, you'll see the number 215. Open the door with the same key. Go into the office and wait for him.
What do you mean, wait for him?
In 5 minutes, he shall receive a telephone call, and he will come back to the office. As soon as he is inside, shoot him.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is a NASA space note from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. About July 4th, the first of 2 automated Viking spacecraft is to softly touch down on the surface of Mars. Among the wide range of surface investigations will be the search for evidence of past or present life. While several instruments aboard the landers will assist and support the life search, 3 experiments in particular will look directly for living organisms in the soil. Most biologists agree that if life is to be found on the red planet, the soil is the best place to begin looking for it. A sample of the Mars soil will be scooped up and deposited into a miniature biological laboratory aboard the Viking lander. The soil will be examined in 3 different ways in order to detect the presence of microorganisms. The existence or absence of life on the red planet could have profound effects on theories concerning the evolution of life right here on Earth. This has been a NASA Space Note.
WFAA, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I've been waiting for you all day with a story of sheer horror. Don't look for dismal mansions or ghostly cries in the night. Our story of horror takes place in New York City. From the glittering atmosphere of Carnegie Hall to the fashionable shops of Fifth Avenue and the exclusive penthouses of Park Avenue. To Hilda Turner, these were so far above her reach, she hardly dared dream about them. But then, all of us have our dreams. They cost us nothing, and they do make a pleasant change of pace when reality becomes a treadmill. Hilda Turner dreamed, and something happened. Our mystery drama, What a Change in Hilda, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Lois Nettleton. It is sponsored in part by Jovan Collections for Women and for Men and Buick Motor Division. I'll return shortly with Act One. Everyone wants more out of life. Did you ever meet someone totally satisfied? The more we have, the more we want, it seems. But then there are those who've resigned themselves to mediocrity. They know they'll go no further and settle down to what Henry David Thoreau called lives of quiet desperation. Hilda Turner is just such a woman. At 30, she is plain, unglamorous, and married to a man who loves her and whom she loves, but there's little money from his taxicab job. And her salary at Hobbs' department store just about, but not quite, makes up the difference between red and black each month. Hilda doesn't really regret or resent her life. It just bores her.
What time is it, Brad?
10 o'clock. Want to watch the news?
No. Just put put up my hair and go to bed. You finished with the paper?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll just look at the headlines.
Want a cup of coffee?
Yeah, if you're having some.
Yeah, might as well. Instant okay, or should I make a pot?
Instant. Brad,
What?
I can't believe this.
What?
You remember Grace Hutchins? The girl I used to work with at Bradley's?
Grace, yeah, sort of.
Short, blonde hair. She used to come up to the place lots of times. I haven't seen her for, I don't know, a year or so. Not since I left to work for Hobbs.
Yeah, I remember. So what?
It says here she's making her singing debut at Carnegie Hall this Sunday evening.
I didn't know she sang.
She didn't. That's why I don't believe it. Oh, she used to talk about wanting to sing, but she didn't have the voice. She was terrible. Even she admitted it.
Well, then it's not the same Grace Hutchins.
Her picture's right here. Look. Now, that's the same Grace Hutchins I worked with.
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen her in a year.
So she found a good teacher.
Brad, it takes years to sing good enough to sing at Carnegie Hall. You don't do it in 1 year.
She's doing it.
It's just unbelievable. Brad, we've got to go.
What?
We've got to go to that recital.
Me at Carnegie Hall?
I wouldn't miss this for the world. I've got to go and see and hear this for myself.
Well, go with Audrey.
Oh, no. Please, Brad. I want to go with you.
Well, okay. But I'm not going to enjoy it.
Oh, gee, I sort of wish I had a fur to wear. Maybe Mrs. McCloskey would lend me her fox.
Oh, come on, Hilda. It's bad enough to be going to Carnegie Hall without dressing up.
You got no style, Brad. But I love you anyway. Yeah, I'll ask Mrs. McCloskey tomorrow.
Okay.
And you stop and get the tickets. Oh, I just can't wait to hear Grace Hutchins sing and see the inside of Carnegie Hall. Brad, isn't this thrilling? Oh, look at the earrings on that blonde. I'll bet they're real diamonds. Oh, I wish I had a diamond.
What's that on your finger? Glass?
No. I meant, you know. But I'm glad I borrowed Mrs. McCloskey's fur. Makes me feel special.
Honey, you look as good as any of them.
Thanks. Hey, everyone's going in. Come on, let's get our seats. I'm right. That's the Grace Hutchins.
I think you're right.
I know I am. I can't believe what I'm hearing. She's gosh.
Not bad.
Come on. I'm going to go and try to see her.
What do you mean?
I'm going backstage.
Not me.
Oh, her friend. She'll remember me. She'll appreciate
Yeah, well,
it.
okay. I'll have a smoke in the lobby.
Oh, all right. I'll meet you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Grace? Honey? Remember me? Oh, Hildy Turner. Oh, how good of you to come. I couldn't believe it was you, Grace. Oh, well, I can't either sometimes. Oh, Hildy, did you enjoy the recital? Oh, you're terrific. How did it happen? You always said you couldn't sing. Well, it's been like a dream. Ever since I met Dr. Satlew. Oh? Dr. Satlew. The Center for Transposition Science. Oh, dear, they're waving at me. Look, Hildy, I've got to run. Oh, I'll call you. I have a hectic schedule, but I'll call, I promise. Are you still at the same place? Yes. Well, I'll call. I just can't believe it. Hello?
Oh, Hildy, dear. It's Grace.
Grace! Oh, thank you for calling. I didn't think you...
I said I would. Oh, it was good to see you again.
Grace, would you come to dinner? Spend an evening, please. I want so much to know how you've been. Talk about your success.
Oh, my reviews were marvelous, weren't they?
Oh, I didn't see them.
Well, of course I'll come. I'm always glad to talk about transposition science. Is tomorrow night all right? I have a concert in Philadelphia on Thursday, and I'm going to Vermont for the weekend.
Yeah, tomorrow's fine. Come at 7. Oh, it's really good to see you again, Hildy. Where's Brad? Playing poker. He sends his regards, but he thought we could enjoy old times better without him hanging around. Well, it's still the same charming place I remember. It's so delightfully simple. Yes. And you still have the linden tree out there. Mm-hmm. Oh, You remember when the super wanted to cut it down and you climbed up and sat in it until he came on? That tree and the birds are my only touch with nature in this second floor walk-up. Well, do you still feed the birds? Winter and summer. But it's you I want to talk about, Grace, not me. The last time I saw you was a year and a week ago. I looked it up in the calendar. Now, how could you do all this in 1 year? Well, I found a new life through transposition science. Yeah, you mentioned that backstage. Well, actually, it's the Center for Transposition Science, run by Dr. Satlew. Oh, he is fabulous. Oh, one of those cults? Oh, no, not what you think, not at all. You see, Dr. Satlew has a very practical approach to changing your life. I put myself in his hands, and here I am. Oh, of course, I had to work. It wasn't overnight, but he introduced me to a fantastic voice coach, one of his disciples. I couldn't believe the progress I made. It's almost like a miracle. It's all in how you think and meditate. His meditation sessions are the key. You bring yourself out of yourself. He must be expensive. $100. You're kidding. No, that's all. Hildy, are you interested? Is there something you'd like to change in your life? Oh, no. I'm fine. Oh, everybody wants something, I guess, but no. No, I wouldn't dream of it. Oh, you don't say that as though you meant it. Look, I'll give you his address. He likes referrals from fellowship members. No, I don't think so. Well, honey, think it over, huh? He says, quote, everyone's heart's desire can be theirs if only you believe. Unquote. Well, it's a little clumsy, but then he's a little strange. Well, you're the living example of a miracle. I've only just begun to live. And you could too, Hildy. If there's something you really want enough to believe in Dr. Satlew, think it over. Brad?
Yeah, honey, it's me.
Brad, what's the matter?
You better forget about going out to dinner tonight. I just got fired.
What?
Nice anniversary present for us, huh?
But why? You've always been one of
other guys with more seniority than me. Fares are down, expenses are going up. They had to let 12 drivers go. Oh. Damn, I missed it by one. Bonnie Tucker only had 1 month on me. So he stays, I go.
Oh, well, maybe it's temporary. Maybe they'll hire you back.
Eating is not temporary.
I'm working.
I'll get something else. I'm not going to sit around. But it sure burns.
Well, it's not going to spoil our night. Heaven knows we get little enough going out.
Some celebration, huh?
We're not celebrating your job. We're celebrating us.
I'm sorry, hon. You're right. I'm lucky to have you.
Don't worry about it, Brad. Things are going to get better for us. I promise. Hello, Grace. I've thought it over. Will you introduce me to Dr. Satlew? Park Avenue penthouse yet. How does he do it for $100 a client? Well, he practices what he preaches. Oh, Hilda, I'm glad you decided to see him. You'll change. You'll see. Oh, here we are. Good grief. Come on. It's absolutely empty. It's not a stick of furniture. Dr. Satlew believes material things cloud the mind. He'll explain. Now, follow me and don't say anything. We're going to his chamber. There he is. He's meditating, but he knows we're here.
Come in, dear Grace. Come in.
Oh, Dr. Satlew, this is Hilda Turner.
Dear Hilda, it's good of you to come. Dear Grace tells me you wish to join the fellowship.
Yes.
Sit down, please. On the floor, here with me. I don't use furnishings or trappings, as you can see, because that's just what they are, traps to draw our attention away from the real truth of existence, of beauty, of life.
Yes. I understand.
But don't be afraid. So many people are afraid of the truth.
Oh, Dr. Satlew, I'll leave now. I have a lesson with Professor Rice.
Go in peace, dear Grace, and sing like a bird.
I'll call you tonight, Hilda. Thanks for everything.
Now, dear Hilda, let's begin with a moment of meditation. Empty your mind, dear Hilda. Empty, 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 to be refilled with truth. Believe in me. Believe in me, and you will receive all you desire. Empty, empty, empty. Tell me what it is you want to achieve with transposition science.
Well, this may sound dumb, but I want things.
Things don't necessarily make us happy.
Oh, I know that. I'm not unhappy. I love my husband. We have a good life. But I'm so bored. I just want some excitement. I'm not ashamed to admit that I want a fur coat, jewelry, real jewelry. I want some glamour.
Not such a tall order.
Oh, for me it is. There's no getting out of a rut. That's why I thought you could help me. After what you did for Grace.
Yes. Dear Grace has almost achieved her heart's desire.
Almost. I'd say she's there now.
Oh, there's more for her, because she believes.
Can you help me, Dr. Sattlew?
I can show you the way. Let me meditate a day or two. Then we shall know just which path to take. Your husband knows of your intent?
Not yet. I'll have to tell him.
I shall expect you on Saturday at 1 p.m.
Yes. I'll arrange to take the afternoon off.
Then welcome, dear Hilda. Welcome to a new life.
Well, if Sattlew can do for Hilda what he did for dear Grace, it looks as though Hilda and Brad's troubles are over. It's true that faith can move mountains, and Hilda seems to have faith. But I wonder. We'll see which path Dr. Sattlew suggests for dear Hilda when I return with Act 2. Hilda Turner has placed herself in the hands of Dr. Sattlew in hopes of improving her life. Dr. Sattlew promises her heart's desire, but whether it's the best thing for Hilda remains to be seen. The child who eyes and eats too much of the chocolate cake pays the penalty of a sick stomach. In one way or another, Hilda will pay a penalty for achieving her dream. After all, you never get anything for nothing.
Now, dear Hilda, I've decided the way for you is modeling.
Modeling?
Certainly. You want excitement, glamour. You want to wear furs, expensive clothes, jewels. A fashion model is the logical course. And models make $60, $80, $100 an hour.
You must be kidding. With my looks and my figure?
Ah, but we're going to change those. We are going to turn you into a model. I do have connections.
A fashion model? Oh, that's really far out.
Dear Hilda, do you think it's appealing?
Oh, yes. The last thing I'd ever see me as is a model.
Dear Grace had no singing voice when she came to me. But she did have two essential things, desire and faith. I'm not sure you have either one now.
Oh, please, I'll try. It's just all taken me by surprise. I really want to change. I'll try.
I hope you will. You are a beautiful person. Underneath, deep down, where beauty counts. That's what I want to get at. Your inner goodness and beauty. When I have those, then you will have the beautiful face and figure. When we start to study, you'll realize that my secret is really nothing but truth. You'll see, dear Hilda. You'll see.
Hildy, where you been all afternoon? You weren't at work. I went to Hobbs. They told me you took the afternoon off.
Yes, I did, Brad.
Why?
Okay, you've got to know. I told Dr. Sattlew I'd have to tell you.
Dr. Sattlew?
The man who did so much for Grace Hutchins. I went to see him.
What for?
To help me. Us. It's called the Center for Transposition Science.
Oh, brother, he's just a phony after your money, Hildy. Show him what's in your bank book and he'll slam the door in your face.
I've got to feed the birds. It just so happens his entire cost is $100.
For what?
For showing you how to get things. Things I want.
All I want is for you to forget it. I don't want you messing around with some freaky cult.
It can't do any harm. There you are. Come on. Come and get
Those guys get you thinking, all mixed up. We got enough problems with me out of work as it is.
Oh, there's our first Robin. Oh, hello, Robin. Yeah, but that's why I'm doing it, Brad. Look what happened to Grace Hutchins. From a nothing to a concert singer in a year.
So what's he going to do for you? Make you a movie star?
A model. I told him I wanted excitement, glamour, a fur maybe, some jewelry.
A model.
He says I can make $60 or more an hour modeling. We can live a lot better than we do, Brad.
I'm happy with us the way we are. We don't need his kind of help. I'll get it. Yeah. Yeah, hello, Max. Oh, no. Well, when did it happen? Yeah, that's a shocker. How's his wife taking it? Sure. I'll be in. 8 o'clock tonight. Yeah, okay, Max.
Brad, what happened?
Bonnie Tucker was killed in an accident today.
Oh, terrible.
A drunk plowed through the divider on the drive. A real head-on. The drunk walks away and Bonnie's dead.
Oh.
Anyway, Max wants me in for the night shift tonight. Yeah? I got my job back. Good morning, dear Hilda.
Good morning, Dr. Sattler.
And so we begin our study. Much of the work will depend on you. I'm not a miracle worker. I show the way, but you must follow. The first thing I want you to do when you get home today is remove every mirror from your home.
What?
No mirrors, because the first thing we must get rid of is vanity. As the deep, beautiful, real you comes to the surface, your looks will begin to change. If you notice it, dwell on it, your vanity will stand in the way of our work. Does that present a problem?
No, I guess not. Brad doesn't shave. He wears a beard. But he's not going to like it. He wasn't too keen on my taking up this, the science. But I'll convince him. He's working double shifts at the cab company. He's not home much anyway.
Very well. We'll try it. Now, this book is the Bible of transposition science. I want you to start reading 1 chapter a day. We'll meet once each week for meditation together. The book shows you how to meditate daily by yourself. But our sessions together, that's where the real meaning is.
I'll be here next Saturday, then.
Yes. And now for our first meditation. Empty your mind, Hilda. All thought must leave. Only emptiness, whiteness, open to the spirit, the truth. Only emptiness, to fill yourself with the truth. Empty, empty, empty. Hilda? Hilda?
Oh, what? Oh, Dr. Sattler. What happened?
We were meditating. How do you feel?
As though I wasn't here.
Good. Deep meditation. You'll be all right. Rest a moment, and then you can leave.
Yes.
Georgette, I'm having one of my disciples help you to a cab. Go home, rest, and start reading.
Yes. I'll be back next Saturday.
You called, Doctor.
Georgette, this is dear Hilda. Help her get a cab, please.
Certainly. Thank you.
We're going to be very successful, dear Hilda. Very successful.
Are you all right?
Yes, fine. I can really go myself.
No trouble.
Do you work for Dr. Sattler?
In a way. I'm a disciple.
Is that what I am?
No. You're a student. You're a friend of Grace Hutchins?
Yes. Grace introduced me to Dr. Sattler.
He is good. You've made a wise decision.
I'm looking forward to studying with Dr. Sattler. I want better things for Brad and me. And after I saw what he did for Grace...
She is quite an example. There are plenty of cabs on Park Avenue. Oh, there's one. Cab! I'll see you next week, Hilda. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hildy, what the devil are you doing here?
Dad.
Who is that dame? What's going on?
I never expected... well, I went to see Dr. Sattler again.
I thought you weren't going to mess around with that baloney. This where he lives?
Up in the penthouse.
Yeah, well, he's got a good neighborhood. I'll say that for him. But you told me...
I didn't promise anything, Brad. I said I just wanted to see. Oh, please, please go along with me, Brad. If it starts to hurt us, I'll give it up.
I just hope you don't get in too deep to give it up.
Empty, Hilda. Empty your mind to nothingness. Whiteness. Let the truth come through.
Oh, I'm bushed. Coming to bed, Hildy?
No, I'm going to study some more.
You were up till 4 this morning. I put up with the crazy idea of getting rid of the mirrors, but this thing's taking all your time.
I'm interested. I've got to read through this chapter before my meditation tomorrow.
All right. I got to be up at 6. Working 2 shifts is murder. It sure brings in the dough.
You're almost ready, Hilda. The beauty within is coming to the surface, coming out for everyone to see. Soon now, we'll have our heart's desire. Now, I want Georgette to work with you on makeup and posture. We must enhance that natural beauty that's coming out.
And I'm really going to be a fashion model?
Well, we're trying. One day, dear Hilda, you'll wear more furs and jewels than you could hope for. You'll be the envy of every woman.
I don't believe it.
You like what you see?
Well, you're a knockout, all right. But you sure ain't Hilda.
Of course I am. And then I'm not. Not the old Hilda, anyway.
Takes some getting used to.
Dr. Sattler's method works. Oh, I'm dying to see Grace's reaction.
Yeah, you're different, all right. Beautiful. But somehow, Hildy,
What?
Well, I mean, where's my wife?
You'll get used to me, Brad. And just wait till I start making some real money. We'll move out of this dump.
This place is okay. Don't get snooty on me now.
Hello?
Oh, Hildy, it's Grace. How are you?
Grace, I was going to call you. How about lunch on Monday?
Love it. I can spring my surprise.
Oh, I was going to do the same thing.
Oh, how are you making out with Dr. Sattler? Isn't he fabulous?
He is. Just wait till you see.
Monday at 1?
I'll have to make it at 12. Is that okay?
Oh, sure.
I'll meet you at the Beverly.
The Beverly? Well, we are coming up in the world.
Grace? Over here. Oh, I beg your pardon. Grace, it's me, Hilda. Hilda? Oh, you're not Hilda. Ah, yes, I'm Hildy, little old Hildy Turner. Why, it's just startling. Now I see it really is you. It's all because of Dr. Sattler. But you said you had a surprise. Oh, yes, but... Oh, honey, after seeing you, mine isn't all that much. What is it? Well, I'm going on tour. Worldwide. Oh, Grace, that is exciting. Well, Dr. Sattler says I should sing to the world. Where are you going? Oh, I don't know yet. The bookings haven't all been worked out, but I'm so excited. I guess we both are. Oh, here comes the waitress. Let's order a big drink and toast Dr. Sattler.
You are ready, dear Hilda, to try for a modeling career. Don't you agree, Georgette?
The Fisher Agency will take her in a minute. I'm so nervous. Things never bothered me before. Well, you're starting an exciting new life. I feel like Grace must feel starting out on a concert tour.
Ah, yes, dear Grace has told you of our plans.
She said you told her to sing to the world. I think that's nice.
And you, dear Hilda, will be admired by the world. Why don't you go home now, get some rest, and be sure to meditate. Georgette will be in touch with you after she sets up the appointment. She'll tell you what to do.
All right. I'll try not to be nervous. You'll hear from me, Hilda. She'll make it. She's perfect.
Of course she will.
She ought to have some fun first.
She will, just as Grace has had her fun. Now Grace must get down to serious work.
Yes, her tour.
Dear Grace is going to sing her heart out.
Wouldn't it be grand to be able to get whatever it is you want? Some people do and are happy with it. Others do and find they didn't want it after all. Grace and Hilda are both about to get what they've always wanted. But in their case, it's not quite what they expected. We'll find out just what happens when I return shortly with Act 3. Hilda Turner is on her way to fulfilling her fondest wishes to be glamorous, have an exciting life, furs, jewels.
What the devil do they mean?
Don't you understand English?
English, yeah, sure. How come the fancy talk all of a sudden, Hildy? Hey, are you all right?
Of course.
I don't like the look in your eye, Hildy. I think this crazy doctor or whatever he is filling your head with a lot of bull. Dumb talk. Did you quit your job?
Oh, Brad, for heaven's sake, I'm starting work next week as a model.
A model?
At $60 an hour. $75 when I'm better known, they said. I had my interview today, and I got my first assignment. Next Tuesday.
Modeling what?
Jewelry. For Bradstones. It's a photo session.
No, but there's something here I don't like. You get $60 an hour?
Yes, next Tuesday.
Over my dead body. I know what goes on in those photo sessions.
Oh, Brad, don't be disgusting. They're face and hand shots of jewelry.
Come on, Hilda, wake up. This phony medicine man's taking you for a ride.
Brad, this is something I've never dared dream about. Me, a fashion model. And now I've got it, and I am going to do it.
Yeah, well, this guy says no.
And who is this guy? A little cabbie who never made any more than $80.
I'm making $100. You just wait a minute, Hildy. We never talked like this to each other before. You never talked like this to anyone. Now, what's happening to you?
For the first time in my life, I am going somewhere. Excitement. Glamour. Look.
You always look good to me.
Oh, Brad, how can you say that? I was a mousy little nothing, and you know it. Now I'm getting what I want. I'm going to wear fur, diamonds, fine clothes.
Oh, boy.
Have my hair done every day, and it won't be long before I'll have the money to own those things.
That fake's got you thinking crazy. That's what it is, crazy.
We'll see who's crazy.
Yeah, we'll see. I got to get back to work. And when I'm done, we'll talk this out.
Brad, wait.
Go feed your birds.
Damn the birds. I don't care what he thinks. I'm getting tired of that know-it-all cabbie. Shut up! Huh. That's strange. All the birds are gone but that one. Hello, pretty nightingale. Don't you want any seed? No? You just want to sing. Go ahead, you beautiful thing. Sing your little heart out.
So next Tuesday you begin your career.
Oh, I'm so excited, Dr. Sattlew. It's a dream come true.
Of course.
I called Grace Hutchins to tell her the news, but someone answered and said she'd gone on tour already.
Ah, yes. Grace is flitting about, singing to the world.
I thought she'd called to say goodbye.
Perhaps she was so busy she forgot. And Hilda, don't you forget to meditate daily, particularly when you go for your first job.
Yes, this is Hilda Turner. Oh, you'll have to talk with my agent, Pat Smith at the Fisher Agency. I'm booked pretty solid for the next 2 months, I think. Lunch on Friday? I'd love it. But I think I have a show at the Waldorf. I'll call you back. Stop worrying, darling. My husband works till 1 a.m. Pour some more wine. We have 3 whole hours.
You're what?
I'm through, Brad. I'm moving on. I don't know why I've stayed as long as this.
But, honey, I haven't seen anything of you in 3 weeks. But you're still my wife.
I'm about to change that, too.
What?
Don't be stupid, Brad. Can't you see I've outgrown you? You're a small-time hack driver. satisfied with a newspaper and a can of beer. I'm tired of you, and I'm tired of this cheese box we call an apartment. I'm taking a place in Dr. Satlou's building. I'm moving with a whole new crowd.
Yeah. That's the whole trouble with you, Dr. Satlou. Well, I'm going to fight him for you.
You are stupid. You think you're going to win me like a prize? You're a caveman. You even look like one.
You're not hurting me. I'm going to Satlou and stop this crazy stuff right now.
You can't.
Oh, yes, I can. Just watch me.
You can't ruin my career. There's nothing you can do.
I know where he lives. I picked you up in front of his building. I'm going to kill him.
Brad, don't be stupid.
If you say that once more, I'll kill you. Now, don't try to stop me. I'm going there now, right now. And you stay here till I get back. I'm going to take care of that guy. Then I got to move Hilda out of here. Get her away from New York and her crazy ideas. It was parked between 88 and 89. Yeah, step on it. I'm going to beat that light. Watch out, you crazy devil!
I suppose I should feel something, but I don't. Not a thing.
Transposition science gives us the strength to face life's trials.
My husband is dead, and I don't feel a thing. Well, I was getting ready to leave him anyway. I was thinking of taking an apartment here in your building.
Splendid. We can continue our work. Dear Hilda, that part of your life is over. Think only of yourself, your beauty, your career.
Hello, Pat. Hilda. Yes, I know. That's why I'm calling. I can't make it. Stiff all over. Must be coming down with the flu. No, you'd better cancel for the next couple of days. Hello, Georgette. Dr. Satlou called for me.
Yes, Hilda. He's in the prayer room. Come. You look disturbed. Something wrong?
I'm not feeling too well.
Ah, Hilda. Come in. I was meditating about you.
I haven't been well, Dr. Satlou. I thought it was the flu. Aches, stiffness. It's been all week. Those things usually last only a day or two.
Sit down.
If I can. So stiff.
I have been meditating, dear Hilda, because there's one last thing we must do to ensure your career.
Well, I haven't worked for a week because of this flu.
It is not the flu, dear Hilda. It's a change in your body, necessary to make sure that your beauty never fades.
What do you mean?
We are even, dear Hilda. You promised to believe in me, and you did. I promised you beauty, furs, jewels, glamour. We both have what we wanted. You have your heart's desire, and I have your soul.
My soul? My soul?
Yes, your soul. I took it from you and put it on your face, and there, dear Hilda, it shall remain forever.
I wonder where I am. Strange. I have the feeling people are looking at me. I can just make out the faces. Yes, there are people behind the glass. And the lights. This is so odd. I don't feel uncomfortable. But why am I here? I can't remember anything at all. I don't know why I'm here. But worse, I don't know where I am. I can't seem to move. Not a muscle. I can't even turn my head. Someone's coming in. Maybe I'll know.
Why do they want to change the window again? We just dressed this new mannequin yesterday.
Ronnie decided the sable and the turquoise didn't go together.
I could have told him that in the first place.
You can't tell Ronnie anything. When his mind's made up, pull the drapes and let's get going.
It was a lot easier when these things were abstract, wire shapes. They showed off the styles better, too. These lifelike figures attract too much attention to themselves.
This one's sure lifelike. I wonder where Ronnie had it made.
When we try to be something we're not, we often end up losing what little we had to begin with. Grace Hutchins doomed herself to an eternity of singing from the treetops. Hilda Turner to an eternity of frozen beauty in a department store window. Satan or Lucifer, take your pick, as Dr. Sattlow was happy to give both women their heart's desire. In return, of course, for the one thing the devil cherishes more than anything else, a human soul. Ugh, a chill just went through me. We'll warm up when I return shortly. If you're longing for something, be careful how you go about getting it. Trying the easy way out may prove to be a hard road to follow, particularly if you don't know whom you're dealing with. The road to you-know-where is paved with good intentions, but you-know-who always seems to be waiting. You never get anything for nothing. Well, there's one exception. Our Mystery Theater plays. You can enjoy them for nothing more than your attention and your imagination. Our cast included Lois Nettleton, Robert L. Greene, Bryna Rayburn, and Nat Polen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Allied Van Lines and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS.
Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As he looks into the face of death at the hands of his enemies, Shakespeare's young King Richard II says, "The love of wicked men converts to fear, that fear to hate, and hate turns one or both to worthy danger and deserved death." We're about to see how a kind of love became so poisoned with fear and evil that it became transformed into brutality and hatred, and finally, a kind of death.
I heard what you said to my mother. Why do you hate her so?
No more than I despise you, my husband.
Shut your ugly mouth!
You slapped me! You dared! The little weakling dared!
No, stop it. Stop it, Therese. Put down that poker. You'll kill me.
If I did, it might be the best thing that happened to both of us.
Our mystery drama, The Corpse That Would Not Die, was adapted from the Émile Zola classic Thérèse Raquin, especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss, and stars Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year is 1865. The scene, the left bank of Paris during the last few years of the reign of Napoleon III. The Passage du Pont-Neuf is a dark and gloomy corridor, no more than 30 yards long, a block away from the River Seine. The air is the wet, chilling air of a vault, for the sun never touches the Passage du Pont-Neuf. A row of run-down, dismal shops fronts on either side of the narrow street. One bears the sign, Raquin, Dry Goods. It is evening. Inside, by the gloomy light of a flickering oil lamp, the proprietress of the musty little shop, Madame Raquin, a plump, old lady in her late 60s, is seated in a wheelchair. A huge red cat snuggles on her lap.
Camille, my dear.
Yes, Mother.
You've locked the iron shutters over the shop window.
Yes, I have, Mother.
Therese, you've put away the needles and thread Madame Grivet did not purchase.
I have, Madame Raquin.
Is my cup of chamomile tea ready, Therese?
Here it is, Madame.
What a wonderful fragrance chamomile has. I think I would never have a night of peaceful sleep without my cup. Will you join me, Camille?
Each night you ask, each night I answer. No, thank you, Mother.
Now, I think only of your good, my precious boy. You are not the strongest man in the world.
Tell me again, Mother, for the 10,000th time. I know.
You must not mock your mother. Your mother loves you. If I didn't see that things were done for you, who would?
You forget. I now have a wife, have I not, Therese?
Yes, Camille, you certainly have a wife.
And you're as strong as I am weak. And beautiful, what's more? What else could a man ask for?
What I do, Camille, I do.
For my own good, I know.
Oh, Francois, you're getting heavier every day. You've grown to be the biggest cat in the neighborhood. I'm the handsomest. Well, thank goodness tomorrow is Thursday.
I'll have to put more oil in the table lamp.
Oh, and have you seen that there's enough firewood for a really good fire? Inspector Michaud likes a warm fire.
Yes, there's plenty of wood.
We mustn't let Police Inspector Michaud think we're pinching pennies.
Not with your 40,000 francs in the bank, we mustn't.
I'll take your cup, Madame, if you're finished.
By the way, I've asked a friend of mine to join us at Domino's tomorrow night. Fellow employee at the office.
Who is he? What's he like?
Tall, handsome. Name's Laurent. Laurent Duchesne. The women can't keep their eyes off him. Or their hands. Fancies himself a portrait painter. You'll like him, Mother. So will you, Therese.
I look forward to meeting him.
10 o'clock, bedtime. Therese, whenever you are ready to lift this poor cripple out of her wheelchair and up into her bed.
I'm ready.
Thank you, my dear. Up, Francois. Off my lap.
Dreadful animal.
You said something.
No, nothing.
Is there anything I can do to help?
As always, just stay out of the way. Now, here we go, Madame. Your right arm round my neck.
I'll go up ahead. I think the door to Mother's room is closed.
If only Camille were well and strong, he would carry me to my bed.
We both know that, Madame. As his wife, I have learned to live with it.
The door was open all the time.
There you are, Madame. I'll be back to undress you in a moment. May the time come when I shall carry you to your bedroom for the last time.
What was that, Therese?
Only that someday soon may the good Lord see fit to put life back into your limbs. Is there anything else, Madame?
No, thank you. I'm quite sleepy. Good night to you both.
Sleep well, Mother.
Good night, Madame.
I heard what you said to my mother. Why do you hate her so?
No more than I despise you. I made my bed without realizing what I was getting into. Now I have no choice but to lie in it.
I am your husband. This is your home.
Oh, you keep telling me. But for me, this is no home. It's more like a chilling, newly dug grave.
Therese.
Don't touch me. The touch of your hand turns my stomach. Oh, yes, by all means, bring your friend tomorrow night. It will be refreshing to have a man in the house.
Shut your ugly mouth.
You slapped me. You did. You little weakling did.
No, stop it, Therese. Now put down that poker. You'll kill me.
If I did, it might be the best thing that could happen to both of us.
You're sure you won't join us at Domino's, Monsieur Laurent?
Not till I finish Camille's portrait.
As you please. I have a 3 blank which I place Here? What do you say to that, Camille?
Blank 4 here, Inspector Michaud.
4, 6 here.
And double 6 here. My game again. This has been my night for dominoes.
The tea, madame, if you are ready.
Oh, Monsieur Duchesne, time for a cup of tea and a biscuit.
Oh, thank you, madame. In a moment. A few more strokes around Camille's eyes, and his portrait will be finished. And do call me Laurent, won't you?
Oh, if it pleases you. Inspector Michaud, your tea. And do finish your story about this, Bernard.
Thank you. As I was saying before, this chap Bernard got away with murdering 2 of his wealthy wives. In both instances, he came up behind them while they were taking a bath in their big tin tubs, held their heads under water until they were quite dead. It wasn't until he killed the 3rd that we caught up with him. That was his big mistake.
Are you saying, Inspector, that he should have done away with each of them by, varying the pattern of his murders?
If he had, it might have taken us a bit longer to find him. You brew a tasty cup of tea, Therese?
Thank you, Inspector.
Laurent, when may we look at my portrait?
After we've had our tea, dear friend. I think you'll be pleased.
You paint from models, of course.
Oh, of course.
Women models?
Well, certainly. Mostly what I suppose you might call, friends of mine.
You mean women come to your studio and pose for you in the, without clothes?
Well, of course. Why not?
Well, that must make you feel ever so funny. I know it would make me feel strange. I wouldn't know where to turn my eyes.
Really, Camille? Your tea, Monsieur Laurent.
Oh, thank you. You know, I once had this lovely redhead as a model. Beautiful features, firm white flesh, gorgeous body. And I was right in the middle of...
Oh, dear, what have I done? Oh, I am so terribly sorry.
You spilled the whole cup of tea all over Laurent's trousers.
Therese, how could you be so awkward?
Here, let me wipe your trousers with this cloth.
No, it's really all right.
My hand is still shaking. Oh, please do forgive me.
As though it had never happened, my dear Therese.
Francoise, the cat, happened to brush by me as I was handing you the cup.
No, not another word. You know, when you look at me with those big, sad, beautiful eyes, I feel that I am the one to blame.
You're very kind.
Oh, Therese, would you get a couple of more logs from outside? The fire's getting a bit low.
Yes, madame.
Yes, madame. Don't you call her mother?
I do not. Excuse me.
Let me help you with the logs, Therese.
Oh, there's no need, Laurent. She is strong.
I can carry them all alone, but if you wish...
I insist. Now, let me go with you, please.
The domino pieces are set up for another game. May I help myself to another biscuit?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Oh, what a charming man. Your painter, Camille.
Yes, I'm very fond of him.
He makes Therese a little nervous.
Is that why she spilled the tea over him?
Of course. Didn't you see that?
Her hands are as steady as a rock. Not a nerve in her whole beautiful body.
Inspector Michaud, you see everything. Even sometimes when there's nothing there.
Perhaps.
Now, you see? You were wrong, Inspector. They seem to be getting along quite well. She's not a bit nervous.
And here, madame, are your logs.
Thank you.
Will you permit me to place one or two on the fire?
Oh, thank you, Laurent. But isn't it time we saw the portrait you've been painting of Camille?
Why not?
Turn up the lamp, Therese.
I turn the easel so, and there it is.
Oh, no. I can't believe it. I really don't believe it.
Is that how I look to you, Laurent?
But that's not you he's painted, Camille. Why, the features are twisted and distorted. The hair soaking with water. And the color, the greenish, the look of a man who's been drowned. Laurent, what have you done?
Well, an artist only paints what he sees.
But that is not a portrait of my son. What you have painted is the face of death.
Lorraine, my darling. Oh, how wonderful it is to be here in your little studio.
How happy I am that you're here.
Oh, if you could only know what I've been through these past few months. Oh, buried alive in that horrible shop. And when he puts his cold, clammy hands on me, my blood freezes.
But we're changing all that, aren't we? You and I.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are, my darling. Oh, Laurent, I love you so.
And I love you. There's a cloud of fire that surrounds you. It burns into my body. I could never...
What's wrong?
These stolen moments are too few, Therese. They're not enough for me.
Nor for me.
I want to sleep the whole night beside you and be awakened in the morning by your warm kisses.
Oh, I want that too, my love. But how can we?
Accidents happen every day. Do they not?
Laurent.
A foot may slip. A child could fall, and the only guilty party would be the wind.
But how, Laurent? How?
Trust me, my angel. I shall find a way. Did you hear anything?
Outside the door. It sounded like Madame's cat, Francois.
How could that be?
He may have followed me here.
Shh. Quiet, quiet. Nobody. It's not a thing. It was only in our imagination.
But why should we have both imagined the voice of Francois at the very same moment? Hold me close, Laurent. I'm very afraid.
Ralph Waldo Emerson, a wise man that he was, observed that whenever a man commits a crime, God finds a witness. That every secret crime has its reporter. Laurent and Thérèse Raquin have already committed one crime, adultery. They are contemplating still another. Was there a reporter to their first act? Where will their dark plans lead them? To Act Two, of course. I shall return shortly. It's a Sunday afternoon toward the end of September at Saint-Ouen, a beautiful wooded section on the outskirts of Paris, along the River Seine, where the less fashionable Parisians of 100 years ago gathered for their picnics. On this particular morning, Thérèse Raquin, her husband Camille, and her newly acquired lover, Laurent, are in a narrow little rowboat they have hired. They've spotted a tiny island in the river away from the Sunday crowds, where they can set up their picnic lunch in a clearing among the trees.
There, we shouldn't have too much farther to go.
A few minutes, no more, and we should be there, Laurent.
Well, take your time. We're not in all that much of a hurry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep the boat steady, please.
I will, of course.
Now, remember, I can't swim, not a stroke. When I was a child, Mother never allowed me to swim. Of course, you, on the other hand...
Like a fish, Camille, like a fish.
We're going to have the island all to ourselves.
Oh, the water looks so cold and forbidding. This must be the deepest part of the river.
Since we're in no particular hurry, is it all right if we just drift for a while?
Well, why not? Just don't move about, either of you, please.
Oh, everything is so beautiful. So quiet and peaceful.
We can hardly see the people on the shore, and nobody can see us. It's our own little world.
Oh, floating here on the river with my wife and my best friend. Oh, I wish this moment would never have to come to an end.
Yes, but like everything else, dear friend, It must. In fact, it has. For you, Camille.
What are you doing, Laurent? You'll upset the boat. We'll all fall into the river. We'll drown.
No, not all of us, Camille. Not all of us. Stop him. Stop him. Perez, stop him. Hold on to your Perez. I've got him. He can't get away.
He's holding on to the side of the boat.
We'll take care of that. I put on his fingers. So. Now, over the side, my boy, into the... He's stuck his teeth into the flesh of my neck. Let go, Camille, let go. Now, into the river, my friend. Start rowing, Perez, while I hold his head under the water. So. Are you all right, Perez?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, then don't waste a moment. Slide over the side of the boat into the water quickly.
Right.
From this side. And then I've capsized the boat and joined you. Help!
Help!
Help! Somebody help!
Help!
We're drowning, all of us! Help! And that, Inspector Michaud, is exactly what happened. When the boat overturned, I reached first to save Therese, and by the time I'd rescued her, it was too late, alas, for poor Camille. He disappeared under the waters of the Seine.
Dear me, how dreadful. Monsieur Laurent, how shall we break the news to his dear mother?
That's exactly why I came to you, Inspector. You, as a former policeman, as well as one of Madame's oldest friends...
You did well, Monsieur Laurent. Poor Therese, so young and a widow. What will become of her, I wonder? Who's to console her?
It would be an honor and a privilege to do whatever I could for the widow of one of my dearest friends.
So?
I apologize to the memory of Camille for what I'm about to say at this sad moment. But if Therese would accept me, I should be very proud to be her husband.
You're a fine fellow, Laurent, and most understanding. Tomorrow, the salvage men of the police will drag the river for the body.
Drag? Oh, of course.
There must be a proper certificate of death issued by the city coroner at the morgue, because officially, legally, where there's no body, there is, of course, no death.
Good morning, monsieur. You're bright and early, as usual.
I must find the body of Camille Raquin.
So you say each morning you come here to the morgue to visit my unfortunate guests.
Oh.
Still not used to it after coming here every morning for, what is it, over a week?
Well, it's the smell, the dampness of the walls, the rows of gray stone slabs.
Yes, takes getting used to. This way, please. Here. Would this one be your friend?
Well, it's a little hard to tell. The flesh is so decomposed. That's him. That's Camille. They found him at last.
No, don't take it too hard, monsieur. We all have to go sometime, sooner or later.
The eyes. The lids are wide open. The eyes are staring right at me.
Easy, monsieur. You're sure he's the one?
Oh, yes, I am.
But all you have to do now is to swear to the identity of the corpse, and a legal certification of death will be issued to the police.
Thank you, monsieur. And, for your trouble?
Oh, the gentleman is most generous. Thank you, monsieur.
Not at all. That certificate of death may well be worth some 40,000 francs.
Oh, you all right? Wake up. Wake up. You're shivering.
Oh, Therese, I managed to doze off for a moment. I had another horrible nightmare.
So did I. Tell me, what was yours?
It was before we were married. It was a dark, starless night. I'd left my studio, was running through the streets to you in your bedroom. I got to the passage, to the back door. I lit a match to light my way. It went out. I lit another. In the dim, bluish light, I heard weird voices. I thought I saw monstrous shapes against the walls. It was hard to breathe. I climbed the steps. I opened the door, which you had left unlocked. I quickly undressed. I got into bed where you, all white, were waiting for me. I started to kiss you.
Yes. What then?
It was not you, but Camille, as I had seen him in the morgue, green, disfigured, his hair plastered to his face by the waters of the river.
Oh, how dreadful.
The corpse held out its arms to me, cackling hideously, poking out a stump of a black tongue from between its white teeth.
Oh, Laura.
And then a moment later, I was standing in front of a cracked mirror looking at the red scar on my neck, the one Camille had ripped into my flesh with his teeth. And as I looked, with Camille's grinning face behind mine, the wound grew larger and larger, eating a black hole into my neck on fire. And always his twisted face behind me, mocking me with his dead yellow eyes.
Laurent, go back to sleep, if you can.
Tell me what you dreamed.
Oh, it was much worse. Much more frightening. I, too, dreamed of a time before our marriage.
What happened?
Well, it was a time when I loved you and you loved me. A time when the touch of your lips on mine, your body against mine, was the only reason for my being alive my entire life.
What happened in the dream, Therese?
You embraced me. You kissed me. We became one.
And then?
Then I awoke, and I found myself biting into my pillow to stifle my sobs as I used to when Camille was still alive. Oh, how long has it been since you wanted to touch me, Laurent? How long has it been since I wanted to touch you? Why is it? Since the day we murdered Camille, we've never once desired each other.
I don't want to talk about it.
To me, that is the most horrifying thing that could have happened to both of us. Because now, Laurent, we are both murderers with nothing to hold us together.
How long have you been sitting there, staring into the flames?
I couldn't sleep. I was cold. I got out of bed and lit a fire. We killed Camille. His corpse is always here between us. His dead body is turning our limbs to ice.
Therese, look.
Where? What is it?
There, in that shadowy corner over there. He's followed us here. It's Camille.
Where?
Don't move, Therese. How green his face is and how thin. How yellow those staring eyes. He's come back from the grave.
Quiet, Laurent. You'll wake Madame Raquin.
What shall we do?
You fool. Look closely. Have you forgotten?
Wait. It's only his portrait.
The one you painted that Thursday night, the first time we met.
Of course. His portrait. By the light of the fire, it looked so... Turn it to the wall, Therese.
No, I can't. I can't go anywhere near it.
Then I will. I'll do even better.
What are you looking for?
My large hunting knife.
It's there, on top of the dresser.
You remember how upset the old woman was when she looked at the portrait the first time?
She said it was not Camille's face you had painted, but the face of death.
Mm-hmm.
How right she was.
Now neither she, nor you, nor I will ever have to look at it again.
Laurent, what are you doing?
Never again. Never. Never. Never.
You've ripped the portrait to shreds.
And with it, the last memory of Camille. For both of us, I hope.
In the writings of an ancient Roman philosopher, we find these words. A man who has done another man an injustice can receive no greater punishment than to have done the injustice. And however harsh his punishment, no penalty can be more brutal than the whipping he takes from his own guilt. True. I shall return shortly with Act 3. A tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. The guilt starts piling up and in the end destroys us. Therese and her husband Laurent have already wrecked what love there ever was between them by the murder of Camille. How much further will their guilt lead them? It's another Thursday evening. In the dingy little room behind her tiny dry goods shop, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the cat Francois on her lap, playing dominoes with her old friend, Police Inspector Michaud.
And I place my double blank here, Madame, next to your 6 blank. What do you say to that?
I say, Inspector Michaud, that you remained a bachelor all your life because you couldn't be all that lucky, both at love and at domino.
10 o'clock, Madame. Time for bed.
Oh, already? Well, so it is, so it is.
Would you like me to carry you upstairs, Mother?
Oh, it's very kind of you, Laurent, my boy, but Therese is used to it by now.
Up we go. So,
good night, Michaud. Perhaps I'll have better luck next Thursday. Good night, Laurent.
Good night, Madame Raquin.
Sleep well, Mother.
The old girl is slowing down a bit, I fear.
Yes, I'm afraid so. That case you were telling us about before, I didn't quite follow you. The young woman who was drowned.
Oh, that one. Not a trace of water in her lungs, which led the authorities to believe she had died of natural causes.
And what made them change their minds?
A person can drown or be drowned if he's taken by surprise. Surprise suffocation, we call it. Not a drop of water in the lungs. It all happens
Madame
when...
Raquin gets heavier and heavier every time I carry her up and down those stairs.
Oh, time for me to go. Must get my 8 hours. Keeps me young and spry. I'll say good night to you two.
Good night, Inspector.
Until next Thursday.
Until next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
That stupid, boring old fool.
Oh, why can't we just pack up and leave? Start a new life somewhere. Anywhere.
Well, what would we use for money? When that miserable old woman signs a paper handing over her 40,000 francs to us, we can think about going away. But not before. But even if we were to...
Yes, Laurent?
Even if we went to the ends of the earth, he would follow us.
Camille.
Who else? When we lie awake at night in our bed, you near one edge, I near the other, he lies there between us.
Stop saying those things.
No, I tell you, Therese, I can hear him breathing. I can feel his cold, wet body next to mine, turning the sheets to ice. Therese, you're not really a widow. You never were.
What are you saying?
You're still married to the man we drowned. There's somebody at the front door. Do you hear it?
Who could it be in the middle of the night?
Don't move. I'll see.
No, it's Francois. I didn't know he was still out. I thought we'd already let him in.
That cursed cat. Go away. away.
Soaking wet, dripping with water.
And it's a beautiful night out there. The sky is clear and filled with stars. Shh! Don't you jump onto that table. Give me that iron poker, Therese. No, get down off that table.
Look out, Laura. He's getting ready to spring at you.
I'm not afraid of him.
He's going to spring for your neck. Watch out.
Look at those unblinking yellow eyes, how they stare at me. And why does he drip with the smell of the river?
Put down that poker, Laura. Look out. He's going for your throat.
I know who you are. Camille. I killed you once. Now stay dead, Camille. Die.
Let him be, Laurent. Your neck is bleeding where he bit you.
Let it bleed. It's bled before. You know something, Therese.
What?
The day I first set eyes on you, I cursed that day.
And so do I, Laurent. That was the blackest day of my life. Laurent, why did you throw the painting to the floor and the easel?
I'm disgusted with the whole thing. I do nothing but paint, and look at them. Every one of them.
They're not bad, Laurent.
That's not the point. Look, here's Monsieur Tristan, the tobacconist, and here Madame Colombe, the greengrocer, and there the three children of the postman. Can't you see what's wrong? Are you blind?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look at the eyes, the texture of the skin, the expression on the faces. They're all the same. Every face I paint has his expression. Some feature of Camille's. On every face a look of agony and terror.
I begin to see what you mean.
In spite of everything I do, the mouth of each of them is distorted into an ugly grimace. The same look that was on Camille's face when we drowned him.
When you drowned him.
What?
You picked him up. You stepped on his fingers when he clung to the side of the boat. You threw him into the river. You pushed his head into the water and kept it there as he choked out his dying breath.
Therese, you're as guilty as I am of Camille's death.
It's your word against mine.
You liar! Oh. We planned every step of it together.
Hands off my throat. I can't breathe.
I murdered Camille, and so did you. We did it together. Say so, Therese. Say so.
All right. We did it together. You and I, we both murdered. Madame Raquin, what are you doing here?
I heard every word you said. I was here in my wheelchair, in the doorway. Your backs were to me. You killed my son, my only son. You... I shall call
What's wrong with her?
Her body's gone rigid. Her hands and feet are stiff. She doesn't move. Only her eyes. We must call a doctor. She's had a stroke.
Easy with her now, Laurent.
Now, hold the chair still while I put her into it. There.
Oh, look at her eyes. You see us, hear us, don't you? But you can't speak a word, can you, dear madame?
Nor lift so much as a finger of your dying old body.
She says everything with her eyes. She accuses us with her eyes.
Isn't it a pity, old lady? We murdered that miserable son of yours, Therese and I. We drowned him in the river. And nobody will ever know. Except the three of us.
I curse you from the bottom of my soul for what you've done.
Maybe it would be wiser if she didn't sit here tomorrow night when Inspector Michaud comes.
Well, what harm is there? He'd ask for her, surely. Besides, the doctors told us there's no hope for her. If she ever manages to speak again, it'll be the last breath she ever takes.
Shall we wait for Therese?
She'll be down in a moment. Let's set up the pieces for the game, shall we?
And how is my old friend, Madame Racan? Ready to watch our dominoes game for the championship of the evening? I can see the light of anticipation shining in your eyes. And how is the good Francois?
Unfortunately, Inspector, the poor creature is still limping from whatever he did to his leg.
He sits there like some red-haired monarch, silent on Madame's lap, glaring at you, Laurent.
Sorry to delay the game, Inspector Michaud.
Ah, there you are, Therese. We're all set.
I'll sit here, between you and Madame.
You begin, Laurent.
All right, I begin with a 4-3 piece.
Followed by my 3-5 piece here.
Mm-hmm. And a double 4, so.
Wait, Laurent, Therese. Look.
Well, what is it?
Madame Racan. Her right hand. It's moving. Ever so slowly. With the greatest effort. She's forcing it up the leg of the table.
Well, this is the first time she's moved since her stroke.
Look at her eyes.
She's moving the tip of her index finger.
Trying to get our attention. Yes, Madame, what is it you want? What can we do for you?
If my strength holds out, you'll know. Just watch my finger. I'm trying to trace a letter on the oil.
She's made a T. And an H.
And an E. Now, an R. T-H-E-R.
She's spelling your name, Therese. Go on, Madame. We're following you. Therese and... Therese and... L-A-U-R. Now she's spelling your name, Laurent. Therese and Laurent. Don't stop now, Madame. Go on.
My strength is leaving me. I don't know if I can go on.
She's getting tired.
H-A-V-E. Therese and Laurent have what?
Her finger stopped. Her hand has slipped off the table and back into her lap.
Has either of you any idea what she might have been trying to tell us?
No, not the slightest.
Therese?
I wouldn't know.
What could she have meant? Therese and Laurent have what?
Therese and Laurent have murdered Camille. Drowned him. That's what I am trying to tell you. Drowned him.
I'm going up to sleep, Laurent. It's late.
How can you even think of sleep after what we saw her do tonight? We'll never be safe now. If she did it once, she could do it again.
Sooner or later, Michaud will learn the truth. She'll find a way to tell him.
Just being here in the same room with her is enough to make me sick. With her and with you.
You are sick, both of you. Poisoned with guilt and by each other.
You know how I despise you, Laurent. And myself.
Good. Loathe each other. Torment each other from morning till night. Keep digging your own graves, then bury yourselves alive in them. While I watch you destroy yourselves and each other. And that's, my dear children, that is your punishment. Camille will be avenged.
Stiff and silent, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the big red cat in her lap, feasting her eyes on Laurent and Therese, eyes that crushed them with brooding hate. Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. You suppose Émile Zola, at age 26, as he wrote the final page of his story, remembered those lines of Shakespeare? I shall return shortly. Émile Zola made this comment about Thérèse Raquin, one of the first of his many great novels. I looked at myself as a scientist. I applied to two living bodies, Thérèse and Laurent, the same method that a surgeon would apply to corpses. This in order to discover how conscience can drive a criminal to despair and madness, to degradation and moral decay. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, William Redfield, Mary Jane Higby, Roger DeKoven, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Here you are, boys.
Yeah. Yeah, good crowd.
Your friend, the owner of this place?
Oh, he does things right, you'll see. Well, have a good time to both of you. Now, watch your step getting out, Mrs. Manning.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah, be back at 1 o'clock, huh? Right. Claire, you're going to have one of the finest meals you ever... Down, Claire, down on the pavement. Hey, are you all right, boy? Yeah, we're both fine. Here, let me help you out, honey. Where is he? He ran off into an alley someplace. You got a good look at him?
No, it happened so fast. It was a kid, boss, some young punker. Oh, no, I don't believe it.
What is it?
That kid that took those shots at you.
Huh?
I'll swear to my life. That was your son, Mrs. Menon. Your son, Aaron.
Aaron?
Corey, how sure are you?
Positive.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, dominee of all the devils and demons domiciled at this spot on your dial. Conscience, a wise man said, is that inner voice that warns us someone may be looking. Well, a great many of us would agree that someone is always looking. However, who that someone is and just exactly what he, she, or it may be looking for has always been and will probably always be the most disputatious subject in all the world.
Oh, what do you mean? I'm a client of yours.
No question about it. You're a signed-up client.
I never saw you before in my life. I don't even know what business you're in.
Oh, I'm in the evil business.
The what business?
Evil. I produce, distribute, and sell evil.
Well, what has that got to do with me?
You made an agreement with me. You asked me to help you achieve a certain goal. Think.
Well, that was just an idle conversation.
My dear sir, you do not have idle conversation with a man in my position. I have come to collect.
Our mystery drama, Pension Plan, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Jovan Collections. It was Isaac Walton, of all people, who told us that virtue is its own reward. On the face of it, this is probably true. For what greater recompense is there than the warm glow of soulful satisfaction that is kindled by the knowledge that we have done the right thing? However, while virtue is highly nourishing to the soul, the body also requires sustenance of a less ethereal sort. It's a universal problem, isn't it? Mr. Stanley Haskins is at breakfast.
More coffee, Stanley, dear?
Yes, thank you.
It's a rather pleasant morning.
The sky is an electric blue.
Electric blue. An unusual phrase, but apt.
A change in tactics, I see.
Why, whatever do you mean, my dear?
Well, you usually grimace at my poor poetic imagery.
Oh, now that isn't true, Stanley.
And the usual subject has not yet been broached, nor shall it be, since it is almost time for the bus.
Well, it's because I'm reconciled.
Reconciled? To what?
To an old age of poverty.
Oh, Zelda, I'm afraid I don't really know
You don't understand. Stanley, you do. You do. We shall have nothing except our Social Security.
Now, Zelda.
Oh, please, Stanley, there's no longer need to pretend we have nothing.
We have a pension plan.
Yes, my dear.
Look, I would rather you did not have that patronizing tone in your voice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Joe Jessup has assured me that I have a great plan that will be on what he calls Easy Street.
That's what Mr. Jessup said.
Now, look, don't call him Mr. Jessup. He's Joe. Joe and I went to school together. We've been closer than brothers.
And when was the last time that Mr. Jessup was in our home?
Oh, come on, Zelda.
When was the last time he entertained us in his?
Darling, we live in two different worlds, Joe and I.
That's true.
He's head of the company, and I'm one of 600, but that doesn't mean we still don't feel a closeness.
I understand.
No, you don't.
Now, you're raising your voice, Stanley.
How many friends survive from their youth, huh? Very few.
I don't see what all this has to do with what we...
Joe and I realize that we're not the same as we were. We have nothing in common socially anymore. We have different tastes, habits, ideas. So we don't pretend things are the same.
What are you trying to tell me, Stanley?
But we still value our friendship. When it became obvious that Joe Jessup was going to run this company, I went to him and said, Joe, what I really want above all else is security when I retire.
I know, dear. You told me the story.
Yeah, but evidently you weren't listening. And he said to me, Stan, he said, Stan, you got it. I got a pension plan for you that's going to put you on Easy Street.
And what is the plan?
I trust Joe. If he said he had something for me, I believe it.
Of course, dear.
There's that tone in your voice again.
All right, forgive me. Forgive me. I will never reproach you again, Stanley. Really, I won't. Because I love you.
Oh, now, dearest.
I know that sounded ridiculous. Imagine a woman of over 60 saying, I love you. But I had a vision last night.
Zelda,
People have visions. Visions that change the course of their lives. Now, I realize that you'll never get what you deserve in this world. You're not a fighter. And I shouldn't make you miserable. So, I'm going to accept what's going to happen. And somehow we'll manage.
Zelda, I am 2 weeks away from retirement. Joe has a surprise for me. I tell you, it'll be the most wonderful thing. Joe is a man of his word.
Stanley, would you like another cup of coffee?
Come in.
Are you busy, Joe?
Oh, it's you, Stanley. Well, I do have...
This is a very important matter.
Cut it as short as you can. I've got to go. Take 45 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And it'll take me at least 30 minutes to get there.
No, I'll be brief.
Now, what's the problem, boy? Talking about problems. I come back too fast in my backswing.
Oh, well, Joe,
the
it's
basic
just that
thing is I got too much right hand in the swing.
You play golf, Stanley?
No. But no, what I wanted to discuss is something very important.
Okay,
I mean, it's vitally important to me.
Something out of kilter in the office, Stanley?
No. It doesn't have anything at all to do with the office.
Well, then what is it?
Well, it's something personal.
Personal?
Something that I simply have to settle, that's all.
Now, Stanley, I do have this golf date, and I don't want to...
I understand that.
But why don't we talk about it tomorrow?
Well,
Now, where's my calendar? Morning's pretty full, but maybe I can fit you in. I got a 10 o'clock that shouldn't run more than half an hour, and then I got a 10:30, but we can keep him waiting for 5 minutes. You won't need more than 5 minutes, will you, Stanley?
Well, I have to talk about it now.
Well, be in here 10:30 sharp tomorrow morning, Stanley. And be on time or you'll lose your 5 minutes.
Now, you haven't touched the roast. Stanley?
Oh, yes, dear.
You've hardly had a bite to eat.
Oh, well, I'm not hungry.
If you say so.
Now, what is that supposed to mean? If I say so. Didn't I just say so? Isn't it clear that I'm not hungry? I'm not hungry. It's 3 simple words. Nothing subtle, nothing sophisticated. I'm not hungry.
Yes, dear.
Does a man have to be hungry every night?
Now, the one thing you never lost, Stanley, all these years, through good times and bad, was your appetite. Now, do you want to tell me what's wrong?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Then I'll tell you. You finally gathered up all your courage today, and you confronted Joe Jessup and the bubble burst.
What bubble?
The dream. This conceit you've been nourishing over the years about a pension plan that Joe had established for you. You found out today it doesn't exist.
That is not true. Well, it does exist.
But then tell me. Tell me about it. How much do we get? And when? Well, Stanley, we have to be able to plan. What can we afford to do? Oh, my poor darling. Just don't torture yourself. It doesn't matter anymore.
But it does.
Now, we won't
It
stop.
matters to me that my wife thinks that I'm a pathetic, deluded fool.
No, I never said that.
Do you have to say it? I know what you're thinking. But, Zelda, he did promise me...
How long ago? 20? 25 years? What makes you think he even remembers?
Well, we talk about it all the time.
How often, Stanley?
There is a plan. There has to be. Now, let me tell you this. Joe may be a shop operator, but one thing, his word. I believe in his word. He never lied to me.
No, please, Stanley. No, please, I'm a little frightened. I have never seen you this way.
I can prove it. The man is going to keep his promise.
All right, of course.
It's not a gift. It's not some bounty. It's mine by right. Zelda, I gave my youth to that company. My creative, working life, and I won't be cast aside because the calendar says that I'm 65 years old.
Darling, now just sit quietly for a minute.
I will not wait until tomorrow. Zelda, listen, I will tell you. Oh, you know what really happened? I crawled into his office today. I was practically on my bended knee. Oh, please, Joe, deign to look at me, tolerate my unimportant presence.
Now, Stanley, I will not let you talk this way.
Well, I'm as good as he is. And if you must know, in many ways, I'm better.
Honey, look, let me run you a nice warm bath. You've got to calm yourself.
I am calm. Zelda, I am calm, darling. I'm quite calm, thank you.
Yes. Well, that's better. You had me frightened.
Yeah, well, I'm about to embark on the most important errand of my life.
Stanley, where are you going?
And so I must not act out of passion.
What are you looking for in that drawer?
So I am very calm, very much in command of myself.
No, Stanley, don't.
But, Zelda, I'm entitled to justice.
Stanley, please, put that gun away.
One way or another.
Now, just let you go.
You must not stand in my way.
Stanley, this isn't you. I know this isn't you.
I will get what's mine.
Stanley, if you walk out of this house with a gun, I will call the police.
The meaning of my whole life depends on this moment, so I warn you, Zelda. If you call the police or if you try to stop me, I will never speak to you again.
No, Stanley.
Step aside. Step aside. I said step aside.
What's this? Why, the lights on. Who turned the lights on?
I did.
Stanley. How did you get in here?
I broke one of the back windows.
Hey, what are you talking about?
You asked me a question. I gave you an answer.
What are you doing here?
Joe, I came here to talk to you.
What makes you think you can break into my apartment
What made you think that you could treat me like the dirt beneath your feet these past 25 years?
No, it's one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's eating you, Stanley, but go ahead. Get it off your chest.
Joe, what happened to us over the years? What happened, Joe? You have everything. I have nothing.
Stanley, my time is valuable. Get to the point.
I'm not jealous of you. But we both started at the same level. You became successful. I lagged behind.
Oh, this is a matter of record.
I call your attention to a promise that you made to me many years ago. I said, Joe, all I have is the job in the office. I'm not on the production line, so I'm not in the union, and so there's no pension for me. I said, Joe, I think the company owes me a pension plan.
How many years ago that was. Yes, and I do remember it. I remember as if it were yesterday. I remember you asking.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember your answer?
What do you mean, do I remember? Sure, I remember. I said to you, Stanley, I got a plan lined up for you that's going to put you on easy street.
Joe, we may have gone our separate ways, but friendship is friendship. Your word, Joe. It's the Rock of Gibraltar. There is a plan for me.
Well, sure.
When do I start to collect?
What are you talking about?
When, Joe, when?
What do you mean, when? When do you start to collect? You got to be kidding. You've been collecting on that plan for the last 20 years.
You know the old story. A man spends his life and his fortune hunting for the secret, the great secret of the universe. Finally, he is directed to an incredibly old, incredibly wise guru. What is he told? Why, simply that he already knows the secret. Very well. But what is the secret? I shall return with the second act in just a few moments. Old age, said the philosopher, is a time that must be nourished by the fruits gathered in our youth. Quite true. Which is why we all try to provide for it. Now our friend Stanley Haskins thought everything was being taken care of, that a plan existed to furnish him with comfort and plenty. Evidently it does. Is it possible that he has been unaware of it?
Just tell me, Joe, how much do I get each month the day after I retire?
From the company?
Of course from the company. What do you think I'm talking about?
Oh, you're out of your mind. The day you retire, you get 1 month's pay and goodbye forever. From the song of the same name.
Well, where's my pension?
Oh, come on, Stanley. What are you trying to pull? You already collected your pension in spades.
What have I got?
Don't ask me. How am I supposed to know how much you've socked away?
I don't think I have $1,000 in the world.
Oh, you're talking to me, Stanley boy.
Look, I put 4 kids through college. We've had sickness. Did I ever make more than $12,000 a year?
Stanley. No, I'm going to keep my temper. I'm going to be very calm. That $12,000 a year was just a license.
A license? To do what?
Steal.
Steal?
I was the one who fixed it for you. Now, you came to me, as we both remember, and you asked about a pension plan, and I said, sure, Stanley. I'm going to make you office manager.
Look, I know all that. Get to the pension plan that you promised me.
That was it.
What was it?
The job. Your job was all the buying for the company, right? Office supplies, oil for the looms, spare parts. You hire maintenance firms to clean the place. You spend maybe $500,000 a year, no?
What does that have to...
Even if you stole 5% a year.
No!
Oh, come on, Stanley. Don't play these games with me.
The contract for office supplies alone runs $25,000, $30,000 a year. You mean you haven't been making the guy kick back?
Who do you think I am, huh?
I know who you are. You're a guy like everybody else, which means you're on the take like everybody else. And that's how I gave you your chance to provide for your old age.
By stealing from the company, huh?
What were you stealing from the company? You were taking yours.
So you listen to me. I never took a cent.
And 5% is absolutely reasonable. That's about $3-4 grand a year. 20 years? You should have 60, 70,000 stashed away. That's bad? And who says 5? Hey, you could have taken 10.
But I told you, I never took a penny.
And I tell you, you're a liar.
Well, one or two of the suppliers would send me a bottle of whiskey for Christmas.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
Once the Metropolitan Opera appeared in town, I got free tickets.
Okay, Stanley, let's drop it.
And somebody arranged for me to buy a hi-fi set at wholesale.
You're loaded, Stanley, so don't come around whining.
Joe, I swear to you, I never, Joe. Look, will you look at me? I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, I guess maybe you are.
So funny.
Are you serious? What do you think I'm laughing at? I'm laughing at you. A guy sits surrounded by money all day, and he never sticks out his hand.
And that's funny, huh?
It's more than funny. It's pathetic. Stanley, you're 65 years old, and you never learned the facts of life. You're a chump, Stanley, a prize chump.
And so that was to be my pension plan. I was supposed to steal.
And steal is your word.
All these years I had hoped.
And all these years it was there for you to take. And now you gotta admit it's funny.
Yeah, it's funny.
What a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. But Joe, the joke is on you.
Huh? What do you think you're going to do with that pea shooter?
This pea shooter is a .32 caliber pistol.
You're going to kill me?
Yes.
Why?
Because of what you did to me.
What did I do?
You degraded me. You lied to me. You made a fool out of me.
You did it to yourself.
And that is why I have to kill you.
What'll you get out of that?
Well, something that you'll never understand. My self-respect.
You won't kill me. You know why? Because killing takes guts. And you don't have any.
So I am going to kill you, Joe.
You can't. That's been your problem all through life. You can't make up your mind to do something and follow through. Right now, your brain is twisting and spinning and exploding. Should I? Shouldn't I? But it's murder. Doesn't the commandment say, thou shalt not kill?
Don't you take another step.
Now look at you. Your hand is shaking. You don't know whether to kill me or kill yourself. You'd like to kill us both, but you don't have the guts. Now, I'm just going to take the pistol out of your hand. Just relax, nice and easy. There. And don't you ever pull a stunt like that again. What were you trying to prove? That you're an honest, upstanding citizen, that you're better than me? Well, you're not. You're worse. You're a hypocrite. You keep your hands in your pocket because you don't have the guts to take what you want.
Stanley, I brought you a cup of tea. Oh, Stanley, you've got to have something. Now, if you keep this up, I'll have to call Dr. Kramer. You just can't sit here day and night without speaking.
Zelda, I'm no good. Oh. I'm nothing. I'm nobody.
Oh, Stanley, darling, what did he do to you?
He stripped me of every bit of self-respect.
Oh, darling, it can't be what you say it is.
You weren't there. It was as if I was an insect, and all he had to do was slap at me, and I was crushed. I want to kill him.
Oh, Stanley, please. You mustn't even think like that.
Don't worry. Don't worry, I won't. I don't have the courage.
Oh, Stanley, darling, it isn't lack of courage. It's that you have good common sense.
I feel so helpless and so impotent. What can I do to him?
Now, you must forget him. You're finished at the plant.
Oh, finished. That's the word.
No, I meant your working life there has ended. Now, we go on. Darling, we write a new chapter. Will you be all right here by yourself? I have to leave for a bit.
Where are you going?
It's nothing. I have a part-time selling job, mornings, at a dress shop.
I see. You're taking a job.
Oh, Stanley, it's something to do. It keeps me occupied.
And we need the money now.
You'll be all right, dear, won't you?
If I were a real man, I would have provided for our old age.
Stanley, darling, you are a man. Now, why don't you sit in the park and enjoy some fresh air and sunlight?
Oh, I see. This is how it's going to be from now on. And I'll be the useless, helpless old man. I'll sit in the park and I'll watch the children play.
Stanley, please. Now, something's come over you. You're not the same.
Well, there's no place for me.
Darling, it's an expected reaction. Now, you'll get over it. You're just too bright to start feeling sorry for yourself.
Yeah. Congratulations, Joe. You made it. It's what you always wanted.
Couldn't have done it without you, Stanley. You were a big help.
Now that you're the big boss, you can do something for me.
Ask, old pal. Just name it.
Joe, I need a pension plan.
A pension? Oh, kid, that's 25 years away.
Well, that's how I am, Joe. How will I be able to retire?
I got it. You're office manager.
Well, what'll that do?
You do the buying. All the buying. It comes to $500,000 a year, right?
But I don't understand.
Make all the suppliers kick back to you.
What?
You can sock away a couple of grand, 3, 4, even 5 a year, tax-free.
But, Joe, that's dishonest.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Everybody does it.
Everybody doesn't do it.
Your suppliers expect it. They're willing to pay it.
There are honest people in this world, Joe. Ethical people. Not everybody is willing to sell his soul.
Oh, what's this about selling your soul? All I'm talking about is a few bucks here and there.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about decay and corruption. A cancer that eats at the soul. You're like the devil himself. That's what you are. The devil. Well, you won't have me.
Stanley.
You're the devil.
Stanley.
You can't have me. You can't have me.
Stanley. It's all right, Stanley. It's all right. Everything's all right.
What?
Honey, you were having a nightmare.
I was?
Every night this month you keep screaming about your soul and the devil.
Oh, do I?
Honey, what do you dream about?
Well, I don't know.
Such a terrible dream. What can
I tell you that I don't know. I wake up and it's gone.
Well, it's time to get up anyway. I have to open the store.
Yeah, I'll make you breakfast.
What are you going to do today?
What do I do every day? I'll sit in the park.
One hand washes the other.
I won't do it.
That's the basic rule for success.
The devil. The devil. You talk like the devil. The devil. Oh, I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming again. I'm dreaming.
You have interesting dreams, Mr. Haskell.
What? Oh.
I couldn't help but overhear. I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
Well, I...
You sound like a very troubled person, Mr. Haskins.
Yes, well, I suppose I am. Wait a minute. How did you know my name?
Oh, I should know it. Indeed, I should. After all, you're one of my clients.
Clients? I don't think I ever met you before.
That's true.
Then how could I be your client?
You are, Mr. Haskins. You are.
Client? Who are you?
My name is, Smith.
But What business are you in?
I'm in the evil business.
The what business?
You asked me, I told you. The evil business. I manufacture, distribute, and sell evil.
Now, look, you're crazy, or else I'm crazy.
Our only competition is good. A little pun there. But believe me, since time began, evil has always been where the real money is.
I dare say you're right.
Don't humor me. You're not talking to a fool.
No, I didn't say that I was.
Well, to business then. I'm here to collect.
To collect what?
What do you think? Your soul.
Now, what the devil are you talking about?
Speak of the devil. You have unmasked me.
You are the devil?
Guilty as charged.
But that's only...
And I'm here to collect your soul.
Now, listen to me. Even if it's true, even if this crazy thing is true, what claim do you have on my soul?
Now, my dear Mr. Haskins, we have an agreement.
What agreement?
A verbal agreement. Yes, my dear Mr. Haskins, a verbal agreement is binding. It was 25 years ago.
Oh, I don't remember anything.
That's because you don't want to remember, but that's all right. Everybody, all my clients tend to forget their obligations. It's only human nature, after all.
Yeah. And I pledged my soul, huh?
Yes, you did.
And what does this mean that you have come to collect it, huh?
Well, what do you think it means?
Well, I guess it means that I die.
Dying is the human word for it.
Is there a better word for it?
Dying is an accurate description of what happened.
You mean that I'm going to die here and now on this park bench?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember making any agreement.
But you did.
Why would I ever make a deal with the devil?
Why does anyone make a deal with the devil?
But I'm not that kind of a person.
I'm sorry, Stanley.
You said that we had a verbal agreement. All right? Now, what was that agreement?
Stanley, if I can refresh your memory, will you acknowledge your debt?
If you can prove to me that we ever made such an agreement...
Of course I can prove it. I can prove it to your entire satisfaction. I can prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt.
He's sure of himself, isn't he? But that, of course, is the devil's style. Is the man what he claims to be? And if he is, what kind of deal could our absolutely honest and upright Stanley have made with him? We'll have to answer that in Act 3, which I shall deliver in just a few moments. It has been said that even the devil is entitled to a courteous hearing and a fair trial. And we're about to witness one right now. The devil, if he is the devil, has a claim on our friend Stanley Haskins. On honest, ethical Stanley Haskins, you exclaimed? How can this be? Well, we agreed to listen to the devil's side of it, didn't we?
When did we ever make an agreement?
When? Oh, my dear Mr. Haskins.
Yes, when? I defy you to produce the proof. When would I ever ask the devil for help?
Well, now, how good is your memory? This goes back 25 years? Yes. You remember? You were having a little argument with your wife.
But, Zelda, Joe wants us to have dinner with him tonight.
I won't go. I just can't stand that man.
Joe? He's the oldest friend I have.
I cannot tolerate the way he patronizes you.
Now, Zelda.
Now, he pretends to be your great and good friend, but underneath he has nothing but contempt for you.
That isn't true.
Now, you go to dinner if you like.
Zelda, Joe made reservations at Julietta's, and after all, it is his birthday.
Well, you just tell him that I'm not feeling well.
Cigar, Stanley? Thank you, Joe. Hey, this must cost at least $1. $1.50. Cigars, dinner, special wine. I hate to think of how much you spent.
It's only money.
Yeah, but I know how much you're making at Josiah Wilson & Son Fabrics.
You know, Stanley,
every man has his weakness. With some fellows, it's wine, others golf, boats, cards, and so forth. Mine is money. I love to spend money. You think I'm crazy?
Well,
The trouble is, you have to make a lot to spend a lot. And I know how I can make it by the bucketful. If I could become president of Josiah Wilson and Company.
President?
Why not? I'm the best salesman they got. And selling's the name of the game, no? It's a sleepy little textile house. But I could turn it into a gold mine.
But, Joe, how could you ever become president? The old man looks as if he can live forever. And when he goes, he's got 5 sons, 3 daughters with husbands, all kinds of nephews, and every one of them is in the business.
And that's what's suffocating the company. Oh, what I could do with it. I'd give anything to be made president. You know something? I'd even sell my soul.
Well, that's going to extremes, isn't it?
Maybe. But isn't there anything you'd sell your soul for?
Well, well, maybe I would, I guess. I suppose I would sell my soul for security.
Security?
Yeah, if I knew that I could always have a job with a fairly decent salary.
Well, you got that now. Nobody ever gets fired at Josiah Wilson.
Yeah, but I don't have any real security. You see, I don't have a pension.
Well, that doesn't sound like much to ask for.
Oh, it is to me. Especially the pension, because, well, Joe, you see, it would leave my mind free for other things.
Like what?
Well, like poetry. I mean, I could write poetry. I could listen to music. Because, well, I wouldn't have to worry about my old age.
You'd sell your soul for that?
Yeah. Now that I think about it, I would.
And you did. Then and there. Both of you offered your souls on the spot. The offer was accepted.
But I didn't realize.
What did you expect? A burst of thunder, a cloud of smoke, a mist of sulfur?
Yeah, but
You made the offer, my friend. Can you deny it? You said you would sell your soul for security, for a pension plan.
But I didn't think anybody would take me seriously.
Life is a serious business, my friend, which is why it must always end in death.
But, Mr. Smith...
Oh, it's legal. It's legal, Mr. Haskins. You were given a pension plan.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
And so, I must ask you to come along now.
But you didn't live up to your part of the bargain.
I did. I made Joe Jessup president of Josiah Wilson and Company. I urged him to make you office manager so that you could arrange for a pension plan for yourself, didn't I? Oh, no, you see. There's no way out.
No, wait.
For what? The thing is clear enough, isn't it?
Not according to the agreement. I offered my soul for a pension plan.
And you got it?
No. I got nothing. I got nothing but the opportunity to create a plan.
Same thing.
Is it? Is it the same thing legally?
We are merely quibbling over words.
Well, what is the entire profession of the law if not a quibble over words?
The fact is, you offered me your soul for a pension plan, and you did get one. How it was arranged is not germane to the fact.
But I didn't get one.
You were made office manager. Can you deny it?
No, but...
Where you had the opportunity to steal enough money to ensure your...
I don't have the money. I never took it.
Stanley, do not insult my intelligence. Who would refuse the windfall that was placed at your disposal?
I did.
Impossible. It goes against human nature.
Maybe human nature as you see it, Mr. Smith. I never touched a cent I didn't honestly earn.
You're lying. You have that money stashed away out of sight.
But I swear to you, I don't have a nickel.
You can't hide it. If it's buried in your cellar, locked in a vault, I have my methods. I can find it.
Well, you go ahead, Mr. Smith.
I can turn the world upside down and inside out, but I can find it.
You cannot find what doesn't exist.
And when I do, I'll be back here to finalize our agreement.
The lights. The lights are on. Who turned on the lights?
I did.
Oh, no. St. Stanley again. You are no longer employed by Josiah Wilson and Company, and therefore I cannot see what right you...
Joe, I'm here for one reason. To have the last laugh.
What
the last laugh. The one who laughs best gets that, doesn't he?
Okay, what's the joke?
Joe, yesterday was my birthday. He came for me. Tomorrow is your birthday. He is coming for you.
Who is?
Who do you think? The devil.
So you finally cracked. It was too much for body and soul.
He is coming for your soul.
Oh, is he? Well, tell me more.
Now, you think it's a joke, huh? Well, you won't when I tell you that we made an agreement with him.
Oh, sure.
Just think back. 25 years. We were celebrating your birthday in Julietta's. And what did you say? You said, I would give anything to be made president of Josiah Wilson and Company. I would even sell my soul.
I never said any such thing.
But you did.
Not me.
Think, Joe. Think. Remember that night. That night.
I'd give anything to be made president of Josiah Wilson and Company. I'd even sell my soul.
You remember. Well, Joe, he took you up on it. Who do you think? The devil.
Oh, you're crazy.
Why am I crazy?
Because there's no such thing as the devil.
Isn't there? Joe, how did you get to be president of Josiah Wilson and Company, huh?
By brains and muscle and work and hustle.
And look at what had to happen for you to become president, huh? How many people had to pass from the picture?
Oh, you're crazy.
I know why you say it. You must have me crazy to protect your sanity and your life. Because if I am crazy, there is no devil, and there was no bargain. And he will not call for you on your 65th birthday tomorrow morning. But, Joe, am I crazy?
How could a bargain with the devil?
You were willing to do it. In your heart, you were willing to do it.
You said we both made a bargain.
Oh, we did. I pledged my soul, too.
Then we're both in the same boat. I at least got to run for my money. You poor sap. What have you got to show for it?
My agreement has been canceled. Huh? I am not going.
What do you mean?
I received nothing of value for my soul. You see, he had you make me office manager so I could collect myself a pension plan. But I didn't do it.
Because you were a chump.
It only goes to prove, Joe, that the chumps, the saps, the people who play it straight, win out in the end. Virtue does have a reward. You contemplate that while you broil in hell.
You sold your soul, too. You'll roast with me.
Only if there was value received. You know, I must say that Mr. Smith, that's the name he uses, is holding my case in abeyance.
You are?
Oh, don't say that I'm crazy. Yes, he cannot believe that I refuse to steal. And so he is turning the world upside down, trying to find where I hid the money. But he won't find it. How can he? I never took any.
Who do you think you're kidding? You took. You're like everybody else. You're on the take.
Oh, you're becoming hysterical, Joe.
You had a chance to steal $4 or $5 grand a year, and you stole.
You just won't believe me. Mr. Smith, the devil himself, has to believe me because he won't be able to find one single cent.
Well, I ain't going to burn alone. I know you took the money. And I know where you hid it.
The devil will believe me when he won't find the money.
Oh, he'll find it. I'll show him where it's hidden.
Joe, are you losing your mind?
I know where you hid it. And I'll show him exactly where. I'll show him. You have a pension plan.
Poor Joe. Poor Joe. Poor Joe.
Oh, I can't feel sorry for him, Stanley.
We must always speak well of the dead.
Very sudden.
Yeah. On his birthday. They think it was a heart attack. Was there any mail?
Oh, yes, it was a letter for you.
Oh? From whom?
Bank, I think.
What's it say?
I don't know. I didn't open it. Probably. And it changed my mind about Joe Jessup.
Zelda.
What?
Zelda, look. This letter from the bank. It says, oh, my, I can't believe it.
Stanley. Dear Mr. Haskins, this is to inform you that a pension plan has been established in your name at our bank. The principal sum is $150,000. Stanley, what does that mean?
It means what it says.
Well, I can't believe it. It's a trick.
Why do you say that?
Well, because... No, don't laugh at me. I believe that Joe Jessup is a person who belongs to the devil.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Now, and this money is meant as a trap, a snare.
Well, we'll never know.
Was it meant to do you harm?
Zelda, whatever the intention, it can only do us good now.
Yes. It saved us.
Yeah. You can say that again, my darling.
And so, what have we proved? Actually, proof is the wrong word. Nothing is ever proved in this uncertain world. All we can do is suggest possibilities. And the basic possibility here is that you can make anyone believe anything. Anything at all. Even that he has sold his soul to the devil. If you hit him at the right time, in the right place. I shall be back shortly. We are now about an hour older than we were when this program began. But are we an hour wiser? Well, what is wisdom? A modest aspect of wisdom, and one that can be achieved by all of us, is to eschew the extravagant statement like, I'd sell my soul if I could. The danger is we may have made a deal. Our cast included Norman Rose, Ann Petoniak, Leon Janney, and William Whitfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The meek shall inherit the earth, but surely not today. Indeed, it wouldn't be surprising if it didn't happen next week, or next month, or even next year. In order to be a successful member of the meek, one requires patience. Indeed, the thing the meek do better than anyone else is to endure injustice with patience. And yet there is a human limit to endurance, while obviously there is no limit to injustice. Something has to give.
Can you describe the man who killed my son?
Oh, no. No.
But you saw the man.
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
That isn't true.
Who are you to come busting in and giving me the third degree? Get out!
What did he look like?
Mister, I got a husband and kids. Let me alone.
What did he look like?
Get out!
Yes, I shall get out. But I shall return tomorrow. And the day after, and the day after, and I'll ask you again and again, and you will not know a moment's peace until you tell me.
Our mystery drama, Blood Red Roses, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. it seems, a narrow and slippery pathway between poetry and practicality. Poetry tells us to love thy neighbor. Practicality warns us, don't stick your neck out. Don't get involved. These are the voices of practicality. And in so many cases, they seem to prevail. Well, we're about to witness an exercise in both poetry and practicality. And you may judge which course has been the most productive.
I have to stop. I gotta rest. I can't run anymore. Go, open the door. Quick. Open it up. Open.
What do you want?
Please, lady, let me in.
You're in? Who are you? What do you want?
Let me in, please. Just let me hide for a minute.
Hide?
They're after me. They'll kill me.
Go away.
For God's sake.
Go away, I'll scream.
They'll kill me.
Go away, please, go away.
Somebody's got to hide me. Please. Please.
Yes?
Please help me.
Are you in trouble?
Yeah, the guys are coming after me. Help me.
Well, come in.
Maybe I shouldn't come in.
Well, why not?
Because if they find me here, they can kill you, too.
Well, maybe we better call the police.
Oh, no.
But that's what the police are for, to help.
No.
Well, why are those guys after you?
Because I knew too much. I talked too much. And I got no place to hide.
Well, sit down. You will not be killed here.
Oh, maybe not. You got a gun?
This is a sanctuary.
A what?
A sanctuary. The sanctuary of a church.
What church?
My church.
A church? Well, where's the altar? Where's the cross?
This is the church of the heart. It is my ministry to help those in need. Pray with me.
Are you crazy?
Pray to whatever God watched over your childhood, in whatever language you ever spoke to him, but pray from the heart, the spirit.
In here. The James said he ran in here.
Oh, it's Joe. It's Joe. They found me.
Come on, open up in there. Open up. We'll bust it down.
I told you to let me get out of here. Now it's too late.
Let us pray.
Open up.
The door's unlocked.
Here, there he is.
Why do you enter this house?
Knock him off, Albie. Joe, I'm gone. I know that. But this guy, this priest.
What are you trying to pull? What priest?
Don't kill him, Joe. He didn't do anything.
You must not commit violence in this house. I cannot permit you to...
Let go my arm, you not. Let go.
Albie, listen. I forgive you.
He's still alive, Albie.
I forgive... You...
Nick, please.
Let me alone, Anna.
Look, you can't sit here in the room day and night. At least eat something.
Eat something. That will make everything all right. Eat something, and it will bring Stephen back to life.
Just eat something to keep up your strength.
Yes. I need my strength. I need strength to mourn him.
That very nice police lieutenant called on the telephone. He said, as soon as they find the man who killed...
Yes?
They'll be able to find the man.
Is that true?
Yes, Nick. You see, they have their ways.
Why don't they ask me who killed him?
Ask you?
I know who killed Steve.
Nick.
I killed him. I killed my own son.
Oh, Nick, you don't know what you're saying.
I killed him because I failed him as a father.
It's God's will that we go on living.
I taught him the wrong things.
Would he want you to go mad with grief?
It was my duty as a father to arm him.
I won't listen to
you. To strengthen him for the battle of life.
What are you saying?
What did I teach him?
Oh, you taught him to be honest, to be decent.
I betrayed him.
No.
I disarmed him. I sent him naked and defenseless into the jungle. I filled his head with nonsense.
Please, Nick, we must go on somehow.
I said to him, my son, we live because of God's love.
It's true.
It's a lie.
Oh, this isn't you talking. This isn't the Nick I've been married to for 40 years.
Oh, yes. That much is true. I am no longer the same Nick. The same stupid Nick. The childish Nick. The Nick who believed in miracles.
Oh, please, don't say any more now. You really don't mean these things. Oh, Mr. Ardmore called. He wants to know if you'll look after his gardens this year as usual.
No.
Nick, if you don't work, you must do something to keep your mind busy.
My mind is busy enough, Anna. I have other things to think about.
What things, Nick? What things?
What things? It only proves that women cannot understand what must be done. I must kill the man who murdered my son. Even as I say these words, I feel a chill. I never spoke this way. I never thought this way. But until now, I never had reason to.
Lieutenant Daly. Who? Well, can't you tell him I'm out? Look, I feel sorry for him, too, but what can I do about it? All right, send him in. What does this old guy want from me, anyhow? Mr. Burko, come in, sit down.
Oh, thank you.
I know what you're here to ask me.
Yes.
And let me tell you, we're working on it.
Are there any results?
Well, it was a gangland killing. We know that much.
Yes?
The guy they were after was a stool pigeon.
Excuse me?
No, an informer.
Oh, yes.
Well, the problem is, any one of a number of well-known racketeers could have ordered the hit. We don't know which gang, which outfit is responsible.
Yeah, but the gunmen, they prowled through the neighborhood. They were seen. Surely they can be described.
By whom?
By witnesses.
We can't find any.
But it is a crowded street. Someone saw them.
People are frightened.
It is known that the fugitive ran from door to door, and each door was closed to him.
Yeah, it's the old story. Nobody wanted to get involved. Well, you can't blame people too much, you know. They're scared.
Have you spoken to the people?
Yes, Mr. Burko, but we can't force people to testify.
Maybe if I spoke to them...
What makes you think they would listen to you?
I would ask them in a certain way.
Yeah?
May I speak with you? My name is Nicholas Birko. I am Stephen Birko's father.
Oh, yeah. You want to come in?
Oh, thank you.
Well, won't you sit down? Can I get you something? A cup of tea, maybe?
No, thank you.
Oh, that son of yours, he was a saint. He's always there when you needed him. You ought to be so proud. Everybody in the neighborhood was crazy about him. The animals that killed him, the chair's too good for him.
Can you describe the men who killed him?
No, I really didn't get a good look at him.
Describe them, please.
Oh, Mr. Burko, look, I'm really very busy.
I don't believe you. What did they look like?
I think you'd better leave.
You're frightened, aren't you?
Look, who asked your son to be a hero? He asked for it, and he got it. Now, please, you better go.
I will keep asking you.
Please, I got a husband, kids. I got to protect my own.
I won't stop asking you.
Will you get out?
Yes. And I will wait for you to tell me. I will wait outside. I will stand in the street in front of your door, day and night. And I promise you, you will not know a moment's peace until you tell me.
Nick?
Oh, Anna, I woke you. I'm sorry.
Oh, where are you going? It's only 6 o'clock in the morning.
Out.
Oh, Nick. You can't keep doing this.
I can. I will. I must.
You just stand on the corner outside that woman's flat.
I'll go back to sleep.
People think you're insane.
People may think as they like.
Oh, Nick, you have to go back to work.
This is my work.
Your customers. They'll have to hire other landscape artists. All the flowers you planted for so many good people.
That can't be helped.
But what good does it do?
Your only son was murdered, and you have no wish to avenge his death?
Vengeance is mine, says the Lord.
Ah, yes. But since the Lord shows no sign of taking it, I'll have to attend to it myself.
Nick, it's raining outside.
It's also raining on my son's grave.
If you could only find peace.
I will. On the day I avenge his death. They didn't know what to do about me in that neighborhood. They didn't know what to say to me. So, they did nothing. And they said nothing. And they pretended I wasn't there. But I was. Every day, rain and sunshine. And she would go in and out of her house, and she'd go right past me without a word. And I made no move to stop her, to talk to her. I just looked at her. And then I realized she was going to talk to me. Because she was no longer walking past me. She was beginning to run. And every day she would run faster. And I knew there had to be a limit to how fast she could run. And on that day, she would stop running. And she would walk up to me. And she would say...
You win. You win. I'll tell you everything. I just can't run from you anymore.
Persistence has paid off. She's going to describe those killers. Joe, Albie, weren't those the names we heard? But what can Nick Burko do with the information? He talks about revenge, but these are professional hoodlums. Well, he has a second act in which to figure out a course of action. He's a quiet man, a humble man, a meek man. It is doubtful that he ever entertained a violent thought or performed a violent action in his life. And yet, he proposes to hunt down the professional killers of his only son. Don't sell him short. He was able to get what the police couldn't. A description of the gunmen.
Joe? Yeah, it has to be Joe Murray. He's got blonde hair. He's over 6 feet. Yeah, it's got to be him. And Albie? Albie's his sidekick, Albie Perry.
And so, now, Lieutenant, you know who they are.
Yeah. Well, will this woman testify in court?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, but it does. If she won't testify, we have no witness. And therefore no case. And these guys go free.
I am not concerned with that, Lieutenant Daly.
I thought you wanted to get the guys who killed your son.
These men are merely servants. Isn't that true? Servants of a boss.
Oh, yes. That's certainly true.
It's this boss who hires them and commands them. He is the real murderer. Isn't that true?
Well, yeah.
And you said if you knew the employee, the hireling, you could identify the employer, the boss.
I can, but it won't do us any good. Once again, we have no evidence.
Who is the boss who orders these two men to kill?
They work for Jerry Bissett.
Jerry Bissett?
Yeah.
Where can I find him?
What do you mean? Where can you find him? What do you think you can do?
I will make him pay for the murder of my son.
No, but you can't take the law into your own hands.
Lieutenant, I find myself in this position only because the law has failed.
Look, I know how you feel, Mr. Burko.
Huh? Has an only son of yours been murdered?
Well, no.
Well, then you don't know how I feel.
Do you know what you're up against? This guy, Jerry Bizet, he's got connections all the way into Washington, D.C., and so far, he can't be touched. Now, what are you planning? Say, let's say you want to shoot him, huh? How do you think you could get at him? The guy is guarded tighter than Fort Knox, Kentucky.
I thanked him. I went home. And then I almost broke into tears. I realized how helpless I was.
Oh, Nick, you must rid your mind of all these thoughts.
I must destroy that man the way he has destroyed me.
Nick, you cannot be destroyed. You have too much good in you.
How? Tell me, Anna, how? I've never held a gun in my hand. I can't stand even the thought of a knife.
Nick, you can't kill this man. He's already dead.
And even if I had the weapon, how could I get close enough to him?
His soul has died. He's not worth your trouble.
Help me think of a way.
Would Steve want you to kill him?
Steve? No. But only because I filled his head with nonsense.
Don't use that word. What you taught him was not nonsense.
Love, my son. Look about you and see God's love. I filled his head with this nonsense, and he believed it. He believed it.
And you don't believe it?
No more. Now, let me be free to think.
About what?
About what I must do. And suddenly, I felt as if a weight had been lifted from my mind. Now, for some reason, everything was so clear. Jerry Bizet. The untouchable Jerry Bizet. I would find a way somehow. And so, instead of wringing my hands and feeling sorry for myself, I decided to act. First, I must learn everything there was to know about Jerry Bizet. In the beginning, Lieutenant Daly refused to talk to me, but I haunted his office just as I did that lady's street corner. And I heard some gossip, and I took advantage of it.
What are these?
Those are roses, Lieutenant.
I know they're roses. I never saw such beautiful ones.
I understand your wife loves to grow roses.
Yeah, what kind are they?
It's a rose I have developed myself. I will tell her how to plant them, how to...
hold on a minute. Why are you
This is a bribe.
Oh, no, I can't take...
And what am I asking for? Just information on Jerry Bizet.
But you'll only do something stupid and get yourself killed.
Well, that's my right as a citizen, isn't it?
You know what's funny? Roses.
Why?
Roses just happen to be Jerry Bizet's hobby.
What? This animal appreciates the beauty of a rose?
Many of these animals have become domesticated in certain minor matters. They breed flowers, horses, dogs. They buy art.
Roses.
Yeah. He exhibits at all the shows.
At the shows.
What's funny, Nick?
Roses. As simple as that. Roses. My blood-red roses. And that night, I wrote a letter. I went to the library to write this letter because from now on, Anna must not be aware of what I meant to do. I must keep her out of it. Dear Mr. Bizet, I have developed what I thought was a new flower, which I call the blood-red rose. A friend has told me that you have displayed such a rose at a show in the South. Will you please accept these flowers from one lover of roses to another and tell me if they are the same as yours?
Nick?
Who was at the door?
Oh, the mailman. He gave me this letter. The envelope.
Huh?
Have you ever seen such an envelope? It's like parchment.
I see.
And it just has the initials J.B. Nick, where are you going?
In the bedroom.
Dear Mr. Burko, it was kind of you to send me the flowers. Even kinder to think that I could grow anything as magnificent as your blood-red rose. Roses, as you may have heard, are my consuming passion. When I find a fellow aficionado, I gotta meet him, talk with him, make him my friend. Please let me know what day would be convenient for you to visit. I should be very happy to send a car for you.
A minute, please. Yes?
Is this the house of Nicholas Burko?
Who are you?
He's expecting us, ma'am.
Who's at the door, Anna?
Mr. Burko, I'm Mr. Bazette's chauffeur.
Nick, what does this mean?
Anna, everything is all right. I'm ready to go with you now, Mr.
Just call me Joe.
Joe. I could hear suddenly the voice of Lieutenant Daly.
Joe. Yeah, it has to be Joe Murray. He's got blonde hair. And Albie's his sidekick.
Tall, blonde-haired Joe and I walked downstairs and into the street and over to the curb where a large limousine was waiting. And behind the wheel was another man.
Okay, Albie, let's move.
Joe and Albie, the two men who had murdered my son. And here I was, riding in a car with them.
Nicholas Burko, huh? Well, let me shake your hand. I thought I knew everyone who knew anything about roses in this world, but you are a discovery. Like finding a Rembrandt in the attic. I can't call you Mr. Burko. We gotta be Nick and Jerry, huh? The way we feel about roses, why, we got more in common than most brothers.
My heart, it almost failed me. This man, dressed like a dandy who used cologne. This man who it seemed I could almost crush with my two hands. This man was the terrible Jerry Bizette. No, must be a mistake.
What do you do, Nick?
I work as a gardener.
I gotta correct you. You don't work. You create. And you're not a gardener, you're an artist. Who you with?
I work for myself.
Well, work for yourself. But work for me. Turn yourself loose on this estate, Nick, and name your price.
Yes, but
Be what used to be called artist in residence, huh? Well, that's what you were meant to be. And let me function as I was intended, as a patron of the arts. You and me, Nick, it was meant to be.
Was I going mad? I had come here to kill this man. And now we were talking about my working for him. This depraved killer who had the responsibility for Stevie's death. What stopped me from ending his life right here, right now?
Hey, Pop, might have known you'd be out here.
Oh, Junior, I'd like you to meet Nick Burko.
Hiya.
That's my son, Jerome Francis Bizette, Jr.
Oh, how do you do?
Nick developed that rose I showed you, the blood red rose.
Yeah, it's a great thrill, Pop. I need some dough.
You got your allowance yesterday.
Well, you know me, Pop. I can't stay away from that wheel.
Junior, you've got to learn...
Come on. What's the lecture? You own the joint. Every dollar I lose comes back to you. You just keep the money moving, right?
Mr. Roberts tells me you ain't been to the office in a week.
Make that a month. The old guy's covering up for me.
Junior, you've got to do something productive.
Why? My old man's got millions. What do I have to work for?
Suppose we discuss this some other time, huh?
Yeah. Look at Mr. Burko. He's embarrassed. It's okay, Mr. Burko. I can tell.
You're a gentleman of the old school. You're lord and master in your house, and when you talk, the wife and kiddies jump, right?
Junior, that is enough.
Mr. Burko is a true son of the soil, honest, rugged, like a rock. Well, you know what we do around here, Mr. Burko?
Junior.
We kill people. That's right. See, we're very polite. We're very sophisticated. We go to the opera, we visit the museums, we're good neighbors, we give to charities. But if you don't do what we tell you, if you don't buy what we sell you, we kill you.
You shut up, punk!
Ah, that's the dad I know and love. Well, good day to you, Mr. Burko. Mr. Luther Burbank Burko?
Ah, kids. You got any kids, Nick?
No.
Kid. He's 26. 26. Now, why does he do these things to me? Why can't he become a serious person? The world is open up to him. Whatever he wants to be, I can buy for him. Doctor, lawyer, name it. What am I working for? What am I living for? What have I got? Just this kid.
And now I knew I would not kill him by ending his life. That would be too short, too merciful. I would kill him the way he killed me, by taking away what had made my life worthwhile. I would strike at him through his son, his only child. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a son for a son.
And that is the price, the blood price. The only problem is, can Nick Burko convince himself to exact it? Can a man suddenly overcome the habits of a lifetime? The snake can shed its skin, but can the leopard change its spots? There will be both shedding and changing when I return shortly with Act 3. Revenge is a fire that needs to be fed, and the longer it burns, the more fuel it consumes, until finally it burns everything and everyone as it rages out of control. Such a conflagration has already been started.
Hello, Anna.
Oh, Nick, you're home.
Why shouldn't I be home? I live here. Where should I go?
Oh, Nick, I was so frightened. You were taken to the house of that gangster chief.
Gangster chief? Why, Mr. Bizet is what they call an eccentric millionaire.
I don't understand.
The man is devoted to roses, as I am. I sent him some blood reds. He asked me to work for him.
You would work for him?
Anna, life goes on.
He killed our son.
Who says that?
I don't understand, Nick.
Our son was murdered by hoodlums, engaged in a private quarrel. Who the killers were, we may never know. We have rumor, we have gossip.
Nick, what are you going to do to him?
I will not do anything to him.
It isn't true.
Why should I do anything to him?
He is responsible for Steve's death. We know that.
And if he is, are we not commanded to forgive?
I'm afraid.
Of what?
Of you. Nick, listen to me. You're different. Different from other men.
Ah, what are you saying? What other men have you known?
Believe me, there is in you a force, a power. Oh, Nick.
Anna, you really don't know what you're talking about.
Listen to me. I married you because I could feel this power.
Power? What power?
You have the power of the earth. The forces of the earth are in you. You're a man of the earth. Look at what you can bring forth from the ground.
Anna, I'm hungry. Is supper prepared?
He's a bandit chief.
Bandit chief? We are back in the old country.
He is surrounded by fierce, heavily armed men.
I wish you would listen to me, my dear Anna.
And yet you have the power to destroy him. Because no one and nothing can stop you.
Must I eat my supper in some cafeteria?
What What are you going to do to this man? How are you going to kill him?
Women. And mine is the best of them. And even she has no understanding. I will take this man's son from him. I will rob him of the only precious thing in his life. But it seemed I must wait. He wasn't there the next day. Or the next weeks. Months went by.
It's a miracle. This garden, it's a miracle. You know something? Nothing ever grew here before.
But I saw this garden before I went to work.
It was a hustle. It was all brought in, every inch of dirt. This place could only grow weeds.
Oh, I cannot believe that.
You know what I told the old man. I said you got too much blood in the ground.
Why are you unhappy?
Huh? Unhappy? Why should I be unhappy?
I'm the one who asked the question.
Who are you to question me? What do you know? What do you know about anything?
What do you know? What do you know about anything? I had heard those words before. They were spoken to me by my own son. My own son. And with great fire and passion.
What do you know? What do you know about anything? You're in America now, for crying out loud. You're not some ignorant European peasant.
What are you trying to say to me, Stephen?
Oh, wise up. You walk around all day with dirt on your shoes and manure on your hands. What do you know about anything? You have to be smart in this country, because what counts here is the almighty buck. That's what people understand. That's what people respect. And that's what I'm out to get.
Stephen, listen to me.
I know what you're going to say, and I won't buy it.
Steve, look at this. Look at this rose.
So what? It's just a rose.
No. It's a special rose. It's my very own rose. It never existed before. This blood-red rose. All the money in the world could never buy this rose. Steve, all the money in the world could never buy this rose.
Hey, who you talking to, Nick? You all right?
Forgive me. Sometimes...
Besides, what do you mean? All the money in the world can't buy that rose. It's for sale, isn't it?
Well, what I mean is that all of the money in the world could not buy that rose before it existed. With all your wealth, my son, with all your power, let me see you cause a rose to rise from this ground. Not even a weed will obey you if it isn't God's will. The moment it had come and gone. How could I kill him when I was talking about God? And then a thought flashed into my mind. I wasn't going to kill him. I was going to save him. I knew I was going to save him. And I realized that I wanted to save him more than I wanted anything else in the world.
Tell me something, Nick. What are you doing to my boy?
Well, what am I doing?
Well, he stays home. He doesn't run around. He's very quiet. I see him in the gardens all the time.
Well, I don't think I'm doing anything.
No, he's finally showing signs of turning into a very serious person. And I have to have him that way to run my business. Anyhow, whatever it is you're doing, Nick, keep it up.
How did you get that rose to be such a red color? Such a blood red?
That's not the way to say it. This rose does not obey me. It does not do what I command or desire. I only help it to become what it must be, what God has intended it to be. God certainly did not intend for any of us to lie, rob, murder. He only wanted us to love each other.
Oh, love.
This world needs so much love. What is it that you wanted to be? What was it that you wanted to do?
I wanted to help people.
Oh, that's a fine answer. And you have money?
No. My father has money. But I won't touch it. It's blood money.
How can you help without money?
I'll give myself. There was a young guy. I read about him in the papers. It was a long time ago. I don't even remember his name. He went down into the slums. He wasn't a priest. He wasn't a doctor. He wasn't a lawyer. But he was there. And he did what he could.
He was a most unusual young man. Not everyone could do what he did.
I know. And maybe I can't either. But I'm going to try.
You're crazy. Where are you going?
I'm leaving, Father.
Well, what are you leaving?
You, this, everything.
You mean you're going to live in some filthy rat hole, huh?
Can't live here.
Why?
Because I finally found out who I am. What I am and what I want to do.
You're my son. You can't give this up. You can't.
Goodbye, Father.
But what was it for? Who was it for? Why did I do it? For you.
I don't want it.
Stay with me, Junior. Why, we can own the world.
Come with me, Father. We can have the world.
Oh, you'll come back. You'll come crawling back on your hands and knees. You'll get bit by the first rat, hit by the first rock.
Yeah. Goodbye, Nick.
Goodbye.
Could I have some of those roses?
Oh, of course.
Thanks. Blood red roses. Goodbye.
Nick, what's gotten into that boy? Is the whole world gone crazy?
Why don't you go and live with him?
You know what you're talking about?
He has chosen a new way of life. Unless that way becomes your way, you'll never see him again.
How can I stop being Jerry Bizet? How? Answer me.
You can't. And that's why he's been taken away from you. You've lost him forever.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a son for a son. Payment in kind. And that's the most satisfying revenge there is. And so Jerry Bizet loses a son, just the way Nick Burko lost a son. And you may say, well, Jerry's loss certainly doesn't compare with Nick's. But it does. It does. For a son is the reason a father dreams. And now, Jerry's dreams are as dead as Nick's. I'll be back shortly. Roses, the traditional flowers of romance. The red rose of courage and valor. The white rose of purity and hope. What's in a name? Everything. The bard to the contrary notwithstanding. Would a rose by any other name smell as sweet? Probably. But who would believe it? Our cast included Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, Arnold Moss, William Redfield, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated,
Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is written, "The Lord made man in his image." It is also claimed by some that the reverse is true. As a matter of fact, it was our own Mark Twain who insisted that the Lord created Italy from the designs of Michelangelo. But in truth, each of us is a creator. Each of us makes his own little world. All of us hold the lives of others in our hands, for better, for worse, for life, for death.
Listen, she talks.
What do you mean she talks?
She talks. She speaks. She has a voice.
How? She's a doll.
She's human.
She's a wax doll. You made her yourself.
She talks.
Then let her say something.
I love you, Jack. I love you.
Well,
Oh, it's a trick.
what kind of trick?
It is no trick, Joe. It is no trick.
Our mystery drama, The Men with the Magic Fingers, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The incredibly complex technology that sustains the world of today is scarcely a century old. For the most part, it was the creation of men who had little or no formal scientific training. They were mostly spare-time tinkerers, experimenters, handy, clever jacks of all trades. A teacher who invents the telephone. A village mechanic who pioneers and perfects the motor car. Two bicycle repairmen who fly the first airplane. In the opening years of our century, there was a man named Jack Youngblood. He owned a tawdry little carnival and sideshow that traveled the length and breadth of America. We're about to meet Jack at a moment when he's not really at his best.
You, Piety. You killed her. You killed her.
You're crazy.
Look, she's dead.
How can she be dead?
You were jealous.
Jealous? Jack, how could I
And now
be?
she's dead. I'll kill you.
Jack.
You'll pay for this.
No.
You killed her.
No. Oh, don't hit me again. Don't. He's crazy.
Nothing can help. No one can help.
What's wrong? Look at her. Oh, get the sheriff. Sheriff.
All right now. All right. What's going on? Commotion about here? What's going on around here? What happened to this woman? You there. What did you do to her?
What did I do to her? I guess it should be clear. I killed her.
A doctor.
I killed her.
Get a doctor.
There ain't no need for a doctor.
Piety. She's dead.
He killed her. We heard her scream for mercy.
Yes, Piety, you're dead. And soon I'll be dead, too.
What's your name, mister?
The Queen. The Queen of Romany looked into my eyes, and she saw death.
Your name, mister?
Jack Youngblood. He's Jack Youngblood.
Poor Piety. I killed him.
And the name of the deceased? I said the name of the deceased. Mr. Youngblood?
Piety Youngblood. She was his wife.
Why did you kill your wife? Can't you hear what I'm saying to you? I hear you, Sheriff. I hear you.
Well, why did you kill your wife?
What can I tell you? The truth? You wouldn't believe it.
Pull yourself together, man.
I could say to you, Sheriff, I killed her because she just murdered the princess.
What princess?
And I would answer the Princess of Romany. And you would ask...
The Princess of Romany? When?
And I would answer just now. And you would ask...
Where?
And I would say, right in here. And you would ask...
Now, where's the body?
And I would answer, there, on the floor, next to poor Piety. And you would say...
But there ain't nothing on the floor, just a heap of clothes and some shawls and ribbons and then some dime store jewelry.
So what do you want me to tell you? You wouldn't believe a word.
Mr. Youngblood, I am asking you again, why did you kill your wife?
I killed her because... Why did I kill Piety? She loved me in her own way. But was it love? No, she's... Why did I do it? Maybe I better clear it up in my own mind. I suddenly lost all control of myself. The papers, they'll say, man kills wife in a fit of passion. I don't think it happens suddenly. You plan it. You don't know what you're planning, but you're doing it. You're getting yourself ready to kill. When did I start getting myself ready? When?
Step up, closer, closer. Here she is, Dorea. You ask for her, you beg for her, you clamor for her, and here she is, Dorea. She has danced before all the crowned heads of Europe. Dorea. See her in the forbidden love dance of ancient Egypt. A college education for 1 dime, 10 cents. Step this way and watch her shimmy. Move this way and watch her shake. Princess Dorea, Queen of the Nile, the one and only Dorea.
I knew I'd find you in here, Jack. What are you doing, for pity's sake?
Dawn?
Well, if you're going to spend all your time in a blacksmith's wagon, why are we paying Joe Frazier?
Why don't you go to bed?
Jack.
Look, Piety, I'm busy.
You don't love me anymore.
No, that isn't so.
If you did love me, you'd spend more time with me.
More time? Good Lord, woman, all we do is spend time together. We live in a circus wagon. We're either traveling or working or sleeping. When ain't we together?
We don't sit together, talk together. Not anymore.
Piety, I have got to finish this. Now, you just run along.
Jack, what am I doing wrong?
Shh. You know, if you must know, I'll tell you what you're doing wrong. You are chewing gum. That's what you're doing. Here, you're supposed to be an alluring, exciting, voluptuous Arabian slave dancer in a sultan's harem, and you stand there chewing gum, for Pete's sake.
My mother and father disowned me when I married you.
Let's not start that. Nobody asked you.
What do you mean, nobody asked me? You asked me to run away with you. You asked me to learn this immoral dance. You made me do it.
It isn't immoral.
It isn't? It isn't immoral to be half naked and shake your body at a pack of leery-eyed degenerates?
Yeah, it's immoral. It's degenerate. You know why? Because you make it immoral and degenerate. You have not got the warmth in your heart and the vision in your soul and the fire in your brain to do it like it was meant to be done. A ritualistic expression of the ancient art of love. What do? You stand up there and you chew gum.
Don't be mad at me, Jack. Honey, I'll do anything you say.
Look, when you're up there, what's going through your mind?
Nothing, Jack, honey. Nothing.
Something has to be going through your mind.
Well, something is. I'm thinking I'll be glad when this is all over.
That's what you think?
Don't be mad at me, Jack. You asked, and I told you the truth.
Piety, listen, can't you start saying to yourself, This is an expression of love. This is an offering of love, a religious ritual.
You're crazy.
If you tried, it would all be different. There would be a different spirit in that crowd. You'd really be Princess Soraya, the Queen of the Nile.
Oh. Jack, don't you want to come to bed now?
After work.
On what? What are you doing?
I'll tell you when I'm finished.
Why can't you tell me now?
Will you get out of here and leave me alone?
You never used to shout at me.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Piety, I'm really sorry. Go, now run along.
Run along? Am I a little girl?
I won't be late.
Hey, Jack. You're going to spend the night in my wagon. Now, if you are, you better find me another place to sleep.
Oh, I had no idea it was so late, Joe.
Must be 2 a.m. Hey, what's that you're making?
This?
Yeah.
A new act.
What kind of act? All I see there is a doll. Kind of life-size doll. Is that what you've been working on all these nights?
What do you think of her?
She ain't bad looking.
Wait till you see her in costume. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, and meet. I need a good name. Leonora.
Who's Leonora?
You asked that question, friend, and what does it prove? It proves that you are from the country, deep down in the boonies. Not only do you not know that the Civil War has been over these 50 years and more, you weren't even aware that we had one. Well, sir, Leonora is the Princess Leonora, Queen of the Romany nation. And what is the Romany nation? Why, the gypsies. Ask Princess Leonora. She knows all. She tells all.
Fortune teller?
I'll sit her behind the table, okay? And we get a Rube in the crowd, and he asks a question. And then I say, oh, Princess Leonora, reach into the depths of your mysterious wisdom and answer. And she answers.
She answers?
Sure.
She talks?
Sure.
It can't work. No, I know you can throw your voice, Jack, but it's too risky.
I'm not going to pull a stunt like that. She's going to talk. You know them newfangled phonograph records under the table, under a mystical, magical cloth, with all of them astral signs of the zodiac and whatnot. I got some small phonograph records. But of course, there's only a certain number of questions you can be asked.
Are you kidding? There's a million questions.
You think so? Okay, you go ahead. You're the Rube. Ask a question. Ask Princess Leonora, the Romany Queen.
Okay. Princess, I am keeping company with this beautiful girl. Are we going to get married?
Ah, my red-haired friend. I foresee a difficult pathway ahead. But in the end, you will know true happiness.
Well, there's only 4 or 5, 6 maybe questions. Love, money, sickness, health, stuff like that. I got a phonograph record for all of the answers.
But red hair? How did she know I had red hair?
Well, I also got specials, like if a guy is short or tall or fat, if a woman is good looking.
It's risky, Joe. It's risky.
Wait till you see her ready to go, dressed in red and black. Black hair, red lips, red blouse, black skirt, black eyes, red cheeks. Oh, she'll take your breath away. Ask Princess Leonora, Queen of Romany. Ask. Ask Princess Leonora, Queen of the Romany people. She sees in the dark. She sees into your heart, into your mind. Ask for 50 cents. Learn your future for 50 cents for $0.50. Know your fate. The gentleman in the back. Mr. Abercrombie, take his money and make him welcome. Speak, sir. Ask, and it shall be revealed to you.
My wife is very ill, and the doctors say there's no hope. But is there hope? Is there?
We await your reply, Princess.
My dear, suffering friend, every day that dawns brings up hope and strength, and each day brings the promise of the miracle. Believe, my friend, believe, and I promise you, there is hope.
Thank you, Princess Leonora, Queen of the Romany people. Thank you. And now, is there anyone else?
Jack, Jack, what are you doing?
Well, you can see what I'm doing. I'm fixing her hair. Oh, boy, wasn't she absolutely sensational? All I asked her,
Jack.
wasn't she? None of them believed she'd work, especially Joe. Well, you saw.
Jack, you didn't spiel for me tonight.
Oh, I was busy.
Busy? With what? A doll?
Piety, honey, this isn't a doll. This is Princess Leonora, Queen of the Romany.
There's nothing of the kind. She's just a doll. Jack, if you don't spiel for me, nobody comes to see me.
I told Joe to speak.
But he's not much good. He can't draw flies. I'm the star act of the carnival. You always said that. I'm the star act.
Honey, you have been the star act of the show. But all that's been changed now.
Oh, has it? Has it? Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that.
We'll see about that. When used by a woman, it's the most mysterious phrase in the world. When a woman says, we'll see about that, she can have practically anything in mind, from leaving you to killing you. We'll explore this problem further when I return with Act 2 in just... It is best, said the poet, to let sleeping dogs lie, and, of course, to hope that lying dogs will sleep. Far more dangerous than sleeping dogs are unhappy women. What to do about it? Well, it is best to prevent a woman from becoming unhappy in the first place. But how is that possible? Almost anything can make her unhappy. Here is one having a tantrum over a doll.
Piety, you're being foolish.
I know.
Well, then if you know why...
How could I be any other way? I'm a foolish person.
You know what I think? You're jealous.
Yes.
How can you be jealous? Jealous of a doll?
I'm jealous of anything that can take you away from me.
How can a doll take me away from you?
She already has. You didn't spiel for me tonight.
I told Joe to spiel for you.
Well, Joe is no spieler, and you know it, and I know it, and the crowd knows it. Oh, but he's good enough for Piety. After all, Piety's no good anymore.
You mustn't talk that way.
Why not? Don't you think that way?
Look, I'll spiel for you tomorrow night.
What are you doing to her face?
Oh, I'm just making it up here.
You have to make her so pretty?
Well, after all, she's appearing before the public, isn't she?
But a gypsy lady isn't supposed to be pretty.
But she's a gypsy princess. She is Queen of the Romany.
I am the only princess in this show. I'm Princess Soraya. I'm Queen of the Nile.
Why don't you put that attitude into your dancing? Maybe then folks would believe it.
Oh, I hate you.
Oh, baby, it's late. Go to bed.
If I'd wanted to go to bed alone, I wouldn't have gotten married.
Yeah. I'll be along in a little while.
Well, don't rush on my account. Spend the night here with your lady friend.
All this time, it was running through my mind. I'm going to kill her. I didn't know it was running through, but it had to be. Killing is like a plant. Don't flower out of nowhere or nothing. First, a seed has to be planted and watered. Gradually, it sprouts, it grows. And only then does it bust out in a flower. I looked at Princess Leonora, Queen of the Romany. I'd made her with my own hands. Yeah, I was always clever with my hands. I could do anything. I couldn't make anything. Papa wanted me to become an engineer, but he died young and there was no money for college. So I became a drifter. She was beautiful. Princess Leonora. Every part of her was perfect. Just perfect. Perfect.
You always talk to yourself, Jack, or is this something new?
Oh, I didn't know anyone was there.
Oh, you scare a fella sometimes.
Who, me?
Jack, do you know what you've been doing for the past 10 minutes?
What?
You've been standing there saying perfect, perfect. Well, finally, I figured I better interrupt.
I'm tired.
Well, it sure was a success tonight, huh? Boy, you were right about that gypsy doll.
Princess Leonora. She's perfect.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah. Well, maybe I don't know what I mean.
It's a cinch. I don't know what you mean.
Have you finally found her, Jack?
Found who?
Your perfect woman?
I don't know what you're talking about, Joe.
Sure you do. And now you've been looking for a perfect dame to lift this carny into the big time. But all of them disappoint you. And now look at who you had the last couple of years, huh? A wire walker, wild animal tamer, and now Piety. You taught each one of them all the tricks. But you see, they all fell short. So, now you got one that can't disappoint you.
I didn't know you were crazy, Joe.
No. This one isn't human. So she don't have a heart and mind of her own to fight you back.
Oh, is that bad?
No, it's good.
So what's the beef?
There ain't no beef, except... What are you going to do about Piety?
Piety?
Yeah, Jack, Piety. You remember? Now, she ain't like the others. Now, they were circus girls, showgirls. They knew the score. With them, it was an act, make or break. But Piety, you had to marry her.
All right, Joe.
What I'm saying is, Jack, you just can't get rid of her.
What are you talking about? Whoever said I wanted to get rid of her?
Well, maybe you don't realize it now, Jack. But you're getting there.
I felt very bad, very guilty. Poor Piety. I'd been mean. Well, not mean. It wasn't intentional, any of it. But I guess you just got to keep telling a woman you love her. Spend a lot of time with her, otherwise she gets all out of sorts. The next day I tried to go out of my way with Piety, and things were a lot sunnier. But, of course, there was the next night, and I was in the soup all over again.
Where were you?
Where was I? I was right here in a shop wagon.
Where were you when my act was supposed to begin?
Oh.
You promised you'd spiel for me.
I know, but I had this emergency.
You weren't there.
When there's a wind, I have to use a special glue to get her hair to stick.
Nobody paid to see my dance.
We're doing great with Princess Leonora. You don't have to dance if you don't want to.
I am the star of this show.
Look, you said so yourself. It was immoral to stand up there half naked and shimmy and shake your body at them leery-eyed degenerates.
It doesn't matter how I feel about it. It's my profession.
Well, there comes a time when you're able to retire.
Because of that doll?
This doll has a name. Princess Leonora, Queen of the Romans.
I am not going to be shoved out of my job by a hunk of painted wax and twisted wire.
Princess, you must excuse her. Piety doesn't have much experience with royalty.
Oh, you make me sick.
I really was too busy with my Leonora to pay much attention to Piety. I remember reading it at school. This ancient Greek fella, Pygmalion, he made a statue, Galatea, and it came to life. Well, I wasn't about to think anything like that, but... Oh, she was beautiful, Leonora. In a way, no human woman could be beautiful. And she seemed so... What word am I looking for? So natural? Geez, I don't know. Anyway, as I worked on her, I started talking to her. I didn't think anything of it. Princess, I think you need a new dress. Oh, no, nothing I could make. I'll send to Kansas City. No, to Chicago. No, to New York. New York for the fanciest...
It's very expensive in New York.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Do you really want to spend all that money?
Yeah, but it's your money, Leonora. You're the moneymaker around here. You're the one they come to see.
No, it's your genius. Jack Youngblood, leave here. Leave the carnival, the sideshow.
Leave here? And go where? Do what?
It's an age of such excitement. Look at what is happening all around us. Men drive horseless carriages on the ground. Men are flying horseless carriages in the sky. Men are speaking through the air.
I know.
This is the time for the men with the magic fingers. You are one of those men, Jack Youngblood.
Yes.
Leave.
I can't.
Poor Jack.
What do you mean, poor Jack? Hey, what am I doing? I'm talking to this... And she's talking to me? Oh, no. She talks.
Of course she she talks, Jack. You showed me how it's done. You got those phonograph records. What do you mean, no?
She talks.
Oh, but how can she talk?
We were talking just before. Now listen. Oh, listen to this. Leonora, say hello to Joe here. Leonora, tell Joe what you said when I told you that I'd sent to New York for a dress. You said it's very expensive in New York. You said that. Leonora.
Well, Jack?